I mean, like, we can talk about 1, 2, and 3. We should and we will. But how about this? 5th for Brandon Marsh. That's not Thompson's fault at all. And by the way, don't give me like, well, pick JT, all right? Look, you had like 5 or 6 guys. They all weren't that good. JT hit well in this series, but let's be real, he's not that good a hitter anymore. He should not be hitting 5th for a team trying to win a World Series. Kepler shouldn't hit 5th. Casty shouldn't hit 5th. Stott shouldn't hit 5th. Freaking Weston Wilson, whoever whoever going to flip in there for that day, the Sosa day, he shouldn't hit 5th. Marsh shouldn't hit. There was no 5-hole hitter. And by the way, freaking Bones shouldn't hit 4. Guy never hits a homer. So I'm going to fire Rob Thompson because I got Bone 4, Marsh 5, and I fall off a cliff 6, 7, 8, 9. And by the way, 1, 2, 3 didn't come through. That's my argument for keeping Rob Thompson. James, your reaction. Talk to us.
Yeah, I spent a lot of the weekend going back and forth on this. I still don't feel super confident in my decision. It's one of those things where I almost feel like when they make the decision, I'll be like, know how I truly feel one way or the other. I think you make a ton of sense. Like, ultimately, Rob Thompson is not the top of the list for who's to blame. I think that's very clear. I do think that there are extenuating circumstances. Like, I do believe that if Harrison Bader doesn't get hurt in game 1, they might win that series. They probably at least get it to a game 5. So, I do think that the roster was good enough. I know that they had issues offensively. So, I think you look at the top 3 of the lineup, that's where most of the blame goes. But the big issue is, moving forward, you're not getting rid of Turner. You're not getting rid of Harper. People want Schwarber back. So, you got to pull some levers here. You can't bring it back. Even though I thought they fought hard and they lost to a good team and, all that.
Yep.
You got to switch it up a little bit. And at the end of the day, it might be the easiest, most obvious move to make to just change the manager and make a few other moves,
It's certainly the easiest to make. I'll grant you that for sure. Rhea, I know you're stewing. Talk to us. What are you thinking?
Hold on when I get done punching myself in the head. I mean, I'm sorry. They cannot bring him back. You absolutely must have a different voice. You can point to, the lineup. I'll point to the decisions he made in games 1 and game 2. The Dodgers were absolutely beatable in those games. Bringing Robertson out for a second inning was a disgrace. The bunt in game 2.
Can I just say one thing before you keep going? You know why Robinson came in? Or stayed in? He didn't trust Kirkland.
And who else was in the bullpen?
Well, I do think Rangers should have been used. Is that what you're going to say? Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, so why is he...
Okay, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
I'm sorry, but we know what this team is. We know you're allowed to win a 2-1 game or a 3-1 game in the playoffs,
You're
okay?
Right. Yep.
And to me, those decisions he made, he made the right decisions in game 3. So he's certainly capable.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, that this season is now down the drains again.
It is.
And decisions he's made in previous ones. You and I both had a problem with decisions he's made.
Major.
They absolutely must have a new voice in there now.
Do you think they will?
I hope they will, and I think they will.
So we asked the Twitter poll question on Friday, which was, do you want Rob Thompson back? And we acknowledged that it was on the early stage of everyone processing it. Today we ask a different poll question. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. It's similar, but it's different. Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. Today's poll question, do you think Rob Thompson will be back as the Phillies manager next season? Not should be, not what you want, but there's one voice that matters the most, and that's obviously Middleton, and then the only other one that really matters is Dombrowski. And we ask you, when those two size it up, and the combination that Rob Thompson, could retire, that is possible, do you think Rob Thompson will be back as the Phillies manager next season? A, yes, B, no. Get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. All right, to the phones in a minute. 1 minute, we're coming to you on the phone lines. Your reaction to what happened, and obviously where it gets particularly juicy is moving forward. What now? Because they got a lot to sift through. They really do, to try to make this a championship-winning club, which they have not now been for 17 years. 215-592-9494. To the calls in a minute. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, they are phenomenal with what they do. I've been a patient there for 24 years at PI Dental Center with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough. Sensational as board-certified prosthodontists specializing in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. Now, fortunately for me, I've never needed all that. The restoration and replacement of teeth. I've been in pretty good shape. And so for me, it's been year-to-year maintenance, obviously under the great care of PI Dental Center, staying that way. And if you're in that spot, good. Good for you. Get the PI Dental Center year-to-year maintenance. But if you got a big old problem, And I know a lot of people in society do. Major pain, maybe you don't look the way you look, creates a self-esteem issue. Well, another PI Dental Center, they can really fix you up. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Once again, I strongly encourage you to visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, what was and what could be for the Phillies based on the changes they do or don't make? Let's go to the phones. Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning.
Good morning, team.
Hi, Ed.
I still don't. Hey, John. Still don't really know where my head's at with this team. But I do like Joe. You've said repeatedly over the years, pertaining to the Phillies and Eagles, you need players.
Yep.
And our top three players, hitters, just didn't do the job. So I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but at which point, and if I have to hear Dave Dombrowski say how confident he is in our ball club, like, I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Like, at what point do you look at Dave Dombrowski, the decision maker, the assembler of all this quote unquote talent, and kind of, put his whats to the fire? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if John Middleton, has a little conversation with him and say, hey, you have one more year because I'm not seeing enough change here. Like, I don't think there's going to be that so in case you didn't hear from the tone of voice, I think Thompson needs to go. But I would not be surprised if he stays, just because, Dombrowski's kind of a status quo kind of guy lately. So, and that's not good. But that's just kind of still heads kind of in the cloud. I do think wholesale changes I don't think wholesale changes are possible, but the marginal changes, like, will that even have the desired effect to give us a World Series next year?
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Ed. The idea of wholesale changes, I think, are not really that possible. Meaning, like, to me, the major let me put it this way. If you traded Trey Turner, probably not very possible.
How about not re-signing Kyle Schwarber?
That would be pretty damn big. I'll say this. I think it's more possible that it doesn't happen because they don't get him, not they don't try. You know what I mean? Like, I think they're going to try to get him. But here's the key. If they don't get him, then, Ray, who do they pivot to? Because I'll tell you
that's
this.
Wholesale changes.
That's pretty big. Maybe.
I find him fascinating because he's so annoying, but also so good. And when that's exciting, that idea. You send Bryce back out to right field because Casty is not coming back, and the Polar Bear is your first baseman.
Maybe. Ed, I appreciate the call, man. 215-592-9494. I mean, I know this. Anyone they get that's not Kyle Schwarber is less home runs. Doesn't mean he's necessarily a lesser player. In the regular season. Well, he had more
Kyle's got a lot of playoff homers, too. He's like third.
He had more than Pete Alonso.
Kyle Schwarber is third all-time in playoff home runs. So.
Is he really?
Yeah. It's Manny Ramirez, Jose Altuve, Kyle Schwarber.
Look,
I'm down on all of them. I'll just make it very clear.
I know.
There's guys who aren't going anywhere. Trey Turner's not going anywhere. Bryce Harper's not going anywhere.
Well, here's here's what I'll challenge you to do, and
sure.
Next segment and over the next couple weeks and months. Sure. What's this? If you fire Rob Thompson, what's the solution with the roster? Knowing that it's tricky.
Yeah, no, it is.
Believe me, this is one of those ones. If I could say, you know what? Because you guys know I've used this line before. I snap my fingers. I'm out of a guy's contract. Trey, wouldn't mind being out of it. And I'm not saying he's bad. He's not bad. But would I rather give the remaining $230 million to someone else? Yeah, probably I would. But I can't because I got him under contract. So what is the solution to the roster? 215-592-9494. Plus, Ray Didinger, something this weekend on WIP. Pretty damning about this Eagles team. Holy mackerel. Wait till you hear what he said. We'll get to that coming up next. Your chance to win Flyers tickets today on the show as the Flyers have the home opener. That and more phone calls all show on 94 WIP.
Now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection Sales Event to find the Lexus of your dreams. They've got over 300 new and L-certified Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold, a donation will be made to Virtuous breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L-certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. With L-certified pre-owned Lexus, here's what you're going to get. The certainty of a 161-point inspection, roadside assistance, the balance of the new car factory warranty, plus 2 years, unlimited miles, and a complimentary maintenance program. Lexus at Cherry Hill, they are a veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You're going to find that when you go in and see my friend Tony Lobello and his great team, or visit 24/7 online at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/DOE.
Injured on the job? Insurance companies will turn their backs on you.
I deserve better.
Some employers just won't care.
I deserve better.
Call Martin Law. We wrote the book on workers' comp in Pennsylvania. Our team will help you get the benefits you deserve. Call 215-587-8400 to arrange a free consultation.
You deserve better.
215-587-8400. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for nearly 40 years.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB Excellent Trade-in Condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade at turnersvillejeep.com. We're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. That's right, up to $3,000 over KBB for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Jeeps and Ram trucks. Upgrade your ride today at turnersvillejeep.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at tmobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
All right, it's
It's the Robin from Robin Ford, Delco's #1 Ford destination for over 6 decades. We're leafing through all the deals and covering all things car. Megan from Springfield, what's your query?
I'm haunted by my old car. Don't have a lot of down money. Is that an issue?
No need to be chicken. Rake in the savings at Robin Ford this month. Drive home your choice of a new 2025 Mach-E, Bronco Sport, or Ford Escape for $399 per month with no money down. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Paul from Media.
Wondering, what's the best truck for both reliability and affordability?
Oh, that one's easy. A brand new Ford F-150. And you won't get pecked with high payments at Robin Ford. Drive one home today with 0% financing for up to 72 months. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Offers subject to credit approval and can change at any time. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end October 31st, 2025. See dealer.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Eagles off an embarrassing loss to the Giants last Thursday will now start to get ready to face Minnesota off their bye week, and it could be Carson Wentz at quarterback. He's been filling in for the injured J.J. McCarthy, whose target return was around this week. Tampa Bay Bucks, 5-1, best record in the NFC, winning despite no Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, and lost rookie Emeka Egbuka in their win over San Fran Sunday, which is pretty interesting. Cowboys 2-3-1 after losing to the Carolina Panthers. Flyers home tonight against the Florida Panthers, and Penn State fired James Franklin, his buyout, $49 million. Light rain today, a high of 60. It is currently 57. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, good morning to you. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. All right, so let's get to the weekend, which obviously had no Eagles, no Phillies, but a lot of other stuff going on. Twitter, we get to the got a door and window winner to the weekend. Buy a window or door, get second and half off. The second and a half off with 18 months interest-free financing. Call Got a Door and Window today at 1-877-GO-GOTTA. You can also visit them at GUIDA.com. Well, the Flyers are 2 games in and 2 games down. So there's that. But of course,
and I actually watched on was it Saturday night? Score the OT goal.
Yeah.
I'm like, we gotta win. You gotta be kidding me.
And not so much.
Better than watching Temple, though. I'll tell you that much.
James, talk to it.
That might have been the worst possible way you could lose. Did you see this game? Temple was winning against Navy. They're up, and Navy has the ball, a 4th and 1 with like 30 seconds left. And the quarterback runs it like 60 yards for a touchdown, and we lose.
Hard to believe.
It was heartbreaking.
It was unbelievable.
I was
couldn't believe
literally
it.
plating. I was putting dinner in front of Clark and I,
Yeah.
and I'm like, dude, look at this. We're gonna beat a 5-0 team.
I felt so good.
And he looks at me and he just goes. Normally he kind of makes fun of me and stuff like that. He just goes, I am so sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, it was devastating.
Well, let me say this, though, on the flip side. I think Casey Keeler out of the
I think
gate
he's very good.
he's doing
Great
some really
job.
good things.
Great job.
Right?
Like, we were in it. Just the fact that I was talking about a bowl game prior to that happening, I'm like, we might go to a bowl this year.
So I think, big picture, the first month and a half for Temple, I think has actually been a plus. But I get
amazing.
Not on Saturday.
Not so much there at the end. Other things from the weekend. Speaking of college football, James Franklin, let's get to this. So Penn State loses again, which is astounding to a team they shouldn't lose to.
Lost their quarterback.
And then,
right?
lose their quarterback, which is a shame. And Franklin gets fired, and as Rhea had in the update, owed $49 million for a buyout. $49 million!
I want to be a fired college coach.
I want to be, the highest paid employee in a state, which is always either the college basketball or college football coach. They're always the highest paid employee in a state is the college basketball or football coach. And, John, if it doesn't work out, they get a big old sum of money to go away. Big old sum, $49 freaking million for this guy. Which, by the way, makes me wonder, why did the contract, did it have to be that big?
No.
Was that really the price a couple years ago to keep Franklin, to give him like 80 or 90 million? Did they have to? Did he have him over a barrel that much? I don't know. I find it hard to believe. I mean, he's been coached for a couple of years here under this contract and still gets $49 million?
That's what's
Come on
shocking.
now. Come on.
They believed so strongly in him that was the price tag because they thought that he was the guy who could adapt to this new landscape. But then the new landscape changed again, and it just keeps changing.
Well, sure.
So, yeah, I have no idea which end is up with any of these programs.
The wild thing with him getting canned, one of the wild things is they did come sort of close to winning a national title a couple months ago.
Absolutely,
they were in the Final
did.
Four in a neck and neck game with Notre Dame. Now they probably would have lost in the championship game, but I mean they were close. And now he's out. Look, it's really aggravating. Obviously, I never liked the guy. I mean, obviously he did a pretty good job.
Why did you not like the guy?
I didn't like him.
I didn't like him either.
I didn't like him.
Arrogant.
He totally came off as a jerk.
Forget the coaching stuff. I didn't like him.
He was brusque. He came across in a very matter-of-fact way to me. But the bottom line was he got through to the kids, and that's what mattered.
Well, but he was always losing the big game.
Yeah, and he always had excuses. It was never James Franklin's fault that they couldn't win a big game, ever.
And what was it, 4-21 against top 10 teams?
Yeah, and like 1-17 against top
Penn State
5
fans
or
are not
whatever.
unhappy, at least the ones I know.
No, 100%. I would
but
say
I'll
that
say
I
this,
saw.
Rhea, and I'm not kidding when I say this. As a taxpayer,
Oh, I'm furious.
it bothers me. And I don't talk that way that often.
No.
But like $49 million for this guy to go away,
Yeah.
as a taxpayer, that stinks. Now, if
Imagine
you're from,
if you pay tuition for your kid to go to Penn State. Those are the people who are angry.
now if you're in Jersey, I guess you don't care as much. But I'm serious. As someone who lives in PA, I'm like, what the hell, man? All right, 215-592-9494. Rhea, over the weekend, we also had an Embiid sighting.
We did. He was at a
Joel!
scrimmage. Had just had a sleeve on, and they said he was looking good.
So,
But at least he was out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was. Yeah. It appeared that the people who were there were shocked. So I was happy to see that.
Yeah, we Philadelphia sports fans are going to need that.
I needed something this weekend. Everything else went straight to hell.
We need something. All right, one other thing from the weekend. Seltzer, I know she's sort of near and dear to your heart. Diane Keaton passed away.
Yeah, another big one. Robert
Right.
Redford a few weeks ago, and then Diane Keaton. You know, I said a few weeks ago, I think as far as actresses go, Annie Hall, Kate Corleone, it doesn't get much more iconic than those two roles. Father of the Bride. I mean, so many things. I mean, her and Annie Hall, legitimately one of the great performances in the history of movies, period.
Great movie.
And also, you know, famous as a young person, grew into like the motherly type role, did it all. Yeah, that's two really big, like, iconic Hollywood people going in a 2-week or whatever span.
No question. All right, so look, do you want to react to anything from the weekend, including all the football that I'm sure most of us didn't watch, because I needed a freaking break. I was like, world, leave me alone. What do I really care? Because really, the only thing about the NFL I care about right now is getting our football team on track, and I do think they're kind of a mess. We'll get to that in a moment, something that Diddy said this weekend on the air. But your chance when you weigh in today at 215-592-9494, in honor, or perhaps I should say dishonor, of James Franklin getting the $49 million to go away, we ask you, because that's one of those ones that makes me say, like, what the hell? Like, what is this? What the bleep?
That was my...
All right, what the bleep? That's what I'm trying to get at. What the bleep? All right, give me an answer today at 215-592-9494. What has made you say, what the... Give me an answer for what the hell is that? Give me an answer for the best answer where you say, like, I'll give you an example. A-Rod's contract when he got it from the Rangers. I remember where I was in New York City working the ridiculous job I had in between college and getting into the sports radio thing. I worked at a desk. I sat at a desk. I didn't know what I did. I stunk at it. But I know this. I knew how to scan ESPN.com. And I knew when it came across, whoa, A-Rod, 252. I was like, what the hell?
Still remember the number all these years
Right?
later.
Yeah.
If you would ask me, I'd be like 252.
Yes. All right. Give us an answer at 215-592-9494. What made you say, and the best answer is going to win not one, but two different prizes, because today on our program, you can win tickets to the Flyers game. Not tonight. Tonight's the home opener. But the game coming up on, I believe this is Thursday. Let me do quick math. October 16th, that is Thursday. So Thursday game, Flyers will be playing at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. For tickets to this or any Flyers game, this is the Flyers in Winnipeg Thursday night, so you can win the tickets here today. Get yourself to PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. That's PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Also, we'll throw in a copy of my book, The Best of Philly Sports, which, yes, I did tell someone on social media over the weekend, had it been called the worst of Philly sports. It would have been a much longer book. I probably would have taken 100 years to write it and probably never would have come out with it because there's too freaking much. But
I'm gonna
anyway.
go back and read it tonight just to remember what it used to be like around here.
All right, so the best of Philly sports, which is available for you to purchase on Amazon.com. I hope you consider, particularly as we get closer to the holidays for yourself or for loved ones. 215-592-9494. So, John, for the Flyers book, for the Flyers tickets and my book, what made you say, what the heck? John, what do you got as an answer?
I still can't get over Martha Stewart went to prison.
Yeah.
Wow, you're right.
You're not kidding about that.
That was wild.
That was wild.
But it gave her street cred, and she wound up working with your buddy Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
And
what
they're,
was
and
weird
they're like
is
this. They're like peas and carrots.
Yeah. Usually people with that much money find a way to
That's
get out of it.
also a WTF.
That is. All right, Seltzer, give me an
Yes.
answer. What made you say what the heck?
All right, this isn't a winning answer, but it's kind of an outside the box answer. I talked about this after I went to San Francisco, but sitting in the front seat of a car while the car drives itself made me say, what the bleep is happening right now?
I've been in one of them. I have.
I still haven't.
Well,
Not me either.
It's pretty great. Honestly, it was a pretty great
It would
experience.
make me nervous.
Yeah.
It was the smoothest drive I've ever had in my life.
Wild. So I was with a driver, but he was able to disable his capabilities to have the car take over. That's what I saw. Rhea, give me a great answer here. What do you got?
When Julia Roberts married Lyle Lovett.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, we were all just like, what?
Yeah.
It was so bizarre.
No question. All right, wait till you hear what Ray Didinger said over the weekend about the Eagles. It's let me put it this way, not exactly a compliment. We'll get to that shortly. 215-592-9494. What made you say, what the heck? Patrick in Tabernacle. Patrick, good morning.
Morning, everybody. How we doing?
Doing well, Patrick.
Hey, real quick, is the movie We've Got Mail, You've Got Mail with Tom Hanks?
You've Got Mail.
You've Got Mail.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a great movie?
No. It's a decent
Thank you.
movie. It's not a great
okay.
movie.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's not a great movie.
God, I couldn't even. Joe, thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Second thing, John Ritchie, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible over time to develop the ability when you get hit in the head not to get hurt as much? You know what I mean? Like when you first started ramming your head into things versus at.
I think so.
Okay.
I mean,
because I hit my head the
sure
other
hope
day.
so.
I had the hot tub cover fall on my head, dude. And it didn't hurt a bit. And I hit my head all the time. I'm thinking, you know what? That's a John Ritchie question.
A nerve deadening. I do think a nerve deadening would occur. For every football player, and I've talked about that a little bit. Like once you're a week into training camp after 2 practices every day in pads, you, at least for me, the way that my helmet fit the front of my skull, I mean, creating these horns, it was so painful. You know, like and it was cutting every day. I would have to get stitched every day. And it was eventually, I think, just because, I think just because your body, just to cope, it just turns off nerves. It just turns off some nerve endings, and you just deaden.
That's wild, man.
And that's what happened to me every football season. I could feel it, and it was normally, I don't know, 5 or 6 days into camp, a week into camp. And you were good. Not good. You were better.
Crazy.
All right. So listen, thank you for that. Okay. So the Phils. Listen, with a little bit of time to kind of recover. First of all, I'm just crushed. I'm that little kid, Joe, that's just like moping.
Yep.
You know, and like baseball. You know, like it sucks right now without the Phillies playing. Listen, with some time. You know, the players that Dombrowski rolled out the same team, and I'd been kind of, you know, we don't have an outfield, and like how can we let Dombrowski off the hook? And that's kind of where I'm at.
Now, to be fair, the Bader
upgraded
addition
the
was
pitching.
big. Listen, Patrick, to be fair, he added Bader, and then Bader got hurt.
Okay,
I mean
Joe,
that was
I'm
huge.
talking about at the beginning off season, he did nothing.
I know.
You knew the outfield was a problem.
No, absolutely.
The outfield, we have a minor league out. We have a platoon outfield, and he rolled it out again.
Listen, Patrick, you heard me say my biggest argument for keeping Rob Thompson is that Marsh hit 5th. I mean, think of it this way. Back when the Phillies were doing their thing 07 to 11, or at least through 10, Jason Worth was normally hitting 6th.
He
was hitting 6th, and he got Marsh hitting 5th? You freaking kidding me?
Listen, Thompson didn't have some great moments here. I get it. And I said it, I don't think I said it correctly. A manager can lose a team or lose a game a lot easier than he can win it.
I agree with that. Yeah.
But listen, Dombrowski rolled out the same team, the same lineup, and we have the same effect this year, the previous. So to me, like, I can live with Thompson. I think if it's me, I'm going to give him give him another year. But you gotta understand something. We had a kind of a crazy year with some injuries and stuff, and I think he did a pretty good job. To me, it's just like keeping the guys together, keeping their heads in the game for like half a year. Like, that's hard. 162 games to keep focus, and I think he did a good job with the human end of it, keeping the guys in.
Well, I think he always does. Yeah, I think he's good at that.
As far as the on-field stuff, I mean, listen, critical moments. Coaches are just like players. When the game finds you, like Kirkland the other day. And by the way, I can't get that out of my head. Dude, I still can't believe we lost that game like that.
Yep.
But it's just crazy. I think we keep Topper. Dombrowski, to me, is on the hot seat because he gave us the same crap that, listen, we get 95, 96 wins. It's not like we're, a bad team. But listen, critical moments, we have the same guys at the plate.
No
doing
question.
The same thing.
All right, Patrick, I need an answer from you. What made you say what the heck?
So listen, I don't know. I'm gonna say a couple weeks ago, I'm in the basement helping doing some laundry. In the laundry, I found a yellow ringneck snake in my I have 7 species of snakes at my house, and little yellow ring. They're nothing. They're really cool, but like, for the life of me, I don't have a dirt basement. Like, I don't know how this snake got in there. I mean, they're like 10, 12 inches long. But I haven't told my wife. I'll play this on the Odyssey app. She's going to freak.
Yeah.
She's going to flip when I tell her, I say, baby, there was a yellow ringneck snake in the laundry down there.
Yeah, that's not so good.
Wait.
All right, Patrick, always good hearing from you, buddy. Appreciate the phone call. Here's what's not so good. We pivot from the frustration with the Phillies and incredible, immense disappointment to whatever this Eagles season is. And I don't quite know what it is, but I know this. They're not nearly as good as last year. And to me, it's cause for concern. Listen to something Ray Didinger said over the weekend. Look, the Eagles still have a very good record, 4-2. It's the same record they had last year at 6 games in. But Ray laid something out, and you might think it's an overstatement by him, or maybe not. Listen to something Ray said. He was on with with Sealski and Rob Ellis this weekend, and I thought this was very damning about this year's squad.
You're talking about a team at the beginning of the year we were talking about was the best team in football, most talented team in football, number one on everybody's power rankings, defending Super Bowl champs. Everybody's sort of saying they got a real shot to go back and do it again. Heck, I was saying it. And here you are 6 games in, and I'll be honest with you, I was thinking about this the last 2 days. I'm thinking, what does this team do well? And the only thing I could come up with is they can punt it, and their field goal kickers is money. Beyond that, there's nothing.
All right, now look, I would add the tush push, but what else beyond that, John?
They usually tush push well. They short yardage and goal line well.
Yep.
They score in the red zone well. They usually tackle well. They usually mesh their coverages well, and that's what makes them so formidable defensively. But they had a bad game. They didn't show up. It was a real poor performance by the players and the coaches.
You think Ray went too far?
I think a little bit too far. But there's a lot that needs to be inspected and reassessed and changed about what they're doing. And I think they're finally, over this extended break, 10 days to try to fix things. I think they're going to see that things got so predictable with their, run pass. And now it's been pointed out. I don't know if you've seen some of the.
I've seen a lot of it. Yeah.
Pointed out for like 3-4 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, this team, we've said it all along. Yeah, they were 4-0, but there were certainly warts along the way.
Yeah.
But, you look at that Tampa Bay Buccaneers team. There is no Chris Godwin, no Mike Evans, no Bucky Irving, and then they lost the rookie wide receiver yesterday.
Yep.
They're 5-1.
Yep.
He's in on an MVP season. Her one loss, of course, was to the Eagles.
Yep.
But, to me, there's some serious problems with that
I
team.
have real worry about the Eagles.
I'm almost with you where you said last week you're worried about them making the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
So I got it on 2 levels. One, I am worried about
It's
whether
not
they'll make the
that
playoffs.
messy.
And 2, if they do make the playoffs, I think they may just be a team that could be one and done. I look at him and I'm just not. No, look, there's time to get it together and all that. I'll say this with the offense. If I were to just break the offense down into two parts, because
I'm worried about the offensive line.
Well, sure.
And I don't know that it's just as easily fixable as you have the guys to, rotate in there.
Look, I'm not expecting the line to be fixed at least until some portion of November. I mean, guys are out and guys are banged up, and that ain't going to change for a couple more weeks. When I break down the Eagles' offense, I'll just put it in two categories because I agree with John. Short yardage, situational football, they have played well, although not as well lately, but they have played well. But just very basic, do I think they run it well? No. Do I think they pass it well? No. So,
what do you got?
Doesn't leave you much.
He passes it well to Goddard.
He had a good game the other day. It just doesn't leave you much. And then defensively, do they stop the run well? No. Do they stop the pass well? Okay. That's it. I mean, I'm just breaking it down into four subsets. How I run, how I pass, how I stop the run, how I stop the pass. I got like half out of four. That's not good, guys. Where are you on the Eagles, and how concerned are you? 215-592-9494. Also, NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report, because we didn't do that on Friday. A couple notable things, not only with the Eagles, but across some of the other teams. We'll get to that as well. Injury report up ahead, phone calls, and all these topics. How concerned are you on the Birds, and what would you do with the Phillies? To bring Rob Thompson back or not? How to solve the issues with the top three guys in the lineup? Marsh hitting fifth. Are you cannon topper or not? Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. Just go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to get your profit boost token, and you can use it tonight on either of two games. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to bet on the games. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey you, stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Dell Chevrolet. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Dell discounts and incentives, only at Dell Chevrolet. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down, available every day at Dell Chevrolet. Dell Chevy is close. Located on Route 30 in Paoli. Online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hey, Eagles fans. Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sunday's biggest winners included Carolina's Bryce, 3 touchdown passes young. Daniel Indiana Jones has his Colts at 5-1. And Aaron Rodgers now controls the AFC North at 4-1. Sam Darnold outdueled Trevor Lawrence this week. Baker Mayfield is playing MVP caliber football. And last night, Kansas City convincingly down injury-depleted Detroit. I'm Boomer Esiason.
We have our NovaCare Rehabilitation Doctor segment up next. Now, listen, we've got the holiday season. Believe it or not, it's right around the corner. It's always it's always a really busy time of year. So now is the time when you should address unnecessary aches, lingering pain, or an injury. NovaCare Rehabilitation's physical therapist, hand therapist, and sports physical therapist are here for you. So whether or not you've got specific goals, maybe you're just tired of changing the way you do things because you're in discomfort, or you're just making your health and well-being a priority, NovaCare's clinical experts will create a treatment plan just for you. The Delaware Valley's hometown physical therapy provider is proud to be part of the healing journey of so many patients. They've got more than 150 convenient locations in Greater Philadelphia and South Jersey, so there is not a better time to make NovaCare part of your healthcare team. They've been part of mine for almost 20 years, my family, and so many of my friends. To learn more about the benefits of physical therapy, schedule an appointment today at NovaCare.com. NovaCare, proud to be the official partner of the Philadelphia Eagles and Phillies. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where even anti-socials, hello, fuzzy sock puppet, can get social. Ooh. Follow Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, what a different mood we would be in if game one tonight involved the Phils. Well, it doesn't. So we're picking up the pieces on the Philly season and obviously starting to look ahead to the offseason. And with the Eagles trying to figure out their mess. For more on all this, so injuries play a part in the whole thing. NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report. We do it almost every time right after an Eagles game, but we did not do it on Friday because, of course, the Phillies had just lost as well. So we love the opportunity to talk to Dr. Benjamin Chu, an orthopedic surgeon with Central Montgomery Orthopedics in Lansdale, certified in sports medicine. And Dr. Chu joins us right now. Dr. Chu, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for being on the program. We got a couple key things to get to with you, the joints, the sprains, the this, the that. But there's nothing more important than the broken heart. Do you have anything that can fix my Phillies' broken heart?
That's a tough one. Last Thursday was tough, and the emotional investment that we as fans put into our teams is big. But hopefully, that we can put things together and have a great season next season.
Dr. Chu, outstanding bedside manners. I appreciate that,
so
sir.
Nice.
All right, let's get to the real stuff. Quinyon, not good the other day. Hamstring. I know a lot of times this can be, 3-4 weeks. What are we looking at here for a cornerback in football with a hamstring injury?
Yeah, hamstring issues are definitely a challenge. They're not all the same. The biggest thing with a cornerback or a speed guy on the outside is that, for much of their activities, they might be okay, and then that one deep ball, that one move where they've got to sort of change directions quickly could tweak things and set them back. So it's a challenge to try to balance having a good player out there as close to 100% as possible, but also knowing that there's a little bit of risk that he could tweak things and then set himself back and be out for longer.
Jalen Carter, a surprise somewhat of the scratch for the game, a heel injury that really we didn't know much about. What do you know about Jalen Carter, Doc?
Yeah, there hasn't been too much information, so it's a little bit hard to say. Obviously, it must have been bothering him enough to keep out of the game on Thursday night. The challenge, I think, that is the biggest decision was having that short week with the Thursday night game. So not necessarily being on a regular schedule with regards to the practices and the medical staff have an opportunity to treat him. That may have been a big issue with making that short notice decision.
Do we know anything about the J.J. McCarthy trip back from injury? We know he had a high ankle sprain in week 2. Their timeline originally was that he would be back for this Eagles game, but in the meantime, Carson Wentz has been kicking some butt, and he got hurt.
Yeah.
He got hurt and kind of did the hero thing. He had I think it was a left shoulder, it looked like, and then left and came back in the game and led his team to a victory. They're 2-1 with them. What do we know about all their quarterback issues and injuries, and who are we going to play against?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think with these high ankle injuries, whether we're talking J.J. McCarthy or Landon Dickerson, they're a range, and the recovery timeline can vary anywhere 4 to 6 or maybe even 8 weeks. The thing is, as fans, we hear 4 to 6, we automatically think 4, but a lot of it depends on how the body's responding to treatment and as they ramp up their activity level. So, it's difficult to say for sure. At least from what it sounds like to me, it does not sound like J.J. McCarthy is going to be playing in Week 7. And chances are we'll be seeing Carson Wentz and dealing with that non-throwing shoulder injury.
Certainly notable that J.J. McCarthy got injured in mid-September, and his status for mid-October is up in the air. And Landon got injured not that long ago. And
I think they're better with Carson Wentz.
Well, I don't. But anyway, we'll see what happens with Dickerson. My guess is it'll be sometime in November. Dr. Chu, we appreciate it today. Of course, for more information for Dr. Chu and his practice, get yourself to centralmontgomeryorthopedics.com. That's centralmontgomeryorthopedics.com, all part of the NovaCare Rehabilitation Injury Report. Thanks, Dr. Chu.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Doc.
Appreciate it very, very much. All right,
he was funny when he says, when fans 4 to 6, we always go, oh, yeah, they'll be back in 4.
Totally.
It's totally fine.
Yeah.
We just dismiss those last 2 weeks.
Here's the best.
Poor Landon.
Yeah, the best news I'll give you on Landon Dickerson, as I surmise it, is the Eagles did not put him on the injured report. Excuse me, on the injured list, the 4-week thing that he's out. IR. That's what I'm trying to say.
And he probably needed it anyway. He wasn't playing very well regardless,
Yeah. But the fact that they didn't
Especially
says that they think they could get him back in 3 weeks. But sometimes you just do that with one of your 5 or 10 best players and say, even if he's out for 7 weeks, we'll take the chance that we might get him back in 3 weeks. But, I'm not particularly optimistic that he'll play anytime soon. Sean in Delaware right now. Sean, good morning.
Joe, good morning, everybody.
Hey, pal.
Hi, Sean.
I wanted to chime in on the Phillies. Specifically, my thought is that the current roster that they have should have won 4 World Series. And for everybody crying about, well, they didn't do this or they didn't do that, all the things that they didn't do are things that they always didn't do. In other words, they've always been somewhat mediocre at every aspect of the game, other than their starting pitching, which is all-time elite.
Well, Sean, let me just say this. It's ridiculous to say they should have won 4 World Series. I mean, it's just nonsensical.
I'll show you why. They
Please.
lost 4 different series. 2 of them were best of 5. The other 2 were best of 7.
Mm-hmm.
That means they lost 14 games. In those 14 games, they lost 7 different times, where Topper made the fatal decision to take the one thing that made them elite out of the game and turn it over to his mediocre squad and see if they could finish it. 5 different times he took his starting pitcher out, throwing a shutout. 2 other times when it was only 1 or 2 runs, like Sanchez in this last series. All 3 games that he lost in this series, he lost as soon as he took his starting pitching out. The only thing that made them elite. Then eventually they lost the game. In fact, all 3, it went bad immediately. If you want to take it a step further, anytime he put his starting pitch and faith in them, even in a relief appearance, they came through for him because that's what they do. They're elite. They work themselves through jams, and they end up doing it. He was perfect when he put his faith in his starting pitching, the one thing that made the team elite. Every single time, including Luzardo and Knowles in relief. And then they lost all 3 games.
Look, it's a pretty good argument. The one thing I'll say on the flip side is, hold on, Sean, hang on. You're going to get diminishing returns the longer you keep that guy in, whoever that guy is. Sanchez, Luzardo, Wheeler back in the day, Nola, whomever. Like, you can't expect pitches 90 through 140 to be as effective as 1 through 90. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I still expect Christopher Sanchez in the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings or the 9th inning to be better than the squad that's going to replace him. Okay. Christopher Sanchez has already demonstrated he can throw a complete game. I'll put my faith in the Zach Wheelers of the world, the Christopher Sanchez of the world, the Ranger Suarez of the world, the Luzardos of the world. All these guys he took out throwing shutouts, and every single time, 7 for 7, 7 different times in 14 losses, all 7 times they lost the game before the relievers could record 3 outs. They should have won Sanchez's game 1-0, and Sanchez would be a legend. We'd be saying, see, that's why he's a Cy Young candidate. He should have won the first game 3-2. Zach Wheeler should have won the World Series game that he was taken out throwing a shutout, and then we'd say that's why Zach Wheeler. And if we do that, we win that series because now it's instead of we'd be up 3-1.
Yeah, but you don't know. You don't know you're going to. But hold on,
out.
Sean. You don't know you're going to get those last 9 outs every time.
It's a nonsensical argument.
I mean, really, Sean. Like, how do you know you're going to get 9 straight outs with or 9 outs with the starter staying in? How do you know that?
Especially when you're talking about like 120, 130 pitches to pitch that's got 140 pitches. Who knows?
His point is, you might not have won all of those games,
Right.
but maybe you would have won some.
I
of them.
agree. I agree.
I mean,
Rhea, I agree with that.
I mean, his 100%, hit rate. I'm not on there, but I'm with him with a bunch of them.
I am too. No, I think that part's fair. Sean, give me an answer. What made you say what the heck?
Well, other than him taking the starting pitchers out all the time, I'll go with the parachute guy that landed in the boxing match.
Oh, yeah. Whatever
Was
that
his
guy.
name Kite Man or
No, Kite Man was our guy in Philly.
That was Philadelphia.
Fan Man, maybe?
Maybe. I think that's
what was
right.
his name? It was crazy.
But he came in the Riddick Bowe Vander Holyfield bout, and then he was also flying above a Super Bowl one time. Anyway, whatever that guy was, that guy was bizarre. All right, 215-592-9494. Coming up, Todd Zalecki, something he said about the hitting and the pitching in this series. Unbelievable information from Zalecki. We'll get to that. Plus, the Eagles meeting, it happened with Saquon and AJ and Jalen, or it didn't happen, or it sort of happened, whatever all that nonsense is. We'll address that. Plus, Ray Didinger at 7:55, trying to make sense of all this for us. Phone calls on all these topics. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, where you can get in on all the action. FanDuel Sportsbook, of course, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, your home for all of your favorite NFL bets, from touchdowns to who's going to win. FanDuel will have it all covered for you. And FanDuel, for tonight's game, is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's a 30% profit boost token for Monday Night Football tonight. So find the better bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Of course, you can also start looking ahead to Philadelphia, Minnesota, with pro football up ahead in 6 days on Sunday for the local squad. All the remaining baseball games, of which there now are 4 teams left. If you want to bet the baseball playoffs, that's there for you as well. Everything, every sport, every game available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. Empowered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 or in Mississippi.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey you, stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Toyota. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Del discounts and incentives, only at Del Toyota. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera.
And I'm John Ritchie.
Did you know that the 94 WIP Morning Show is both a radio show and a podcast? You can find us anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button to get every minute of the show your way and on your time.
Temperatures are finally falling, leaves are changing, and the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that cannot keep your family cozy as the weather cools. If you hear strange sounds, notice weird smells, or feel changes in the airflow, don't wait. Now is the perfect time to fix it before it turns into a bigger problem. So just add Call Horizon Services to your fall to-do list and cross one worry off your list before winter hits. Horizon Services keeps you comfortable through crisp autumn mornings and chilly nights, no matter the temperatures outside. So keep your home comfortable and worry-free year-round, no matter the season. Right now, you can get up to $1,150 off a new HVAC system replacement plus 0% financing. Plus, Horizon Services, they offer same-day emergency repairs, which I have used, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. With Horizon Services, you always know the job's going to be done right the first time. So click or call day or night. Horizon is available 24/7. Schedule a visit today at horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Window Nation. 4-2 Eagles face the 3-2 Vikings next Sunday in Minnesota. Coming off a bye, they're unsure who'll be at quarterback. Carson Wentz, who has been filling in for the injured J.J. McCarthy, but Wentz does have a sore shoulder. Around the NFL, the Tampa Bay Bucks are 5-1, best record in the NFC. They beat the 49ers despite not having several weapons for Baker Mayfield. Cowboys 2-3-1 after losing to the Carolina Panthers. Penn State fired Coach James Franklin. However, he will get a $49 million buyout. Flyers off to an 0-1-1 start and an overtime goal, overturned Saturday. They've got their home opener tonight against the Florida Panthers. Need replacement windows? Buy two, get two for free. Plus no payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Light rain, a high of 60. It is currently 58. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamera. This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, good morning to you. On a rainy, cloudy, dreary Monday morning.
Much like our sports move.
Emblematic, if you will, of what is in our heart. Well, at least MB got out there a little bit over the weekend, but the Flyers are now 0-2. The Phillies are done, and the Eagles have lost 2 in a row, and I think have looked much worse than a typical 4-2 team. So all of this on the table for discussion today at 215-592-9494. This segment on WIP presented by Paramount Plus. You cannot count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Seltzer, how do you feel? It's been a couple days. How you
Not
feeling?
awesome. Yeah, I mean, it kind of sticks with you. Just the way it ended, and again, we can parse out blame, and how I feel. I'm not, I think we all agree Ryan Kirkering is not the number one person we're blaming, but just the way it ended, it feels so unsatisfying is obvious, but it feels hard to actually accept it because of how weird and unexpected and jarring that ending was. That it's been a whole weekend of just trying to kind of come to grips with it, of expecting to watch baseball at night. And so, and then the Eagles thing, it's just I don't even know what to say.
And by the way, what a mess it became this weekend over the issue with the meeting.
I know.
When I say this weekend, it really goes back to Thursday when AJ talked after the game. And it's what I was not in the mood for was there was a meeting, there wasn't a meeting.
I'm just so tired.
There's a half
thinks
meeting.
It's all highly amusing.
Tired.
I'm glad he thinks it's highly amusing after they lost their second straight.
It's just ridiculous,
to monkey around with we had a meeting. We might have had a meeting. It might have been in the parking lot. It might have been here. It's come on.
All right, let's listen to what AJ said. This was Thursday night. This was after the Eagles had lost to the Giants. This was news to all of us that maybe there wasn't a meeting or it's a half meeting. Listen to what AJ said. Big old smile on his face as he's navigating this interaction with reporters. Listen to what he said.
I don't recall a meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you didn't talk to them.
You weren't in the meeting,
I don't recall.
or you don't want to just talk.
I don't recall.
Enough already, man.
Not in the mood for
I'm
it.
so sick of this. I'm so tired. And I like AJ. He's a likable guy. He's a Super Bowl champion. I will always love that. But enough already, dude. You're a professional. Act like a freaking grown-up right now. Just stop.
Unless there wasn't a meeting.
But Saquon and Jalen said there was, though. They confirmed there was. So you're making your other team, you're making your teammates look
I don't know
they're
that they
lying?
confirmed that there was. I think they more talked about that there was a discussion.
The point
Regardless,
is
you have to say your semantics.
You're undercutting your teammates. You're undercutting your teammates. It is semantics. If this was indeed a discussion out in the parking lot, which is what he's saying it was, then no, it wasn't my vision of a players only mini meeting where they're, holed up in a private meeting room in the NovaCare facility. It's not like that. It was one player's perception of a quote meeting apparently is different from another player's perception of a quote meeting.
So here's what it might be.
There was discussion of things that needed to be talked about, I believe. And so that's a positive. I don't think it showed up on the field the way it needed to.
No, it didn't.
Still.
Yeah.
So I think we still have some issues that must be addressed.
Well,
and
clearly.
AJ is a puzzling part of them.
Well, he is. So when we started hearing that there wasn't this classic, let's sit down, planned, let's sit down and meet situation, I thought, well, maybe it was sort of if you remember at the end of 2020 when the Eagles lost for the 5,000th time that year, after the game when Carson, Jason Kelce, and Zach Ertz met, I'll use that word, on the field, on the sidelines for a long time. After all the fans had left, media members are inside, talking to players. Players are inside. And those guys were out there for a long time. I mean, maybe it's one of them. Here's what AJ tweeted in the aftermath of his comments from Thursday night becoming yet another issue. He tweeted, just to clear this up, that wasn't a meeting or a sit-down. I said, quote, I don't recall, because it got painted like there was tension, and meaning Saquon had to step in. That's not true. I was walking to my car, saw them, and stopped to talk. Nothing more. It's a mess.
Why'd you say I don't recall then? Say that. If that's what really happened, say that to the media instead of being I don't recall. You're just causing problems, and you're causing them as you're doing it. Just say that.
Well,
say what you tweeted then. If that's what actually happened,
James,
say that.
I'm not in a good AJ mood. Let me be clear, but I will say there's a possibility that Saquon and Jalen
He doesn't have to say I don't recall. Then he can explain it. Then do what he
But
just
sometimes you don't want to go against what your teammates have put out there.
He did it anyway. They said to you, your teammates confirmed it, and he goes, I don't recall.
Look,
Just say I ran into them at the car and
say that
I didn't think
story.
it was
Exactly.
an official meeting, but
I
we
think he was
chatted by the car.
Yeah, I think he was trying, but I think he was trying to
ignore
avoid that, Rhea. I do. I think he was trying to
Why?
not.
I think he's
because
passive
Saquon-
aggressive.
But they
well, I
said
agree
it.
with
They,
that.
they
No, I agree
confirmed
with
it
that.
already. He's making Saquon
I
look
wouldn't
worse by
say
doing
they-
what he's doing.
I wouldn't say Saquon and Jalen confirmed it. I think that's the wrong term, James. I think they discussed that there had been a discussion. Matter of fact, we have the audio. Let's listen to Saquon first, then we'll get to Jalen. Here's Saquon as he described it last week. I don't think he confirmed, but make of it what you will. Here's what Saquon said.
Yeah, we had a conversation, but I'm not going to speak too much on it. I feel like that conversation is meant to stay between us, but focus was all about the team. I think it was a good thing.
So when I first heard that, I thought, all right, he's keeping things in-house to be a good teammate. Now when I hear it back after what AJ said, I hear he's actually trying to downplay it because he might know it wasn't that big a thing.
It might not be. The point is, AJ made it seem like he didn't even talk to them.
No, I do understand your point. I get that part.
That's all I'm saying. It doesn't have to be this big thing. Just don't act like it it didn't happen at all.
Let's listen to what Jalen said. Here is Jalen. This was God, I'm getting all the days confused. This, I believe, was
before the
Tuesday of last week. I think they were on the short week into the Thursday game. I believe this was Tuesday of last week. Bottom line is, it was a day or two before the Eagles-Giants game. Here's what Jalen said.
Can you tell us about that meeting and why it happened?
Yeah, it's just us talking about the collective, talking about taking ownership for what we can, and talking about how we move forward as a team so we continue to find ways to win games.
Why the need for a meeting, do you think?
It's really just teammates being teammates.
What was your takeaway conclusion of the meeting?
I don't want to make this about that, right? We got a short week. We got a division opponent coming in here. I enjoyed every second of it, and I'm enjoying every second of every opportunity we have to improve.
Look, I'll say this, man. As a Philadelphia sports fan who was in no mood, okay, no mood after how the Eagles played Thursday night and the demise of the Phillies season, this was not what I needed this weekend. But here we go. And it just feels like drama is finding this team. It does feel oftentimes it is centered around A.J. Brown or some combination of A.J. and Jalen and that relationship, that dynamic, whatever the heck it is.
That relationship is long for this world.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be teammates for the long haul.
No.
Yeah, I think one will go and one will stay.
One is making it clear, and just in my opinion, that he doesn't, really want to be here.
I think that's probably true. Yeah, I tend to agree. 215-592-9494. Now, you can react to all of that, not to mention your level of concern or not for the Eagles season. Clearly, Ray Didinger is very concerned. We'll talk to the Diddy coming up at 7:55 when he joins us today on the program. Also, first chance to talk to Ray since the end of the Philly season, so a lot to discuss there. And as it relates to the Phils, I mean, here's where I net out as of now. And I still got to process a little bit more because it only has been obviously a few days. But the way I net out is I think the Phillies wasted an incredible opportunity. The starting pitching was uniquely supreme. And the bats were the primary reason. It was not primarily about Rob Thompson. Matter of fact, I don't even think it was close to being primarily Rob Thompson. It was the bats. And you can point to 1, 2, 3 being flat in 3 out of the 4 games, which is true. You can point to the fact that Brandon Marsh was hitting fifth because, who else? It's not like Rob Thompson wanted to have Brandon Marsh hit fifth. I mean, Brandon Marsh in an ideal world, if he's a starter, and I emphasize, if he's a starter, in an ideal world, Brandon Marsh hits 8th or 9th. But he's hitting fifth because who? Kepler? Stott? Castellanos? You kidding me? Now you can say, all right, we'll put JT there and, Bohm and JT 4 and 5, and you can make that argument, but that's a minor difference. I mean, JT was hitting 6. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is Dave Dombrowski hurt this team with what he gave Rob Thompson far more than how Rob Thompson hurt the team with how he utilized him. There's no doubt in my mind. And I'm a pro Dombrowski guy, but this lineup was a freaking joke. Now, the Bader thing was horrible luck. It had been a solution. It had been a pretty good solution. The guy got hurt, and that changed the equation. And that really hurt
him.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Can we afford him?
Yeah.
Or is it even worth trying? Is that magic? Is the Bader magic available?
It's not about
magic.
That's not about magic. It's just about the fact he's better than Kepler.
I love him. I just
we all do.
I'm told that his performance last year was he was playing over his head.
He was.
And
he was.
So what does it look like when he doesn't play over his head?
Yeah.
I'm curious.
You know who I've been thinking about with Bader, Ray?
He's a part of the team
with
or
the
not?
playing over his head thing. You know who I feel? Because I want Bader back. I think most of us do.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need those type of players on your team.
I'm going to give you a Sixers butt, but I hope he's not Kenny Thomas. Do you remember the Sixers got Kenny Thomas 20 years ago, and he played really, really well at the end of that 1 year? It's like, we got to keep this guy.
Yes.
Got to keep Kenny Thomas. And then they kept him, and he stunk.
It was awful.
It was a 7-year deal for $49 million. The guy couldn't play. All right, 215. Oh, he was horrendous, that
He got
dude.
the deal and said,
He got the
"All
dude.
right, see ya."
And that was it. He gave the Sixers like 2 good months, and then they signed him, and
That's a
then
shame.
he stunk, and then the salary cap hell set in.
And James Franklin just got $49 million to sit on the beach.
So Rhea handed me something before the show. Let me dial this up real quick on Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're driving right now, hold the steering wheel tight. James Franklin with the $49 million buyout. James, this is really going to tick you off. You're a Pennsylvania taxpayer.
Yeah, I can't wait for
This is going to really bother you.
Yep.
Okay, you ready? James Franklin will make $20,000 per day for the next 6 years.
Wow.
James Franklin, to go away, will make $20,000 per day to do nothing.
I'm actually speechless.
I know you are.
I have nothing. I have nothing.
I'm sick.
It's horrible. It is. All right, 215-592-9494. Where do you net out, or where do you sense you're starting to net out a couple days from this Phil's thing being over? And I'm very concerned about the Eagles. I think they're a far cry from last year. Matt in Havertown. Matt, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to comment on the Topper thing. I think if you maybe flip the team and you have to get rid of a lot of the core, maybe bringing in a new guy would be the move. But if you can keep a lot of these guys, I think you keep Topper. He is a good personalities manager, and he kind of keeps the team going when there's injuries and stuff. And, yeah, some of his in-game decisions are not great. But I think he just had some bad luck there, too, along the way. But all in all, I think he's been a really good manager, and he keeps us in it. And I think we're going to be in it next year, too.
Well, they'll certainly be in it.
I know he can't make them hit. I know that he can remind them of the approach that they need to follow, and I don't think he always did a great job of that. I don't think that this team was the top 3 that we talk about, Harper and Turner and Schwarber. I don't think they were as locked in as they needed to be 100% of the time for whatever reason, and not as much Schwarber, but swinging for the fence. Well, I guess they all did swing for the fences way too often when it was contact that we needed, and just contact, bat on ball. Can't understand why we couldn't follow through on that part.
That's a great point, John. And that's what I don't like. I mean, the pitching cream rises to the top in the playoffs, and you have to be able to just chip the ball in play, over the second baseman's head, or just get small ball shots. And our team, I don't know, they're just really just built for, hitting home runs, and you're just not going to get many opportunities to do that in the playoffs. With the Schwarber thing, I don't know, is it worth paying him all this money just to be a DH? I get that the stats really show you win a game a lot of the times when one of your guys hits a home run, but just could you take that money and get 2, small ball player guys that are just solid players and they don't need to crank all these home runs all the time?
Well, here's one of my concerns if you don't bring back Schwarber, and you kind of touch on it. And maybe, I'll give you the answer. The answer is maybe, but you better fill it with the right dudes, man. Because here's what I know. While he probably won't hit 56 homers next year, he'll probably hit 40-something. And so, if you say, I'm moving off Schwarber, dude, the easiest way, other than massive injury, for the Phillies to go from a 95-ish win team to an 83-win-ish team is start stripping down talent and not replacing it with talent.
Would you want to bring back Ranger Suarez or Kyle Schwarber?
Well, Schwarber, because this team is more pitching. So if they were constructed differently, I would tell you Ranger. But I think they need hitting more than they need pitching.
But are you certain that Zach Wheeler's coming back?
No, I'm not.
That's a concern.
That's 1,000% a concern. Yeah, because what you don't want to have is no Wheeler and no Ranger. Yeah. Listen, Andrew Painter starts becoming very important here. He's going to have to fill a void, whether it's the 5 spot or the 4 spot. This team's going to need...
He has to come up this year.
This team needs that guy to step up and step in and play well. Matt, give me an answer, buddy. What made you like the James Franklin ridiculous buyout? What made you say, what the heck?
What the heck? These, have you guys seen any of these Jake Paul TikTok AI videos? They're insane, and they make you go, what the heck?
I don't
Where
need
are
to
we
see
going
them
in our
to say
culture?
what the heck. I'm with you. I don't even need to see them. I'm sure. I believe you.
I hear you. I saw a country over the weekends talking about banning social media for kids 15
Oh,
and
yeah,
under.
dude. I think it was Denmark.
I think it's
maybe?
Denmark. And Ruben on Twitter is like, best idea I've seen in a long
It's
time.
an amazing idea. I think it's a great
I would
idea.
love to get rid of social media. Let's listen to Todd Zielecki and something he said about the Phils. But before we do, I want to lay out some facts that he laid out. I mean, we've heard this or similar things, but he laid out some good facts on his podcast with Ruben and Jim Salisbury. And the basic facts as he laid them out is since the Phillies started Game 3 versus Arizona, so they're up 2-0 versus Arizona in 2023. Since that point, obviously, we know the bats haven't hit much, but here are the raw numbers. Since the beginning of Game 3 Arizona, so that would be the 5 remaining games in that series, the 4 games versus the Mets and the 4 games versus the Dodgers, the Phillies collectively have hit 199. They have a 626 they have a 626 OPS, which is a combination of on base and slugging, which is anemically low. Now, obviously, they have faced, in the Dodgers' case, some really good starting pitchers. In Arizona and the Mets' case, not as much. The Phillies in those games, it's 13 games, have scored an average of 3.2 runs per game, which is really low. But here's where you're really running into a problem. Because they've had a couple of games where they spiked up, like in Game 3 of this series, they spiked up. The real problem is that in those 13 games, they scored 3 or fewer runs 9 of 13 times.
Oh.
So 9 out of 13 games, they scored 3 or fewer runs. And by the way, they were 0-9 in those games.
Of course.
Boom.
That's why you lost 10 of 13.
Because it is really hard to win 3-2 or 2-1. You can, but it's hard. It's really hard. Particularly when this bullpen obviously faltered, as they have many times over the last couple of years in the postseason. So Todd Zielecki on the podcast, they have what's it called? The Philly Show. Sort of laid out, and this is kind of proof of how great the Phillies' starting pitchers were, but how bad the hitters were. Listen to something Zielecki said.
You look at what the Dodgers did this series. They batted 199. They had a 557 OPS. They scored 13 runs. So, yes, the Phillies outscored the Dodgers in this series. They had 41 strikeouts and 12 walks. So the Dodgers had a lower batting average, lower OPS, more strikeouts, fewer walks. In the history of best of 5 DS series, division series, and best of 5 LCS. Remember back in the day, the LCS was only a 5-game series. The Dodgers' 557 OPS is the 42nd lowest of any team. Only one team ranked above them ever won a series.
Painful. It's painful. There's only one team ever in the history of baseball, the best of 5, that won a series with a lower OPS. Ever.
Really excruciating.
Which says 2 things. The Phillies pitchers were ready to win the World Series, and the Phillies hitters weren't. That's what it says. The Phillies, when I say pitchers, starting pitchers, the Phillies starting pitchers did their job because obviously they pitched the bulk of the innings he's talking about there. Typically, you're getting 6 and change from these guys. And of course, I'm including Ranger. When I say starting pitchers, we understand he got in there in the 3rd inning, but he is essentially a starting pitcher. The starting pitchers were ready to win, and the hitters were not. 215-592-9494, all of which leads to our Twitter poll question of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's clearance event is on. Only a few left. Huge savings on all 2025 leftovers. Make sure you visit ArminChevy.com. That's ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. So Friday, we asked the question, do you want Rob Thompson back? Today, we asked the question, do you think he will be back? Do you think Rob Thompson will be back as the Phillies manager next season? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. I thought about it all weekend, and I can't tell you I'm on the 1,000% sturdy ground because the ground's still moving beneath me. I mean, I still feel garbage just emotionally, and I'm trying to size up this whole thing. But I can tell you, as we sit here today, my strong inclination, not strong, my decent inclination is to bring Rob Thompson back. And my biggest argument is I thought the players let him and the town down much more than he let them down. And I'm not absolving him because, guys, you guys know I've been really hard on Rob Thompson. The Wheeler thing in 22, the Kimbrel thing in 23, the Castellanos, let's trust him to get from second to third in game 2 was a disaster.
Oh.
I mean, I will be direct.
In a 5-game series, he had a direct hand in 2 of the first losses.
He did, but you know what? He
That's
also
huge.
had it's a lot, but he also had God. I mean, the bullpen. I mean, we went into this series saying I don't trust Kirkgreen. Robertson fell apart. He just freaking fell apart. Strom, who's been
Never
one of
got
their
another chance for what it's worth, Robertson.
No, he didn't.
And he got put back out. Like
But you know why?
You're the only person who doesn't agree here, who agrees with the decision to bring Robertson back out. Like, I don't blame Robertson at all for that.
Well, well, I do know what you mean. I settle on Rob Thompson because I think the players and Dombrowski let the town down more than Rob Thompson, and that's very debatable. But I know this, when a manager feels compelled to go to Brandon Marsh as the 5-hole hitter, the lineup's not good enough. Because it's not like it was Babe Ruth at 4. It wasn't like Alec Boehm's Babe Ruth. I mean, 4 with Alec Boehm barely hits a home run. And then I got 5 Brandon Marsh. And I know he had a nice final 4 months. I don't want to take that away from him. But, I mean, are we kidding ourselves? I mean, Brandon Marsh, a 5-hole hitter?
He was so overmatched.
It's a joke. He should be hitting 8th or 9th. He should be hitting 8th or 9th. Ken in Cinnaminson right now. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing all right, Ken.
So I think I'm just going to stick with the Phillies this morning because there's just too much to unpack on both of them. So first of all, let's start here because I'm less conflicted than everybody else seems to be. Because for me, it's all about just the result. Dave Dombrowski's going to have to walk into John Middleton's office and take a giant turd on his desk to get himself fired. So Dave Dombrowski's not going anywhere.
I agree with that. He ain't going anywhere.
So it's not, for me, it's not about blame. It's about when do you make the recognition that this group managed by this guy is not going to get you a World Series. And you can find all kinds of yeah buts to say, well, you don't really know that. Well, we do know that from 4 years, that this team, as it's constructed, is not capable of winning the World Series. And if you're going to do this,
I don't agree with your statement, Ken. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, they've not won a World Series yet, so the evidence would say that this.
Well, let me ask Ken. Let me just ask you this. Let me ask you this question. We don't know the outcome of the Brewers in the playoffs, so maybe they're going to win in the next 4 weeks. Maybe they won't. Do you think they are, this group, able to win the World Series?
The Brewers?
Yeah.
Well,
and the reason I ask is they're in the playoffs almost every year, knocking on the door. And the same thing with the Yankees. I'm just asking because there's teams. The Phillies are not in their own category. I mean, there's a bunch of teams that make the playoffs almost every year and don't win or win like once in like 8 years. Like the Braves until this year had made the playoffs a ton of times. And they won one. I'm not pushing that aside, but they lost an awful lot in the postseason. The Dodgers have made it 14 straight years. They've won it twice.
The Guardians have made it like 20 of the last 30 years or whatever the hell it is, and they've never won.
So how do you size that up, Ken? Because again, I'm not saying don't make some changes. I just object to your use of the word can't. I hate when people say they can't. The only can't right now is the 2025 Phillies can't because they didn't. They lost, but it doesn't mean this group can't. But go ahead.
Well, okay, so then it's either they haven't or like you just think that every year they've just had some really bad luck that has snake bitten them that has caused them. Organizationally, it's got to go beyond, like, it can't just be the players. It can't just be the manager. Like, organizationally, you have to ask yourself, do we have the right MIT math majors in that building on Darien Street that continue to organizationally convince us as a team that putting the ball in play isn't really that important? Because, even as the players have changed somewhat, we see a couple new faces here and there over the 4 years. What we see game in and game out that there doesn't seem to be a different approach to hitting the baseball by anybody when there's runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs. Like, there doesn't seem to be an acknowledgement that there's another way to get runs across the plate than to just try and
Look,
hit the
I thought
ball.
they got a little better at it this year, but not good enough. They were doing a little bit more with the double steal. I mean, he actually, believe it or not, tried a bunt in a huge spot in October. It didn't work. He was trying some different things. But to your general point there, listen, it's hard to imagine these guys evolved to the point where Kyle Schwarber, who improved probably the most, becomes a classic, like, let me just make some contact to drive in this runner. I mean, it's just not the way these guys are, I don't know, who they are.
Hardwired.
It's almost like asking Tobias Harris 10 years into his career, get better at beating a guy off the dribble. I mean, it's just like, it's not going to happen.
I give Kyle Schwarber a ton of credit at this point in his career for putting in the work to become a better hitter.
Yeah, I agree.
Trey Turner a ton of credit at this point in his career for really doing the work to become a better defensive player. But it's like I was a teenager during the first run that ultimately ended in the 1980 World Series, when you had teams that won 100 games a year, like consecutive years, and then just limped out of the postseason. And what it took was some dramatic change, and the dramatic change was a different voice in the clubhouse.
Manager and Pete Rose. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure.
That kind of changed.
All right, Ken, give me an answer, my man. What made you say what the heck, like this Franklin buyout of $49 million?
Well, I mean, last night, what the heck was Brian Branch doing? Like, that was I've never seen that.
Yeah, end of the game. Appreciate it, Ken. Yeah,
He said that basically that he had been, I guess, the player had stepped over him or hit him earlier in the game, but it's still stupid.
Yeah, incident after the game. Kansas City beat Detroit, which helps the Eagles in the conference. But right now, I don't even care that much about the Detroits and the Bucks and all this. I just need my football team to play better. I mean, I'll deal with home field advantage ramifications moving forward. Right now, the Eagles just got to play better. By the way, speaking of football, former Eagle, this one went way under the radar a couple days ago because we were in such a bad mood on Philly sports. Former Eagle got signed. You guys see who it was?
No.
A former Eagle got signed so under the radar last week, I didn't hear one person mention it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
To a practice squad.
Oh,
CJGJ. Yeah, I did see this. The Ravens, right? Yeah.
John, CJGJ got signed by the Ravens. He's not even on the regular roster. He got signed to their practice squad.
And he's gonna be a big improvement because they got.
John, we don't know that they're going to play him.
Secondary.
We don't know that they're going to play him.
Maybe they
will
have to because they're running. They've got nothing. They got nothing in the secondary.
Here's what I'm doing if I'm the Ravens and I'm John Harbaugh. Beyond fixing his own team, which is a mess.
John will handle him.
I got to get Ray Lewis and Ed Reed in a room with CJGJ. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
You get Ray Lewis and Ed Reed in a room and say, "Listen, dude, get your act together. Or your career's going to be over.
Chance.
This is it."
Yeah.
And by the way, great spot for you if you freaking get your act together. But if you don't, you're going to rent your ticket out of sports. It's unbelievable. But anyway, that guy who we all know has talent. I mean, he's got talent. But my God, does he irritate people and is now not even on a regular roster. It's incredible. Scott and King of Prussia. Scott, good morning. By the way, we're going to talk to Ray Didinger in about 5 minutes. What's going on, Scott?
Greetings, morning team.
What's up, Scott?
I'm so disappointed.
Yep.
I've avoided calling in. I just want to wrap this up. I have some recommendations, some free recommendations for the Phillies. Let me just quickly go through them and then get your comments.
Mm-hmm.
All right, number one, focus on two-way solid players, D and offense balanced. Guys like Bader, and let's look at Bader specifically. 12 to 20 home runs average, 50 to 80 RBIs, batting 250 to 280. All right, that you have that same guy on your team, and he's on your bench, and he plays top defense. His name is Imando Sosa. Put him at shortstop.
No.
Listen to me. Put him at shortstop. It's time to move Turner to center field. If Turner won't move, then you trade him. Change the philosophy on expiring contracts. Okay, you had 2 expiring contracts at the trade deadline this year. You didn't trade them. I understand going for a World Series every year, but you need to also be retooling. You could have brought in 6 top prospects for Ranger and Schwarber at the deadline. Instead, you got one playoff. Listen to me. You
didn't know what was going to happen in the playoffs. Like, you're trading Ranger and Schwarber at the deadline? That's crazy, man.
Yeah, it is crazy, but here's the thing. You would have had 6 top prospects, and you could keep retooling. You would have outfield, and if you do this, each year that goes by, you stay on top. But by allowing top expiring contracts to just walk, it's a mistake.
Listen, Scott. Scott. Let me just say this on that. There's just no way when you're trying to get a World Series that you're going to trade 2 players of that quality for guys that can't contribute that year. You're just not.
Listen.
Because when you say prospects, I'm hearing players that won't help you that year. So I'm hearing you're saying that you're dumping them off the roster.
People would have freaked
You can't
out.
do that, Scott. I mean, come on.
I understand that, but when you keep the status quo of what you're doing, you're going to get the same result, unfortunately. You have to think outside the box. And I'm not saying, even if you traded one of them,
Scott, no, hold on. Let me give you the better trade argument is this. Here's the better trade argument. What Dombrowski did acquiring Luzardo, a pitcher, he needs to do to acquire a hitter. That's the better trade argument. He took one of their top 4 or 5 prospects. Who was that guy, James?
Starlin Caba.
All right, he took a guy most of us have never heard of, but maybe he's going to have a bright future in baseball. And about 10 months ago, he traded him to the Marlins for a guy in Luzardo who absolutely delivered. That's the kind of trade Dombrowski's got to make this year, but for the hitters. So either Stott's removed, or Marsh is removed, or Kepler's removed, or Castellanos is removed, or like 2 of those guys are removed. Because dudes got to go, and dudes got to come in that are a lot more like Luzardo than like, frickin' Casty. How about that argument?
You need more balanced players. That was A in my argument. You need more balanced players that give you both defense and offense. Yeah. Solid. You need two-way players. You have a bunch of DHs. This lineup was flawed for years. Okay?
Well, you're right about
that.
that.
Time to change it.
Yeah.
Last comment I wanted to make. It's time to let Dombrowski walk to Vegas. Promote Preston Mattingly. Let's move forward. Let's not stay in the status quo. I know not all these are popular, but if you want to just keep things the way they are, we can keep doing what we're doing.
I got you.
We'll keep getting.
All right, Scott, give me a big-time answer, like this Franklin thing. You can win the Flyers tickets for Thursday. By the way, they're the home opener tonight. We got tickets for the Flyers Thursday game, and also my book, The Best of Philly Sports, which is available on Amazon.com. Give me a great answer for what made you say, what the heck?
Spike Eskin returning as a radio host.
You're not wrong. And I don't mean that as
I totally agree with that answer.
Yeah. I don't mean that as a criticism.
Even us, as a show, we didn't know it was going to happen.
Stunned.
We were like, what?
That was stunning. I mean, he had been the boss here, and then about 3 years later, he's back as talk show host guy. No, that's a pretty good answer.
Very good. Very See, I liked that caller. He was thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
You know what I also liked? He's still angry.
No, listen.
I appreciate that.
You know what, Rhea? So am I. I just try to also be rational. That's all.
I don't believe in it until about 2 or 3 months down the road.
What's that? Irrational?
For the Phillies.
Yeah, I know. I know the emotional side is very heavy in your balance.
Well,
I get
it's
it.
because it's how I consume sports.
Rhea,
I consume it
I respect
to be
it.
the up and down. I love the roller coaster.
Yeah.
I don't love the down parts of the roller coaster.
Yeah.
But I enjoy the ride.
I respect it. I do. All right, let's talk to the Diddy. Our first chance to talk to Ray since the Eagles laid a clunker in New York, and I think have shown real signs now of concern that we should have. I certainly have. And then the Phillies, whose season is over. Ray Didinger, sir, I don't know how you're going to make us feel better, but we turn to you. Good morning, Ray.
Morning, Joe. How are you?
So
it's been a rough weekend for all of us, I think.
I mean, at least Joel got out there a little bit, so, but make of that what you will. All right, Ray, let's start Eagles, and then we'll go Phils. So here's where I'm at. Genuine concern. I just think the Eagles aren't that good and got some very lucky wins to start the year, and I have major concerns about the Eagles to the point where I think they may actually miss the playoffs. If they do make it, I could see them being one and done. Where are you at on Eagles' concern?
Yeah, well, I understand it. I mean, I'm certainly hearing a lot of it. A lot of people seem to feel that way. The only thing I would ask you is, how do your feelings about this team and its long-term future compare to where they were at 2-2 last year coming out of Tampa? Because it's a lot. We're really at the same kind of inflection point here. That because as bad as they looked at that point, a lot of people were writing them off then. At 2-2, coming off the collapse the year before, playing a horrible game down in Tampa. A lot of people were saying and feeling the same things they're thinking now, and they pulled out of that and won a Super Bowl. So can that same thing, is that what we're looking at again this year, or is it something different? That's kind of what I'm trying.
Well,
to
here's my flip side on that, because you're right. And by the way, they got to 4-2 last year, which is what they are now. They have a good record. I mean, most years in my life, you say in September 1st, hey Joe, you take a 4-2 record on October 13th. They say, yeah, 4-2 means I'm probably making the playoffs. I'm one of the better teams. Let's rock and roll. But here's the flip side on how they've got there. Just because they won like I don't know what the heck they won last year, 14 out of 15 or 13 out of 14, whatever that was, doesn't mean they're about to do that again. I mean, last year to me is more the aberration than not, right?
Probably so. I mean, I've tried to look at this from all sides, and I've tried to look at it from the side that you just mentioned. That they're 4-2. They played a pretty tough schedule up to this point, and they've got the rest of the season to get things worked out. How bad can it be? Yeah, I've tried to have that side of the argument as well, but it doesn't stick with me. As soon as I'll think it over, trying to be a little bit optimistic, but then it doesn't stick with me because it's not really. I'm not going to say it's not relevant. Obviously, the record is relevant, but what's really more important is where are you now? I mean, you're 4-2, but how do you look as a team? And right now they just look awful.
Predictable.
There's just no getting around it. And I went back and I watched the Giants game again, hoping to find something in there. You could say, okay, yeah, this was really bad, but this still stands. This is still intact, and they've still got this going for them. And I couldn't come away with anything. And I think that's probably the most alarming part about this is I came away from that and I really couldn't answer a very simple question. What does this team do well?
Yeah.
Right now, you look at this team and you try and separate the fact that you're a fan and the Philadelphia part of it, and you just look at them as a football equation at this point. And then just ask yourself the question, okay, I've just finished watching this tape. What does this team do well? Right now, they don't do anything well. I mean, the only thing that you can say they do well is they have a really good punter and they have a place kicker who hasn't missed a field goal attempt. Other than that, this team isn't doing a single blessed thing well, and that's the scary part. I mean, you can talk 4-2 all you want, but you have to look at what you are. You just have to put the tape on and look at what you are. And right now, if you looked at that and you didn't know the history of this team, you didn't know the pedigree, you didn't know any of it, and somebody just slapped the tape on and said, "Take a look at this team. Tell me what you think."
Yeah.
You'd say, "Yeah, they stink," and that's kind of where you are right now. And this is a team coming into the season. We all kind of agreed. We all said repeatedly. I said it with you. You said it to me, and we all said it to each other. This is the best team in football. Well, how did they get here at that point? Because right now you're past the point where it's just a couple bad games, or it's some kind of an aberration. You really take this thing apart right now, and right now they're a bad team, and you don't have everybody talks about mini bye. Well, yeah, okay, maybe you do, but you don't have that much time to figure this thing out. And now you got a game coming up in Minnesota against a team that's Brian Flores' defense. The way you're playing right now, that's not a very comforting thought.
Ray, how big a problem is the predictability, the simplicity of our offense, the coaching that, in my mind, it's more the scheme than it is the players. Everyone is to blame for the execution, but this predictability factor when it feels like teams, and a lot's been said about it, a lot's been documented out there, teams are able to sort of sell out and stop the run because they know that we are going to run. Teams are already selling out to beat us because we're the Super Bowl champs, and now they can sell out on top of that because they know with all, near certainty, seemingly, that we are running or passing. What do you make of that part?
Absolutely true. I think...
How does it get to that? How?
I think, there are a lot of reasons for that, but I think what to me stands out, and maybe is the biggest single takeaway from the game on Thursday, is what happened afterwards when Lane Johnson said what he said.
Yeah.
Lane Johnson is a 13-year player. He's a veteran player. He's a player with the greatest stature in your locker room. Everybody respects him. He's first ballot Hall of Famer, that without question. And a guy who knows this team, knows this organization, and more importantly, knows this city and knows the fan base. And he knows how things work in Philadelphia. And for him to stand at his locker and volunteer the statement that we're predictable right now. Now, a young player sometimes slips up and says things he doesn't mean. He wishes, immediately he wants to take it back. Mm-hmm. Lane Johnson ain't that guy. What he said for a purpose. He put that out there because, and if he feels that way, the other guys in the offense feel that way, and he's the only one that gave voice to it. But if you more than reading the quotes, if you saw the way he said it for a reason. That's exactly how he feels. He's at the point now that he was after the Tampa game last year, when he got the other offensive linemen together and they went into Nick Sirianni's office and said, we got to start running the football. That's what turned the season around. This was his version of that, except instead of doing it in Nick Sirianni's office, he did it in front of his locker after that game. So what he's saying is all the stuff, all the chatter we've been hearing on talk radio and on the streets the last couple of weeks about predictable. And you run that by most of the players and certainly all of the coaches, and they just, no. That's just fan talk. Well, it wasn't fan talk Thursday night. I mean, so I think that what he did was, he just sort of threw it out there and it was his way of saying, this is how we feel, and now it's up to all of us, not just the coaches, but all of us to work this thing out. But clearly, he took you past the point of this is just fan speculation. And he took you into the minds of where the players feel right now.
So,
and
Ray, I'm sorry.
If this guy feels that way, then obviously there's tremendous validity to it.
I agree that the predictability is absolutely a problem, and there's no doubt in my mind Patullo might be a legitimate issue. But I will tell you this, Ray, far more important in my mind is who the players are. And I put a list together the other day, and it was two-sided ledger. One was who have they added that makes a positive impact. And right now my list is one. Jihad Campbell. I had Makuba on that list until he's played not nearly as well the last couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. So I've got Jihad Campbell is the only player at it that's making a positive impact. Here's who they've lost from last year who played in the Super Bowl. Now, some of these are short-term injuries, some are longer-term injuries, some are guys no longer here. Jalen Carter, Quinyon Mitchell, Nolan Smith, Landon Dickerson, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Kenny Gainwell, Mekhi Becton. That's why they're not as good. That's why they're dramatically not as good. That list terrifies me, Ray.
No, sure. Oh, yeah, no question. No question.
Am I missing anybody that they added? Can anybody tell me the second best player besides Jihad Campbell that the Philadelphia Eagles added? And by the way, I'm not totally ripping Howie. I want to be clear. He accumulated so many great players last year that in a salary cap world, this is what the NFL does to you. And this is why I was worried going into the year. Who is the second best?
But some of them were. It wasn't all cap. It was some of them. The Isaiah Rodgers and Darius Slay could still be here. They were cash issues.
But then Goddard might not be here. I'm just saying, who's the second best player they added? It's certainly not the kick returner that can't catch the ball.
I mean, maybe it's Darius Smith, and he hasn't done that much, but...
I mean, that is
That's tough.
Dude, he made plays week 2, and since then, I haven't seen much.
He wasn't even on the team week 1. That's a hell of an offseason.
I don't think it's...
Darius Smith or A.J. Dillon.
Ray, my point is, they lost a lot more than they've gained.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and now some of the guys that you mentioned are out with injuries and they'll be back.
Yeah,
but if you looked at the team that took the field on Thursday and try to say these are the Super Bowl champs, well, they weren't.
Yeah,
and the whole world saw that on Thursday night.
But Detroit's dealing with the same thing. We just watched it last night. They're so beaten up. Their defense is unrecognizable. Our offensive line feels unrecognizable, doesn't it, Ray?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the things that in watching the film, Mailata, who never struggled in this game. And I think
some of the time it's the guy next to him.
That's exactly.
Oh
what
my
it is.
gosh,
that's exactly what it is. Because Dickerson is himself a really good player, an outstanding player.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose him at that position, but the ripple effect to the guy next to him is enormous in this game. I mean, you saw you saw some of the plays that Burns made. He was a good player, I understand that, but a lot of them, he's winning battles there that he wouldn't have won otherwise because Mailata doesn't have Dickerson next to him. He changes everything on that side of the
Toth doesn't even try to swap off stunts. Normally an ET stunt, it would just be automatic between Jordan Mailata and Landon Dickerson. When the E comes in, when the E comes inside and the T goes outside, they just easily swap it off. Toth is in there trying to just stay on his guy.
Right.
So what's Jordan Mailata supposed to do? That's his guy.
there's a handoff. There's a handoff that goes between those two guys now that they could do with their eyes closed now because they played together so long.
Yep.
I mean, you don't have that when he's not there, and
Exactly.
it
it results in a sack.
Sure, exactly. Because I mean, looking back, you go back and run it back, and you look at how many times in pass protection situations Toth is turned where he's parallel to the sidelines. I mean, his body is turned into what's essentially a non-protection position, and Mailata feels that. And it takes him off of his edge, and now he feels like he's got to lean inside, and then the whole left side collapses, and that's the kind of stuff that was going down on Thursday night. And I don't know, they really haven't said what Dickerson's status is. Is he going to be back from Minnesota? I kind of think maybe not, but I think he's really, really important there. But that's just one aspect of this thing. There was a lot of other stuff that's going down here with this team. That has to be addressed and it has to be dealt with if you're going to get this season back on track.
Totally agree. Ray, let's get to the Phils. Before we get to the future, let's get to the last week. What was your reaction with how the Phillies lost? I'm not saying just the final 5 seconds. I mean the series. What was your reaction to the Phillies losing to the Dodgers?
It felt the same. I mean, it felt the same. It felt the way the postseasons have been ending now for 3 years in a row. That the lineup that helped carry you to the postseason you can't count on them in the playoffs. And it's at the top of the order just kills you. I mean, Kerkering will live with this now for a while, and a lot of people jumped on him. Some people didn't. I mean, some people said you can't pin it on the kid, and that's kind of where I feel. I mean, he made a bad mistake, obviously. But to me, what really, the reason that you're not playing anymore is the top guys in your batting order just let you down. And everybody's focusing on the top three, and I understand that. But, the right-handed, I mean, Bohm hurts you too.
Yep.
I mean, you need a right-handed bat there, and he's just not giving it to you. I mean,
Do you want him back, Ray?
It would depend on what you get. I mean, I certainly wouldn't bring him back and think of him as a 4 or 5 hitter. I mean, he's just not that. And nor is Marsh. And I think Castellanos is probably on his way out. Marsh may be on his way out too. I mean, you really have to rethink a lot of things. Now, I mean, they have a lot of tough decisions to make. I can't imagine at this point. I mean, a couple of them are really tough decisions. I mean, Real Muto to me is not an easy decision. I mean, I know how the pitching staff feels about him. I know how the organization feels about him. I mean, they desperately want to keep him because they think he's that important. But he's a catcher catching 130 games a year at the age of 35. I mean, how much of a commitment can you make? I know there's tremendous internal thought about, well, we can't afford to lose him, but how can you afford to pay him? And and then I mean, there are a million questions there too about what are you going to do with the. Is Wheeler going to come back? If he's going to come back, how effectively is he going to come back? I mean, there's a lot to deal with here, and the Schwarber situation is. I really do believe that. I'm sure the feeling within the organization is no, we can't let him go, not after a year like that. So, okay, if you're going to bring him back. Now where are you salary wise to make the moves that you need to make to get yourself back up there to where you can play with and beat the big teams in the postseason? Because it's not if this happens once to a team, okay, it happens once, but it's now happened 3 years in a row that you've gone out exactly the same way. And so I mean, when it happens 3 times now, you got to understand, okay, this is kind of what we are. And if we don't want to stay in this position and put ourselves in this position going into another postseason, we're going to have to make some significant changes. So there must be a tug of war going in within the office because a lot of people probably in there are saying, "No, we got to keep these guys." I mean, look at the numbers, look at how productive they are. And then there's the other side of it where you say, "Yeah, but where is that production in October? And can we live with what it is?" And they're not in an easy place right now. I mean, they're in a different place than the Eagles, but it's not necessarily all that much of a better place. I mean, they're teams that have accomplished a lot, are enormously popular in this town, but right now, each one of them is kind of at a crossroads. That's really kind of where they both find themselves.
No question. Ray, where do you net out on Rob Thompson? If you are Dombrowski and Middleton, Topper is back or not back?
My feeling is he will be back. I would be surprised if they made a change. He's enormously popular in the locker room. The players really like him. You look at his record; he's got a .580 winning percentage, one of the best in team history. But I covered this team in the '70s, and Topper's situation here is not that unlike Danny Ozark's.
Yep.
I mean, it really isn't, and for a lot of the same reasons. Oz was the guy that everybody loved. The players all loved him. He was the real steady as she goes guy. Never let the clubhouse get a little out of hand. Always, if he had something to say to a player, called him into the office, said it behind closed doors. And that's part of the reason why the players loved him. And he won a lot of games, and he got you to the postseason all the time, but you always fell short in the postseason. And so they felt like, we need a different voice. We need a different way. We need a different kind of leadership. And they pulled the plug on him, and they brought in Dallas Green, who was absolutely a different kind of leadership. And that same nucleus went and won a World Series. So, I mean, the situations to me are very analogous. I mean, very much the same. Same kind of manager, same kind of issues, same kind of talent base, falling short in October. And everybody loved Danny, but they finally felt like we needed a different kind of voice. And this is this feels very much the same to me. But I still feel like I kind of felt like the Dallas thing coming. I think we all felt it was coming. This one doesn't feel that way to me. I think that, that conversation is probably going to take place. But my feeling is that ultimately they're going to decide to stick with Rob Thompson.
All right. Ray, we love having you on the program, my man. We'll talk to you next week. Hopefully we're all in a better mood. Better be after the Eagles play the Vikings. Thank you, Ray.
Okay. Take care, guys.
All right. There he is, Ray Didinger. Reminder, Flyers have their home opener tonight. Now, they're off to another tough start, 0-2. But home opener tonight for the Flyers. We also have Flyers tickets for their game on Thursday. So we're giving away a pair of tickets to the Flyers today. We asked you what made you say I need the dump button, Seltzer. Or I need a...
Basically what every single one of you said on Thursday night when Kirkering threw the ball.
You're right, Rhea.
You ain't wrong.
Talk about something that could have been a winning answer.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry.
Holy mackerel. So what made you say, what the heck? We've gotten some good answers here today so far. Best answer, whoever provides it, is going to win the Flyers tickets for the Thursday game and also my book, which is available on Amazon.com. Let's go to Drew in Westchester right now. Drew, good morning.
Hey, good morning, folks. So let me start with this, and then I'll get to Topper. I really hope that the Brewers win the NLCS, because my worry is that I think if the Dodgers just roll through everyone and win, Dombrowski is going to kind of go back to, that's baseball, and we round into a hot team and think we're closer than we actually are. And I don't think we're that close, so I don't want him to have that.
I think they're pretty close, Drew. Listen, dude, I think the Phillies are one of the 5 best teams in baseball. I think they happen to play one of the other 5 best teams in baseball, and all 3 games that were close, they lost. I really believe that. I actually think the Brewers winning the World Series would give people around here a certain degree of confidence that more confidence that the Phillies could do it, because the Brewers have been trying to break through for years also. I mean, that's the way I would look at it.
It would irritate the heck out of me.
It would irritate me too. I know.
Because I think the Dodgers are beatable.
They are.
Ohtani was like, 1 for 19?
Absolutely. But because the Phillies pitched him well.
Yes. They had their opportunity, and Thompson did not pull the
I
right
know.
move.
But, Drew, my point is they're going to have another opportunity. Look, all you can do, unless you choose to blow it up, and I mean really blow it up, and say, let's go back to stinking and trade all the players for prospects, and let's have Maikel Franco at third and Nick Williams in right, and nobody's saying that.
I can't endure that.
All you can do is make changes, whether they're on the small side or the bigger side. Make changes and try again. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Whatever level of change you want to make, and try again. That's it.
So, Joe, I get that. I just think, to your point about the Brewers trying to break through, this has been a lot of different, iterations of the Brewers. It's a lot different now from, 2018 to 2025.
Well, but Drew, that's what always happens. Drew, that always happens. The Dodgers have been in the playoffs 14 straight years. They're not the Dodgers from 14 years ago. Kershaw's probably the only player on the team that's been on all the teams. I mean, listen, there's an argument for moving on from Schwarber and JT, not perhaps as much for 2026, but for 2029. The bottom line is to sign JT and Schwarber, here's what it's going to require. A big old gulp for 3 or 4 years from now, okay, when Turner's going to be heading down, Harper's going to be heading down, but you're going to have guys like Painter maybe, entering their early prime, but you could have like 5 whopper contracts that kill you. I mean, that's what they've got to assess when they make a decision. Do we want to give Kyle Schwarber 4 years on $160 million? It's not about next year. It's about 3 and 4 years from now, knowing how that can kill a team's chances down the road.
Well, especially at that point, you're going to have a 34-year-old, 35-year-old Turner, a 36, 37-year-old Harper on those deals as well.
That's the conundrum there.
That's why I'd be pretty hesitant, just because you don't want to repeat,
I get it.
the 2010s. I'll just say on Topper, I think Rhea brought this up last week, and I thought it was a good point about Charlie's managing, maybe suffering a little bit when Jimmy Williams was no longer there. I'm not going to pretend I know what this current bench coach does, but if you bring Topper back, I think a requirement should be I want you to hire a bench coach who's managed before, who can help you with some of the bullpen decisions.
It's a reasonable point.
And who you can lean on for that.
Reasonable
I think that's
point.
really important to have more experience
Put
there.
Boa.
That was
in
my
the
first
bench.
thought when you said it. Honestly, it was my first thought. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm down with that.
He's been a bench coach before. He's done it.
And let Boa have a crack at Bohm for 162 games and say, hey, dude, toughen up. Although Bohm actually played decent in the playoffs, but he's not a 4-hole hitter. It's ridiculous. Drew, what made you say what the heck?
Yes, I remember he was coming off a great season under Frank Reich. I had just drafted him to a fantasy team, and then Andrew Luck's retirement in the middle of that.
That was shocking.
That's a good answer.
Great point. Great one.
Luck retirement is a really good answer. Rick in Easton. Rick, good morning.
Good morning, team.
Hey, Rick.
When you get a chance, Seltzer or somebody, check out and see. You think Franklin's stealing money? Look and see what Chip Kelly stole the last 8-9 years. You might be shocked.
Wow.
Anyway, for the Eagles' point, if you took Clark or Barber or Leach, and they were only playing because they were banged up, and they only could play at 60% of what their capacity is, or Maurice Cheeks and Moses Malone, what would have happened to the production of those championship teams?
Yeah, I heard you make the
seeing-
same exact point to Al yesterday.
And what's the point? You lose?
You're seeing a combination of the Eagles being banged up on both sides of the ball, and let's face it, the last 2 Super Bowls they were in, they had what? All 22 players healthy?
Yep.
This team has a real issue in being able to rebound and play through these injuries with a combination of, once again, we have an inexperienced offensive coordinator, and what happened 2 years ago when that same thing happened.
I think
We
it has
need to-
less to do with the inexperienced offensive coordinator and more.
Okay.
But you're bringing up the injuries, and that's valid.
all
All of
have
the
it. We'll-
all of the players they lost, they had depth last year.
Yeah.
That depth is now not there because you lost so many players.
agree.
Those depth players are all now playing.
Listen, Rick, let me tell you something. There's a lot of people that tell me I'm wrong about a lot of things, and they're right once or twice a year. Here's what I was not wrong about.
Yep.
That it was going to hurt the team to lose so many players in March. And I had caller after caller after caller. Oh, no big deal. I'm in a good mood. No big deal. Eagles will be fine. Bunch of winners. No big deal.
It was insane.
Eagles will be
It was
fine.
insanity. It
Eagles
was insanity.
will be fine.
I don't know that, John.
I do.
Okay.
Last year, what was their record at this point in time?
4-2. Yeah. What was their record in 2023 at this time? 5-1.
Saquon Barkley had
Yeah.
runs of over 100 yards in
Yeah.
those first.
What
6
was their
games.
record in 1994
And right
at this
now,
time?
you've
4-2.
got 2 guards.
I mean, we can play this game all day
you've
just
got
because they
guards
did it
who
last
are
year.
playing who are not the guards that you want.
So who's
And
replacing them
we
anytime soon?
have
Yeah,
to-
exactly.
They have to get them replaced and improved. That's the point.
Yeah, but John, my point is they may miss the playoffs based
They
on
have
losing
work to
games
do.
in the
they
short
have
term.
work, and if they don't change the players, then Jeff Stoutland needs to do a better job coaching these guys up.
I can't
guess.
imagine he's not doing his best, man. I mean, if you just have
Of
a bunch,
course he's doing his
he's
best.
got a bunch
They
of he's
need
got
to
a bunch
play
of ham and
better.
eggers. These guys aren't good. I mean, Makuba right now is not good. I'm switching positions. Like these guys, the cornerbacks, they're not good.
Would you put
They
Would you put
stink.
Cooper back there? Would you make him?
Punt returner? No, I would
no,
sign.
No, I said
Outside corner, she
Sorry.
said, with the injuries.
Corner. Because of the injuries.
I'm not sure. I mean,
might have to.
Well, then who plays the slot? Rick, I think my answer is probably not because I still value him with his tackling against the run inside. But
You
listen,
may get run over by Justin Jefferson this weekend.
I know. No, I see what you're saying. You're saying with no Quignon in particular. I got
All I'm saying is you may. I mean,
I'm
Vic may be forced to do something he doesn't want to do.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll give you a maybe on that.
Joe, do you remember how bad the Eagles played the 2 times they went down and played against Tampa Bay? They looked like a high school team.
Yeah.
You can't look like that against the Giants. You just cannot do that. And this team, all pros lose their hunger once they win a championship. That could be a little part of it. There's a lot of components. But if I can switch real quick to the Phillies.
Sure.
Now listen, there's only one way you're going to be able to compete year in and year out with the Dodgers. And we all were asked a couple years ago when the Eagles were getting ready to win that Super Bowl in 2017, would you take a championship and have 10 abysmal years in a row? And that's what you're going to have in the future if you go to the back up the Brinks truck. But I think the only way you're going to be able to take advantage of the starting pitching, we talked about it all year, these starters are owed a huge apology from this offense because we saw it.
I
all
agree,
year,
dude. I totally agree.
The lights were on. If you don't listen, Middleton is printing money at Citizens Bank Park, and if this may not be possible, but I want to know actuarially, with 50,000 fans going to 82 games a year, 81 games a year, with all the money they're making at the concessions, and it's not Aramark, it's the Phillies. Look it up and do your homework. Go and see if you can get Alonso at first base, sign Schwarber, and you know what? You tell Harper you want to win a championship, go to winter ball and try to play right field and get him in right field.
Well, he doesn't need to go to winter ball because he did it for 10 years, so he knows how to do it. But I think the idea of putting him back in rights on the table, in my mind.
Idea.
Rick, give me what made you say what the heck?
What made me what the heck was also making a point. You said it a couple minutes ago, Rhea. Ohtani went 1 in for 19. We were in his head. You had a lead. You're on the road. You had to let Duran go after Ohtani. And when you walked him, you actually let Ohtani beat you by giving that intentional walk. And if you don't walk Ohtani, we still don't know if we were playing baseball Saturday night after that.
All right, Rick, I got you, man. I got you. 215-592-9494. Up ahead, something Ken Rosenthal said this weekend about Rob Thompson's future. That and more. Phone calls. Look, we're all still in a bad mood. All right, we just are. At some point, we'll pick up the pieces and feel better, but the Eagles are going to have to give us a W. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, it's 94 WIP.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. Just go to FanDuel.com/John R, JONR, to get your PBT, and you can use it tonight on either of 2 games. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/John R, JONR to bet on the games tonight. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stop twisting your pretzel. Get to Jacktoberfest at Del Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles to choose from. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Del Chevrolet.
Jack, sell them for less.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
How you heat your water matters.
So whether it's a tank or a tankless model, choose Bradford White. Go to bradfordwhite.com. Bradford White, built to be the best.
One of the most important days of my life involved Benari Jewelers. That's how much I trust them. I'm talking about my recent engagement. Yoni and his team at Benari worked with us to custom design a ring with simple touches that mean the world to us. Every detail perfect, every step easy. And Benari made it feel like we were the only two people in the world that mattered. If you're ready for your own perfect moment, go see my friends at Benari Jewelers, Newtown Square in Exton.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
You think we can get one more winter out of that old furnace?
No way we're taking that chance again this winter. Carrier has up to $2,100 instant rebates and 60-month 0% financing right now. Go to nopaycarrier.com.
And their Energy Star certified products qualify for a tax credit in 2025.
Make the call.
There's never been a better time to upgrade your home heating system. For a limited time, Carrier has up to $2,100 in instant rebates, 0% 60-month financing, and Energy Star certified products that qualify for 2025 tax credits. Visit nopaycarrier.com to find a local expert.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Penn State football coach James Franklin was dismissed yesterday, albeit with a platinum parachute in the form of a $57 million buyout. The firing came after the Nittany Lions lost to UCLA and Northwestern. For the record, the most expensive buyout clause belongs to Kirby Smart. Firing him would cost Georgia taxpayers $118 million. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. All right, fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any Ford tires, they will help you winterize your vehicle. Believe it or not, we are getting closer to the winter. I mean, we're 2 months from the holidays. Even 6 weeks or so from Thanksgiving. We're getting there. So bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. They want to get your business back over and over and over and over again. That's why they'll do a great job for you and why you should take your car to United Tire and Service, not just for tires, but for service as well. Make sure you find the locally owned, and there are 10 of them throughout the Delaware Valley, the locally owned United Tire and Service location nearest you. Find it at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com for the best prices, the best service. Do like I do. Get your car to United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter. Nick Sirianni will speak sometime today about his 4-2 Eagles team, which has dropped 2 in a row, including an embarrassing effort at the Giants last Thursday. They're at Minnesota next, might face a familiar face, Carson Wentz. He's been filling in for the injured J.J. McCarthy past 3 games in which the Vikings went 2-1. It is unknown if McCarthy is ready to return from a high ankle sprain. Flyers home opener is tonight in South Philadelphia against the Florida Panthers, and then Joel Embiid took part in a Sixers scrimmage on Sunday. Having plumbing or drain problems? Call Roto-Rooter. Their experts are ready 24/7 to tackle any issue, big or small. For fast, reliable service, trust Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Light rain, a high of 60. It is currently 57. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Richie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, I kind of dig this song. Seltzer, at some point I want to turn the mood around, but I'm just not really there.
I'm not there either.
Yeah. It's going to take an Eagles win.
Weather's not helping.
No, except for one thing. Sometimes it's nice to just hunker down and watch some movies and shows. And
That's all I got. I'm so with you, dude. That's all. Like, just nothing else.
James,
Movies,
did
TV,
the
leave me alone.
15-inning game on Friday night make you feel better about the Phillies?
So it's funny you ask about it because I told Emily, I'm like, I'm not watching baseball tonight. I'm not watching. I'm out.
Yep.
And then it came 8 o'clock, and I have the second TV, and I was like, all right, I'm here. And then I watched all 15 innings, and I was as a baseball. I mean, that's the longest do-or-die game in baseball history. I'm happy I was there for it, but it made me think a lot about the Phillies. I don't know if it made me feel better or worse, but it definitely brings into light that, like, look, that's like it was a 3-2 baseball game in 15 innings. Like, the game we saw, the way it ended is the rare part. Like, that's not that rare to have a tight, tough, every pitch, 1-run tie game, the entire game. So
that's my point.
Yeah, no. So I mean, I certainly acknowledged it. I don't know if I was ready to feel better about it, but I acknowledged it.
All right, why don't we win those tight games with this group? Is that part of the fix? We got to figure.
Their bullpen has faltered. That's part of it, and they don't hit. I mean, that's why it's hard to win the 2-2 game that's in the 8th or 9th inning.
Simple.
I think so.
Harrison Bader, no spark, don't hit. Ugh.
But it's not. It's all the other stuff.
There's everything.
All right. Turkey Bowl. It's going to be, in about a month or so as we approach Thanksgiving or on Thanksgiving Day. We got 3 games that are finalists for Turkey Bowl 7. Those games involve the following teams: Newman, Goretti, and South Philly, Haverford High School against Upper Darby, and Audubon and Haddon Township. If you are a student, well, first off, good for you because you'd be skipping school today, so good for you. But if you are a student, a teacher, an administrator, an alum, whatever you may be for one of those 6 schools or not, get voting for what game should be featured on Turkey Bowl this year, Turkey Bowl 7 on WIP, which, by the way, is presented by Cheney University, empowering minds, cultivating leaders, and shaping futures. You can get the votes in at 94WIP.com. We'll have the results in about a month for which schools will be featured. CJ right now. CJ, good morning.
Morning.
What's up, CJ?
You said skip to school. Y'all know the kids are at school today?
Yeah.
Columbus Day or Indigenous.
Yeah, it's an off day.
Oh, they're off today?
Yeah, my daughter's home.
Oh.
Mine is not home.
Oh.
Mine is.
They have school.
Oh.
But I
Well,
was
some do,
surprised.
some don't, I guess.
Mine is home because he told me at 2:30 this morning when I was getting ready for work. He didn't feel well. So I said, all right.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not making any decisions at 2:30 in the morning. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I was just trying to credit the Ferris Buellers of the world that skipped school, but what do I know? Apparently some people got handed off today, so all right. All right, CJ, what do you got on our sports teams?
All right. So you guys, I've been listening to you guys forever. Been an Eagles fan. I chose my fandom with the Eagles when I was a little kid, so I went through all the crap with the Cowboys winning and everything. And so I got drawn into the Phillies. I don't have a lot to go with it, but I love the heart. I love how you guys feel about them. But when it comes to the Eagles, I think a lot of times I do have a different angle or look because I'm not in the city. So I don't know how many football games I watched this weekend. I think right now our OC should be paying money to A.J. Brown because he's taking the heat off of this coaching staff. Before all this stuff started coming out with A.J., everybody kept saying, man, they need to get the ball to A.J. All last year, we kept the running game drew away from how bad this passing game is. Lane Johnson just said, hey, man, this is bad. Like, everybody else looks at the Eagles' passing game like, man, this is predictable. This offense is predictable. This is elementary offense that has been standing behind the offensive line and running a great running game. And now, just like with any team of success, you're going to have pieces that go get paid and people who go and become coaches. I'm sorry, this OC is horrible. Everybody's talking about what A.J. Brown said. Look at what the Dolphins
Look, he might be, CJ, he might be horrible. Petula might be horrible, but I'll tell you this. It's far deeper than just that. Hurts has his limitations. The O-line's been not good. I mean, this is not the easiest fix because I'm telling you, even if they swapped out Petula for Bill Walsh, I think they would have issues right now.
We were thrilled with Kellen Moore through the first 5
Yeah, I mean, guys, they were 29th in passing last year.
Wasn't very
I
good.
mean, and now you have not a good O-line. That's tough, man.
Did you guys hear what the Dolphins QB said yesterday?
Yes.
So when we're talking about a guy said, hey, there was a meeting, this guy just threw his whole coaching staff,
Sure did.
his players, everybody under a bus.
Yep.
So that's horrible. And if you want to talk about what I said,
he needs to bring that up with his teammates, not with the media.
I agree with John 1,000%.
I couldn't believe that. It's a players-only meeting. It's a players
But the players
meeting.
not showing up.
Well, yeah, I mean, he is in desperation mode that I'm assuming he has already tried going to these guys, and this is
Was this a last resort?
I guess.
That was my impression.
Yeah.
It speaks bad about McDaniel.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the problem. The lack of discipline is the root of all of it, and it's just eating away at that entire organization to where they sit in a place that's almost unfixable.
Yep.
But people talk about, hey, we can bring McDaniels in if he gets fired.
Well, no one's saying that.
Here?
No one's saying that. CJ, give me an answer. What made you say what the heck?
Chip Kelly when he got rid of Shady McCoy.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
Yeah,
LaShawn being traded for Kiko Alonso. Not a bad answer at all. All right, let's listen to, speaking of answers, to an answer Ken Rosenthal gave over the weekend. He had been asked about Rob Thompson and his future. Ken Rosenthal was on a podcast called Foul Territory. Here's what he said about Topper's future.
Basically, John Middleton wants Dombrowski to be the POBO forever. The real question here is Rob Thompson. And it's not simply a question of whether the Phillies want him back. It might also be a question of whether he wants to be back. A manager goes through these things, and it's difficult. So I would expect when things settle down, he would want to be back. But if you're the Phillies, maybe you look at this and the successive playoff failures, and they've come earlier each year, and you say, okay, we want to do something different. Dave Dombrowski could make that decision. That would not surprise me.
All right, so at the very end there, he says, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it would surprise any of us. So let's get to the Twitter poll question of the day because we're trying to figure out whether Topper will be back. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin proudly celebrating 25 years of serving the automotive needs of the Delaware Valley. Together, let's drive to Armin Chevrolet. John, gut feeling, personal gut feeling, and it's the poll everyone can assess. Do you think Rob Thompson will be back as the Phillies manager, yes or no?
Yes.
Why?
I do. I think that he has a rapport with these players to where John Middleton will likely talk to those guys, Bryce, Trey, the guys who are the core, and that relationship is positive enough that they would endorse his return, and that's a
So I
big
actually think
part
it
of where
won't come down to
starts.
that. I think it'll come. So I'm going to say yes, he's back as well. I think it comes down to, and I could be dead wrong. I want to be very clear here. I could be dead wrong. I think Middleton will assess that it was more the player's fault than Topper's fault. I mean, think how mad we are at players. And imagine you're the guy paying them. I mean,
imagine
you're-
if he was really unhappy with that bunt and putting Robertson back out.
Very possible.
I mean, he could be
Rhea,
looking at it the other way.
Very, very possible. So what's your gut feeling? You think he will be gone?
There could be a softer landing. Maybe.
Well, he could retire,
Yeah.
but essentially, do you think he will not be the manager next year?
I can't foresee Middleton saying we're running everything back, and that starts with him.
Seltzer?
Yeah, I think they're going to get him to retire. If I had to bet. But this is, again, like 51-49.
Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked at all if he's back. I wouldn't be shocked if he gets fired. I
Yep.
wouldn't be shocked if he was retired. If I had to bet, I bet he retires.
All right, let me ask the question. And Rhea and James, you two probably have the best instincts on this. When do we get a press conference?
Yeah, that's what I walked. It's funny you asked that. Like 5 a.m. I walked down the hallway.
Yeah, Rhea was asking.
And I said,
Yeah.
you ran.
Remember with
I said,
20.
when is
I'm
it?
sorry, go ahead. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I said, when is he talking? 'Cause
Not announced.
They should be talking.
Well, with the Eagles in 2023, after that, it took 9 days.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there was a boat buying experience apparently somewhere. Is that
Well,
what it was?
everybody needs a yacht when they're
get the yacht,
upset.
bro. Got to.
Isn't that what you do when you're unhappy?
I'm going to buy a yacht after the show. It's going to be great.
I buy a Snickers
I'm real
bar.
down right now.
These
So I felt like
billionaires
I should
buy
treat myself to a yacht.
They buy a freaking yacht. Seltzer.
I'm going to say, okay,
will we have
I was
one
gonna
this
say
week?
Friday is my guess.
News dump day.
Yeah. I don't think they're psyched about the press. Whether they keep him or not, I don't think that they are psyched about this press conference. I don't think it's one that they're looking forward to putting out there what they're going to do or what they, whatever. So yeah, I'm going to guess Friday.
I don't think you'll have one till at least Friday. I don't think
I
they
wouldn't be
know.
shocked if it's next week too. But
Yeah.
if I have to guess, I'll say Friday.
Here's what I will say is, and I could be complete. I don't see the Phillies as doing a news dump Friday, but I could be wrong. But I think that they have a little bit more respect for the people who cover them and the fans who want to know.
Here's the only thing I'll
what's
say
going
on the flip of that, because I get the Friday can be viewed as a news dump, but you can't do it Saturday. You can't do it Sunday with the Eagles game. You
No.
shouldn't do it Monday, the day after an Eagles game.
Wednesday or Thursday.
So if you don't do it by Friday, you got to wait till Tuesday, I think. And so I would not criticize them if they do it on a Friday. I'd appreciate that it's 2 days before an Eagles game. Let people digest it and then move on. But I know Friday is viewed that way a lot of times.
Yeah.
Let's get to Joe in Mayfair right now. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hi, Joe.
Before I get to the Phillies, I am the biggest Jalen Hurts backer since the beginning of time. And this game against the Giants showed the deficiencies of the quarterback in the middle of the field. He never looks that way because you can't see it. The A.J. Brown post slant in the end zone where he's running free, you can see the back view that Jalen would not be able to see where he's making his cut because the two offensive linemen are right there, and he never looks between the hash marks for players running across the field because you can't see and anticipate where they're at. So he always looks to the side. So it makes it so easy to defend the Eagles when that 15 to 25-yard area in the middle of the field is not being used. You can bring the safeties up to cover the edges so Barkley can't get to the outside, or they can just jam through the gap in the middle.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Welcome to wisdom.
I've always said that. I've always said that he's
You
got
haven't said it.
limitations.
You haven't said it enough. You haven't said it enough.
But he's a winner and he'll figure it out, and I believe he's going to find a way to figure it out where they're going to come together because he refuses to lose, and that's just how he's made up. That's why I love the guy.
He'll do all he can. I have no doubt of that.
Correct.
But I do think he's got more limitations than some think. And I appreciate, though, one of the things that's no one's fault. It's not a fault issue, but you're pointing out something I pointed out many times. His height hurts him. It does, particularly
1000%.
behind a big line.
100%.
Yep.
Now with the Phillies, I'm not as angry as I thought I would be, but I don't think Topper is going to decide to come back unless he knows the plan that's going to come forward. Are you planning on bringing back Schwarber? Are we going to get this? Are we going to get that? I'm okay with Topper being here if he's got everything he possibly can have because they like him in the locker room. But if you don't have everything you possibly need, you can't bring him back. He's not going to get the most out of the deficiencies this team has. He just won't. I don't think they're going to have a press conference Friday. I don't think it's going to be early next week. It'll probably get a week or two because you don't have a press conference unless you have answers. And if you don't have answers, you can't just go to a press conference saying, well, we don't know if we're bringing Topper back.
It's very awkward. I agree with you. That's very tough.
And I don't think that it is his fault 100%. But if you can't get $100 million+ players to buy in your core group for the last 3 years.
They bought in. They just didn't execute.
No,
buying in is being a pain in the ass and not trying your hardest. These guys bought in. They just didn't. They didn't execute.
Taking pitches is not buying in. Just getting the barrel of the bat in the ball and going the opposite way is not buying in. Swinging for the fences and your heels in close games late is not buying in.
They did it during the season, though. They just reverted at the end.
And that's correct, and that's the same story every year, James. And I know you're diehard Phillies, and this is it hurts. You're diehard Phillies.
I'm not defending them. I'm just saying that Topper, like, he got them to buy in. They just reverted at the in the playoffs.
And they bought into about June or early July, and then you started them to go the opposite way, and then Bader came in and gave them a little bit of spark with that, but. They're not the same. Like Harper's 32, but his body's like 37, 38. You can see that he does not have the joy playing the game like he did before they lost to the Diamondbacks in 23. He's never been the same. The day camp, the daycare, we're getting rid of that. Like all the joy of playing this sport is just mentally draining on him, and he's one of the leaders in that clubhouse. And you got to find a spark to get the joy back in your number one guy that you can that the fans love and adore, and you want to see that joy come back where he feels the game.
Yeah,
again.
here's one thing I'll say, but Joe, I'll give you something.
Again.
I'll give you something on Bryce that to me strikes me in an even different way. He might not be their best hitter anymore. I mean, Schwarber might have just flat
he's
passed
definitely
him.
not. I think Trey's probably a better hitter than Bryce now. It's close at
Trey
least.
doesn't give you a ton of power. He gives you some.
He doesn't. But yeah, I'm concerned about Bryce long term.
That's my point. That right there, Joe, what James just said is my point. I don't think it's as much about joy. I just think he's not as good as he was. Period.
Well, fastballs beat him an awful lot.
Yeah, I remember watching.
I can hear them saying he's not catching up to the fastball a lot.
Yeah, the MVP year, to me, it was so obvious. He was supreme. All right, Joe, I need an answer from you, my man. What made you say what the heck?
Well, it was April 6th, 1993, Joe. Do you know what that date was?
April 6th, 93. I'll say was when the Phillies swept the Astros with Milt's double to get to 3-0.
Nope, it was the beginning of the end of the Eagles when I woke up that morning and got put on TV in SportsCenter that Reggie White signed with the Green Bay.
Oh, man.
Packers.
You got it, Joe. Holy mackerel. What a horrible day that was. All right, up ahead in a minute, something Todd Zielecki said and Ruben. We're going to get some stuff they said about baseball and the way managers manage. We'll get to that coming up in a minute.
You know, I love that crisp October air, but not when it's coming through my old drafty windows. You feel that little chill, and you can almost hear your heating bill getting ready to skyrocket. It is the worst.
That's when you call Window Nation and you put an end to those drafts for good. I'm so happy that we did this at my house and my kids' bedrooms. Plus, Window Nation was just ranked #1 by Forbes, and their installation crews can replace your windows in 1 day or less. And right now, their October sale is huge. Buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 more completely free.
Buy 2, get 2 free with 1-day installation. That's already incredible, but what's really going to get you is the financing. You can make no payments for 2 years. That means no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until 2027. That's a huge relief with the holidays right around the corner.
But this offer ends October 31st, so schedule your fast free estimate right now. Call 866-90-NATION like I did, or visit windownation.com.
All right, so Seth Joyner is going to be with us in studio in about 10 minutes. We look forward to a deep dive with Seth on everything going on in Philly sports. So the Rob Thompson issue obviously is dangling. Like, is he going to be back? Is he not going to be back? So I want to play some audio for you from the Philly show. That's Todd Zielecki's show along with Ruben and Jim Salisbury podcast. And they covered a lot of ground on Rob Thompson. Now, what you're about to hear from Zielecki, I would say, does not speak too well to Rob Thompson. Although, to be clear, it's not like Rob Thompson's the only manager that has this going on or not going on. But what Zielecki said struck me. Here's Todd Zalecki after the Phillies lost the other day.
In my game story, I used a quote from Matt Strom, and I said, listen, I'm not even the guy's teammate. I said, you're his teammate. How bad do you feel for Ryan Kerkering? What went through your mind when he made that? He panicked. And he said, as soon as he let the ball out of his hand, I said to myself, I wish as a veteran player, I would have asked why we don't do more PFPs and work on our fielding practice more throughout the season. I don't know.
Nobody gets on the field anymore, Todd.
You hear what Ruben said there at the end. No one gets on the field anymore, Todd.
No, but it's amazing that Strom actually
Yeah,
said that.
I mean,
that's
an indictment of Topper right there.
It is.
I mean, the fact that Strom was willing to blame Topper in that situation, essentially.
Blaming the coaches.
Yeah, the coaches.
All
or
work
whatever,
under
you know what I
him.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Holy
problem.
cow.
That's crazy.
That's
This
a problem.
Is stunning.
Yeah, well,
I hadn't heard that.
But here's the thing. Ruben also follows up talking about how that's pretty commonplace across baseball. Listen to Ruben as he continued on. This is like 30 seconds or a minute later, where he's lamenting the lack of, let's call it the little things in baseball being worked on in, practice, as you will. Because he talked a lot about when Ruben was with the Mets and they weren't working on it. Because remember, Ruben was a position, a freaking first base coach with the Mets, I think it was. Listen to more of what Ruben said about the state of baseball.
When's the last time you saw somebody take infield, outfield? Never. It doesn't happen because everybody's worried about everybody's health and load management and all that BS. It's sort of embarrassing for the game, for me, who's loved the game and watched the game, and you can call me the old man on the lawn, but when you don't work on those things, you can't expect people to come through when there's 8 million people watching you and there's 50,000 or 60,000 in the stands.
Yeah. And to be clear, Ruben wasn't saying that because I listened to it. It wasn't just about the Phillies. That wasn't just about Rob Thompson. He's saying
he was a first base coach, right? A third base coach for other teams. So
yeah.
But
and he also talked about how when the Dodgers pulled off the wheel play, they talked about they hadn't done it all year in practice.
Yeah.
They just instinctively knew it from their younger years developing with some coaches presumably that did make them
but you
practice
wonder
it.
at some point they had to. Ranger Suarez is considered one of the best fielding pitchers around, correct?
One of the best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
He's really great.
And should have gotten a Gold Glove the one year. What did they have? Was one game short?
They always say he doesn't have enough innings.
Yeah. But I mean, so they got to work on it at some point, unless it's just instinctive.
Well, some people are better at it than others,
And
That's
he is
just,
athletic.
Anyway,
wow.
What Strom said that Zalecki relayed doesn't play well for the keep Rob Thompson crew.
Yeah, it's not about the fact that they didn't do fielding practice, because to Ruben's point, I do think that's like the norm.
Right.
The fact is that Matt Strom he knows that most teams don't do that, and he's like, let me take a shot at Topper here. It's crazy.
Well, look, also, obviously you do it a lot in spring training. I mean, it's one of the main fielding things in spring training. And let's be real, it's one of the harder plays in baseball. It's not like impossible to the point of, difficult to the point of impossible, but, a pitcher covering first base, that kind of stuff. You got to find the ball. You got to find the bag. The pitcher and the first baseman have to be on the same page with who's going for the ball, who's going for the bag. Gets a little tricky. But I'm
afraid Topper's lost this. He's lost the command.
I don't know that. That's a little too far for
If
me.
you've got a guy, if you got guys like Strom calling him out, you've got some guys who don't have that respect that I think is necessary. For
so I don't go that far.
Manager, whatever you want to.
Yeah, but it's a bad indictment of Rob Thompson if they didn't work on it enough. But I will say this: I also need the pitcher to know if there's a guy on third who's got a lead.
He's done it 1,000
Yeah, you played
times.
baseball your whole
All
life.
right, and the ball comes
in that
back to
case,
you.
I don't think
Throw
fielding
it to the
practice,
first baseman.
especially because in fielding practice, you're not practicing muffing it. You're not, and you're not doing with runners on base. Like you might do situations, but it's not the same thing. Like
that comes down on Kerkering.
Totally on
first.
Kerkering.
Yeah, I mean he just panicked
because that's not to get to first base and cover the bag.
But it's surprising that Strom said that in relation to it. Maybe
I agree.
He's trying to help Kerkering out. I don't know, but it's just odd because listen. And I don't think anybody on the show crushed Kerkering. We're like,
no,
it was
we really
a blunder.
didn't.
It was one of the worst things we've ever seen. Yeah. But we've gone after players for making mistakes.
No question. And what's incredible, Rhea, that we touched on, I think, one time Friday, but not much. Had the throw been accurate, even though it was late, they still probably would have got the runner out because he missed home plate. He did not touch home plate until after he came back. Even if the throw was 1 or 2 seconds late, if he could catch it, which he couldn't because it wasn't accurate. If it was an accurate enough throw, the runner likely would have been out because he missed home plate.
I got sent that picture to me, and I said, "Are you trying to make me more sick?"
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
I mean, imagine the scenario where we all think they've lost.
They review it, and they're like, "What?" Well, they'd have to review it because
maybe the ump just says
he might not have seen it. We don't know.
Maybe
either
the
way.
other team would challenge it, but the bottom line is the ump did not call him safe immediately. The ump knew he missed the plate. He wasn't safe until he went about 4 or 5 steps past home plate, circled around, and came back and touched home plate. Still could have had him out. 215-592-9494. Seth Joyner in studio with us next on all this stuff. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie along with Seltzer and Rhea. Seth next. Phone calls as well, 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, your home for your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win, over-under, point spreads, player props, and more. It's all there at FanDuel Sportsbook where you can get in on any game, including tonight's Monday night football game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. 30% profit boost token for tonight's Monday Night Football game. Get in on the action with FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Of course, don't forget, Philadelphia and Minnesota up ahead in 6 days. Baseball playoffs, if you're so inclined. Obviously, two series going on, starting, tonight you get the second one begin. So we're in NL and ALCS territory. And then obviously the big one up ahead in about 2 weeks. All these sports, all these games, all available for you, including college football and more at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Lock in amazing fall deals for your new roof with Home Genius Exteriors. Get 50% off roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer.
Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Let's live more. Whether your dream vacation is about doing it all or nothing at all, you'll find what you love with Norwegian Cruise Line. Be charmed by historic European cities, wowed by the wild sights of Alaska, or calmed by serene beaches in the Caribbean. Wherever you go next, feel free to experience more with Norwegian. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Buffalo heads to Atlanta tonight. Now, this is a huge game for the Falcons. They boast the league's #1 defense, but it hasn't been challenged by a quarterback of Josh Allen's caliber just yet. Meantime, Michael Penix Jr. can't be a giveaway machine against the Bills' pressure defense. Upset alert here, folks. Atlanta, fresh off a bye, appears prime for a 30-27 upset in Hotlanta. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Injured at work or in an accident, nobody will fight harder for your rights than Pond Lehocky Giordano. They've recovered billions for injured workers just like you and fight for the maximum settlement you deserve. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lehocky, this powerhouse firm is built on grit. Jerry worked 16-hour shifts in a steel mill before becoming a statewide leader for injured workers' rights. Call Pond Lehocky today for your free consultation. You won't pay a dime until they win.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council Lesson Fund. Nick Sirianni expected to talk sometime today as his 4-2 Eagles will try to snap a 2-game skid when they play at the Vikings Sunday, 1 p.m. Will the Vikings be starting Carson Wentz or J.J. McCarthy? Wentz has gone 2-1, filling in for the injured McCarthy, who's got a high ankle sprain. Flyers, they are off to an 0-1-1 start, and they will have their home opener tonight against the Florida Panthers. The Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor's building a better future today. Weather brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Light rain, a high of 60. It is currently 56. Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, and condiments are the perfect addition to your game day. Online at DietzandWatson.com for local retailers near you. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey.
part of the college football
endowment
experience and sponsorships and all that. But
there's so much that goes into the math part of it that I certainly don't understand. But yeah, it feels like if I am in some way, it's wasteful. It's so wasteful, and I'm somehow paying for this largesse.
So
Is
you know
that the word?
story,
Largesse?
the story about that Adidas was taking over for Nike at Penn State, like a $300 million deal that went down last week as well. So everybody was saying, well, did Adidas, pay to get rid of him? And Adidas directed them to Penn State, who told Front Office Sports that the decision was made solely by Penn State. Adidas is not helping to pay the buyout for Coach Franklin. So
they're going to say that, but it doesn't mean it's true.
Oh, 100%.
Because everybody knows, Phil Knight had his hands all over the Oregon thing, and
yes.
still does.
Yes, of course it does.
So
I'm just saying this is what they're saying.
Yeah.
Because it was so close together. That deal was announced last week.
$49 million. And they're the first team in a long time, I forget the year I heard, but to lose 2 games in a row in which you're favored by 20 or more points.
Yeah.
Some ridiculous back in the day
incredible
fact, whatever that was. All right, let's talk some Eagles and some Phils with our next guest, Seth Joyner, who, of course, is with us every Monday in studio, or put another way, normally the day after an Eagles game. But Seth with us today after a quick appearance on Friday's show. Seth brought to us by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White. Make sure you visit BradfordWhite.com. Seth, good morning, man.
Yes, I'm like a family member by now, man.
Total family, man.
Man, what is going? Is today some holiday or something?
Columbus.
Is it? Gosh, it was a struggle to get here this morning, man.
So normally there's less traffic. You're saying there's more traffic?
Yeah, they got some streets closed off.
There's a big parade, I believe, for
is this the Navy
Army
thing?
Corps. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Unfortunately,
because I know the Navy's being in town for like a week. They're doing celebrations for the Navy and the Marines' 250th anniversary.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if it's related to that or not, but
okay.
You in any better mood 3 days later? I mean, I'm not. Are you?
The beauty of doing a post-game show is the raw emotion, organic nature of the content. And then you get a chance to kind of sit back and reality sits in. You get a couple of days. And this week is different because they played a Thursday game. We briefly talked on Friday. I was still hot under the collar. And then, you get the weekend. You get a chance to watch other teams and watch how they operate and see their efficiency opposed to, our inefficiencies. And it bothers you a little bit, but it gives you some perspective.
That helps? Meaning, do you feel better about the Eagles after watching games yesterday?
No, because I believe they're in trouble.
I do too.
I really do.
I mean, Seth, I'll go as far as just say this quickly. Again, Team 1 can't win the championship because they're already out, but I'll say what I've thought over the last 3 days. I actually think the 2025 Phillies are better than the 2025 Eagles. Like, I really think they're a lot better.
Well, good thing the Eagles have
I know.
a bunch of a season.
Eagles
to keep
haven't been
improving.
eliminated, but I mean, I think the Eagles, Seth, are in trouble. So when you say they're in trouble, what hits you? What leads you to say that?
I think they're in trouble because they look under-talented on the defensive side. I believe that, how we overestimated some personnel, and they're just not panning out for them. And the inconsistencies of youth it's going to be an ebb and flow type of situation. It just goes to show the addition, or when Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell were drafted last year, it was a different scenario. Those guys came in, the minute they came in, they played like veterans. And you can see that some of the younger guys aren't at that level. And then they're under. I mean, if you don't have Jalen Carter and you're playing against a quality team, you have no shot at dominating the line of scrimmage. You just don't. Jordan Davis, bless his heart, he lost the weight, came in shape. But when he gets tired, it's a wrap. You're not getting anything out of him. Moro Jomo's a little bit on the small side. I think he's more of a pass rushing type defensive tackle. But if you want to run the football, You can run the football on this team, and the only recourse they have is to get into the 5-man front. And when they shift into the 5-man front, that makes them weaker on the back end. As far as the pass is concerned, I haven't even gotten to the offense yet. Go ahead, John.
Speaking of being weak on the back end with the pass, I mean, is Keely Ringo even sustainable any longer? You got a Dory Jackson who's got the injury, and Keely Ringo had to play an awful lot.
So let me touch on those two guys. You guys have heard me say 1,000 times. I don't care how many God-given gifts you are blessed with or how hard you work. There's one element in all of professional sports that supersedes all, and it's self-confidence. If you don't have self-confidence, if you don't believe in yourself, I don't care how gifted you are or how hard you've worked, you won't succeed. Now, when I look at Keely Ringo, I see a young kid that has all the tools. 4.3 40. When I met him 2 years ago, just tall, rangy, built like an Adonis. And he doesn't have the, his start and stop, his footwork, isn't where where it really needs to be. But the biggest thing I see with him is he just doesn't have the confidence. He's in position at times to make plays.
4.36 in the 40. I had no idea he ran a 4.36.
Yeah.
In
Well,
the 40.
let me
he
say
does not look like he runs a 4.36 in the 40 when he plays.
He's fast, but the problem is when you're unsure,
Yeah.
you're always a step behind. It's like penalties. Guys get penalties for two reasons. Either they're out of position or they in their mind they know they're beat. So now you start to grab, you start to hold, you start to do things. But when you watch, it's funny because I had a chance to watch the London game yesterday morning, and watching Pat Surtain, and then looking at a cornerback like Quinyon Mitchell, their body movements and their posture at all times is don't even come my way. You can tell by the way they walk, the way they break on the ball, everything. It reeks of confidence,
of supreme
confidence.
You will make every single play, and if by chance you somehow beat me, I will make up for it, and I will steal it right back from you the next time.
Well, here's what I'd say on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. The feeling is mutual. Keely, we don't have confidence in you either. All right, Seth, let's get to the offense.
So on the offense,
what's going on, man?
So on the offensive side of the ball, you have to begin with the offensive line because, like the defensive side, if you're not dominant up front, you won't be dominant in any other fashion. In the offensive line right now, I don't know that Cam Jurgens is 100%. I would lean towards saying he's nowhere near 100%. Because he's just getting blown off the ball and pushed in the backfield almost every single play. And the problem with our offense and how it's run, when you're in shotgun and that running back and Saquon is offset one way or the other, teams have figured out, and I've been saying it all along. That's why I want to see Jalen under center more. Is that when it's your intent to run the football, 95% of the time you have to go across the quarterback's face with the run. The only thing you can run to the side that the back's offset to is a quick pitch, and you're not going to get away with that many times because that's the weak side, and that weak side defensive end, he's not biting on anything going down the line. There's nothing to fake him out. Every once in a while, you'll get a guy slanting and you may catch him. But he's just getting pushed in the backfield. Like DJ Jones and I know that that was the Denver game, but every single play, he slanted in the direction away from the back, and he pushed Cam Jurgens in the backfield. I pulled 4 clips and put them up on my social media after the Denver Bronco game to show why they can't run the football. So he's the first issue. The second issue is Jordan Mailata is just not playing up to the level that he's been playing. And Landon Dickerson is a massive loss because Toth can't be a quarter of the player that he is. Steen is still trying to figure it out, so he has his moments. And even Lane has had his moments. And that's the comedy of errors that I talk about, on my social media posts, is that they take turns. Like, as a unit, as a whole unit, like, Jordan Mailata will take a turn on one play, and then Lane will take a turn on one play, and then Cam Jurgens will get blown up on one play, and then Tyler Steen will, take the wrong angle.
Kind of reminds me of Turner, Schwarber, and Harper, except those guys do 3 in a row.
But and then the overall offense, as far as I'm concerned, is just too basic and too non-complex for the National Football League. What they run, you can get away with.
You think Patul's a problem?
I don't know that he's 100% the problem, because I'm not in the building, and we live in an era where head coaches and coordinators, offensive coordinators, are more bent towards running things that the quarterback feels comfortable with than making the quarterback go work his ass off to figure out how to run everything in his playbook. And when you do that, if that's the case, then
limits the offense.
You can't put it all on Kevin Patullo. So I'm just saying, I don't know whether that's what Jalen wants to run or if that's Kevin Patullo's playbook. But I've not seen an offense so basic. And it's an easy job for defensive coordinators to figure out how to stop it. And if they don't have the ability to change, and this is the 10,000-foot view. The problem is right now, the offense is what it's going to be. Because it's not like you can go back and retool the entire offense. You can make slight changes here or there. That would be great offensive coordination because teams are now calling out, they're calling out, they're running the routes, they're doing everything. So these little small adjustments will allow them, to get a little more explosive because they're playing AJ on the out route. They're playing Jahan Dotson on the out route. They're playing, Saquon Barkley getting the play crossing Jalen's face. So anything that you can come up that's a key breaker that breaks some of your tendencies is going to help. But until I see it, I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah.
So
All right, let's get some.
So when you
calls
when you pile all those things in together, and you put all those things together, that's my major concern, and that's why I say they're in trouble.
Yep. Let's get a lot of calls in here. Seth with us this hour, obviously on both the Phils and the Eagles. Reminder the Flyers with their home opener tonight as well.
And let me say this. I realize that there's a lot of injuries across our offensive line and on the defensive side of the ball. But their opponent's not going to give a rat what. When they come in here, we go into some place, and it's just simply not an excuse anymore.
It's what it is.
You have to have able-bodied backups, and you have to have them ready to step in and not let the level drop too low.
Yeah, for sure. JP in Plymouth meeting. JP, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing? Seth, it's a pleasure to be on the radio with you.
Thank you, JP.
Man, Phillies, man. I couldn't call Friday because I was afraid I would have been dumped within 2 seconds. Seth, what you said about, confidence and whatnot, man, that is not just applies to sports, man. That applies to everything in life. I love what you said that. I actually want to put that up on my board at work for inspiration.
Do it.
But the Phillies, man, they should have won that series. There were mistakes made. The batters didn't hit. I mean, we should be playing tonight. Again, I'm sorry. I'm really upset and I'm angry. The Eagles, so when they were 4-2 last year, I wasn't convinced that they were a good team, and they proved me wrong. They're 4-2 this year. Now I'm really not convinced. They're gonna bounce back. When you said Friday you don't see them making the playoffs, I'm like, I said that, and people thought it worked. I was crazy.
And JP, let me be clear. I'm not saying they're not going to make the playoffs. I'm saying it has entered my mind in a pretty considerable way that they might not make the playoffs. I mean, they could easily, if we rewound the first 4 games and really watched how they won, they really could be 1-5. And I know they're not, but I mean, let's be real. Travis Kelce catches the ball, CeeDee Lamb catches a couple of them, and Jordan Davis doesn't, block a field goal. They're probably 1-5. And that's not getting to the Bucs game where the Eagles held on. That was the one they had the big lead and held on at the end, right? Like if the game goes 5 more minutes, the Eagles lose. I mean, I'm just telling you, man. JP, they were 4 of the shakier wins I've seen in a long time.
Yeah. It's bringing me back to 2 years all over again.
Yep.
How they were winning games, but they were winning by the skin of their teeth, and then they just collapsed.
JP, how about this fact? They've been outgained in all 6 games. And by the way, considerably. That's not good, man.
No, it's not. I'm not. I know last year, I wasn't convinced, but now I'm really not convinced at 4-2. I think it was a better team last year at 4-2, not with this team. I don't, John, or Joe, when you said, I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I'm like, people at work think I'm crazy.
Well, and here's the other thing, JP. If they do make it, you're probably talking about a scenario where they're going to have to play 2 games on the road. Like maybe they win the division and get that 10-7 first-round game.
The Commanders are going to beat us for the division.
I didn't say that. Maybe it's a maybe.
Well, someone has to beat us for the division.
It's a maybe. But my point is, you're going to have to win a lot on the road. You're going to have to win 2 playoff games on the road. They're not going to be. This team is not going to be 13-4.
A pivotal game is going to be everybody else knocking everybody else off, though. So we'll see how that plays out because you got the Cowboys playing Washington next week. That's a big game. If the Cowboys lose that game, it's Katie barred the door. If Washington loses that game, it's that's a massive benefit for the Eagles.
Yeah, but my point is I'm more concerned about if they get there that they're just. I could see him getting whooped in the second round of the playoffs.
But point. You can't see. I'm not going to play the if game, Joe, because you know what? If they play halfway decent in the fourth quarter, okay. If they make a few more plays, if Keely Ringo knocks that 2-point conversion down, they win that game.
Look, they can
wait,
get
wait. Okay.
Go ahead.
If they get their heads out of there behind and they go up to New York. Okay, and they play just a little bit better, they win that game.
A lot better.
So when you talk about ifs, we're speculating, and I get it, but other teams benefit from the other side of if too. So when
fair enough, but here's my assessment of the Eagles: they are not very good. They may be good. They are not very good. They are not great. They are not elite. Now they can form into it. We've seen teams form into it. But right now, the Eagles are at best good. At best.
I hear you. I choose to stay optimistic because that offense has so much firepower that if they figure it out, the offense can be good enough like I felt like it needed to be at the beginning of the year to be good enough for the defense to carry them along until they found their way and got their footing. Now, you can't do anything about talent on the defensive side of the ball.
So if they properly manage Jalen Carter's heel and he plays,
right,
that makes a massive difference.
Totally
Jalen
agree.
Carter makes the defense.
But no Quignon's going to hurt.
It does, but now you're missing Quignon. You're already up in arms about the guy on the other side.
We need cornerback help.
Yeah. And to go back to KP's point about confidence, I've been watching Orion Kirkland all year long. And when I look in that guy's eyes, the confidence is just not there, especially when they put him in high leverage situations like they did the other night.
Hey, guys on base.
I mean, I used to do it. I used to do it when I played because, on nickel, in the nickel and dime situation, I was the only backer that stayed on the field, so I would make the calls. So I would make a call, and I would look in guys' eyes because I'm also looking for, do they know how to execute what we've? Because I've seen it before. Sure. Like Buddy would call a blitz in week 9 that we hadn't run since we were in training camp. And guys were like, they had that stunned look on their face. And I would call timeout. I know when I go to the sideline, I'm going to get cussed out, but I don't care. I would rather us be on the same page.
You would take a timeout?
Oh, are you kidding me?
You just take it? Like, you wouldn't be like, hey, coach.
At a critical point in the game.
You don't want to get burned for a touchdown.
I know why he's making the call.
Yeah.
He's making the call because he knows that this is the blitz that gets us home.
It's the
and
right
secures
one.
the win.
But you got to have people.
But everybody's got to be on the same page.
Yeah.
And if I look at my corner or my slot corner, and he's got this befuddled look on his face, I'm taking the time out. I'll go to the sideline and get MF'd and, the whole thing that goes along with it.
Yeah.
That's more important than losing because somebody didn't know what they're doing.
By the way, Rhea, what Seth just said is he was concerned with Isaiah Jenkins' look on his face.
I
You'd be surprised how often that look
All right,
comes up.
JP, I need an answer. What made you say, what the heck?
So, the obvious answer would be the Phillies, but I'm going to go outside the box, the ending of The Sopranos.
Yeah, good answer, man. That could win for sure. All right, up ahead, more with Seth, plus times yours, phone calls and everything we're discussing today on 94 WIP.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. Just go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and you can use your PBT on either of the pro football games tonight. And there's 2 of them. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to bet on the games, plural. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM bet. The Chicago Bears returned to the scene of the crime. Last year's 10-game losing streak started with the Hail Mary off the hands of Tyreek Stevenson, but this is a different year with a different staff and a rising Bears team coming off a bye week. I like the Bears to get revenge in this spot and at least cover the 4.5, and I like Caleb Williams to have over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 105 against the Commanders' defense. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Clogged toilet, leaky faucet on one. Ready?
Uh-oh, you got a plumbing problem blitzing through the line. Time to audible and call in the pros. Roto-Rooter is your go-to defense for clogs, leaks, and any plumbing fix. Call the right play and download the Roto-Rooter app and easily book an appointment and receive exclusive service discounts. Touchdown! Don't get sacked by plumbing issues. Call in Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Download the app today and score big on savings.
And away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
You deserve the best, and the best pick-me-up is a tasty cake treat. Whether you need a quick snack for the kids or a tasty little moment for yourself, Tasty Cake has something for everyone. Tackle your errands after enjoying delicious crimpets with smooth icing and a perfect cake. And mouth-watering peanut butter candy cakes are just the right size for getting things done on the go. Find all your family's favorites in stores now. Nobody does it better than Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. 4-2 Eagles. We'll get back to work. And what do they need some work to do? Losers of 2 in a row heading into Sunday's game at the 3-2 Vikings in Minnesota. Vikings coming off a bye. Don't know who's going to start at quarterback for them. J.J. McCarthy's been out. Since getting injured in week 2, Carson Wentz been filling in. Nick Sirianni expected to talk sometime today. Flyers off to an 0-1-1 start. They will have their home opener tonight in South Philly against the Florida Panthers. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Light rain, a high of 60. It is currently 56. Need replacement windows? Buy 2, get 2 for free. Plus no payments until 2027. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com by October 31st. You can hear every Eagles game on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I have something to say, but I'll hold off. Right about now, right? That's the rules? Good morning to you. You know it's not been a good morning or decade, so Seth, your guy, I think you've met him, if I remember right. Tiger had another surgery over the weekend. Another back surgery. And they never sound minor. I mean, Seth, it's like we talked about Andrew Luck earlier in the show when he walked away and he was like less than 30. I mean, Tiger's getting near 50. The guy has major surgery every year.
Price you pay for greatness, man.
God bless him for continuing to try, but he's got no shot to win a major again. I mean, he is done. He is done.
You can't say he has no shot.
He's got no shot. I've seen him play in the last 2 or 3 years. The guy can't do it.
Well, one of these.
You can't drive the ball.
His biggest problem is going to be his inability to walk.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
I mean, that car injury did more damage to his chances than anything else.
I think that's the one that tipped it over the edge.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Because when you watch him walk, even though he's probably 100% recovered from that injury, he still walks with a limp.
Yeah.
And those muscles will never be as strong as they used to be. And I went up to New York over the weekend and had the pleasure to play Wingfoot.
Nice.
And
wow.
It's a walking course.
Yeah.
By the time I got to like 14, I was looking for the clubhouse.
So your point is Tiger's in trouble with just walking it. Yeah, so you can't use a cart.
No.
Can't beat Scotty Scheffler like that.
Well, I mean, he's any more victories that you see him get, it'll be on the senior tour.
Here's where I'm at right now, Seltzer. Goff, right now, Seth Joyner, greater than Tiger Woods.
No.
Looks like a carried away.
Don't start that rumor.
I'm thinking it. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get to Chuck in Mount Airy right now. Chuck, good morning.
Morning. Hey,
Hi, Chuck.
listen, what's up, Seth? Hey,
What's
listen,
up,
let me
Chuck?
ask you something, Seth. Listen, here's the question, right? I want to ask you this. How much of that vanilla offense that you're saying so vanilla and, so basic is being ran because the quarterback, can't run anything else? I'm just curious to know.
Say that again. I missed the beginning of the question.
How much is this basic offense that you're saying is basic and is vanilla and defenses are caught up to it? How much is it being ran because the quarterback can't, run anything else, or they're running this offense to fit the quarterback's needs? I'm just curious.
The problem is, Chuck, I don't think any of us are close enough to the situation to really know that, to be factual. That's why I said what I said earlier. These coordinators nowadays, they are more concerned about what players want to run, what they feel comfortable running, than they are with, making these guys develop and do the things that are necessary in order to run the entire playbook. So I don't know whether this is Kevin Patullo's offense, whether this is the offense that Jalen Hurts wants to run, and I'm not for sure not. Don't know whether Jalen, it's a situation where he can't comprehend a more expanded playbook. I can't speak to that. I won't even speculate about that.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't believe in this quarterback anymore. I'm being honest with you. I mean, I think last year was a fluke. I think he had a great team around him and he had a great running back, great offensive line, and everything has to be perfect for this guy to be getting good. And we had three coordinators. We had three coordinators in and out of here, and it's been 3 years that this offense has been all passing offense. Let me say that. It's been putrid. And, I think he has to be he's the common denominator. And when you hear the wide receiver saying that the play is great, what does that lead you to believe? That this quarterback's not good enough. And I see Baker Mayfield, players like that, still, he's missing his best wide receiver. He's still out there slinging the ball, all over the yard. This guy is, to me, he probably had give you some wild plays here and there, but I can't ignore the fact that, it's been 3 years that we've been in the bottom half of what a passing offense is supposed to look like in the NFL. And that's just, I just don't believe in the guy anymore.
Well, I'm
running offense.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go that far because I've seen the guy carry this team to 2 Super Bowls and win one. You can't negate that. No matter how much the run game, like last year, the run game carried us to the Super Bowl. But if not for Jalen Hurts' arm in the Super Bowl, we not marching down Broad Street, smiling in the frigid cold.
I don't know about that, Seth. He played great, but I think that. Hold on, Seth. Hold on. That game. No, you're talking about that game. That game they could have won with a lot lesser quarterback.
That's not
Seth,
true.
The
Joe.
other team did not pass midfield till there were a couple of minutes left in the third quarter.
Care.
I do care.
I don't care. They put 44. They put 44 points up, and the quarterback was the main reason why they put it up.
Nope,
okay?
No, the defense stopping the other team was the main reason why the Eagles dominated that game so much.
I totally disagree.
And I give Jalen tremendous credit for what he did in that game. But
you want to know what the job of the offense is? What? The job of the offense is to score points, and the defense's job is to stop them from scoring points, okay? So let's take the 34. Let's take 7 off the board because
Cooper was 7,
wait a minute.
and Bond was 7.
That's what I'm saying.
And Bond was 7.
Bond's not 7.
He intercepted the ball on the 12-yard line. There's a 12-yard touchdown
He didn't
pass.
score the touchdown,
yeah,
though.
but it was a 12-yard run.
It does not matter, Joe. The offense put the ball in the end zone.
You're not getting me
I'm
there.
going to take 7 points off the board, John, for Cooper DeJean. The Eagles scored 37 points. So even if you take Cooper DeJean 7 off the board, they still win 37-20. Okay? The offense's job is to put points on the board. The quarterback had 200-plus yards throwing. Okay?
He played great. I give you. He played great.
So then stop this
but
nonsense.
You have a butt in there, Joe.
But
you
ready? You ready for the butt? You ready? But he got his ass carried for 4 months by a number 1 defense, a number 1 running back, and a number 1 offensive line. And that is a fact.
No, he didn't get carried.
He got carried.
You want to know why their
months.
offense looks so bad this year?
pathetic.
Because Jalen Hurts isn't running the ball.
That's
They're
part
not
of it.
calling to. Well, that opens up the run game for Saquon Barkley.
I agree. I agree.
Get him, Rhea.
I agree. I agree with that.
Listen,
I agree with that.
You know what I don't like about this? You know I don't like it. And you know what? Is Chuck still on the line?
He's here.
Listen, Chuck.
Real quick,
Wait, Chuck. Like, I respect your opinion 100%. Okay, and I love this guy that I'm sitting across from. But what I hate about this situation more than anything, is this presents the opportunity for the "I told you so"s. And oh God,
both ways.
I'm glad I just caught my
I was rightus.
I hate it because for the times where the guy thrives and he has successes, okay, we want to lose vision of that. But when he goes through a period of difficulty, we want to pile on. Now there's 7 games. They got 11 games left in the regular season. We don't know what that's going to look like. He could flip the switch at any moment. Anything could flip at any moment. Am I concerned? Yes, I am. Okay? And let me be honest with you.
I expect them to turn it around, though.
Even if they don't, I am a proud former Philadelphia Eagle because guess what? We just won the damn Super Bowl. So I'm going to go back again. Let's learn how to be a little more damn grateful for the good things that we have after looking at what the Flyers are going through.
Yep.
Let's look at what, the Phillies have just gone through, the misery that those teams have put us through, what the Sixers, have put us through. But the team that's given us some joy, we can't be grateful enough to enjoy it, knowing that most teams, when they come off of a Super Bowl, they're going to struggle anyway because they're going to lose some key pieces. If they go through some injuries, which the Eagles did not go through at all last year, if your quarterback struggles, every darn quarterback struggles. I don't care who it is. They all struggle. Patrick Mahomes, over the first 5 weeks, struggled. He looked good last night. But the first 5 games, he looked like an average freaking quarterback. But we want to beat our quarterback up. Am I concerned about him? Yes.
Chuck, we'll give you the last word here. Go ahead.
I just want to say one thing, right? To Rhea and to Seth. When you say that, the running game, last year was so successful, Saquon was so successful because of, Jalen Hurts' running ability. I think that's a knock on Saquon.
I said it opened it up. That's you're taking words.
It's part of it. It was part of it.
They're tandem. They go in tandem. They go hand in hand.
But he's a great back. And let me tell you what Jalen Hurts benefited from. He benefited from a game plan being, designed to stop Saquon in the Super Bowl. And that
it all works together.
You can't stop that.
That's football.
All right, Chuck, we got to
football.
move. Chuck, call us tomorrow if you get a chance. Give me what.
Joe, you want to know something?
Yes.
So Chuck, here's the proof that works in opposition of what you're saying. I just want you to go back to last year, Week 16, when we lost to Washington. And when Jalen went out of the game, Saquon Barkley had 25 carries, I believe, in that game for something like 40 yards, okay? Because they knew, the Washington Commanders knew, that Kenny Pickett was never going to run the football. So now you could load the box to take Saquon away without any fear of Kenny Pickett running the ball.
But Saquon dominated the next week when Jalen didn't play. That's a fact.
That's neither here nor there.
No, but if you're going to say the one game for 3 quarters, then let's talk about the next game for 4 quarters.
No, I'm talking about no. What I'm saying is that Chuck said that it's a slap in the face to Saquon that we're saying that Jalen is a part of is a part of the reason why for his success. Okay, and I'm trying to tell him the reason why Saquon has some success, in large part, is because Jalen ran the ball. The reason why Jalen had any successes that he had is because Saquon ran the football.
They run together.
To John's point, they do go hand in hand. They do work together. And I'm not going to separate my quarterback from my running back, because how many teams wish they had the type of running game that the Eagles have? And how many team and the quarterback to a certain extent.
Chuck, I got to move. We got a million things happening here. Give me what makes you say what the heck, Chuck.
I don't. I mean, I guess inflation. I don't know.
Sure, inflation. Yeah.
I heard somebody complaining about inflation yesterday at the liquor store. I couldn't stop.
Well, I will say, a case of beer has gotten a lot more expensive.
No, they were looking at a bottle of wine. They're
Everything is
how expensive this is inflation. I go, it's a bottle of wine. You're going to pay for it. Why are you complaining?
Get for meal wines. Yeah. It's the best. Hey, Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's clearance event is on. Only a few left. Huge savings on all 2025 leftovers. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Poll question. Do you think Rob Thompson will be back as the Phillies manager next season? John, people say?
60% say no.
55% say yes.
Oh, wow.
We'll see in the next week or two. With that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Well, the first thing I want to say is, now that we know James Franklin makes $20,000 per day to not work. James, what does that mean he makes per hour?
I didn't want to think about it, Joe.
Close to $1,000 an hour.
Yeah, that's great.
Close to $1,000 an hour to not work. By the way, that's for the next 6 years. Time is Yours is brought to us by Xfinity, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Sports Lounge, your home field advantage from Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's hit it with Time is Yours.
You had Ranger and Schwarber on expiring contracts this year. Could have traded them at the deadline, but you didn't. Could have gotten 6 legit top prospects then, but you didn't. Instead, you got a one-game playoffs. You got to start these little things to keep retooling, but you miss opportunities like this.
Nope. That's not the way you try to win a World Series. Not like that.
Ha ha ha! The Cowboys. Hey, and Patullo, I heard Penn State's hiring. Time's yours.
Wow, look at that.
Cowboys less than the Panthers.
Yeah.
I like Rob Thompson, and I would bring him back, but I just can't, because the one thing that he is awful at is handling pitchers, and that just killed him. And he wants everybody to be his friend. There's no discipline. Nobody's held accountable. He lets Nick do what he wants and bitch and moan because he's not playing. You can't be everybody's friend and win.
Well, I will say this, handling pitchers, I think, is by far the most important job that a manager has. I mean, in a whole season, in a series, the management of the staff and the bullpen is much trickier than who should bat fifth. And he has had issues there. And with that, time's yours. We shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Seth, it's a good thing you and I, get along in life, because otherwise, oh boy.
I get along with everybody. I just, when I'm a natural debater, man. I mean, I really believe that, I missed that calling when I was in school. Because, I am
You wanted to be in the debate club?
No, I didn't want to be. I think that I missed that calling.
You long for that?
No, I don't. I don't. You know what I like?
You want to be in the chess club also?
Yeah,
you want to be on the bowling team?
Hey,
No.
don't rip the chess
Hey,
club.
listen, I used
Chess
to be a really good bowler until I started playing
Are you
golf.
good at chess? I don't even know the rules of chess anymore. I'm embarrassed to admit it.
I can play it, but I'm not great at it.
I need a refresher.
I probably would be because I am a thinker.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Strategic, Seth.
So look, I still don't feel any better, but hopefully as the week goes on, we feel a little better.
You're not gonna feel
Sunday.
You're not gonna feel better to Sunday, Joe. It is what it is.
But if Carson gets them, oh boy.
I watch.
Carson's playing well. Carson gives them a better chance to win than J.J. McCarthy does.
John, stop.
I'm serious.
Stop it.
He processes. You'll be surprised.
Carson Wentz is horrible.
Processes much faster than
Browns.
J.J. McCarthy. I'm just telling you, he's 2-1.
But I'll say this, against this defense with these corners, I mean, anything's possible.
He's got a chance.
All right, we'll talk about that more as the week goes on. Thank you to Seth. He adjusted his schedule to be with us today. We appreciate that. Seth, we love you even when you're wrong. I'm just kidding. Everyone, have a wonderful rest of the day. Joe and Hugh, as always, are up next.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan. During halftime or overtime, from spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey Philly, did you know natural gas is the most reliable and efficient way to heat our homes, cook our food, and dry our clothes affordably? And with PGW, the benefits of natural gas keep on coming. PGW has programs and offers that can make life easier no matter where in Philly you live. From spreading your bill evenly across the year to boosting your home's energy efficiency with rebates, and from year-round payment assistance programs to servicing appliances, PGW's got you covered. Check us out at pgworks.com.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In tonight's later start, young quarterbacks, Chicago's Caleb Williams and Washington's Jaden Daniels, duel in our nation's capital. Williams' favorite target, Roma Dunze, has scored in every game. Daniels returned to the Commanders last week and should put on a show with a red-hot Deebo Samuel at his side. I'll take Washington in another high-scoring game, 30-27. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It is the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn is behind the glass. You guys on the phone lines. A lot to get to. Week 6 in the NFL yesterday. And, of course, the fall off from whatever the hell that was on Thursday night. And the pieces we continue to pick up
the PC.
After the Phillies go out. Good morning. Welcome back, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. I feel bad because I left y'all Friday.
Whew, you left us in dire straits.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, we did tell the audience it was actually you being suspended. So
Is
that's
that right?
Yeah, for stuff that happened earlier in the week. Hugh, good morning. How are we doing today?
I feel lost. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna lie, because
Yeah.
even though I was only off for a day, it just feels like a lot happened. A lot happened in the college world. A lot happened in Pennsylvania. So, yeah, there's a lot going on right now.
Well, there is. Unfortunately, here in Philadelphia, none of it was good when we left, and not much has changed. All right, Hugh, sometimes I think when we have end of seasons the way we just had with the Phillies, it is easy to kind of have those very, very, very strong reactions right away, right? It's like, get rid of that guy, move off him, trade him, fire him. But it's probably best for all of us if we just take a little deep breath and let it sink in for a weekend and think. And I think I did that at least for myself this weekend when it came to Rob Thompson. I sat there and I said to myself, all right, I was mad, I was frustrated, I was upset. But what is the right move for the Phillies? And I think it's best that we have this discussion today. You know, when Broads was in for you on Friday, we were discussing more of just like the emotion of the day, the emotion of the season ending. But now that we've had a full weekend to think about it, I am thinking very clearly on the Rob Thompson thing. And it's actually not even that much of a decision to me. It's time for the Phillies to move off of Rod Thompson. It's time for a new manager. And this is not like I think he's a bad manager. I don't like Rod. I like Topper. I've been a fan of his mostly since he got here. I've been a fan of Rob Thompson. I think overall he's done a nice job as the manager of the Phillies since 2022. But as I look forward to the future, I no longer think he's the best person for the job. And I keep thinking about it from this perspective. It's not about the regular season anymore. The Phillies are past that. They are, you know, if they have relative health, they're a lock for 90 wins and should be in the playoffs. It's about winning the World Series. And I keep coming back to the big major decisions in the postseason over the last 4 years, whether it be taking Wheeler out for Alvarado in 22, the whole Craig Kimbrell thing in 23, not pivoting off the guys in that lineup enough in 23, and then this year with the bunt. I can't get over the bunt. And I know there were a lot of things that played out, including Kerkering throwing the ball to the backstop on Thursday night to end this thing. I just think it is time for a change, and I think the Phillies need to view this through a very simple prism. Is this the right manager to win the World Series? That's it. Not to get us to the playoffs, not to be good, to win the World Series. Sometimes you have to go from good to great to achieve greatness. And I think Rob Thompson's a good manager. I don't think he's a great one. Hugh, I would move off a Topper. The Phillies, of course, have a decision to make here. Matt Gelb in The Athletic wrote about it this weekend, saying, you know, this could come here in a few days. He wrote, quote, a managerial change could be on the table as the Phillies evaluate everything in the coming days. Last October, the Phillies offered Thompson a sign of faith by extending his contract through 2026. If they keep Thompson this time, he could enter next season as a lame duck manager with a firm target on his back. I want no part of that. That, to me, is just a distraction waiting to happen. He's either the manager or he's not. None of this lame duck thing. Hugh, I would move off a Topper. I think it's time for a change in the Phillies dugout.
You know what? It's unfortunate that we're here, but you know, and we talked about this last week, that this is probably going to be, you know, one of those things that heads are going to roll. Yep. No question about that. And I don't think that Topper's head needs to be the one that rolls. It wasn't his fault Orion Kerkering sailed that ball. It wasn't, Joe. And that's kind of how I look at it. That was on the players. There's been too many times that I've watched games when it comes to these Phillies playing where guys, the moment have seemed too big and they kind of came up short. And that's what that moment was. But to your point, something has to change. And with the salary that these guys are making, it's probably not going to be some of the major moves that we want them to be. So it looks like it might be Topper, but I do not agree with that.
Yeah, you're right. It's not his fault that Orion Kerkering had a brain meltdown. It's not. That's one moment. It's kind of a microcosm of the Phillies under him. Close
Totally
but
agree.
no cigar. The moment gets to them. And look, if Game 2 had gone differently, perhaps the Phillies are up 2-1, and that Kerkering meltdown sends this thing back to Philadelphia for Game 5 instead of ending the series where it did. Like, I understand that there's a lot of reasons a baseball team loses, and it's not typically always the manager, but sometimes you got to go from good to great. The Red Sox, when they broke the curse, they went from Grady Little to Terry Francona, and it got them over the top. This happens all the time in baseball, where a manager can get you so far, but you need the next manager to win the World Series. 215-592-9494. Do you want Rob Thompson back as Phillies manager? There's a lot of dominoes that are going to fall this offseason, and things the Phillies could do, changes they can make, payroll stuff. Heck, we'll talk about it later. Ruben tomorrow and Saturday throughout the idea of trading a big name away from this roster that makes a lot of money. We'll speculate on who that might be. That all is to come. But the first decision they have to make is, do they want a new manager? And I don't know who that would be. You know, there's different ways this could go. It could be someone we're not thinking of. It could be a young manager. It could be someone who was already fired and then gets their second shot. That was Terry Francona for the Red Sox all those years ago. It could be someone Dave DeBrusque had experience with. Or it could be Bruce Bochy. I mean, one of the greatest managers in baseball history is just at home right now. He's no longer the Rangers manager. The Giants are not going to bring him back, it seems like, so they're going to go in a different direction rather than nostalgia. And the guy's won everywhere. He took the Padres to the World Series. He won multiple rings with the San Francisco Giants. He won with the Rangers a couple years ago. And we're talking about an all-time manager, and I could see him and Dombrowski looking at each other and be like, this is what we do. We win championships, and you're the missing piece here. 215-592-9494. Do you want Rob Thomson back as Phillies manager? I don't want to say it's all his fault, but at some point, for me, he's a reflection of what happens in October. And every October, they seem to come up just a little bit short, and I can't help but think he's part of that.
No, I get what you're saying, but I don't think so. When I think about the times that we've come up short in the postseason, it's been bats on shoulders, no home runs being hit, all of that kind of stuff, no small ball being played. But I get what you're saying because it's an era where the players have the most power. The fact that Bryce Harper had so much to say about Ranger when he was out there kind of tells you that. So I get it, but I'm not a fan of this. I'm really not, because at the end of the day, it's on the players to make plays.
Yeah, but it's also on him to put them in an advantage. I don't ever really feel a strategic advantage that he gets.
No,
he had one good game in game
but
two.
how was that moment when Kirkering did what he did on Topper, though?
Well, that moment, two things. One, I don't really think that moment's on him, but he was bad all season with inherited runners. Did we think he was going to get out of that? I mean, he almost did, but he put him in a again, I'm not firing him because Orion Kirkering threw the ball past JT.
No, I get it.
I'm firing him because it's been 4 years, and I don't think
you got to change something.
Well, no, I don't think he's the guy to win a World Series. I mean, you go back to Phillies history, we've had this with Ozark in the 70s. I mean, John Middleton has referenced this era before, where the Phillies were close but no cigar all the way through the end of the 70s, and eventually it became Dallas Green, and eventually the Phillies won a championship. I mean, sometimes there are managers that get you to the brink but can't get you over the hump. And the more I watch Topper, that's what I see. A manager that gets you to the brink but not over the hump. And at some point, I don't want it to be next year. We waste another year of these guys, and they're not getting younger, right? This is an older team. And then we say it's time, and then maybe their prime is past them.
I'm looking at this box score.
Yep.
From this game. Trey Turner, not a hit. Schwarber got a hit. Bryce didn't get a hit. Bone got a hit. That tells me everything that I need to know. That's not on Topper. That's on the players. They need to go out there knowing what that game meant and how hard they fought the other night. You got to close it out. You have to do your job. And to me, when I look at that box score, they didn't do their job, Joe. I mean, I get it. It's easy to fire Topper. He did his job. He put him in position to be successful. But at the end of the day, the guys that make the money are the ones that have to make this thing go.
No, I understand that. And most of these guys are going to be here next year. I just view it as, they have to do their job better, but that's baseball. I mean, sometimes your best hitters aren't going to hit. Ohtani went 1 for 16 in the series. His team still won. Every time we talk about Topper, we make excuses for why because people like him. People like Rob Thomson, and I like him. I mean, he's a nice guy. And he really rescued the Phillies 4 years ago when Girardi had this thing falling down the toilet. I mean, he saved that season. But you don't get to keep your job forever because you did one great job 4 years ago.
Let me ask you a question. Is Dave Roberts considered a great manager?
No, but he's better than Topper. He's better than Topper.
I think one probably could argue that the talent he has is better than the talent of Topper.
Well, but we're not. We're not going to give Topper that talent. We're not going to become the Dodgers.
I just don't think that is the right move to make. I don't feel like it's his fault when you talk about the players that you've amassed and the way that you went into this. And one of the arguments was, Joe, that your pitching was one of the strongest attributes that you had going into this.
Sure.
It was. And for your pitcher to make that egregious mistake at the end, to me, that was not Topper's doing. That was on Kirkering. He should. I mean, as many times as you've been in these big moments to have that happen and be the end of the game, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, sure. And look, I'm not firing Topper because they lost on that particular play. I'm moving off him because I think they need a better manager to win the World Series. 215-592-9494. The dust is settled. We've had a weekend to let this thing marinate here. Do you want Rob Thomson back? Kyle, where are you at on Topper as the Phillies, we think, are going to make a decision here in the next few days?
Yeah, and I still feel kind of the way that I felt on Friday, at least in terms of this series. Like, I understand the top of the lineup didn't hit, but the top of the Dodgers lineup didn't hit either.
Yep.
Like, I don't like this whole idea that we basically make this all about what the Phillies did. Everyone's like, our pitching was great, but our batting sucked. What about our pitching was great? Their pitching was great. It was a meeting of two great teams, two of the best teams, I think, that were left in baseball. I still believe that the Phillies and the Dodgers were the top two teams in the entire field. So it to me comes down to the little things. Like, I know it's popular for everybody to say, like, oh, here we go. Like, the Stars didn't hit again. Like, the Stars just met a like ridiculously stacked pitching staff against the Dodgers. It was 1-1 games, 2-3 games, like 3-5, whatever. Like, the margins were so slim, and they didn't do the right things around the margins. The Dodgers just made fewer mistakes than we did, and a lot of those mistakes came down to Rob Thompson. They can't change really their stripes. It's not they're not going to be able to get Bryce Harper out of here. I mean, I know we'll get to this later, but it's going to be difficult, I think, to move off of other contracts. Trey Turner, right? Like Kyle Schwarber, we'll see about him, but it's difficult for me to envision an immediate upgrade to Kyle Schwarber right now. So, like, I think really what it comes down to is they just need a new voice, something that could maybe make some of these guys uncomfortable next season. And if a lot of the core is going to look the same, then I just think it needs to be a new manager next year.
Yeah, I'm with you. Look, in the biggest moments, they fail. In the biggest moments, they're a bad base running team. In the biggest moments, they make critical mistakes. And at some point, it's got to come back to the dugout. At some point, we can't just say, I like Rob Thompson, he gets a job for life. I want to win the World Series. I want to win the World Series with this group. I'm moving off a topper. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494. We've had a weekend to let this marinate. Do you want Rob Thompson back as Phillies manager? I do not. Hugh Douglas says, bring him back. Kyle's with me, says, nah, it's time to move on. We'll take all your phone calls now. Plus, when we get back, what Bryce Harper said about Topper, what Trey Turner said about Topper. And you're going to want to hear this from Todd Zielecki, something Matt Strom said that really resonates when you think about the final play, the Kerkering play, how this season ended. That's all coming up. Midday show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Lock in amazing fall deals for your new roof with Home Genius Exteriors. Get 50% off roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Hey, Eagles fans. Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. And the Fall Into Savings event is officially on at Scott Honda of Westchester. Right now, you can lease the all-new 2025 Honda Accord SE for just $269 a month and the 2026 Honda HR-V Sport all-wheel drive for $275 a month, or the 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for $329 a month. Catch these savings before they blow away. Head over to Scott Honda of Westchester today and make sure you tell them Fritz sent you. It's always smooth sailing at Scott.
Subject to credit approval. Not all buyers or vehicles qualify.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
October is Car Care Month. Visit your local AAA Tire and Auto Service location and save $40 on any repair of $150 or more. And on the plus side, AAA members save more. Offer valid October 1st through October 31st. See store for details.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity. But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You expect to manage next year?
Do I? That's out of my control. I'm not even thinking about it. I got 60 people in there that are brokenhearted right now, so I'm thinking about that more so than my job right now.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. So this is a nice answer on Thursday night. Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe. And this is not, I don't say this like flippantly. I like Topper. I think he's done a nice job overall as the Phillies manager. But this isn't about like, do I like him? It's about, does this give them the best chance to win the World Series?
No, I get it.
Sentimental Douglas over here.
I'm not being sentimental. I just don't feel.
Hook.
Listen, I understand. This is, to me, this is eerily similar to the Tony Dungy situation.
And it worked.
And I'm not saying it's not going to work, but I don't feel it's right. But when money's involved and you got the kind of money that these players are making, that's the easiest thing to do.
But I'm glad you said that, because the Bucks firing Tony Dungy, they probably don't win the Super Bowl with Tony Dungy.
Yeah, I mean, and that's fair. But that still doesn't make it right.
But
I'm not
interested
I
in
understand
right
what you're
and
not making right, but these players, it's the usual suspects. And then you put Topper in a position where he had to run it back with the same old individuals, and the results were still the same.
That's fine.
You can only coach so much, in my opinion.
The bunt
bunt was the worst moment of the series.
Which one? Was the one that started the game?
No. The bunt that ruined game 2. I mean, like, that's just his decision. Like,
no,
that's
Topper's fault. Seriously, Joe.
Of course it is.
He
called for the bunt.
That's Castellanos' fault.
No. But
that's what you call situational awareness.
If you have a bad base runner, you don't call for a bunt.
If you have a bad base runner, you're trying to win a game, and if that's the hand that you're dealt, you have to play the hand that you're dealt.
Right, so you don't bunt.
He has to have the situational awareness to know that if Mookie Betts has a jump on you, you're not going to make that.
You don't ask back. You don't ask. You don't put players in position to do things they don't do well. Castellanos is a terrible base runner. And also, even if it worked, I don't like the idea of giving up the out. I don't like that. I just think Topper's been bad in the biggest moments. I can't reconcile that. Let's hear from some of the Phillies after the game on Thursday about Rob Thompson. Let's start with Trey Turner, who obviously backed his manager. Here's Trey.
There's going to be discussion about Rob's future. Do you think Rob is still the right guy to lead this team?
100%. He's great, man. I've been blessed with a lot of good managers in my career. I've probably played for 4 or 5 now, and they've all been really good, and he's right up there with them. He's got all the qualities. He keeps it even keel all year long, and I think he, like I said yesterday, a little bit, he blends the old school and the new school, and he's willing to adapt and change and do different things, and I don't think he can ask for more out of a manager.
All right, so an endorsement there from Trey Turner. That was interesting here, especially when I heard this one. Hugh, today was the day for us to react to all this together, but also a chance to catch you up on some things you may have missed when you were not here on Friday. Hugh, listen to Bryce Harper when asked the same question, right? You heard Trey Turner, right? He backed his manager, very strong, one of the best they've ever had. He's the right guy. Trey Turner said that. Here's Bryce Harper when asked the same question.
Always, when you get this close, there's pressure on the manager. Do you think Rob is the right guy to continue leading this team forward?
I love Harper, man. He's done a great job for us. I don't know what the future holds. I have no idea. I think that's a Dombrowski question. But obviously, we love Harper in here. He's been great for us. But I think that's, like I said, that's a Dombrowski question.
Ask Dave. Go ask Dave the question, is what he said.
I mean,
he didn't say yes. I mean,
he did not say yes.
There's a lot of ways to not say the word yes.
And you know what? I'm the same cat that last week got on my soapbox and had a whole fit about him talking in detail about Ranger Suarez.
And the pitching plan,
his performance and everything. And for you to sit there, as much as you have to say about everything else and not say a whole lot about that, that's telling. That's telling.
Yep.
That is
he
real
said,
telling.
"Go ask Dave Dombrowski."
And as I look at the box score and I look at your batting and what you did, you didn't hit not one ball in that last game. That is telling.
Well, it told me that he's removing himself from the Rob Thompson. He's not backing him. I mean, he could have said right there, yes,
Bryce
obviously.
Harper 4-0.
Yeah, he could have said obviously that Topper's our guy, Topper's our manager, he's the right guy for the job. He didn't say that. I thought it was telling.
I mean, it is telling, Joe, and with a guy, especially with a guy who is a walking quote machine and likes to talk to the media as much as he does. I think that is telling.
Yeah, I thought it was. 215-592-94. Let's get some phone lines here, and then in a few minutes we're gonna let you hear something that Todd Zalecki relays about Matt Strahm after the game, because I think it really. I don't know if it was meant as an indictment from Strahm on Topper, but it certainly felt like one considering how the game ended. Chris in Middletown starts us off on a Monday as we lick our wounds after whatever the heck happened last week. What's up, Chris?
Good morning, man.
Good morning, Chris. Good
morning.
Are you feeling good for at least one reason that James Franklin is unemployed today?
Yeah, we're going to address that. But why in the world on Monday when I turn in right out the gate, Philadelphia gets fresh off suspension, company man Douglas studio today? Dude, here, let me explain something to you. He put Orion out there, and you're saying oh, well, it's on the plate or it's on Ryan. No, Orion was horrendous all year with inherited runners. In the most important game of the year, he turns to him. Mm-hmm. And not only was he bad all year, he was bad in the postseason, the previous game. So maybe he flipped the switch. No, he was bad. So the guy that keeps putting out the walking corpse out there, for him only to be run down every day, it's kind of like when they made you play D-end that one time. That's what happens. Like, he got mowed down. Like, we knew this was going to happen. And, yeah, I took a shot at you there.
You
but
did.
it's ridiculous, guys. And you know what? I'm done with this, like, this feeble attempt to, that Hugh tried to make by, Zombie Thompson is okay, and it wasn't his fault. It's crazy. Like, that's La La Land Douglas talk. Fire Rob Franklin. Fire him. Okay? Look up to State College. Follow what they just did. They got off the money. They said, we don't care. We're going to pay $48 million. You're gone. You know why? Because he was good. He wasn't great. We have the same argument here. The Phillies are one of the most talented teams in Major League Baseball. Mr. Middleton, who wants his bleeping trophy back, is dumping gobs and gobs and gobs of money in it. And what does Rob do? Rob is, the past 2 years, the top 2-seeded team both years in a row, goes into the very first series and falls flat on his face. What are we? Are we the Dallas Cowboys? Because that's what the Phillies have become. And you know what? Hugh, now I'm angry with you because now I realize we're dealing with Dallas Douglas in studio today. And you know what? We're not keeping Jason Garrett's older brother, Rob Zombie, around here anymore. I'm all in. I'm betting on Bochy. Have a good day, man.
Chris, appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say you're a little company man stuff today.
A little company man. Are you serious?
A little bit.
Because I'm saying that I don't think it's his fault that the usual suspects, the same scenario plays out every postseason. Bats on shoulders, nobody hits.
He's the manager of the team.
Okay. If that's what you want to say. Again, he didn't throw the errant. He didn't make that errant.
No, he didn't.
He did not make that errant.
He did not, but I think this is worth listening to. Here is Todd Zolecki. Listen to this when we talk about him not making the errant throw. He didn't. His players did. Topper doesn't swing the bat. He doesn't throw the baseball. None of that. But he puts players in position, and he oversees the entire baseball operation on the field. Here is Todd Zolecki talking about something Matt Strom said.
In my game story, I used a quote from Matt Strom, and I said, listen, I'm not even the guy's teammate. I said, you're his teammate. How bad do you feel for Ryan Kerkering? What went through your mind when he made that? He panicked. And he said, as soon as he let the ball out of his hand, I said to myself, I wish as a veteran player, I would have asked why we don't do more PFPs and work on our fielding practice more throughout the season. I don't know.
Nobody gets on the field anymore, Todd.
That's a damning quote.
Wait a minute, who said that at the end?
Strom. Oh, that was Ruben Amaro at the end.
Okay.
Yeah, that to me is a damning quote from Strom about the operation here. Why don't we do more pitching fielding practice during the season? I mean, you could say, and you're right, it wasn't Topper that threw the ball over, JT said, that forgot what base to throw to. It was Ryan Kerkering. But maybe Ryan Kerkering's not totally prepared for the moment because the operation here isn't totally prepared. Meanwhile, the Dodgers, on the fly, did a wheel play that they haven't done in years.
No, I saw that. And I know what you're talking about, the play that we're talking about where
Game 2,
Castellanos, yes. My thing is this. I hear you, and I understand, Topper's going to catch a lot of heat today. But there's this thing at the beginning of athletes that's called professional. And if you're a professional athlete, it's on you, especially if you know if this moment meant to you as much as it did the fans. I feel like you would have done more to prepare yourself for that moment so it wouldn't happen again.
I get that.
And my point is this: I just find it. I'm a little bit disappointed in the fact that you found that it was okay to say that to Todd Zolecki in that moment, and you've been on this team all year long, toting the company line and everything like that. But as soon as it goes bad, that's what you want to share. That to me is that's that suburban energy that I'm talking about.
But
Joe, when it goes bad and it looks bad, I don't feel like you need to be sharing that with everybody. That's not a conversation that you need to be sharing with folks outside the house.
That's fair. But maybe they're done with him. Maybe they don't think he's the right guy.
Okay, if that's the case, you still keep that in-house.
Well, okay.
This team...
No, so I understand. Like
the guys on this team, like, I'm just surprised that when it goes bad, that's what you do.
Well, not everyone. Trey backed him.
Trey backed him, but Bryce
Strom
and Strom. Come on, man. Seriously?
So, all right. So I hear you on that, but once I hear that, I can't unhear. You know what I mean?
I know.
Maybe family business shouldn't have got out, but you guys had an argument in front of me. I can't not see it now.
No, that's
right?
just like when your parents you argue in front of the kids, they can't unsee that.
So I saw it, and I see a team that doubts their manager now. I get it.
I get it, and that's why I feel like Topper's gonna be probably the scapegoat in this. Do I think it's fair? No. But I also understand that financially, when you talk about money and these $300 million, and $800 million contracts, that's the easiest move to make is to get rid of the manager.
Well, and it's one that might actually, though, pay the biggest dividends, right? Because you would think, unless they have a rash of injuries, you would think next year, if they bring most of the team back, they're going to be in the postseason, right? That's the kind of team they have. They've been that pretty consistently now for years. So it's a matter of those little things in October. It is, you could call it scapegoat, but it also could be the simple thing that changes some things in the month of October.
My thing is that I remember my first year with the Jets. It didn't make a difference. But I remember talking to Coach Kotite about the way that we practiced.
Yeah.
I didn't have enough cachet at that moment to say to have any pull, but I still said something. And my thing is, if Strong really felt that strong about it as a veteran, why don't you say that to Topper? Knowing the weight of this moment and how meaningful it is. Why do you wait to tell Todd? And I'm not picking on Todd. Todd did his job.
Yeah,
Todd did his job.
Totally.
But as a former athlete, when I hear that and I see the way that the game went, and I've been here and watched all these postseasons where the players came up short, for you to say that says a lot about you to me.
I don't disagree with that. But it's still damning to hear.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
that means,
I'm not trying to deflect from what's being said, because you're right. But at the same time, like I said, as a former athlete, to hear that, knowing that you have the ear and Topper door is always open, for you to share that to me tells me a lot about you.
A little too late, Sean. Yeah, I know. I hear that. 215-592-9494. Big V in Mount Laurel up on WIP. What's up, Big V?
Yo, man, look.
Big V, what's up?
Cut it out. Joe, Topper to you has always been a low-hanging fruit.
Well, that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not true.
In fact,
I mean, it's not true because
fact,
it's not true because we've done this now for 4 straight years, and this is the first time that I have sat here and said I want him out. First time.
Well, actually, that's not true.
What is?
Let's see. A couple of months ago, you were saying that you wanted the entire administration out, including Topper.
No, I didn't say that. Actually, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No. We can have fun with this, and we could say things that I said and say I was wrong, and I think that's fun. But we're not going to make things up. This is the first time in the history of Topper's run here that I say he should be gone. First time.
Okay, right.
Well,
okay.
if you listen, you could be condescending, or we could have a conversation, Big V. So let's operate off of this. Today's the first day I said he should be out. Now you go.
Okay, if today is the first day that you say that he should be out, why are you going to base the outing of Topper on the performance of the players?
What is his job?
Put them in a position to succeed.
And did he do that?
He did.
He did with the bunt in Game 2.
He put them in the position to succeed.
Well, how? But explain to me how the bunt was a position to succeed. Even if it was successful, you're giving up a chance to win the game. You're giving an out away.
Well, he was actually playing to tie rather than play to win.
Yeah, but again, that's not great baseball right there, Big V.
Well, it is to a lot of people.
It's not.
Some people say, you know what, tie the football game, kick the field goal, tie the football game. Yeah. And others say, no, go for the 2-point conversion and win.
Yeah, you have a less chance to win with a runner on third and 1 out than no outs and a runner on second. But go ahead. If we want to defend that, defend that.
Okay, but anyway, I mean, he puts them in positions to succeed. The problem that he had is that he put the players in position for their success, yet they underperformed the expectation. That's not his fault.
What does he do here then? Like, what does he do well? Let's just start with this. What does he do at an exceptional level?
What he seemed to do well this year was get us to the division series.
You think he's the reason they got to the playoffs and won 95 games?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
He's a baseball manager, Big V. You could sit there and they'd win 86.
No, I couldn't.
Yeah, you could.
Not into this phone call.
I could.
Okay.
I'm a man. I know managing a baseball team, that's not in my wheelhouse. But anyway, to move on, he, with his experience, he put him in a position to get there. Okay? They did not do it. Again, each time we lost was not the fact of Topper. It was the fact that this $800 million roster
gotcha.
underperformed.
How about in game one? The Dodgers are using all their starting pitchers. We save Ranger for game 3. Game 1, he rolls Robertson out there at 40 years old, ask him to pitch, sit down and pitch again. What was that?
That's Bishop to Queen's 5 or Rook to King 7. Whichever choice you use is supposed to get you to the check.
No. We can't just say if his no. Now we're saying if his moves work, he's smart. If his don't, it's everyone else's fault.
No, what I'm saying is that the strategy works.
No, the strategy made no sense. The strategy made no sense.
It made no sense because we lost. That's why it made no sense to you and the rest of the other idiots. But here's the whole thing. If it worked, like some of his other things, he's a genius.
So I figured it out. I got it now. When his moves, when they work, he's a genius. When they don't, it's everyone else's fault.
No, well, your position is that when they don't work, it's his fault, and when they do work, it's the fault of his.
No, they don't. No. It's a bottom line job in October, and they don't work enough. Big V. It's been 4 years.
Listen, it's subjected to opinion. It's half a dozen in one hand and 6 in the other. It's still the same thing. It's subjective to the opinion. Okay?
Isn't that subjective?
He's fine, and he's a genius, and we're on our way to the World Series. It didn't work, and now you want him fired.
I want a new manager. Yes, you're making it sound like I'm asking for something terrible. Managers get fired all the time. I want a new manager.
Yeah, they do. But even the guy that you want right now, how come he got fired?
Who?
I mean, he's got all these wins.
Who are we talking about?
Bochy, right?
Bochy?
What did you talk about earlier?
Yeah, Bochy.
Does not have a job.
Yeah, they parted ways. He didn't want to be there anymore.
Okay, right.
You think the Rangers fired Bruce Bochy?
I think the Rangers didn't want him.
Okay. He just won the World Series 2 years ago. You know this, right? With that team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
But yeah, okay. So if he didn't want to be
Big V, who's a better manager, Bruce Bochy or Rob Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of the phone call. I can't. I just I could take the conversation so far, and then we go to the nonsense, and I got to move off it.
I don't feel like we got anywhere. With
no, I don't either. I don't either. AB in Philly is up on. Maybe AB can help us out. What's up, AB?
Hey, yo, at the end of the day, facts is facts.
Mm-hmm.
Rob Thompson, he has taken this team to the playoffs. Every year he has taken this team since he's been a manager to the playoffs in a way where they could have made it to this World Series. I know what the Phillies is for the last 4 years. The top of their lineup is trash. They don't show up. You can fire Rob Thompson. Even if you fire Rob Thompson, that's not going to make your top of your lineup do what they're supposed to do when they're supposed to do it. You know what I'm saying? So you can fire Rob Thompson. At the end of the day, the facts is if your top of your lineup show up, Rob Thompson doesn't have to do all the goofy stuff that he did in the
So AB, I agree to a point, but Shohei Ohtani just went 1 for 16, and the Dodgers won. The manager does these games are close in the playoffs. These little moves make a difference.
I understand what you're saying,
but the Dodgers won. The Dodgers won with
a group of players. We're talking about players that know situational baseball. You put Castellino on there, you put the Castellano or whatever his name on there to bunt. If he would have bunt just like Daggone our other shortstop said, that was the play. But Castellanos, once he seen he couldn't make that play, he wasn't supposed to run.
But if you're asked, baby, I hear it, and a good call. If you're asking players to do things they don't do well, that's on you. What are we doing?
I think the moment dictated what happened. And he was like, that professional thing on the front of the athlete thing means a lot. You have to notice that, Joe. If me and you were out there, as much baseball as we played between the two of us, we both know that if Mookie has that jump on us, we're not going to make that play.
I know, but I don't like the bunt. Even if it went right, I don't like the bunt.
I don't even like it. Since we're playing hypotheticals, I don't like the fact that if I was out there, that I was out there. But I am. So
Yeah.
I have to do what's best for the situation.
Wait, is this professional athlete Hugh or current day Hugh?
Well, both.
Well, current day
Hugh ain't making that run. He's gonna go back to second
Yeah,
and wait for something good to happen.
Current day Hugh would be in big trouble. All right, more of your phone calls coming up. We're picking up the piece of this Phillies team today.
Pick up the piece.
We're trying to do. We'll talk about the manager. Do you want him back? Do you want Rob Thompson back as Phillies manager? I don't. Hugh Douglas does. Ken Rosenthal talked about this the other day. We'll let you hear what he said about Thompson's future. It's interesting the way he framed it. That's next. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Take a ride in the Buick Envista or stand out in style in the Buick Envision. For honest pricing and dedicated service, visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com.
Enjoy even more before you spin with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. What's for breakfast? You have to get to Helen's Sausage House with locations in Smyrna, Newark, Delaware. For over 40 years, Helen's has kept the region running with its delicious breakfast sandwiches, lunch, and catering. Make Helen's your next stop. Online, helensausage.com.
Red is the only color that matters this October. It's a Red October sales event here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashaw, the Car Czar. Now through October 31st, every vehicle on our lot is red tagged with deals guaranteeing a walk-off win. Step up to the plate and drive home your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Now's not the time to strike out with your trade. Colonial Hyundai will give you top dollar. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with a Gold Glove guarantee, America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Hurry in before the final pitch of the season to Colonial Hyundai of Downtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer.
Hey, Jetta Camry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Injured on the job? Insurance companies will turn their backs on you.
I deserve better.
Some employers just won't care.
I deserve better.
Call Martin Law. We wrote the book on workers' comp in Pennsylvania. Our team will help you get the benefits you deserve. Call 215-587-8400 to arrange a free consultation.
You deserve better.
215-587-8400. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for nearly 40 years.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 94 WIP and thousands more, plus millions of podcasts are all on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gilliard, Sports Talk on WIP, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on us these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We will get to NFL Week 6 and some fallout from whatever happened at MetLife last Thursday night. Eagles coming up in a little bit. We start today, though, with Topper, as we've had a weekend to let it settle in, let it marinate a little bit. Tonight, and man, it stinks. Game 1 of the NLCS is tonight. That should be here. That should be here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I feel you.
Instead, it's in Milwaukee with the Dodgers and the Brewers. 215-592-9494. All right, before we go back to the phone lines on Rob Thompson, Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic and Fox Sports. Listen to what he had to say this
Blade
weekend.
Rosenthal.
Blade Rosenthal, as Jolly
Blade.
would call him. Yes, his buddy Blade from Penn back in the day. And I'd never thought of Rosenthal as Blade, but now that Jolly said it, it feels.
And then especially after you see him mean mug that camera guy.
Yeah, that was not a good look for Rosenthal.
That's a look by Blade.
Yeah, it was. It was a Blade look. All right, let's hear what Blade had to say about Rob Thompson, his futures. There's a part of this I found really interesting. Here it is.
Absolutely not. And Bob Nightingale of the USA Today wrote a long story about Dombrowski and Middleton in their relationship, the owner, John Middleton. And basically, John Middleton wants Dombrowski to be the POBO forever. The real question here is Rob Thompson. And it's not simply a question of whether the Phillies want him back. It might also be a question of whether he wants to be back. A manager goes through these things, and it's difficult. So I would expect when things settle down, he would want to be back. But if you're the Phillies, maybe you look at this and the successive playoff failures, and they've come earlier each year, and you say, okay, we want to do something different. Dave Dombrowski could make that decision. That would not surprise me. But I honestly think Rob Thompson is a good manager for this team. And the compassion he showed last night with Kerkering coming off the field and in his news conference, those were the hallmarks of a leader. So to me, Rob Thompson should be back if he wants to be back. And the question is going to be, do the Phillies want him back? That's number one.
All right, I have a lot of thoughts off of that. Number one, does Topper want to be back? He threw out that element of this year. Not just do the Phillies want him back, does Rob Thompson want to
dealing
be
with all
back?
this foolishness in your co-manager, Bryce Harper. Yeah, he might not want to be.
Okay,
be a part of it.
so that makes it easier for me. If he's having doubts, we're not going to dance this dance again.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case,
Yeah.
and since that's been said, maybe he might not be the guy for the job. And I get totally where you're coming from, Joe. I just don't feel like a lot of times as fans, when stuff like this happens, we don't place the blame where it needs to be.
No, but
Players play.
So I agree with you, but two things could be true at the same time. The players didn't do good enough, and
he
he's
didn't-
not the right manager.
And he's probably not bought in to what's going on. But I still don't agree with the fact that it's his fault on a Monday morning. I don't agree with that.
Second thing is the way Rosenthal described that is it's really Dombrowski's decision. And I think back, Dave Dombrowski, when he got to Boston, John Farrell was the manager. John Farrell had won the World Series for the Red Sox in 2013. The way Topper got us to 1 in 22, John Farrell won it. And they had successive seasons where they won 93 or more games, and they went out in the division series. Does that sound familiar? That's what we've done the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And he moved off of John Farrell, and he hired Alex Cora. He upgraded, and very quickly after that, the Red Sox won the World Series. So there's that. And the third thing, I want to make sure I say this the right way. I don't want to sound crass, because I thought it was a nice gesture, too. I don't care that he put his arm around Ryan Kerkering. I mean, he's not coaching my son's Little League team or my daughter's softball team. He's a wonderful guy. That's not the question here. I mean, it sounds like everyone wants to keep him because he's a nice guy. This is the major leagues. He's a nice man. And
Major League Buddies?
Is it Major League Buddies? Because he put his arm around Kerkering, I'm keeping him as the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies with a $300 million payroll? What are we doing here? Can someone stop this? Oh, he put his arm around him. He's a great leader. That's wonderful. He also called for a bunting game, too. What are we doing?
It's like I don't even know you
Oh,
anymore.
come on. That's a reason to keep the manager?
I didn't say
because
it was, Joe. But damn, the moment, the guy was hurting.
Stop.
The guy,
That's
he
right.
made a mistake.
And you know what? I expect that. And it was a nice gesture. Actually, it was a learning moment. I actually thought it was a great leadership moment. It doesn't mean the guy can manage his way out of a paper bag. I mean, come on. Can we please? Half expected you to come in here with that. Well, he put his arm around Ryan Kirkland. I don't care. I mean, that's not a reason to keep the guy.
Hey, there, it'll be okay. No, it's not. It's not going to be
It's not going to be all right.
No, I get it. I couldn't believe it because I was traveling that night, and when I saw it, I was like, what a way to go out. And I had people texting me, giving me information about what was going on, and I could not believe it happened the way that it did.
It was brutal.
But on the flip side, when you talk about this team, it's right up there with the bat on your shoulder. It's right up there with a last at bat where nobody swings. I mean, it's par for the course for this squad.
It is.
And at the end of the day, it's always the guys that are in position to make things happen don't make them happen. That's kind of how I look at it. Now, again, I get it because, like I said, my biggest thing is the Tony Dungy thing and Gruden getting there and getting that team over the hump. I get that, but that still doesn't make it right.
But I don't care about right and
No,
wrong.
I hear you.
about winning.
I hear you. And it's just a lot to be said about these individuals that have a lot to say about the manager or not when things don't go well, but you directly affect the outcome of the game. That bothers me.
Just the right and wrong, and he put his arm around Ryan Kirkering. I don't.
There.
I mean, that's not a reason to keep a manager. That's a reason to keep him in the organization. I mean, Rob Thompson's a good dude and a good baseball guy and a Philly. Keep him here. He can go upstairs and help out. But no,
I just don't want no more decisions.
I need someone else in the dugout. Jamal in Philly is up on WIP. Hey, Jamal.
Hey, how everybody going?
What's up, man?
Hugh?
What's going on?
What's up, Jamal? What's up, Kyle? Hugh, you are not a retired athlete. In my eyes, you'll always be an athlete.
Well, yeah, but thank you. Well, thank you, brother. Appreciate
that. In my eyes, he'll always be retired.
If I can, I would like to say something real quick on the Eagles as well as the Phillies.
Sure. Yep.
How to fix the Eagles, you take the playbook out of Patullo's hand, give it to Big Dom. Every time he reaches for it, you smack his hand, right?
Giving Big Dom the playbook, though?
Yeah, he don't call the plays, though. We're going to let Hurts call the plays. We're not going to ban the tush push. We're going to ban the RPO. They run blitzing, jumping our gaps, and tackling behind the line of scrimmage. It's time for that to go.
Okay, so we got Big Dom holding the – I like this. Big Dom – I mean, he already has a headset on. I mean, you might as well just give him the playbook. All right, Jamal, what do we got for the Phillies? What do you think on Topper?
All right, so for the Phillies, for Topper, like you said, he's a real good person. Unfortunately, that doesn't translate to a good manager. I believe we got as far as we got on talent and talent alone because I believe he made more mistakes than he did things right throughout the year. So my way to fix the Phillies is bring in a strategic manager with a championship pedigree who know what to do in situations, know how to manage the ball club, stern but fair. It's a new age, so you can't, be too bossy. I would trade Harper. I would trade Nola. I would trade Castellanos, Marsh, and Bone, and bring in all batters that hits for average. And I believe that will give us what we need to win. I don't care about the home runs. I'd rather you hit a single, the whole game, double, whatever the case may be. Bring me, that's the only analytics that I want on the Phillies is the only number I want to see is what they hit for average.
Base hits, Jamal. Good phone call. I'm not fully on board. Yeah, I like some power. I'm not fully on board with the full plan, but I do like the idea of strategic manager, someone that can manage in the big moments. Sounds like Bruce Bochy to me. 215-592-9494. Do you want Topper out? Yes or no? Should he be back as the Phillies manager? I'm done. Major League buddy Hugh Douglas over here is like, it's not his fault. Not his fault. All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls, and we want to throw the Eagles in next after a disaster of a week number 6 in MetLife against the Giants. That's all coming up. It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. The FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is your home for all your favorite NFL bets from yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel Any Play. could be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You could get in the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wawa now has more, better than ever ways to create your own lattes, starting at just $3. Because when it comes to your caffeine, anything short of exactly what you want can throw off your whole day. Choose your favorite milk, flavor, sweetener, and toppings for your morning boosts, afternoon treats, and pick-me-ups. Whether it's rich and creamy or light and simple, every cup is created by you and handcrafted by us. Gotta have a Wawa.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
You waited all year, and it's finally here. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Satisfy your Turkey Day cravings with hot roasted turkey and gravy, savory stuffing, sweet cranberry sauce, and creamy mashed or sweet potatoes. You heard that right. Sweet potatoes are back this year, along with even more ways to make it your own, like double stuffed or in a wrap. It's about time. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. James Franklin is out, and Penn State's now got one of the best jobs in college football up for grabs. Top of their list, probably Matt Rule. He played for Penn State, loves the place, and has deep ties with athletic director Patrick Kraft. But don't sleep on Curt Cignetti, who made Indiana a powerhouse. Lane Kiffin as an outside-the-box hire would be my choice. The question isn't if they'll find a great coach, it's which one they'll bet the future on. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Listen to WIP.
Is that okay?
Plus other Odyssey stations and hundreds of podcasts. All free on the Odyssey app.
Goodbye.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe and Philly. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That's how you join the show. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls here on the Phils. Rob Thompson, do you want him back as the manager of the team next year? I don't. I imagine the Phillies are going to make a decision in the next week or so, and I'm ready to move on. Good manager, not a great one, and I think the Phillies need a new voice to go win a World Series here. That is our first Twitter question today, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. But Hugh, the Phillies weren't the only ones that made us want to throw up on Thursday night. The Philadelphia Eagles also played that role as they went up to MetLife Stadium to take on a team, Hugh, that they have beaten like a drum for, 12 years now. I mean, the Eagles have just beaten the Giants up over and over, and we kind of just expect it, right? They're better. They own the rivalry. And that was a reverse of what we've seen for a long time. The Eagles got their ass kicked. They lost by 17. It didn't even feel that close at times. Hugh, we got some issues now with the Philadelphia Eagles. It's not 1 week. It's not two. And I don't think we can just hide behind the record anymore. They are 4-2, but they have been outgained in every game. They have fewer first downs than their opponent in every game. You look at a lot of the numbers, and they are not good in almost any category. Hugh, you're feeling after watching Thursday and just like where we're at now through 6 weeks.
Man, listen, I didn't, again, was traveling that night, but the name that I kept hearing throughout the whole game was Cam Scatterbo. He had 19 carries, Joe, for 98 yards.
Well, and they couldn't stop him, yeah.
And he was real physical. Like, that's the thing that kind of stuck out to me, and that's what people were telling me. It was like, he was real physical in his runs. And you talk about a team that beat the brakes off the Kansas City Chiefs not that long ago, and to get beat up by a team that before they played us only won one game, that's telling. But it also leads me back to that familiarity breeds contempt kind of thing, and knowing a team as well as they did. And I did kind of tell you that.
No.
I did kind of tell y'all that I didn't say I didn't think they were going to lose, but I did say that this was going to be a
we asked you if it was acceptable to have a squeaker against the Giants.
No,
and you changed the conversation around.
What are you talking about?
To fit your agenda.
Okay,
I told you. I said I think if I recall, I said something to the effect that.
Nope.
The Giants, it might be a tough game. I do recall saying that.
That wasn't I don't think either of us really pushed back that it could be. We were asking you, is it acceptable?
Yeah. We also need to reframe. This is like when you almost hit a parlay.
Yeah.
If you came out on Thursday and said they're going to lose tonight, then you get your flowers. But for you to say it's going to be a close game and we lose by 17, you were wrong both ways.
Yeah, it wasn't even a close game. We got dragged by the New York Giants, Hugh.
Did get dragged,
you didn't say that.
I didn't say that, but I did.
Well, if you want your flowers, you got to hit the bet.
Kind of said it was going to be a lot tougher than it was.
No, but again, that doesn't. You got to tell us they're going to lose for it to resonate.
I didn't think they were going to lose.
Okay, but
I was a little surprised that Cam Scatterbo went off like that, and we got Saquon Barkley.
Well, maybe we should stop being surprised, Hugh, because we're not the same team anymore. I mean, how many? We're 6 weeks in, right? We are heading towards week 7.
Yes.
You said there a few minutes ago, the team that dragged the Chiefs in the Super Bowl is now this, right?
Yeah.
We're not the team that won the Super Bowl. This is a very different football team. First of all, it's not as deep as it was last year. That's the start, right? We lost a lot of good players in free agency. We knew that. But even what we have is not really on the field right now because there was no Landon Dickerson on Thursday night.
Real banged up.
Jalen Carter didn't play.
Nope.
Quinyon Mitchell came out of the game with a hamstring. Nolan Smith's obviously on the IR and has been for a few weeks. So we're not quite as great as we were last year to begin with. And whatever we are this year, we're banged up on top of that. Right now, they're not a great football team. And right now, it's hard to even see that they're very good. What are the Eagles right now? Right now, not what they should be, what we think they're supposed to be. Right now, what kind of team do we have?
No clue. Okay. I mean, they're 4-2, though. They're 4-2.
Jeez.
I mean, the reality is what it is. And until that changes...
It is cheap, but you said this at 4-0. It's changing.
It's
changing.
Yeah. Well, hold on. They're not a 2-2 team that won their last two.
No.
They're a 4-0 team that is now going backwards and have lost two straight, and one of them to the Giants.
The thing that really jumps out to me, and I was real adamant about this last week, is the fact that who was it that said they got the blueprint? on the Eagles last week?
T.J. Ward.
I didn't believe that at first. Did not believe that. But then you got those flippant comments by the Giants head coach about, the ball's open and
AJ's open.
Yeah, AJ's open. And then they come out and play the way that they did against us. That's not a good feeling. But 4-2.
Oh, jeez. All right.
And we still are the defending.
No. It's over.
That's what I'm hanging my hat. I'm hanging my hat.
The honeymoon's over.
I'm hanging my hat.
The honeymoon's over.
I'm hanging my hat.
It's a different year. It's a different team. Now, here's the real question.
Look different, though.
Do they deserve the benefit of the doubt?
Yes.
Well, let me finish.
No.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, they do.
Do they deserve the benefit of the doubt that they're going to get this back to a Super Bowl level?
Maybe.
Okay. See, now we're workshopping things. So I'll frame it this way. I think they deserve a benefit of the doubt that they're going to figure things out as the year goes on, and they're not going to be as bad as they've been, in the last few weeks. But that could just mean getting back to a good level. I don't know how I watch the team right now and think, oh yeah, we're headed to Santa Clara in February.
Oh yeah.
It's very hard to look at them right now. Like I wish I had something that they were really good at right now, and I could say, okay, well we have that, and if we fix this other thing, then we got a lot. I can't pick out one thing today the Eagles do at an exceptional level. Not one. You got one?
Yes.
What is it?
Deflecting.
That's what you do at an exceptional level.
They deflect really well.
Okay.
No, but all seriousness, I was basically processing what I knew about this team all weekend long, and it didn't make it any better being around a bunch of Giants fans. I don't know why they're Giants fans being in Ohio, but it was a bunch of Giants fans. It doesn't look good, and I've heard people say that maybe Kevin Patullo's in over his skis a little bit.
Probably is, yeah.
Jalen Hurts isn't throwing the ball well because the last couple games that he's thrown the ball a lot that they've lost.
Yep.
You keep going down the list.
They can't stop the run. Quignon's out. We don't get to the quarterback.
The most egregious thing that I think happened was the Giants lining up and just physically whooping you. Like if you came from another planet and you watched that game, you probably would have sworn that the Giants were the team that went to the Super Bowl last year.
Or you wouldn't have thought the Eagles were.
Yeah, it was the way that they physically manhandled you. It was like you didn't want to play. And you can't have that. Like, if you thought that, with all that bravado and all that long talking you were doing all year long, talking about it was the past or whatever, if you thought that you were just going to roll your helmets out there and people were going to lay down and die or lay down and, let you do whatever you wanted to do, that's not the case. They need to get it together. They really need to get it together. Am I out on the season? Not yet. But I will say this with a straight face, that for this to be the 6th game that you've played in and you've looked this bad, there is cause for concern. No question about it, because you're not like the teams that I was a part of. You start to gain momentum around. This is when you start to try to separate yourself at this point in the season. You got off to a great start. Now it feels like you're regressing a little bit.
Yeah, I'm concerned. I don't think they deserve the benefit of the doubt to become a Super Bowl team overnight. Now, are they going to fix this and be in the mix at the end? I still think so. I don't think they're going to just lose out and be a bad football team, but they have issues. They have real issues here. And the other thing I keep going back to, I remember we had the conversation after week 3. Are they lucky? There's only been one game this year that hasn't been a toss-up, and they got their ass kicked in that game. 5 toss-ups, right? They won 4 of them, lost 1. Really close, down to the wire games. They went 4-1 in those games. Some credit to them for doing that, but those games tend to be 50-50 games. One game this season of the 6 has been clearly who was better. And that was this past Thursday against the worst team they've played. That's not a great sign. Kyle, where are you at on the benefit of the doubt for a 4-2 team that does not look like a 4-2 team?
That benefit of the doubt, Douglas over here. It's killing me.
I see y'all missed me when I was gone.
Yeah, well. You people still came right at your neck, by the way.
Is that right?
Well, we did tell them you were suspended.
Yeah. No, I think it's time everybody is honest with themselves, honest about this football team, and it's time we drop a bunch of acts.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy. Yeah, well, that's coming.
It's beyond the fact that they're, just not playing well and the issues that we're seeing on the field. They look like they're a miserable football team.
Yep.
They're worn out. They're injured. They're not doing anything well at this point. Sirianni's whole thing about being tough, detailed, and together, they're none of those three. None of those three right now. I mean, all you had to do is look at some of the vibes on the Giants sideline as they're kicking our ass and they're bullying us. And then you look at us and you hear about the things that are coming out of our locker room, and it's all bad. Like it's all bad. And I can't give them the benefit of the doubt when it's very clear that this is a completely different football team than it was last season in a variety of ways. And the sad part is it's a lot of the same personnel, but nothing feels the same as it does last year besides the terrible passing game. That's the only thing that seems like it's carried over from last season. And look, I think the one thing I would give the benefit of the doubt of is that the defense is probably better than they're playing right now, but they're being dragged down by an offense that can't stay on the field for more than 3 plays.
And they're hurt. On Thursday, there was no Nolan Smith, no Jalen Carter, no Quinyon Mitchell for a lot of that game. It'll be tough to win games.
The best coach unit on the team is, they don't have a prayer because of what the rest of the team is doing. And right now, not even special teams, they can't do a single thing right. It looks like a season that's being lost, right before our very eyes.
Yeah, they got to get this figured out. It doesn't look right now. 215-592-9494. Are your phone calls on all this? We'll get back to the Topper conversation as well. Do you want him back as Phillies manager? And the Eagles, do you give them the benefit of the doubt to move forward this season and get this thing back together? Because right now, they don't look like a good football team. I can't think of one thing they do exceptional right now. Kyle mentioned the passing game, which usually is like the thing each week with most teams that you go to and say, well, they have that, right? They have these receivers, the quarterback.
Hang your hat on something.
We don't have that right now.
That's the truth.
It is extremely choppy. All right, coming up on the other side, your phone call as well. I'll also let you hear what Ray Didinger said this morning about the Eagles. He went back and rewatched the game. God bless him to do that. He went back and rewatched that game on Thursday against the Giants. Ray's thoughts on the Eagles right now as we head towards Week 7, which, by the way, might be against Carson Wentz this Sunday as the whole weird thing comes full circle. That's next. Your calls as well. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Fall is here, and you know what that means. Comfort food and tailgates. Nothing brings the heat to your table like Hatfield Recipe Essentials Chorizo. Had some chorizo this morning. It was pretty good. Picture this. Cheesy chorizo dip bubbling on the table, or a pot of hearty chili on those crisp games days. With Hatfield, you're getting flavor you can trust because they put better care into every step for better pork on your plate. Find recipes at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
Billy knows how to get game day ready. The jerseys, the wings, the oil change. Yeah, the oil change, because your car needs to perform too. At Meineke, we'll get your ride tuned up faster than a 2-minute drill. Brakes, tires, oil changes, exhaust, batteries, and more done right at the right price. Don't let car trouble bench you this season. Come to Meineke for all your car care needs. And right now, Meineke's offering a synthetic blend oil change for only $34.95 with free tire rotation. See your local Meineke dealer for details. Meineke, doing car care right.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Sold in Mississippi.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord or 2026 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Football season's back. Make Surfside your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Ask for it wherever you tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Showers today with a high getting up to 60 degrees.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Away we go. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop aboard. Do the Eagles deserve the benefit of the doubt? Are they getting it from you? And, of course, Rob Thompson, do you want him back as the Phillies skipper in 2026? I don't. I'm out. I like Topper. He's a good guy. He's been a good manager for the Phillies, but I think they need an upgrade to go win the World Series. And assuming that is the plan, we'll see what the Phillies' plan is this offseason. I imagine they're going to push all in to try to win the World Series. And that means trying to bring back their vets and adding and making the team better. If they're still all in to win a World Series next year, I need a new manager. Let's go to Stacy in the Northeast. Then we'll let you hear what Ray Didinger had to say on a rewatch of the Eagles-Giants. Stacy.
Good morning.
Good morning, Stacy.
I'm not from the Northeast. I'm from North Philly.
Okay.
But that's not important.
No, we could change it what it says on the board. I want to be accurate. Stacy from North Philly. What are you thinking today?
I got to ask you a question.
What you got?
Do you have a charcuterie board with you?
A charcuterie? No,
Yeah,
I do not.
Yeah, okay. You need to get one. You need to get some fine meats and cheeses and crackers to deal with the whining you have to deal with Julio and his partner, Crybaby Kai.
Not Julio. Crybaby Kai.
Hold on.
Who's crying, Stacey?
Well, I mean, if you want to call that, fine. But I have no issue about complaining with the team that just lost in the NLDS again and won one game. and blew 3 games in pathetic fashion. So I have standards, Stacy. Sorry, you don't.
We know, first of all, you're not in any position to speak about what my standards are. I didn't question yours. Okay?
Well, you did call me a crybaby, so
did,
okay.
and
So if you want,
every
if you want
word
to,
of it.
okay.
But
Mhm.
that doesn't-
Okay, well, I meant
that
every word of what
doesn't
I
say
said
anything
too.
Against your standards. That says nothing against your standards.
Well,
okay?
a little bit. I mean, it does have an implication to it, but anyway.
All right, so Stacy, why do you want to keep Topper, right? That's what you want to keep him?
Keep it Topper.
No, I didn't say that. It doesn't matter about who the manager is if your doggone so-called superstar players go 2 for the series. Doesn't matter. You can make all the excuses about Topper, this, that, and the other. He didn't do this. He didn't do that. I don't even agree with you on. But if you're going to use that, fine. But the fact of the matter is the batters, the players didn't get the job done. Any way you want to slice it. Nick Castellano shouldn't have to be told, don't run when you're the tying run on second base with no out.
No, he shouldn't have to be told that, but the manager shouldn't put a bunt down there. It was an asset. It was not. It was not. Absolutely, you're wrong.
There was nothing wrong with the bunt.
I totally disagree. It is poor strategy. You're giving
it's not poor strategy.
What absolutely is.
You can actually. Excuse me. Let me ask this, Joe Giulio.
Mm-hmm.
Can you score from second base on a wild pitch or a pass ball?
No, you cannot.
But you can from third.
You can't. But hold on. No. I want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing because details matter. It's not just a bunt in that situation. It is the slowest and worst runner on our team. So when you put the runner on third, you're giving up the out state. Let's say it worked. You're giving up the out. Okay, we agree on that. You're giving up the out, sacrifice bunt. You're then putting the worst and slowest runner. Stacy, there is no guarantee, even on a fly ball for the next batter, which is what the outcome you're hoping for, right? Wild pitch, foul ball, fly ball. You're trying to score without the luxury of a hit. There is no guarantee Castellanos can even get home on a fly ball. He's the slowest runner on the team. So what you're doing, no, let me finish. You are setting up a scenario that even if it works, might not work. That's why I was upset. Not that he got thrown out at third, because the strategy didn't apply. It doesn't work.
But it does matter.
No, it does.
Because that's the one thing. Hold it. I didn't interrupt you. That's the one thing that you've been criticizing, that Topper and this team has been criticized about for the last few years, is not playing small ball.
I don't criticize him for that. I think that's not.
You're interrupting it.
Well, no, because you're saying things that I don't do. You hear people do it.
The point of the matter is, point of the matter is simply this: whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter who the manager is.
It does.
If the players don't perform, and they didn't, you have 5 players on this team making $20 million each, and the 5 of them combined couldn't get you 10 hits, except in one. You couldn't get you 10 hits combined in a series. There's a problem there.
Yeah, but Stacey, that's the bottom line. Any way you want to okay. Then I'll use your example. Is it fair to then point out that in the series, Shohei Ohtani hit 148?
I don't.
No. It does matter because one team won, right? So if Ohtani hit 148 and Turner hit 200, it's the same thing. It's crap, right? Freddie Freeman hit 217. So what? Stacey, what? No. What?
Because the Dodgers had the other players on the Dodgers performed when they needed to perform. They got the key hit when they needed to
but
get
JT Realmuto performed. My point is that it was even. It was pretty even. The Phillies actually scored more runs, Stacey, in the series.
They only scored more runs because they had the one game where they broke out and got 8 runs.
What was the difference? The
difference is, Mr. Giulio, the difference is, it doesn't matter if you had, like I said, their biggest players may have struggled. Granted, fine.
So,
you want to be, but when it's all said and done, the Dodgers team performed when they needed to perform, and the Phillies didn't.
So, Stacey, I agree with you. Stacey, do you think part of that was in Game 1 when we put a 40-year-old pitcher who not one time this year was asked to come into a game, sit down after getting out of an inning, and come back in? We asked him to do that. He failed. And they went to their Game 4 starter while we had Ranger Suarez hanging out chewing bubble gum in the bullpen. Do you think that's part of the reason Dodgers won?
No,
of course not.
I don't think
Oh,
so.
okay.
I firmly believe.
Then you know what, Stacey? Here's what we're gonna do. Then no manager next season. Let Bryce Harper manage the team. If the manager doesn't matter, you're being ridiculous because
again, it doesn't. Again, if you're gonna you can pick the manager. You can pick any manager de jour that you want to pick. It still doesn't change the fact that when push came to shove, for the last 3 years. Even the year they went in 2022, when they needed to get the B hit, they didn't get it. They left runners in scoring position with nobody else or less than 2 outs and didn't get production. They did that. They struck out too often because they were undisciplined at the plate. They're the worst base running team in baseball.
And so the manager is he's not part of that.
No.
What does he do, Stacey? But what does the manager do?
Oh my God!
What does the manager do?
Listen,
you don't have an answer because what does he do?
I do have an answer.
What does he do?
The players are.
What does the manager do, Stacey? What does the manager do? Stacey, just answer the question, Stacey. What does the manager do then? What is his purpose?
Oh my God!
No, you don't have an answer.
Sit up here and tell me that the players.
No, I asked you. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
I'm answering your question.
What? Let's time out. I agree with you. The players are more important, obviously. Stacey, answer the question. No. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. I'm going to. Hold on a second. What does the manager do? Answer the question or move on.
The manager is supposed to deal with he's supposed to manage the players. That's what he's supposed to do.
Stacey, that's the title. Stacey, during the game, what does he do?
Oh my God!
You don't have an answer. I'm done. If you want to defend the manager and you say you like Rob Thompson, or if you hate Bryce Harper and Trey Turner and say they suck, then call in and say that. But you can't come on here and say, well, the manager manages. What? What is his job? Every move he made went the opposite way. It is a bottom line business. I just don't understand.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about this. Because, again, I'm kind of with Bruce. I don't think it's all Topper's fault, but when you talk about the way that it played out, he's probably going to get most of the blame for it. He really
I just don't understand the idea that his moves don't matter. Then why are there managers?
No, I mean, I get that. And some of his moves do matter. But, Joe, there's a thing called being a professional and situational awareness. And I think a lot of times when you look at some of the plays that were made or wasn't made, it's because most of the guys during those times didn't have the situational awareness.
But he's the manager. This is his baseball team. I don't understand, either the manager matters or they don't matter. And what I keep hearing is they don't really matter. Then I don't want to ever take a phone call on this radio station for people to tell me the manager. It doesn't make any sense. Either they matter or they don't matter. You're saying his team's undisciplined. It's his baseball team. Do you think maybe they've taken on his, shucks attitude? I do. He has not shown life for 4 years. We'll get him tomorrow, Rob. And his team has no sense of urgency. They ran the bases like they were drunk half the season. Bryce Harper should have been thrown out 3 times in the series. You're giggling, but it's true.
No, I mean, because I think about the last.
But he's the manager.
When he made the big play, when he was running, like you said, he was running like he was drunk around the bases.
Oh, how are we going to act like that? His decisions don't make a difference in a game that's decided by a run, one play. Of course, he matters, in a huge way. In the regular season, okay. Could it be the difference between 3 games, 4 games over a span of 162? That's one thing. In the postseason, every single game counts. Every decision counts. Every single moment. And I understand in the big picture, our hitters struggled. So did theirs.
Exactly.
So when those things are equal, it's the things around the margins that matter the most.
I give you that. That's fair.
Topper's the margin.
That's fair.
I just don't know how we can point out to all the big moments that say his decisions failed, but it's not his fault. It's just I can't rectify that. Other than Game 3, starting Nola going to Ranger, that worked, and he deserved credit for that. Game 1, Game 2, and I don't even really put Game 4 on him, though I didn't like the idea of walking Ohtani and giving Duran no margin for. But I don't blame him for Game 4. I think Game 4 was just a very close, tight baseball game that, unfortunately, Ryan Kerkering had a bad moment. I don't blame Topper for Game 4. Game 3, he had a good day. But Game 1 and 2, he was a disaster.
You should have got one of those.
Yes, of course. If we got one of those, we have a game on Saturday.
Yeah, it was a different outcome.
Yeah, it feels to me, Hugh, that people want to blame the players and are separating the manager from the players. You can blame the players, and also, I think the players need to be better, but the manager's got to go.
No, I get what you're saying, and we were talking about the manager for the Dodgers and how good he is, and he has the players around him, but still, there's a lot of times when I look at this team. And I look at games like the one they just played in where it was one run that decided it.
Yeah.
Is where when the game got tight and that's where they made the mistakes that cost them the game. There's been a few times it's been that.
At some point, isn't that a reflection on him?
Well, I feel
4
like
years.
I feel like it's more so it's a reflection on the players because as a professional, you have to know that. Well, you remember when we talked about Rojas and we talked about how the game always found him in certain situations? I think that if you've been in this position so many times, then I think it's on you as a player to try to make sure you are prepared for every contingency that potentially might happen.
But Rob Thompson, the next spring training, said if he could go back, he would have pinch hit for him earlier. He wouldn't have let him stay in the game.
No, I hear you.
But isn't it his job to see his players, know what they're good at, know what they're not, and put them in the right position?
Yes.
That's why the bunt, you have the worst base runner on your team, the slowest. You have to know if there's a range of outcomes there. One of them is that could happen. Let's before we go back to the phone lines, actually, could we hear Ray Didinger? Let's let him vent for a second here because I need a second to breathe. Ray Didinger rewatched Eagles-Giants. Here's what he said to the morning show today.
I mean, you're 4-2, but how do you look as a team? And right now they just look awful.
Predictable.
There's just no getting around it. And I went back and I watched the Giants game again, hoping to find something in there. You could say, okay, yeah, this was really bad, but this still stands. This is still intact, and they've still got this going for them. And I couldn't come away with anything. And I think that's probably the most alarming part about this is I came away from that and I really couldn't answer a very simple question. What does this team do well?
That last line from Ray really hits.
Yeah, because it's like as a former player, I usually go into the meeting and say, well, and granted, I haven't seen the all 22. I mean, can't see it because I don't have that access. But when you go in and watch film, you always try to say, well, hey, the corners played well, or at least we tackled sound. You got beat up. You got beat up. You really got beat up, and it was surprising. When you talk about how that game started and how it was going. It just felt like as the game went, the Giants just gained momentum. It felt like they just started to take over. And for you to be the defending Super Bowl champions and have that happen, that's unacceptable.
Well, it is, and here's the thing. If it was a one-off, I think we'd all move off it and say...
the timing was impeccable because you talk about the week before where the Denver Broncos come out and say that they have a book on you. They didn't look like they took advantage of the situation like the Giants did. The Giants looked like they had your number and just went out there and they just executed the game plan.
Well, we went into it, at least I did on Thursday. I was like, well, at least they get to play the Giants, right?
But we all did.
But when you watch the game, it almost felt like the Giants said, we get to play the Eagles right now. Right?
They were our get-right game?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what it looked like on Thursday, and that's the opposite of what it should be. I mean, they have a lot of issues right now, and the biggest one for me is how the passing game looks. I mean, it's week after week where they cannot put together a first and second half throwing the football. I mean, I don't know. Last year they were able to get away with it because the defense was so great and the running game was so great. If you don't have a great defense and or a great running game, Hugh, I don't know how you win a good amount of games in this league without being able to throw the ball effectively. And right now,
you got to be able to throw the football.
I mean, they're not even close to effective. I'm going to throw a number at you. The last 3 games, Jalen Hurts passing on third downs, 6 for 28. 21.4% on third downs in the last 3 games. I mean, I don't know how you sustain drives. 21%. And most third downs, unless it's 3rd and 2 or shorter, like the tush push or run the ball,
yeah,
they're throwing. You have to throw the ball.
Yeah. I mean, that's the biggest thing that I see right now. It's like, to your point, Joe, they're not sustaining anything.
Mm-hmm.
They're not giving their defense a break. The defense has been playing out there. They've been out there a lot. You talk about guys being banged up and everything. You're relying heavily on your defense, and you're not helping them out at all.
No. And doesn't the offense feel like big play or nothing?
Yeah.
And on what, Thursday, they missed a huge deep pass to Devontae that if they hit that, it's a different game. And then the pick six. I mean, those 2 plays took an ugly game. It made it a blowout the other way. Let's go to Trey in South Carolina. What's up, Trey?
Morning. What's up, fellas?
Trey, what's up?
What's up, Trey?
What's up? They'll be just fine, man. The guys, they'll be just fine. There's a little rift going on right now in the locker room or whatever. They gonna get it together, man. I got confidence, man. I believe we're gonna get it together. I know we look rough right now, but we're gonna get it together.
I hope so. You heard him, Joe.
I heard him. Yeah. Now you have a reason to believe that, or you just hope?
Actually, just hope.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm hoping too.
We're a better team than we showed the other night, man. And we're going to get it together. I'm pretty sure we the Super Bowl champions. We're going to start coming out like that.
So they are. Look, I agree with you on this, Trey. Trey, appreciate phone call, man. They are a better team than they showed Thursday. I mean, they're not that bad.
Yeah.
The question is, how great are they? Last year they were great, and we were talking about the roster a few minutes ago. Like they don't have a lot of the players they had last year. They had a super deep roster, super talented roster. This year it's good. But you see more holes on the team than you did last year.
Yeah, and you know what else that I kind of see, like just looking at the recap, like this is big Fangio defense being carved up by some young cats the last couple of weeks.
Now, how much? All right, so how much do you think that is that at the injuries, and then they're
I think
tired?
It's a little bit of both. I think it's everything you're talking about. I think it's a little bit of both.
I'm less worried about the defense.
Yeah.
I feel like when they get their pieces back, they'll get it together.
Yeah, but boy, for you to have 2 back-to-back young quarterbacks look the way that they look, that's a little.
Yeah, but the Broncos didn't score that many points on us.
Yeah, they didn't. But they made plays 21? When they had to make plays.
Also, I think it's a trend that you can follow back to the middle of that Denver game. But the offense cannot stay on the field.
No.
They sustain drives.
And so, what's the defense supposed to do?
Well, they're gassed.
They're on the field constantly.
So they played over 70 plays in the Heat in Tampa, 70 plays against the Broncos, and then had to play on a short week, and no Jalen Carter, and Quinyon out. I'm not really surprised that the defense buckled eventually. Like they're going to run out of gas, and they're running out of players. The issue for me is the offense. The offense is the biggest problem around here.
I would agree with that because you're talking about the fact that we're throwing the ball the last 2 games, we threw the ball quite a bit and we still lost, and the disjointedness of the passing game and the running game isn't really that great right now.
Yeah, I mean they thrown the ball,
but I think part of that is because the offensive line is a little bit banged up.
Of course,
they're not blocking up the way that they used to, and for whatever reason, I know everybody else is seeing, but I don't see any difference in Saquon Barkley this year as opposed to last. She still looks the same to
physically,
me.
You mean?
Physically, yes. Physically.
Yeah, obviously the yards.
It's just the holes aren't there like they were last year.
Yeah, I think there's 5 different problems on the offense, from the coordinator to the line to the quarterback to whatever the hell's going on with A.J. Brown.
I will say this, just looking at the recap of the game, the Giants ends got a lot of pressure. They were bringing that heat now. Yeah. That's the most I've seen Lane and Jordan Mailata get pushed. Like they got pushed around a little bit last week.
Well, if that continues, it's a huge problem because they need to be great, obviously. I just think the biggest issue is the offense right now, and that's where it's like they have the players on the offense you would think to figure this out. But my goodness, I don't think they have the coordinator. The head coach obviously has no clue what he's doing with the offense. He can't help it out. And the quarterback is just not playing well. I mean, I watched a lot of those games yesterday. We'll do a roll around the NFL yesterday. Jalen Hurts, compared to the other quarterbacks in the league, is not playing at a high level right now. He's just not. I know we do our top 10 lists every Wednesday.
I lost my list.
Yeah, that might be better that way.
I lost it.
He's not even close to playing at a top 10 level, considering what's going on in the rest of the league right now. 215-592-9494. All right, we'll get to everyone's phone calls here. I will cool down. Appreciate the passion, but the idea of telling me the manager has nothing to do with anything just makes no sense. All right, your phone calls on all this. Do you want Topper back? I don't. Hugh Douglas does. And the Eagles, do you give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to figure this thing out at a Super Bowl level? Hugh Douglas, blind Fade Douglas, company man over here, says yes. All right, Merrill Reese also will join us coming up. His thoughts on what happened Thursday and where the Eagles are at right now. That's next. All your phone calls as well. It is the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at World Cafe Live in Philly, Wednesday, November 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! The Eagles take on Minnesota next. Join Ava Graham at Doc's Irish Pub in Gilbertsville, October 19th. Win tickets to the next Eagles home game and signed merchandise courtesy of Bud Light. That's Eagles, Minnesota, Sunday, October 19th at Doc's in Gilbertsville.
When our pro football team wins, you win.
When the Birds win, the next day you'll receive one free drink at any Club Risque location. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Club Risque. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club brings you free lunch weekdays. Happy hour special 6 days a week. The hottest entertainers on the planet 7 days a week. And this week, a special appearance by adult film star Kenzie Taylor. Don't miss Kenzie Taylor this Thursday through Saturday at all Club Risque locations. ClubRisque.com.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
This will not be a fun week for the Eagles as they prepare for a road game against the Vikings. The Birds have now lost consecutive games for the first time in 2 years. Their Thursday night defeat at the Giants was as bad as it gets. Can the Birds make adjustments? Can key players like Jalen Carter and Landon Dickerson get back on the field? We'll find out in 6 days. They still have 11 games left, and a lot can happen. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, I'm Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network, PNC Bank loves an exciting game. But we also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That is why PNC leaves a third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in our zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank National Association, member FDIC.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company.
they're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher, I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Keep listening, even after you've finally conquered the Schuylkill. Just follow and listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas. Show you guys with us. 215-592-9494. As we unpack, a weekend that got us a chance to really think clearly here about all the things that happened.
Reflective.
Yeah, a reflective weekend. We're reflecting today on Rob Thompson. Should he still be this team's manager next season? And, of course, the Eagles off a loss that really none of us saw coming Thursday night to the New York Giants. Let's talk about that and where the Eagles go from here at 4-2 with the voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese. Merrill, how are we doing this Monday?
I am doing fine. I watched a lot of football yesterday, about 11 or 12 hours worth, and I have come to the conclusion that this is a very strange year. It's an up and down year. There is no team in the National Football League that I look at right now and say, that team is a lock for the Super Bowl, or this is the team, because it goes on. 1 week they look great, and 2 weeks later they fall down the chute. It's a crazy year.
Mayor, I agree with you on that. I don't think there is one dominant team, and it's probably going to be just whoever's playing the best football and maybe has the best path when we get to January. Merrill, what was your thought Thursday as you watched the Eagles lose a game that we haven't seen them lose one like that in a while? You know, the loss to Denver, all right, it was kind of a toss-up game. It happens, tough ending. But Thursday was surprising. We haven't seen them get beat up like that in a while.
No, it was a long time ago when the Eagles lost a game like that, and especially against a team like the Giants, who the week before had lost to a previously winless Saints team. So it was disappointing, but these things do happen. I remember coaches, I think it was Dick Vermeil, who said one time years ago, you're never as good as you think you were after a game, and you're never as bad as you thought you were after a game. And look, the Eagles didn't play well then, but it's not the end of the world. And there are 11 games left, and you have a good coaching staff, and you have a great organization, you have a great quarterback, you have a lot of reasons that this team can turn it around and win this week in Minnesota, and then maybe take off from there. But again, the thing is, we talk so much about play calling and offensive coordinators. And this, I hate to go back in ancient history because I'm not somebody who lives in the past, but many, many years ago, the Eagles had an offensive guru who worked with Dick Vermeil. Hugh, are you aware of the name Sid Gilman?
Sid Gilman
was the coach who actually invented the West Coast offense and taught it to Bill Walsh, who was the coach of the 49ers. He was the inventor. He was the mastermind of all offense. Sid Gilman, his name was. And I used to bother him all the time when he was with Vermeil. Explain this, explain that. And one time in Washington, he said to me, sit down. I'm going to tell you something. Tomorrow, we're going to play the Washington Redskins, and they were the Redskins then, and we know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to give the ball off to 44, and that was the great running back, John Riggins, and he's going to run the counter tray. And you know what? We're still going to have our backsides handed to us because we can't stop it. He said there are 60,000 offensive coordinators in the stadium every single week. But the most important thing is not play calling, it's execution. And that's the thing right now. You're not getting the thrust, you're not getting the play that you need from both the offensive line or the defensive line. And watching the game last night, there were times when television showed, and they broke it down, how the offensive line was thrusting forwards and creating these huge holes for the running backs. And that is the key. You look at Saquon Barkley's statistics this year. He didn't suddenly lose his speed, his agility. You're looking, his contact point for the first time last year was over 2 yards per carry, and now it's at the line of scrimmage. So it's a lot more than what you call, it's mostly execution.
Yeah, Merrill, I agree with that. And Saquon echoed that after the game, that it really is not about what they call, it's about how they go do it and sticking with it. Merrill, the other thing going on right now is they're pretty banged up. I mean, Jalen Carter did not play in that game on Thursday. Quinyon Mitchell came out of that game, obviously still without Nolan Smith on the IR. It feels like a team that is trying to find itself. But Merrill, they're also not whole right now. And to me, that was the issues on defense. They just have a lot of guys out there that aren't typically the guys we'd need out there.
Well, I agree with you 100%. And when you talk about having a mini bye this week, that's a good thing because hopefully they will be ready, many of them, to come back against the Vikings Sunday.
Well, and it's a big one, Merrill, because this game, you kind of look out at the schedule. They have the Vikings this Sunday, then they get the Giants again back here in Philadelphia the week after that. Then they're bye. And Merrill, right after that, it becomes the Packers and Lions in a 6-day span. So it feels like we got the next few weeks to kind of figure things out before the schedule starts to turn a little bit here.
Well, it's interesting to hear you say it's a big one. Every game in the National Football League is a big one because you know that one loss in the National Football League is equal to a 7-game losing streak in baseball.
And it feels like it, Merrill. Certainly on WIP. It really does. Yeah, Merrill, we appreciate you hopping on. Glad you got to enjoy the weekend and watch the football. We will catch up with you and talk to you on the pregame show Sunday.
Can't wait. See you then, Joe.
There he goes.
You.
Have a good one, Merrill.
There they are. The voice of the Eagles, Merrill Reese. Or do we have some breaking news to talk about here?
94 WIP breaking news.
Well, I wasn't expecting this one. Eagles edge rusher who just got here after week 1, Zadarius Smith, has apparently retired.
Awesome.
He is hanging him up. The Eagles' best edge rusher at the moment on a group that has, I think, combined 2.5 sacks this year. Has decided.
And he got a sack a week ago, didn't he? Against Denver.
He's been their best edge rusher. He's been good since he got here. He is hanging it up. He put it up on Instagram. We're kind of working through other people talking about it. Ian Rappaport, Kyle has it right now. Glazer.
Well, yeah, so they're sharing his post on Instagram.
Which,
this is Zadarius, but this is Instagram.
Now, it was kind of it was long talking Zadarius if you kind of go read his Instagram post, but it certainly sounded and looked like, and obviously the insiders are sharing it as if it is a retirement announcement. Hugh Douglas, your reaction to Zadarius Smith, who was a nice signing by Howie, saying, "I'm out."
He got a sack in the Denver game, and he had a tackle in the last game.
It doesn't matter.
I wish I knew him better, so I could ask him what's really going on. Listen, these kids nowadays are a lot different than they were when I played, and to wait around all year long, wait around after training camp to get signed with a team that just came off the Super Bowl, and to all of a sudden, after 2 back-to-back losses, leave. And it felt like you liked being here in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. To leave all of a sudden, that to me does not track.
So I have no idea what's going into the thinking to come back then to retire. I mean, this is his 11th year in the league. I mean, perhaps his body is not feeling the way he wants it to.
He looked great.
Oh,
though.
I know.
I mean, and it's a beautiful thing. It's a blessing to be able to leave the game under your own power. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But I just think it's kind of odd.
It is odd. I mean,
especially and I'm not trying to say anything negative about the Eagles because I think it's a great organization. But when you talk about the couple of weeks that we had a few weeks ago, and the fact that he was out there and he was playing, and he played well, and for him just to walk away, it just kind of makes you wonder a little bit. That's all.
You wondering, because Kyle played the Titanic music earlier, is he jumping on a life raft and getting the hell out of here?
Ooh.
He was our best pass rusher.
Yeah, he was putting in work.
I mean, I'm looking at the bigger picture here. Like, does he see the writing on the wall?
That was what I was saying with the
going
life
on in the locker room in this season, and he's like, forget this. Like, I don't.
I mean, it could be a lot.
This.
Like maybe his body feels like crap every week. He's in his 11th year, and he's like, I don't know where this team is going. I'm out. Look, I don't know. We'll remember the 6 weeks he was here very fondly. Zadarius Smith out as he announces his retirement.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know. We'll continue to react.
What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. The Eagles went from undefeated, can't lose a football game, to now we're in some trouble here, and Zadarius Smith is out. All right, 215-592-9490 for your phone calls coming up and all these things. You can react to the Zadarius Smith thing. The Eagles, that deserve the benefit of the doubt to get it back to a super high level. And Topper, do you want him back as Phillies manager in 2023? and 26. 215-592-9494. We also want to get to something Ruben Amara said this weekend, his show with Devin Caney, about something big that could happen this offseason. You're not going to want to miss this. That's next. It's the Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, everybody knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it, folks. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on the top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in the delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about the Crimpets, a uniquely shaped, fluffy cake topped with delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium, man, that kind of hurt a little bit rooting for the Phillies. Or from home, make sure you got the best treats on deck. That's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Auto Lenders chooses their cars like the birds pick their players. They carefully scout only the very best. Some are built for speed, some for power, some for utility. And with their rookies, there's barely any mileage on them, so their upside is incredible. You see, Auto Lenders has a deep bench. Thousands of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles, all for thousands less than the competition. So we can't be beat, like the birds. Fly, Auto Lenders, fly. Proud sponsor of this year's coin toss.
You know, fellas, chicks dig confidence.
How in the world do you know what chicks dig?
Are you kidding me, Jack? How would you know? You've been with the same girl since middle school.
Confidence goes a long way, and confidence in the bedroom, that goes the longest way.
And nothing's going to make you more confident than Blue Chew.
Blue Chew makes chewable tablets that get you performing like an all-star in the bedroom. And because you know you'll perform, you'll be more confident.
And like we said, the more confident you are, the more likely you're going to need one of those chewables.
And you don't even need to make a doctor's appointment or wait in line at the pharmacy to get it.
That's right. And for the first month, you don't even need to pay. Just go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you do is pay for the shipping, and they'll take care of everything else on the website.
And then they ship your tablets in a discreet
and hard
package.
That's my line.
Hold up. Go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and then you can chew it and do it.
Hey, UD fam. Need a great spot for your next event? The iconic Klondike Kate's Restaurant and Saloon, nestled in the heart of Main Street on the University of Delaware campus, is the place. Whether it's a birthday bash, shower, rehearsal dinner, or business event, we've got you covered. Stop by on Tuesdays for half-price Kate's Original Nachos, or wet your whistle any day of the week during happy hour with $4.50 Corona and Corona Light, $3 Michelob Ultra specials, and more. Visit KlondikeKates.com today.
Red is the only color that matters this October. It's a Red October sales event here at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashaw, the Cars Are. Now through October 31st, every vehicle on our lot is red tagged with deals guaranteeing a walk-off win. Step up to the plate and drive home your choice of a new Hyundai Palisade, Santa Fe, or the award-winning Tucson for just $199 per month. That's right, just $199 per month only at Colonial Hyundai. Now's not the time to strike out with your trade. Colonial Hyundai will give you top dollar. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade guaranteed no matter the condition. And every new Hyundai comes with a Gold Glove guarantee, America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Hurry in before the final pitch of the season to Colonial Hyundai of Downtown, or shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Lease tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles per year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer.
Right now, receive up to a $25 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kurt Cignetti didn't just rebuild Indiana, he flipped the whole script. The Hoosiers walked into Oregon and punched out the number 3 team in the country, out-physicaled them, and left with the program's first ever top 5 road win. Indiana's now 6-0, a legit Big Ten force, and Cignetti's portal magic is a masterclass. No more underdog stories here. Indiana's a problem, and Cignetti's the reason why. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Listen to 94 WIP on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Reckless speculation.
What is going on, Hugh?
I don't know. That's just weird to me, man. I mean, that's a great place to play. Why would I wouldn't want to leave? Like, if I got that sign.
Well, I don't know what's going on, but I do know this. Zadarius Smith, the Eagles' best edge rusher so far this season, has announced his retirement about 10 minutes ago.
You did leave, though, Hugh.
I mean, I left for the money, though.
Yeah, okay.
He's leaving to not get paid. He wants less money
going home.
to get the hell out of here. Listen, we don't know what's going on. We just found this out the way the rest of us did. About 10 minutes ago, Zadarius Smith, who the Eagles signed after their Week 1 game against the Cowboys. He's coming here. I thought did a good job. Seemed like a good guy. Fit in well. I think he's been their best rusher off the edge, considering the injury to Nolan Smith, and he's played well. He's given them good snaps. Hugh, he is now retired, which leaves this thing very thin. I mean, they're going to go into a game on Sunday with Jalix Hunt, Josh Uche, Azeez Ojulari, and Patrick Johnson. That is as thin of an edge group as there might be in the league right now. I mean, that is super thin.
Yeah, it is, man, and it just kind of makes you wonder why he picked this time to retire.
You got any snaps left in your body?
Oh, no, I ain't about to do that.
How about Brandon Graham? Does he have any snaps left in his body?
You know what? That's a question. But how far? Like, Brandon's been retired for a while, right? Well, I mean, when I say a while, I mean he's been doing the tours, he's been doing the podcast and all the other good stuff.
Not that long.
He's been chilling. How soon can he get ready?
I'm wondering the same thing. I mean, they're a desperate need of help.
I mean, mentally though, too, because he's in a different space. He's in a different headspace. And then here's the biggest question. What do you say to the wife? Because the wife, you know, you've set his wife as an integral part of his life, like everybody else's wife.
Sure.
Is. And I'm pretty sure that there was a conversation that was had with the missus about retiring and walking away from the game. I mean,
that's a tough conversation to have.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably give us a little insight because you did talk to your wife about changing your name at one point. It's kind of like on the same level.
It's not quite. It's not quite. She also expects this out of me. I don't know if Brandon's wife expects him to come play football again. I don't know. I mean, if he's willing to play and it's okay with the whole family, I would take it back in a second. Again, the edge group they have right now is super thin. Now, Hugh, if you had a guess, and this is all, I mean, this is what we do, reckless speculation, right? Would you guess this is about his body and his mind not being as into it as he thought 6 weeks ago, Hugh? Or do you think he is looking at the team and the direction they're going and saying, I don't know if this is worth it?
I don't know. Somebody that follows me on Twitter, shout out to Beth Valetti. She just sent me something that was tweeted from Jason Dumas. And he said he remembered talking to Zadarius Smith, first media availability at his locker. And he said that, you know, they asked him, was he considering retirement while he was at the house?
Right.
And he said something along the lines of, no way, I have a lot of football left in me. So now this is where we start the reckless speculation.
The other side of the question was,
did we get our sounder yet? Did we get our reckless speculation sounder yet?
No,
not yet.
You have to go down the hall and have a conversation with Battle.
Yeah.
This would have been a great time.
It would have been. Well, okay, if he wasn't considering retirement 6 weeks ago, and he is now, is this more about the Eagles?
Well, Diana Rossini, just to add, She said this is a personal one. It has nothing to do with the Eagles.
Okay. Well, that's something different.
Okay. I mean, again, none of us know, so we're all speculating. Here's what I do know: they're going to miss him. They needed him. That's why they signed him. And now this puts the spotlight on Howie over the next few weeks to help this football team, because we could all think whatever we want to think about the team, the direction, what happened last Thursday. Is it a one-off? Are they going to be fine? Like, whatever you feel about this. They don't have what the edge group they have right now is not close to good enough. I mean, it's not. So Howie needs to go get more help. I don't know where he gets it or how he gets it. And Hugh, complicating things is Nolan Smith is their best guy, but he's unreliable physically, right? Like,
his body, the way he plays, his body is not. His game and his body are two different places.
Right, so he'll come back, but is he going to stay on the field? I don't know. I mean, this now puts the spotlight on Howie to try to go do exactly what he did when he signed Zadarius Smith, which is to add to this group. Just a wild thing happening here. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's get back to everyone's phone calls, everything we could react to here. Topper, should he stay or go? The Eagles, they deserve the benefit of the doubt. And now your reaction to this, Zadarius Smith out as he announces his retirement after 11 years in the NFL. And what was it, 5 as a Philadelphia Eagle? Well,
5 games.
Always remember those 5 games. Zadarius.
I mean, he
was
didn't
good.
play bad.
I liked him. I was a big fan. I liked the signing. I liked the player. He's not here anymore, though. Terrence in Malvern is up. What's up, Terrence?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Hey, Terrence.
So, it's really crazy, right? We love the Eagles. We love the Phillies. Folks want to give Rob Thompson, a lot of grief, but in my opinion, I don't think the roster is good enough. I think you got an agent Castellanos. The guy's got great heart, right? But he's hurting. And I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. You learn from Little League as a pitcher to throw that daggone ball to the first base. And if he had done that, we'd have won that game most likely, and nobody would be talking all this crap about getting rid of Thompson.
Well,
what do you have to say to that?
Well, I'll say this.
You're
probably right, Terrence. They would have won Game 4, and if they didn't put a bunt on in Game number 2, perhaps they're up 2-1 in that series, and we go to Game 5, even if Kerkering does throw the ball to the backstop.
I'm not talking about Game number 2. You are. I'm talking about the last game they lost.
Right.
Where it was all on the line.
Yeah, but
if that pitcher does his job. Excuse me. Let me finish. If that pitcher does his job, you're not calling for Rob Thompson's job. You're not.
Correct.
Now,
But Terrence, hold on. But hold on. You played the what-if
ahead.
game, so I can do the same thing. If they had managed Game 2 or Game 1 better, they probably win one of those games. And if the same thing happened in Game 4, they're still playing a Game 5. So you could blame Kerkering, and I could blame the manager. I mean, we could both.
What do you have to say about that, Terrence?
Yeah, Joe.
We can always say that, right? But let me say this to you. Where I want to know when Bryce Harper is going to be this great all-time baseball player. He's supposed to be a 280, 285 hitter with 100 RBIs, 100 runs every year. If you look at his stats, he's down 25 runs scored. He's down 25 RBIs. Bryce Harper has not been what we paid for. And
well, I disagree with that. I disagree with that. So he is in decline now, and he may no longer be the player we want him to be, but he has clearly been the player they paid for. Terrence, I totally disagree. In his 7 years as a Philly, he has a 912 OPS. He's been one of the better hitters in the sport since he got here.
What's his average RBI, please? What's his average RBI per season?
Probably exactly what it was when he was with the Nationals.
We're doing RBIs?
Yeah.
Well, come on. Well, wait a minute. RBIs and run scores are very important, especially when you're supposed to be a plate.
What are you talking about?
Bryce Harper, excuse me?
RBIs and runs scored are dependent on so many other things. Yeah. What are you talking about? Those are the worst two stats.
But Terrence, he played.
He's supposed to be the man.
Oh my
Terrence, he was supposed to be the man.
Terrence, he was. I mean, hold on. I don't want to defend Bryce Harper's 2025 NLDS. He didn't play well enough. He already did what you asked for. Hold on. He already did this. Did you forget what happened in 22? He already did everything you asked him to do. He's in decline now. Like, we're probably not getting that Bryce Harper anymore. Like, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, then we got to get a better roster.
I don't disagree. Right, but none of this excuses the manager just tripping over himself every October.
And that's your opinion.
Yes,
and you're entitled to it.
And you're entitled to yours. All right, what do you got on the Eagles? What are you feeling?
Now, let's talk about my boys.
Okay.
Look, the Eagles are, we just came off a world championship. There's a couple things we better not do. We know firing people in the middle of the season does not work. because you got people who love him, people who hate him. When you do that, you split the team. So we can't do that this time.
Okay.
What we have to do is look at our offensive line, and unfortunately, I know Mekhi Becton's hurt, but will he be hurt here in Philly? You know, when Saquon was doing his thing, you had that big mammoth road rager in front of him clearing all that out. He wasn't getting touched to the second level. That's no longer happening. He's getting hit behind the line of scrimmage. Our line is nowhere near the same, nowhere near what it used to be. That's where it all starts. And I'm sorry, I love Jalen, but Jalen, you can't miss Brown running across the middle wide open like that. What are you looking at?
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree with that.
People have to, you know, I think they're going to be fine. We do have some serious problems, and losing to Darius Smith does not help any of them. And then finally, Smith, Nolan, love him. But you know what I've been noticing? Those undersized ends, there's 3 of them right now in the league. They've all torn their triceps. You know why you tear your triceps? Because you're wrestling with 350-pound guys, 320-pound guys. You weigh 235. So he's got to put on some weight for him to become who he should become. The same thing that happened with Josh Sweat. When Josh Sweat got over 250, got to about 260, 265, he became that end we wanted. So there's a lot that needs to go on.
And Terrence, I feel you on Nolan. I love him as a player, love the personality, but he's injury prone. And whether that's adding weight or I don't know. I mean, but he needs to stay on the field more. All right, before we go any further, found this very interesting as well. I was listening Saturday morning here to WIP, and I caught some of Devin Caney and Ruben Amaro Jr. show. Listen to this back and forth as we all wonder, now what for the Phillies? Ruben Amaro had a very bold prediction to what could be coming here in the next couple months.
You may see one of the big contracts moved. You may be see one of their big contracts moved. I'm not saying who, and I know there's a lot of no trade clauses, but you may see one of those big contracts get moved somehow, some way.
Okay, that would be scandalous.
That would be scandalous. And I think
like a Trey Turner type contract.
I'm just telling you the big contracts. That's all I'll say. I have a feeling that they may be exploring that.
Okay.
If you want to make like a paradigm shift in your organization, do some different things. You never know. Bold prediction, but and I don't know if it'll happen, but I think it's something that will be explored.
Yeah.
Your reaction to that?
Bryce Harper.
No shot.
Bryce Harper.
It's Turner.
You think so?
My guess is, if he's right, it's Turner.
I would say, I mean, I hear you, but I would say between the two of them, Trey Turner has tried to be better. He has tried to better his game.
Yeah, but I'd rather keep Harper than Turner.
I hear you, but Harper's last moment was bedlam at the bank as far as I recall.
Well, no, what was Turner's ever moment?
No, I'm just saying, but Turner, when you talk about somebody who's actively trying to get better, I would say Turner has done that.
So you'd rather move off of?
No, I'm just saying. I'm telling you what I think.
Right, but if you could pick one and move on, because
I would probably say Bryce.
Let's be clear. Wow.
Yeah,
you'd rather move off of Bryce than Turner?
I would say it. No, I'm saying if they're talking about a big move, that I think it's Bryce.
So
I think it's Bryce.
Just quickly. Those are the only two, in my opinion, that apply to what he's saying.
Yeah, those are the two biggest names on the
It's not
on
Nola.
the thing.
It's not Wheeler. Castellanos only has $20 million left on his deal. That's not a big contract anymore. You just cut him.
And when you say that, but look at it like this, and I hear what you're saying. And to answer your question, Bryce is Bryce is definitely the more decorated one. But when you throw that out there, it's only two names
I know
that you're thinking of.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think for me it's Bryce Harper.
I think it's Turner.
Yeah, I don't agree at all. I mean, it feels pretty apparent that it would be Turner.
I would way rather sell high on Turner than sell low on Bryce.
This is a sell high spot for Turner. He may never have a season as good as this one as a Philly.
Let me workshop this for you, fellas. Like, who is the guy who was kind of passive-aggressive about his contract and what he wanted to do? And he's very vocal in certain situations where I feel like he shouldn't be. And he hasn't really done a whole lot to be as vocal as he has been.
Yeah, but they've empowered him to do this. He's the face of their franchise.
Yeah, and maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe they've empowered him too much. Maybe that's the one they want to move on from.
No, I don't think so. Like there is a part of this where you can't market the Phillies next season to the fans without Bryce. I mean, you just can't. Like, you're not selling season tickets around Trey Turner.
Also, assuming health, I would still bet on Bryce's next 5 years over Trey's.
Sure.
I think he'll be a better player. Health is a big part of it. He's got to stay healthy. But it just was fascinating. I'm sure we'll play that again a lot this offseason. All right, 215-592-9494. You can react to that as well. What was that? All right, Your phone calls on the Eagles and the Phillies. Zadarius Smith appears to have retired out of nowhere. Vibes, not great right now. Plus, two things I heard yesterday that made me immediately think of the Eagles, and not in a great way. You'll hear that next after an NFL Sunday midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. Ooh, guess what, y'all? We got 2 games tonight. The first one on the slate, we have Buffalo. Curtis Samuel, wide receiver. He's a little questionable tonight with a neck. And their tight end, Dalton Kincaid. He's questionable. Got something going on with his stomach. Got an oblique injury. Atlanta, Darnell Mooney, wide receiver, is out for the night. I wonder what that's going to mean for the young quarterback. He's out there. Michael Penny's trying to make it happen. So he's going to be down a receiver. Chicago, second game of the night. We got Colston Loveland, tight end, questionable with a hip. And for Washington, we got 3 guys that are probably going to be questionable. That are questionable. 1 is out. We got Chris Rodriguez, running back. He's questionable with a calf. We got wide receiver Deebo Samuel. He's questionable with a heel injury. And Noah Brown, he's just flat out. He has a groin injury. This football season, where else would you want to bet other than with my friends at Fanatics Sportsbook? Fanatics Sportsbook is the home of fair play, protecting all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and SGPs all season long for any first-half injury. They were the first to protect your prop bets throughout the first quarter, and now they've extended that protection throughout the whole first half. That's 30 minutes of player prop protection on all bets, whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or even defensive players. Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. Why stick to a book that leaves you empty-handed when you can bet with one that has your back throughout the whole first half? If you want to protect your parlays from injuries, switch to the sportsbook that will always have your back across the first and the second quarter for all pro football player games, every single game, all season long. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. And that's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Warm up this fall with an incredible seafood boil. Try the Uncle George with succulent snow crabs, tasty mussels, and shrimp. There's the Pete's Feast with 2 pounds of sweet succulent crab legs, a dozen shrimp, clams, and a pound of mussels. Or create your own boil. Add a lobster tail or a delicious Dungeness cluster. Include smoked sausage, corn, and potatoes, served in our tasty broth, made with white wine and our signature seasonings. A shellfish lover's dream at Chickie's and Pete's.
All right, it's the Robin from Robin Ford, covering all things car. Drive home a brand new Ford F-150, and you won't get pecked with high payments. Drive one home today with 0% financing for up to 72 months. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap.
Joe Conklin hosts Comedy Night at Parks Casino on the last Thursday of every month in 360 Lounge. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who'll win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hungry, man. Like I said, for a team to, win a Super Bowl last year, man, and to come back and to be going hard as they is now at practice, man, it shows a lot. And it shows what type of football team this really is.
How do you feel mentally? I mean, coming in and they just come off a kind of insane game to open up the season, and now they're going to face the Kansas City Chiefs, who they beat in the Super Bowl.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah, is that a big spot for you to come in?
Nah, man, you forget that I've been in the league 10 years now. Well, this is the 11th season, man. So I done saw it all except for the Super Bowl. But I done played the Chiefs a lot, throughout my career, man. So it's nothing new to me, man. I consider it as backyard football.
We say goodbye today to Zadarius Smith, who is very alive. Don't get it twisted. He's fine. He's healthy. He's very alive, but he's no longer an Eagle.
One caveat. He ain't nothing wrong with him. He just quit.
He just
left.
Yeah, he's retiring. If you missed it, if you just hopped in, Zadarius Smith, Eagles' top edge rusher so far this season, announced his retirement on Instagram about 35 minutes ago. So, he's done. Hugh, which one of his 5 games and 1.5 sacks will you remember the most fondly when it's all said and done?
See, now you've taken it too far.
What do you mean? That's his career here. 10 combined tackles, 7 assists, 3 solo.
He played well in Kansas City.
2 tackles for loss, 3 quarterback. I thought he played really well. I liked him.
The Denver game. I'm sorry, the Denver game.
Yeah. Sack and a half. Yeah. And now he's out. So we have ourselves a problem at edge. I don't know what Howie Roseman does now. I mean, Nolan Smith is still a few weeks away from coming off the IR. They have a trade deadline a few weeks away, which obviously will be, coming up in a few weeks. They have to consider making a move. And we did throw out the idea of maybe calling up Brandon Graham and figuring this whole thing out, see if we can give us some snaps here. But because, Hugh, this edge rushing group right now, thin.
Yeah, and you know what? It's starting to get to the point where it didn't really make it didn't feel like it was a big deal a couple weeks ago.
Ooh, it's a big deal.
Oh, it's a big deal now. It's definitely a big deal. You don't want to push the panic button, but it's you got to address it. The elephant in the room. You're talking about the injuries and everything, and Zadarius Smith deciding to retire abruptly is super weird.
Yeah, no big deal, guys. We're just going to Minnesota on Sunday to take on Justin Jefferson with no pass rush and no corners. No issue.
And I know he has his reasons for doing what he did, but boy, that hurts a little bit. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, and look, when players get to that stage of their career, it could probably happen at any time, right?
Yeah.
He's 11 years in. Yeah. It's just they obviously thought he was in for the season. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have signed him, and he decided he wasn't. So he is out, and the Eagles have a dilemma on their hands. 215-592-94. Let's go back to the phone lines. Then we're going to let you hear 2 moments yesterday, NFL week number 6, and they made me think about the Eagles because of the 2 sides of the story we're going to play for you. It certainly feels like the Eagles are on one of them versus the other. Aaron in San Diego up on WIP.
Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
Aaron, how we doing?
We're actually on location in Dallas, Texas right now.
Wow.
I don't give a shit.
Enemy territory.
Yeah, man. It was actually fun yesterday because it's been nothing but losses since Thursday for me. But a big win yesterday was, asking the Cowboy fans, what happened with the game today against Carolina, and listening to tell how the Cowboys just floundered. And then I just finished with a Go Birds. It was very, very pleasing yesterday.
Doesn't hit after you get dragged up and down the field by the New York Giants.
It doesn't hit the same. I agree. But I'm glad you did that. You did something at least admirable yesterday. You made Cowboys fans feel bad.
Yes. And Hugh, I understand why you were calling from a Buc-ee's bathroom. I was there on Saturday, man, and that place was absolutely packed. And you walk into a bathroom at a truck stop and, you just get hit with that smell and everything. I walked in. That place was spotless, man. It was like you could eat off of the floor. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, though.
Probably would do still. Yeah. Do that, but it was immaculate place. Great place.
As far as Kirkring goes, for the people that want to put blame on that kid and solely on that kid, you guys are absolutely positively out of your minds. This playoff season was lost when a pitcher decided to take a supplement that got him suspended for the playoffs. It was lost when our big three, $700 million worth of players decided not to show up. It was lost when we made a decision to walk Shohei Ohtani, who was like 0 for 100, and all the pressure would have been put on him. But instead, we walked him, and then Johan does what he never does, and of course, it's it wouldn't be Philadelphia if that didn't happen to us. But guys, you guys are both right today. It's partially on the players, okay, but you can't get rid of all the players. So the responsibility lies on a manager. A good manager is one that can get the best and the most out of his players, and Rob Thompson has failed to do that the last 4 years.
Well, he has in the postseason. He has not got enough. Aaron, good work down in Dallas. Glad you enjoyed Buc-ee's, and appreciate the phone call.
Buc-ee's is nice.
Yeah.
Buc-ee's is nice.
It is weird when you hear someone calling and say, I went into the men's room in a gas station. Like, what?
Did he say the smell hit you?
Yeah,
he said at a truck stop.
That should never be in the same sentence as walking into a bathroom.
That's not what you want there. But Aaron at least is on the right side of history with Topper here. It's time to move on. We need a new manager. We need a new voice in there. Excuse making Douglas over here.
Not making excuse. I'm just saying.
You tried.
I get it, but it's not fair. I don't think it's fair. I still don't.
This is professional sports.
No, it is, and you had a bunch of guys who weren't acting professional. That really burns my biscuits the way that Bryce would wax poetic for the pitcher, but when he's asked about the manager, hey,
he doesn't want him here anymore.
It's not my decision.
I mean, you read between the lines.
I mean, no, you can't help but to read between the lines. Hey, it's not my decision. Hey.
He didn't vouch for him. I mean,
not at all.
He absolutely could. I mean, that was his opportunity there in front of everyone to say, this wasn't on Rob Thompson. This is on us as players. He didn't do that. And we could feel a certain way about that. But the bottom line is, he didn't do a good enough job. I thought he stunk in game 1. I thought he stunk in game 2. He was good in game 3. And in game 4, they were just in a toss-up game, and he lost. I mean, that's a short series. That's baseball. I just think the totality of 4 years, I've seen enough of Topper in big games that I want a new manager here. Joe in Bethlehem is up. Hey, Joe.
Hey, how you guys doing this afternoon?
What's up,
Hey, Joe. What's up, buddy?
So Joe, I want to agree with you on everything you said. I'm a huge Phillies fan. Listen, Charlie Manuel got fired. Did he deserve to be fired when he got fired? Probably not. But at some point, the voice doesn't get through to the players. I believe Topper has shown over 4 years he cannot manage a bullpen in a short series. I believe this series was lost in game 1 when he had arm after arm after arm in that bullpen, and he went to 40-year-old Dave Robertson. I think also Dombrowski is kind of getting off a little scot-free. Once Bader pulled that hamstring, one of those relievers in that bullpen needed to have an injury and get taken off that roster, and you needed another player in there.
Joe, that's a good point. Now, I'm not sure who it would have been, but you're right, just another position player just to have on the bench. Because I think if Rojas wasn't hurt at the end of the minor league season, he would have been on the bench and clearly could have pinch run in game 2 and changed the equation there. But you're right, they were short and it cost them.
But as much as I don't like it, you could have had Stubbs up there just as a pinch runner.
You could have. And you know what, Joe?
Your hands were tied.
While we're on the subject of Topper together, his hands were tied, but I also think there are ways out of it if you want to get creative. Like, he could have pinch run Marshawn. What are the odds JT gets hurt in an extra inning game? 1%? 3%? Like a very small percentage that they would be caught without a catcher. So it almost felt like to me there just wasn't a sense of urgency, Joe. Like the Dodgers played that series with urgency. They used Glass now out of the bullpen in game 1. Meanwhile, like you said, we're rolling out Robertson like, hey, well, whatever, we'll see what happens here. And that's not going to work.
All right.
Joe,
that was it.
No problem.
Yeah, good phone call, back and forth, and then Joe was, he was out. That happens. What are you going to do?
Sometimes you just stun people.
You dropped that sign.
Yeah.
That's how it
But he was with me. We weren't disagreeing.
Yeah.
He gave us what he had, and then we're good there. All right. Let's go to Marlon up next on WIP. Hey, Marlon.
Hey, Joe, you must just wake up and you just got to figure out how you going to start your show and who you going to pick on.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, that's how we do it.
That's a pretty good way to prepare. Wake up, think about work.
You with this Topper, man, you just ridiculous. So you just heard the guy say 2 for 50, and you bypass all that to Topper.
What's 2 for 50? What's that mean?
I'm just saying with Bryce Harper with 1 hit in 4 years. And all you could do is rob Bedlam in the bank.
Hold on a second. Because people make crap up. He doesn't have 1 hit in 4 years in the playoffs. What are you talking about?
He ain't got over 5.
He doesn't have over 5 hits in the playoffs in the last 4 years. What are you talking about?
He stink in the playoffs.
He what?
He stink in the playoffs.
For 4 years?
All 4 years, because he was a part of that goose egg in 22. Okay. And then y'all got to look at, y'all was lightning in the bottle in 22. It ain't like nobody did nothing. Y'all was just lightning in the bottle, bro. Y'all wasn't never no great team. And then
what does that have to do with anything?
Then you got on the bunt, right? Now here you go again with this bunt thing when he didn't even have nobody to run for Castellanos. And plus, the dummy should have never made it to second in the first place. He was another reckless running base.
Right, so if you have a dummy on second base, why are you bunting there?
Because the dummy's supposed to know the rules. If you can make it, make it. If you can't, don't do it. What the hell you want Topper to do? Say, run faster?
No, I just want him not to bunt. Why is it so hard? Like, why?
Do you remember early in the year, part of the year, when Topper made Bryce Harper the number 2 batter? Now, this is the problem. Topper can never make all the decisions because he got Bryce Harper calling Middleton because he don't want to move out of the third spot. This is the problem, bro. This guy, y'all call the GM, and then y'all want to blame the manager. He's the GM, so let him keep losing every freaking year.
So is it possible, Marlon, that Bryce Harper is at fault for some of this, and also the manager isn't good enough? Can we agree on that?
We're not going to agree the man ain't good enough when you got a player like him, a GM.
Okay.
GM Bryce.
Y'all bring Bruce in, and Bruce say, all of a sudden, we going to keep the same players, run this back. Bryce Harper, you in the 5-hole. And he's calling Middleton, talking, hey, he's picking on me. Like, what the hell y'all want these managers to do?
Not he picking on me.
What I want him to do, not make dumb decisions in critical moments. This isn't that hard. Bryce Harper had nothing to do with the bunt. He had nothing to do with Robertson in the 7th inning. What are you talking about?
See how you raise your voice? But then when it comes to Jalen Hurts throwing a pick, you got venom. When it comes to Bryce Harper playing GM, Bryce Harper.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Marlon. You're wrong. You're wrong. But you're taking out you want to just rip Bryce Harper. Rip him, but at least be factual. So say he has no hits in the playoffs in 4 years or 1 is dumb. You know that's not true.
Like, you've been at WIP, you have not had venom ripping Bryce Harper like you ripped Jalen Hurts.
Well, I got news for you, Marlon. Bryce Harper's been a better player than Jalen Hurts. You know that, right?
Listen, you call that a better player?
All right, yeah. Well, he has been.
You did try to trade him for Juan Soto, too, by the way.
Bryce Harper.
Yeah. The Eagles have a ring, Marlon, because the Eagles are better than the
so
Phillies.
Why is he getting ripped worse than Bryce Harper? I ain't trying to hear that, Joe.
No, because this is nonsense. Also, I do. No, I'm done. Because people don't have critical thinking skills.
Marlon is impressively annoying.
I know, he really is.
Probably did a good job of being.
Also, Kyle pointed out, I tried to trade Bryce Harper for Juan Soto. I would do it today. How's that sound? I don't think Bryce Harper's been perfect. In fact, when he asked for more money, I ripped him. It was a ridiculous. Ask with 8 years left on his contract. But he's also been a better player overall in Philadelphia than Jalen Hurts. I mean, that's the truth. He has an MVP. He's been a better player.
He ain't won no Super Bowl.
That's fine, Hugh, but who's been a better player?
The player that won the Super Bowl.
No, man. Come on.
Bryce Harper has come up in the last 2 seasons kind of short, though. I mean, I hear what you're saying. He's probably a better player overall, the chosen one and all that.
But that's what I said.
But he came up short.
That was exactly what he was asking.
No, I'm saying he came up short, though. I mean, Jalen.
Okay, but we also weren't.
Okay. Bryce Harper's OPS is by year in the postseason 1,160. 1,097. Last year, when we say he came up short, it was 1,279. This year was his first poor playoffs with the Phillies.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
No, I'm just saying. Okay.
Right, and so Jalen Hurts had some great playoff moments. He also crapped the bed twice in Tampa in the postseason.
No, but he won the Super Bowl, though.
I'm tired of it, man. I'm tired of it.
We got moved the line, Douglas.
I know. Like,
I'm not moving the line. I'm just saying. Like,
what does that have to
do
with Topper?
Like Bryce Harper is. No, we're talking about Bryce Harper. I thought we were talking about Bryce Harper.
But Marlon decided to rip Harper as a reason to let Topper stay. These are separate things.
No, I feel like the players at some level have to be culpable for their actions.
Can't two things be true? Like,
no, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not arguing that. But at the end of the day, if I was dropped off a planet, which sometimes I feel like I have
Me
been,
too.
When I look at the playoffs. And you say, what is the common denominator? Now, you can get into baseball minutiae and say, well, Topper didn't do this, and he didn't manage this. But the bottom line is that when I look at that stat line, it's a lot of offers from the guys at the top. That's all I'm saying.
But hold on, but I agree with you. But that's not solely Bryce Harper.
Okay.
If we're keeping it a bean buck, whatever we do, the player since he got here that's been a disaster in the playoffs is Trey Turner. He's never had a moment.
Okay,
he has been a disaster in the playoffs.
Before this playoff series started, you said something, and I said that. And I remember I said that I don't think he needs to be that.
Bryce
Harper needs to be
great.
Bryce Harper of old. Was he anywhere near Bryce Harper of old?
No. I agree.
Okay.
He needed to be better.
Okay.
But
that's all I'm saying.
But Shohei Ohtani went 1 for 16 and his team won. Like, we can't just point out the star stinks and your team loses.
We're talking about the Phillies.
Right.
And their issues and what their issues have been over the past couple of seasons.
But that's not true beyond this year for Bryce. He was not the issue in other series.
What did he? Okay.
I mean, what was he?
He was not the savior in the last series. He wasn't the savior. What did he do against the Mets?
Against the Mets, he had 333 with a 1,200 OPS. He was walked 5 times in 17 plate appearances because Alec Boehm is a complete stiff in the cleanup spot.
Also,
How is that on Bryce?
Why should the bar be being the savior? Like, aren't we a good enough team where we shouldn't need one person to save us?
That was my argument. That was what I said. I said that I didn't think Bryce needed to be this, that, and the third to win this series, and he wasn't.
Okay, but there's a difference between being great and being like the savior. The savior implies that nothing else is going well. He has to put the team on his back.
But I guess the point is this: there's a lot of times, like, even though you are considered one of the greater players, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean it helps you win a championship. And Jalen's won a championship. I guess that's the comparison.
Well, Bryce Harper won a championship.
Okay.
I just fine. So we don't have to remove the context, right? We have the context.
No, I mean, since you put it in there, you're right.
Okay.
And guess who doesn't have one? Mm-hmm. Me or Bryce Harper.
Right. But don't worry, you people remind you of that.
No, I mean, it's me or him.
Yep. I don't either. It's just like we don't have to do this thing where, like, if I just came to planet Earth, we didn't just come to planet Earth.
We've been here the whole time.
Here. We saw it.
I'm not sure. Like, it just feels like people want to rip Bryce Harper, so that means Topper keeps his job. If you want to be mad at Bryce, I'm not going to fight you. Be mad at him. He wasn't good enough in this series. We all know it. In this particular series, he wasn't good enough. But the idea that he's been the problem in the playoffs for 4 years, no, Topper's been a way bigger problem than Bryce Harper in the playoffs. And Bryce Harper dragged the team to the World Series in 22. Did I miss something? Like, Bryce Harper has been mostly the good in the playoffs, not this year.
No, well, Jalen dragged the Eagles to the Super Bowl.
Well, he did.
Yep,
I just...
You forget.
I don't get it. I don't understand how Bryce Harper saves Topper's job. It almost doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what does Bryce Harper not hitting have to do with Topper's managing? That's the part I'm lost on.
Players make plays. That's the bottom line. Joe, players make plays. And in this playoff series, none of your players made plays. I think that's the overlying argument that people are having.
But the Dodgers players made less. They scored less runs.
And then when we put the Jalen Hurts factor into it, Jalen's not playing well. Not saying that. But when you talk about what Jalen has accomplished, I think the most people are getting more upset about the fact that it feels like a lot of times that Jalen gets more heat and he's accomplished more since he's been here in Philadelphia than Bryce Harper.
He plays poorly more often. I don't know why this is so hard.
Yeah, but by the way,
over the last year plus, other than the Super Bowl and title game, he's played like a mediocre quarterback. Why is that offensive?
Yeah, I also don't even think it's true anymore that Bryce Harper gets a pass.
Well, no, I don't think Bryce did. I said earlier, he's in decline.
Every single time we get eliminated from the playoffs, everybody comes at Harper's neck.
He's also in decline, Bryce Harper. He didn't have a great season.
I know. I'm just like, I don't understand this whole thing where like Harper gets a pass all the time. I don't even think that's true anymore. He might have a few years ago, or like after 23. After last year, he didn't get a pass, and after this year, no. Like, how many people have called in today saying it's not Topper's fault? Harper sucked.
A lot.
And nobody's giving him a pass.
I think Harper's in decline. I don't think Harper's the player he used to be.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that.
We might have to get used to this now. I mean, this is. I mean, I don't know if we're ever getting an MVP Bryce Harper season again. It just feels like a weird way to defend Topper. That's what I don't understand. Like, what does Bryce Harper have to do with Topper's decision to leave David Robertson in or to bunt in the ninth inning? These are independent of Bryce Harper or Trey Turner. Like, it's not just Bryce Harper. That's the part I don't understand. Like, if Nick Sirianni makes a dumb decision, I'm going to rip Sirianni. That's independent of Jalen Hurts is good or not good that day. That's where I'm at. I think the Phillies need a new manager. Whether or not Bryce Harper's at fault for this series, which he certainly should be. Hugh, I agree with you on this. Bryce Harper was not good in this series.
No, he definitely wasn't.
They needed more out of him. 215-592-9494. That's how you hop in. All right, we got a lot to do here. Let's catch Hugh Douglas up on some things. And can we hear this first, though? This is yesterday in the NFL, because this one struck a chord. Two teams going in opposite directions. Quarterbacks talking in opposite directions. Could we? Who do we want to play first?
Do Baker first.
Let's do Baker Mayfield, who is an early season NFL MVP candidate. Let's hear Baker.
No, I mean, I truly, genuinely trust the guys that are in there. They're ready. We talked throughout the week. Guys are on the same page, and that's real. I trust these guys, even though some of them might not have played a whole lot of ball, but if we're on the same page, good things happen. You don't have to have the perfect play when all your guys are fighting for each other and are on the same page, and that's an example of that. Defense played great, special teams as well, and so that's complementary football.
I mean, that, Hugh.
MVP, though.
Oh, yeah. He's
Oh, no, I'm not disputing the fact that it's just I guess I'm reflecting on the life that Baker Mayfield has lived.
It's remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, he's you know, he turned it around.
Some Rich Gannon to it a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, look at his story.
Yeah.
So what stood out to me there is he was down Mike Evans yesterday, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irving, and Emeka Ibuka goes down with an injury. None of those guys. They score 30 points. He's throwing to guys I've never heard of, and he's saying, well, we're all on the same page, so it works.
Yeah. That's it sounds like you're a little envious. Just a little bit.
Well, doesn't it feel like the opposite of what we got here?
Listen.
Should we not be envious?
Listen. I don't appreciate, since I've been gone, y'all looking at other people's grass being all envious and stuff.
Don't you want to score points? What do you mean?
The Phillies got eliminated, and the Eagles just lost 2 games in a row. I don't want to look at my grass anymore.
This grass
it's turning yellow.
It's burnt, man.
Joe said, don't you want to score points?
Don't you want to score points?
Yes, I do.
They scored 30 with guys that we never heard of.
But this is not the time.
What do you
this
mean?
Is not.
Listen.
No.
You better buckle in for this week. This is clearly the time.
We got to get right this week. We got to get right. We can't be envious of what other quarterbacks who have fallen from grace, how they're resurrecting. We can't worry about none of that. We got to get right.
Why?
Because we got a football. We got Minnesota.
I'm not playing.
I'm not preparing for the game. I'm talking about what's going on in the league.
I hate both of you guys.
I'm watching them bombs away yesterday. No. Baker's third in the MVP odds right now. Third behind Allen and Mahomes. It's Allen, Mahomes, Mayfield. Allen, Mahomes, Mayfield.
Didn't Indianapolis win yesterday, too?
Yeah, of course they did.
Daniel Jones has better MVP odds than our quarterback does right now. And you, yep. Mm-hmm.
You got nothing for us,
You got nothing.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's hear another quarterback. Opposite of the Baker situation. Let's hear this one. This will make you feel better. At least it's not this bad. Let's hear from Tua.
Well, I think it starts with the leadership in helping articulate that for the guys. And then what we're expecting out of the guys, right? We're expecting this. Are we getting that? Are we not getting that? We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late. Guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. Do we have to make this mandatory? Do we not have to make this mandatory? So it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up, and it starts with the little things like that.
To be clear, you're saying some players were late or missed?
Late, yeah.
He said, to be clear, yes.
You're throwing your teammates and coach on the bus. Is that clear? Yes.
He might not be long for that locker room.
Well, the head coach also might not be long for that locker room. What is Capri's?
Tua has been through a lot, and he's probably like, you know what? They were trying to move on from me because wasn't there some rumors that Tom Brady? They were trying to get Tom Brady at one point. Yeah. So
they probably should have, if we're being honest.
He's like, you know what? Screw y'all. I'm gonna do this myself.
And it's not that bad here, but I will say, I feel a lot closer to the spectrum of the Dolphins vibes right now than I do those Bucs.
Nah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, nah.
Yes.
Well, are we the Baker situation where he's throwing the guys off the street and scoring 30 points?
Yeah, come on, man.
We have all our weapons out there, and we can't score more than 17 points.
Listen to that. They got guys on the same page. We're all in sync. And then you got the Dolphins like, yeah, things like nobody's happy here. Which one sounds more like us?
He's honest. He's on to something.
No, listen.
Be honest.
I don't feel like talking right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
On a radio show.
On a talk show.
For a whole hour and 15 more minutes. I ain't got nothing to say.
So you're just going to go radio silent?
I just don't have anything to say.
That's sad. We beat him down, Joe.
No.
By the way,
I'm just saying.
Did we win?
No, you didn't.
This is a big win for us today.
I just refused.
I think we won.
I just refused.
Big ol' L for don't even say anything.
Refuse to deal with your childish piddling.
You have to.
I guess I do.
You're contractually obligated.
All right, then, fine.
For 4 whole hours a day.
I think we're closer with a straight face to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah.
Why?
Because we gonna get this. We gonna get this together.
I mean, it was right there. You just could have said we beat the Bucs.
Yeah, we did.
That is usually a go-to.
That is. Yeah.
No, we did, and we won the Super Bowl.
There it is.
You lost me.
We won the Super Bowl last year.
You didn't take the pledge. I mean,
I didn't take the pledge. I just don't like what I'm hearing from y'all today, man. We got like Merrill said. We got 11. You don't talk to Merrill like that, but you talk to me like that, right?
It's different. It's different.
But no,
Merrill's a guest in our home. This is our home. We're gonna argue.
We got 11 more games, man, and we getting it right this weekend.
I like that. All right.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Even though Zadarius Smith retired abruptly.
That's okay.
Like
He's just our best
Monday.
edge. Yeah.
Like, Joe, let's workshop this for a minute. I mean, I'm not panicking, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna tell you why. You had a nice little weekend off. Today you would probably come back, just to get in the building.
Yeah.
Just to try to, get back in the groove of things. And you told them I'm good.
I'm out.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah, look, it could be anything. It could be his body's not holding up the way he thought after 11 years. It could be he's just done. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but it's not good.
I mean, I wish him Godspeed though, man, because he was pretty decent. Pretty decent.
I really like the player, and I like that how he brought him in, and now Howie's in a pickle because they probably need help at both corner and edge. And he's already traded a bunch to add to this football team already. I mean, think about it. And he's made trades already this season to get Ja'Cory Bennett. He got John Mechie. The Tank Bigsby trade, I don't know what that was because we traded 2 draft picks away from a kick returner that can't catch the ball. I mean, that it's not a great situation. So I don't know how much Howie's going to be willing to keep investing in this team, but he needs to go get another edge, right? They don't have enough.
Yeah, you need to get something, man. And it's just unfortunate that Zadarius Smith decided to retire when he retired. And I don't know what that's about. I really, really don't. All jokes aside, I don't know. I don't know what that's about.
I was shocked when I saw it, and now we try to figure out where they go from here. But do you think they knew, or were they surprised? I mean, they had to be surprised.
I think they're
right?
surprised. I mean, because look, okay, all seriousness, you come from the Detroit Lions, who was a Super Bowl team, and you go to another. Well, that's what I meant to say. Sorry, Super Bowl contender, and you go to another team that's a Super Bowl contender, and you hit a little bit of a rough patch, if you will. And then you decide to abruptly retire. Now, there's probably more to this story than I know. It feels like it might be because he wasn't playing bad, and they liked the way that he was playing. Yeah. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to spin it as he was trying, like something's going on, and he had no choice.
You know, and look, Diana Rossini said it's not about the Eagles. Who knows? Maybe there's something going on off the field he's got to go attend to.
Yeah, he got to deal with that. Maybe that's it.
And listen,
that's what I think that's what I'll go with.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's upset at him. I'm just surprised.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
It's just abrupt.
Yeah.
It's really abrupt, and it's one of those things where you're like, man, and you were playing well. It wasn't like you were laboring out there. You were playing well, so yeah. It's a little surprising.
And then we look at the quotes and hear him when he first got here. He sounded energized, excited, like
he's so happy to be here.
And now I don't know what happened, but he's no longer here, and it's obviously an issue for the football team. All right, Frank is up on WIP. Hey, Frank.
How you guys doing?
What's
Frank,
up, Frank?
We're getting by, trying to pick up the pieces. What's up?
So if you can let me long talk here for a minute, I made 6 points of why I even wrote it down.
6.
Why you should be optimistic about the
Can
Eagles.
you give us 5?
I could do 5.
Okay.
All right, so think of the 1 out of the last 4 years we've collapsed.
Okay.
So every other year we've overachieved. Last year, at the start of the season, our Super Bowl odds, we were like 10th. We were not top 5. So we went ahead and overachieved last year. 2023 was horrible. We collapsed. 2022, when we started that season, we were not pegged as a Super Bowl team. Okay? 2021, people didn't even know if Jalen Hurts could play. They were 2-4, won a bunch of games, came back. Nick Sirianni will adjust. Even if that means, shoving Kevin Patullo into a locker. I believe they will adjust. Their track record, 75% of the time, they go ahead and
I like that. I like that one, Frank. So track record says they'll figure it out. I like that. What's number 2?
Number 2 is they're going to get Nolan Smith, Dickerson, and Jacorian Bennett back. They got to go the next 2 games without him, but they're going to get him back before the Packers game.
Okay,
so
like
that's
that.
Number 2.
So they'll get healthier. All right, number 3.
Yep. The Broncos game was this year's Atlanta game. If you remember, we were handling Atlanta. We lost it at the end with a collapse. This Giants game this year is the Bucs game last year. We went into that Bucs game after we beat the Saints, and we thought, we could get this done. And we got mollywopped. Same thing happened. We overlooked the Giants. They actually got a little bit of a squad, and they went ahead and smacked us around.
Not that much of a squad, though.
Number 4, and now this is just a proclamation. We will win the next 4 games. I'm going to tell you how it's going to go. We're going to beat Minnesota.
That's a big one, Frank.
It's going to be book this. Save the tape. Play it back, Kyle. Record it.
No.
It's going to be a close struggle against the Vikings. It's going to look ugly.
Yeah.
Wentz is going to make some plays.
Okay.
The New York Giants, I believe, when they come here, you heard, I don't know if you guys heard, A.J. Brown after the game in the locker room was heard screaming. It was reported.
I'm not sure that was accurate.
That
wasn't accurate. But Frank, we appreciate it.
Yeah.
We got
big breaking news.
We got the breaking news.
94 WIP breaking news.
Yeah, I couldn't get out of the call fast enough. I know he had 6 points, but according to John Heyman, Rob Thompson's safe for 2026.
Wow. Yeah, Heyman, Rob Thompson is safe for 2026. Sources tell me and Joel Sherman of the New York Post. Well, I disagree with I don't disagree that he's safe.
You disagree with
I disagree
that he's safe.
with that he should be. I think it's a mistake. Now, here's the question I have. Last year, he was going into the last year of his deal, and they gave him 1 extra year so he wouldn't be a lame duck. Are they going to extend his contract, or is he going to be a lame duck?
That's the question. Because he had technically another year, right?
So as of this moment, he has just 2026 left.
Yeah, 1 year.
So do you think they're going to just let him go into 2026 last year, or give him an extra year so he's not a lame duck?
I would say, for the sake of this argument, and I would say probably they're going to probably lame ducky. But no, you know what? I'll take that back. Because why would you make that announcement so quickly and not extending?
So you think Rob Thompson, after the series he just got a contract extension? Does everyone want to see me scream on the radio?
I know it sounds crazy, but why would you make that announcement so quickly? Why would you make that announcement so quickly, though, Joe?
Well, obviously people are listening to the show today. Then we got to shut this guy up. He's been screaming at Fire Top for 3 hours. Shut him up! Heyman, put the news out!
And not only screaming it for 3 hours, screaming it from the rafters
yes.
for 3 hours.
Well, I guess they shut me up. All right, 215-592-9494. Do you agree with the Phillies? And is it the right move? According to John Heyman and Joel Sherman, Rob Thompson is safe for 2026. I think it's the wrong decision. I think the Phillies should have a new manager. But that's just my opinion. Your take on it all. All right, 215-592-9494. Also, we got to get Hugh caught up on some things he missed on Friday. We'll do that next. Midday Show. And your reaction to the Topper on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, Eagles fans, Crown Royal is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Eagles. And this season, it's not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you, because they'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit crownroyal.com/royal rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on moneyline, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. And app only.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
When our pro football team wins, you win. When the Birds win, the next day you receive 1 free drink at any Club Risque location. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Club Risque. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club brings you free lunch weekdays. Happy hour special 6 days a week. The hottest entertainers on the planet 7 days a week. And this week, a special appearance by adult film star Kenzie Taylor. Don't miss Kenzie Taylor this Thursday through Saturday at all Club Risque locations. ClubRisque.com. Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Iowa. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law, serving Philly for over 60 years. Call 215-551-9099.
Up to $3,000 above KBB is based on KBB excellent trade-in condition. Deductions apply for damage, reconditioning, excessive wear and tear, and above average miles. Get paid to trade at TurnersvilleJeep.com. We're offering up to $3,000 over Kelley Blue Book trade-in value for your current vehicle. That's right, up to $3,000 over KBB for your trade. But that's not all. Shop our massive selection of tariff-free Jeeps and Ram trucks. Upgrade your ride today at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at Depend.com. This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The state of college football is in flux, with debates raging about how much players should get paid. But this weekend, we got a big reminder of how much money coaches are making. Penn State opted to fire James Franklin despite a $40 million buyout. It's a system that doesn't make sense. Coaches failing into a windfall. But it's also a reminder there's a lot of money going around. If you're worried the players are getting too much, remember, that's only part of the story. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Sports Radio. Download the Odyssey app now and take 94 WIP with you anywhere you go.
Obviously, they're going to go in this direction, and they're going to run this thing back from the manager's seat. He's going to be the guy. Hugh Douglas, you get your way.
It's not my way. I just felt like that was the right thing to do.
It's what you wanted.
Well, it's the right thing to do, Joe. I don't think it was his fault that they lost. I know that, by me saying that doesn't make anybody feel better because they're going to point out some of the things that he did as far as the managerial skills were concerned.
Bad
but
ones,
still, guys, he didn't throw that pitch. And he did not strand runners on bases. He didn't do any of that.
No, he just put the players in the position, and they didn't succeed. I mean,
And he didn't tell Castellanos to run.
No, but he did bunt. He did call the bunt, which was horrendous.
You have to have situational awareness.
But if you know someone
Professional situational awareness.
But if you know your player doesn't, and you put them in that spot, you're asking for trouble. If you're asking Nick Castellanos to be smart on the base pass, you've lost before the game started.
If you ask,
you have.
You're asking him to, like, from what I've been told, that's baseball fundamentals 101. That's like fundamental stuff you learn when you're young.
But I didn't like the bunt even if it worked. I think it's a mistake by the Phillies, and it makes me wonder if they're willing to make real changes this offseason. Are we just going to run this whole thing back again? Are we going to do Groundhog Day?
I don't think you can.
Well,
I
we
really
started.
don't.
We started with the manager.
I think because they feel that the manager wasn't the biggest issue. I feel like what Ruben said, they're going to probably make a move. They're going to move on from somebody.
So I think you and I could find some common ground on this. The manager wasn't the biggest issue, but doesn't mean he's not an issue. And that's my issue with the Phillies. Like, they're bringing back a guy that has proven time and again in the postseason he doesn't do well. He doesn't make great moves. He doesn't put them in great spots in big moments. I'm disappointed the Phillies are keeping Rob Thompson. Where do you come down? 215-592-9494.
It's just now I'm like, what change are they going to make?
I know.
Are they going to run this thing back again?
Sure feels like it, doesn't it?
I mean, I feel like this is we just did this last season.
I don't think you can, man.
But we said that last year.
Okay,
and
but this is step one of running it back right here. Now there's a lot of time, but does this not feel like the start of the same exact thing?
And I'm curious to see if they gave him a contract extension. Because last year he had 1 year left, just 2025, so they tacked on 26 onto it so he wouldn't be a lame duck manager. So we're going to do that again, and it's hard for me to sit here after watching that series and say, you know what? Here comes the news. Rob Thompson got a contract extension, which is if they follow the pattern of last year, that's what they're going to do. Otherwise, he goes into 2026 as a lame duck, which, if you remember, was exactly what Girardi was in 22, and that turned out to be a disaster. And every game they lost, he was asked about his own job status, and he did not handle that well. I think Topper's got a better temperament than Girardi, so I don't think it'll be the same thing, but we shall see. All right, let's go to the phone lines here. Your reaction to everything, and then we'll get Hugh caught up on some things he missed on Friday. Joe in Mayfair's up. Hey, Joe.
Not a happy camper bringing back Topper at all. Good afternoon, Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Joe. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. What are you feeling?
Well, I'm going to talk to Hugh. Hugh, when you know your biggest part of your team, the best strength is your starting pitching. You don't need to carry 11 pitchers in a 5-game series, and you're a slow team, and you have issues. Nick, Kepler, Marsh. I don't understand if you have Walker Buehler and you have Taijuan Walker taking up space that aren't going to pitch. Where's your speed off the bench? You got to think outside the box, Hugh. This is going to be a tight, low-game series, low-scoring series. You got no speed off the bench at all. Where's Rojas? I can get a pinch runner, put a threat on. You got to think that you got to play small ball to beat the Dodgers pitching. He didn't do that at first. I don't understand putting back-to-back left-handed hitters, second and third in the lineup. You just make it easier for opposing teams to come in there and pitch to both of them with left-handers late in games. It's the same over and over again. The last 3 seasons, this core is not doing what it needs to do under the managerial approach of Rob Thompson. It's getting worse and worse and worse, but you bring him back.
So it's the manager's fault that they went over against the Mets last year. That's kind of what you're telling me. You said because this has been going on for years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Hugh, it is the manager's responsibility to get a team to buy in, to put the barrel of the bat on the ball in close games instead of swinging from your heels and fishing every single at bat.
So that's on the manager, right?
Yes.
That's okay. I hear you. I hear you.
1,000%.
I disagree, but if that's the way you want to go with, that's fine. I think it's on the players, the guys that make the most money. So basically, what you're telling me is like if you get a car that is made by the manufacturer, it's not on the manufacturer, it's on the car dealership or something like that. That's kind of what you're telling me. Not on the people that actually make the thing go. It's on the people that.
Not a good analogy, Hugh.
I know it's not. It's not a good. It's not a good analogy. But you get my point.
That's not a great analogy.
You get my point, though, right? You get my point that the players have to make. So players don't have to make plays.
The manager should be telling these
No,
players.
I just asked a simple question.
Shorten your swing. Put the barrel of the bat in the
Players,
ball. We
players
don't
don't
need
have to.
home runs.
Players don't have to make plays. Players don't have to make plays.
But they have to follow the managerial
You know what?
responsibility.
I
over
allowed you to
of
speak,
this
and I just
entire
asked.
team.
I asked a simple question, and you still haven't. You haven't answered it. Do players have to make
No,
plays?
Yes, on the execution of the playbook from the guy who's in charge, just like the Eagles, Hugh. If you've got to attack the other opponent's weakness, the Dodgers' strength is their pitching. They throw 98 to 101 miles per hour, almost all of them. Why are you swinging from your heels on every at bat?
Why are you asking me? I don't play baseball.
Maybe
Why
Hugh
don't
could
you
be the
need to
next
ask those
Joe,
guys?
we appreciate it. So here's my thing on this. Hugh, I agree the players got to be better, and they weren't good enough in this series. But in a series where neither team hit well, the little things matter. And our manager...
I do not disagree. I don't disagree with you when you say that, Joe.
That's my frustration. Like, I'm not taking Bryce and Trey off the hook. They weren't good enough.
But again, and even like the caller was trying to explain to me, carrying the pitches and all that other stuff. Okay, so Harrison Bader got hurt. And foresight is 20/20. So hindsight is 20, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, hindsight.
Hindsight is 20/20. But the bottom line is this. Orion Kirkman threw a bad pitch. He had a bad throw. How is that on Topper? And I understand you talking about he should have thought about this, that, and third. That does not have anything to me to do with the throw that was actually made.
Yeah,
but thank you, caller, for the baseball, master class or whatever. I really appreciate that. But I just don't see it the same way that you do, respectfully.
So the way it ended is not on Topper. Right, like that just happened. Like I don't blame him for Orion Kirkering throwing the ball past JT Realmuto. The pitcher had a brain cramp. I mean, it was an all-time bad moment in an all-time bad spot. That's not on Rob Thompson. That's on Orion Kirkering. How we got there is why I'm frustrated with Topper. How we got there is why I don't want him back as the manager, and I think it's a mistake. And we can point out that Bryce and Trey stunk, and Schwarber had one game, right? The other 3 games he didn't do much.
Mm-hmm.
I just went back and pulled up the stats from the 4-game series the 2008 Phillies had against the Brewers. First round, 4 games, right? It's the same sample. Phillies 3, Brewers 1. Phillies win the NLDS and move on to play the Dodgers, and then they play the Rays, and they become champions. Are you ready for the stat lines in the 4-game series that Chase Utley and Ryan Howard had? Chase Utley in the 2008 NLDS against the Brewers hit 133 with a 435 OPS. Ryan Howard hit 182 with a 273 slugging. You can win series without your best hitters hitting. I mean, you can. It happens all the time. It's short series. Shohei Ohtani went 1 for 16. You got to be good in the tight moments, and we stink in the tight moments.
And that's the point, Joe. And I said that before. It feels like when the game gets tight, that's where the mistakes come.
But why is he off the hook?
He's not off the hook, but I don't think he's the one that needs to be blamed for this. No. I don't think that's the case.
We can blame everyone and have a new manager. That's what I wish we would have done. Obviously, they're going to keep him. I mean, your reaction to that, everyone, is the Phillies are keeping Rob Thompson, according to John Heyman and Joel Sherman. Mike in Medford is up. Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Mike. What's up?
The miserable, cold, chilly, rainy day.
It is. It is.
Before I called in to talk a little baseball, but I think we should pay our respects to our Saint Jalen Hurts, the patron saint of a perpetual win. For it was he who led us through the desert, and he with his own bare hands who pulled that trophy out of his rock and thrust it in the air and gave us a championship. But anyway,
Moses out of the basket.
I would suggest you work on your delivery because you're a little dry.
I know.
He's trying. He's trying. He's workshop.
But I mean, but it was a good try.
The patron saint of the perpetual win. I do. It kind of worked for a while. Unfortunately, we're losing now, so that doesn't work as well as it did a few weeks ago.
Well, but because that's not his fault now.
Well, it is.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out.
Being sarcastic.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Mike's trying to go with this. It's not working.
I think he's having fun with all Jalen Hurts does is win, but now they're losing, so it doesn't work as well.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like
I said, Mike, it was your delivery.
Yeah.
It was your delivery.
Mike, what do you got on top?
Well, I appreciate you being nice with it. The funny thing is I called to talk about like Dallas Green and the John Gruden like analogies, but as soon as I heard the breaking news, I'm just going to leave that alone. Other than I would not have brought him back, and I just don't think that he has the full respect of the players in the clubhouse. But now that they are bringing him back, there's got to be a change somewhere. Something has to change, and I do maybe even like when Dallas Green did come in '79. That was the year they brought in Pete Rose, and that's a huge reason why they won. But I just don't see that he is the main voice in that clubhouse. I feel like Bryce Harper is getting more power and more voice than he is, and that to me that's just that just doesn't work within a professional situation. So I would not have brought him back, but not necessarily because I think he's made terrible decisions. I don't think he's been great, but more because I just don't think he's truly respected in the clubhouse.
Yeah, and Mike, I think they like him, and Mike, we appreciate the phone call. The issue now is what real changes are they going to make? I mean, if he's back, don't you imagine Caleb Cotham, who I think is very good as a pitching coach, and Kevin Long are back? I don't think they're going to fire his staff. So, what changes are we doing here?
I think it's players, but how drastic are you willing to go? I believe that. And when you talk about the two biggest names, it's Rice and Trey. Because I don't think Schwarber's coming back. I hate to drop that on you.
Well, speaking of that, let's catch Hugh Douglas up on some things he missed. Kyle, let's start there because you just brought up Kyle Schwarber. Hugh, this was Schwarber after the game Thursday, post-game when it all was over. It sounded to me like Schwarber was a guy who really thinks he might not be here. Listen to the emotion in his voice.
Yeah, I mean, it's doesn't feel good, you just make a lot of different relationships in the clubhouse, and you never know how it's going to work out, right? It's just, you just make so many personal relationships with guys, and you spend how much time with these guys, throughout the course of a year, and they become family, and yeah, you just never know how it's going to go. But these guys all know how I feel about them. I got a lot of respect for the guys in here, our organization, the coaching staff, everyone, top to bottom. This is a premier organization, and a lot of people should feel, very lucky that that you're playing for a team that is trying to win every single year, and you have a fan base that cares, and you have ownership that cares, and you have coaches that care. You have everyone in the room that cares, and there's no other reason. We're all about winning, and it's a great thing. I think that's why it hurts just as much as any other year.
That's very reflective. That is very reflective. But I just want to say before it was this moment, it just felt like he probably wasn't going to come back because of the money that he's probably going to command, in free agency. And I don't think that this helps any. I don't think it helps at all that it happened the way that it happened. So yeah, I don't think he's coming back.
It sounded to me like a guy is thinking he really might not be back, right? Yeah. It's almost sounded like a goodbye, like a I've loved my time here.
Yeah.
It didn't sound to me like someone like we'll be back next year together. And look, money talks, and we'll see how much they offer him and how these negotiations go. I certainly hope he comes back because they need him in this lineup if they're going to try to win a World Series next season. All right, the other thing to catch Hugh Douglas up on this Monday. Hugh, there was a big story last week. Of course, we talked about that meeting, right? That big powwow.
The
sit-down between Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley and A.J. Brown. Well, this was A.J. after the game on Thursday talking about that.
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you ain't talked to them.
You weren't in the meeting?
I don't recall.
Or you don't want to just talk?
I don't recall.
I remember this because I talked to a few friends of mine, and I think that the biggest thing that I was told from this is that he was basically saying it tongue-in-cheek. He was trying to, I guess, be funny.
So he did go to Twitter afterwards, where AJ seems to go often. He put this out after that meeting with the media. Quote, just to clear this up, that wasn't a meeting or a sit-down. I said, I don't recall because it got painted like there was tension and Say had to step in. That's not true. I was walking in my car, saw them, and stopped to talk. Nothing more.
Yeah.
But that's not a meeting.
No, and maybe, I don't know. But everything, it feels like a soap opera, Joe. I mean, I'm trying to sit here and be a professional on a Monday.
On a Monday?
On a Monday, I'm trying to be a professional and trying to hash what has transpired over the last 24 hours. And I'm like, that one right there, I don't have an answer for. The fact that it was made out. And to be fair to AJ, Saquon said it like it was a meeting.
Yeah, but that's
he framed it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to see because I'm not trying to call nobody a liar. He framed it like it was a meeting. And AJ saying that it wasn't, it was kind of like a, chop it up session.
Like two ships passing.
Yeah,
like,
hey, what's up?
Yeah,
what's up? Hey, man, good game.
It's not a meeting, though.
Well,
that's a chat.
Maybe
agree
it's left up to interpretation.
Do you agree most meetings you sit down?
Well, not all.
Most.
Because sometimes you sit there.
Sit there.
You did say most.
Do you meetings you've been in? Do you stand or sit?
It all depends on how hostile the meeting could potentially get.
Our morning meetings.
I'd rather stand up. No, those meetings are cool.
Usually you sit down in a meeting.
Yeah,
if you're in a parking lot, you're not sitting.
No, but
it's not a meeting.
I would say most of them, yes.
Yeah, that's why I can't consider it a meeting. So we had that. Then there was this, just in case anyone missed this one. Diana Rossini wrote this on Saturday at The Athletic. Quote, the Eagles will continue to insist they have no plans to trade Brown, their star receiver, but every week that passes, with problems piling up, makes decision makers around the league wonder. One league source told me, Brown doesn't look frustrated or mad, he looks indifferent. And that's not a good place to be. A GM in the AFC said, I think Howie moves him. It would have to be for the right player or pick, but a trade wouldn't surprise me. Howie likes deals, especially if a player's value overrides how Brown is being used. So that whole thing is not ending anytime soon here as we continue to see what happens. All right, let's grab Theo in Vegas up on WIP. Theo.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Theo.
Hey, I just wanted to say, so last week when I was pre-loss ranting, Hugh sighed at me, and I was like, and now after the loss, everybody is saying what I was saying.
Are you talking about not trusting Topper? Is that what that was?
Oh, he wants to rehash his fight with you.
No, it wasn't a fight. Hey, Theo, you could quit long talking. The floor is yours. Today is your day.
Hey,
have at it.
Yeah. Well, listen, Hugh, the reason why you and B-Dog and Trot are such legends and loved in Philly is because you guys always gave max effort and you took accountability. And that's, as Philly fans, that's what we want, And so, this season has just been, I don't want to say a failure, but it kind of is because we had so many expectations, and then we just saw so many bad things happen. And I saw this coming for so long now. And it sounds like I know I sounded negative, but I've just seen this coming, and I think it's time to blow the team up. And I don't know. I mean, we need players that can be that can play small ball. Remember when we had Gene Segura? He wasn't flashy, but he would take it to 9-10 pitches every time and just put the ball in play, and that's what we need, And the Topper thing. I don't know about that. I know that we need to blow the players up, and that's where I'm.
Well, they might. I mean, and Theo, they could, and there certainly needs to be changes to the roster. They need to improve in a lot of areas. Theo, we appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to start with Topper. I didn't want it to end with Topper. They also need to make the team better. And Topper's staying.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I mean, Theo. See, I let Theo talk.
You did. You let him have it.
I mean, it was his moment. He won.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I think he lost. The Phillies
I'm a professional. Lost. He got his say, and he said what he said.
Yep.
I am a professional, and I handled that professionally.
You did.
I did.
You handled it professionally.
Yes, I did. Mm-hmm. But as far as the players are concerned, yeah, you can't. I can't see you running this back one more game.
So I agree with you. They have three major free agents, right? JT, Schwarber, and Ranger. When we say not run it back and we move, we need to also be better.
Free
right?
agents.
Right, we can't just let everyone go and be worse and say, well, we're different. We want to be better, and we want to be different and better, not different and worse.
I think JT comes back because you really haven't prepared for his departure.
I agree. Well, they traded the young catcher to the Twins for Duran.
They're going to try to bring Schwarber back. Schwarber ain't coming. I don't think he's coming. I think he's going to get too much money in free agency. And they're going to trade somebody. Bryce Harper. I don't know what you're going to get for him.
You think they're going to trade Bryce Harper?
If I had to bet today, I would say yes.
I would be floored if they traded Bryce Harper. And now, look, if it makes the team better, I'm in. I don't care. But I'd be floored if they did it.
And this is me recklessly speculating. And I know people out there talking about, Hugh, you're an idiot. You don't know about baseball. That's okay, too. But I listen to what's being said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you played a cut earlier where Bryce Harper, I would say, was indifferent about non-committal. Non-committal.
You read it. You read it the same way I did.
Non-committal.
Yeah.
And the Phillies come out whether or not they would listen to the morning show and you all day talking about firing the cat.
And they said, "Shut him up."
They said,
"Put the news out."
They came out and said that Hopper's here. Now, when I hear all of that, and I get to thinking, okay, Trey wanted him here. Bryce was non-committal. They have to do, and then you hear Ruben say that they're going to make a move.
Do you think they're siding with Trey and moving off of Bryce?
Well, hold on. I think he's suggesting that they're backing Topper and moving on from Bryce.
Thank you. See, me and Kyle on the same way.
But that's ridiculous.
I'm just telling you. I am telling you what I'm telling you what I hear.
Okay. Well, one of them's
I'm
a
not
lame
saying
duck.
it's
One
true.
of them's committed for.
I am. Okay. Bryce did kind of ask for more money at one point, didn't he?
Yeah, but this doesn't mean they're picking one and dumping the other.
I am not saying they are. I'm just reading the tea leaves. That's all I'm doing.
Read different ones.
You don't like that. I'm just saying. It don't feel like that to you when you think about it. Think about it. It doesn't feel like that.
I mean, I understand how you added the two together. It also feels like they probably don't give a crap what these guys say after the game. I mean,
that might be true too.
Yeah.
That might be true too. But the extra cash conversation did quiet down after a while.
Well, and they shouldn't give him any more money.
I'm not saying they should give him any more money, but I'm saying it quieted down.
Yeah, well, because
I think he read the room a little bit.
Yeah, well, that was the one thing we were all aligned on. This guy's crazy to ask for money.
Talking about Bryce, let me see what this protein powder.
Don't you do that.
I'm just saying, let me see if it went on today. Let me see if it went on sale. I'm just trying to see that snickerdoodle, dog.
215-592.
I'm glad he wasn't here.
9494. All right, we'll get to
see
you.
What that snickerdoodle.
We'll get to you people, and we're back to everything that happened this week in the NFL. Plus, quite the hot mic moment from an MLB radio broadcast this week. And all coming up midday show. Sports Radio 94 WIP, the FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos. Your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns. So who will win with FanDuel? Any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers 30% PBT. That's right, you can get into the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. Empowered by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store to check out the latest deals.
I'm Michael Jenkins, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Dodgers on the first 5 money line tonight in Game 1 of the NLCS against the Brewers. Blake Snell is on the mound for the Dodgers. In 2 games this postseason, he's 2-0 with a 1.38 ERA. He's only allowed 2 runs, and both of those runs came in the 7th inning. We have zero fear that the colder weather will bother the Dodgers. We think their offense will heat up quickly, so it's the Dodgers on the first 5 money line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Wawa now has more, better than ever ways to create your own lattes, starting at just $3. Because when it comes to your caffeine, anything short of exactly what you want can throw off your whole day. Choose your favorite milk, flavor, sweetener, and toppings for your morning boosts, afternoon treats, and pick-me-ups. Whether it's rich and creamy or light and simple, every cup is created by you and handcrafted by us. Gotta have a Wawa.
Buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no payments for 2 years. Visit windownation.com.
Let's live more. Whether your dream vacation is about doing it all or nothing at all, you'll find what you love with Norwegian Cruise Line. Be charmed by historic European cities, wowed by the wild sights of Alaska, or calmed by serene beaches in the Caribbean. Wherever you go next, feel free to experience more with Norwegian. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
WIP hosts prepare for their shows in the Xfinity Sports Lounge. Your home field advantage brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code 150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code 150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You waited all year, and it's finally here. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Satisfy your Turkey Day cravings with hot roasted turkey and gravy, savory stuffing, sweet cranberry sauce, and creamy mashed or sweet potatoes. You heard that right. Sweet potatoes are back this year, along with even more ways to make it your own, like double stuffed or in a wrap. It's about time. The Wawa Gobbler is back. Gotta have a Wawa.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that for Bree's car.
Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent scent, all over Bree's car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy for Breeze. La 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 la.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. Coming up, you people. And
All right. So looking so forward to that.
They missed you. They missed you. They came after Bros a little bit on Friday.
They cooked me Friday?
Yeah.
You caught some strays.
Yeah. I mean, you know
what
how
did
it
I do to catch a stray?
They
exist.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Yep. All right, we'll get to you people coming up and your phone calls. First, let's do around the NFL. Some big stuff that happened this weekend. Can we start with last night? Sunday Night Football, good one. Lions and the Chiefs. Chiefs win. Then after the game, Juju Smith-Schuster, well, he caught hands from Brian Branch.
We've got to look. Our guys are watching here. End of the game there. Branch walking by. Mahomes extends the hand to him. Branch doesn't respond, doesn't put his hand out. Pat on the back. Juju Smith-Schuster saw that. And then Branch and Juju continue to pass by, and he gives Juju a shot, who goes down. And that's where the whole thing began. It was Pacheco, Branch, Juju, and other players involved, including Trent McDuffie. As most of the guys were trying to keep things calm.
The league's going to take action on that one against Branch.
Especially Branch, who has a history of multiple fines. Fined 3 times this year already, 7 times last year. So Brian Branch right in the middle of that. Stay tuned for more.
So from what I saw, Hugh, it looked like Mahomes went up to shake Brian Branch's hand after the game.
He shouldn't have did that.
Yeah, and Branch didn't want any part of the handshake.
Yeah,
and
he walked away.
It wasn't like he shoved. He didn't do anything to Mahomes. He just kind of ignored him. And Juju got annoyed at Branch for ignoring Mahomes, so he had words for Branch, and then Branch punched him in the face. Did you see Juju walking off the field with a towel over his head?
Yes, with blood coming out of his nose.
Yeah,
you don't condone that kind of action on the football field.
Juju got ragdolled.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Ragdolled.
When he hit him the first time, it didn't look like he hit him that hard, but he hit the ground, and it's like, yeah, it's just certain cats you shouldn't be fooling with, man.
Yep.
And he's definitely one of them.
He got fooled with. He did. All right, another one we saw from yesterday. Baker Mayfield lighting it up for the Bucks, but Tez Johnson, Tez, who caught one of his touchdowns yesterday. Well, he thought all the cheers were for him. Let's listen to this.
I'm going to tell you a funny story. This is crazy. When I scored and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? He was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP.
I mean, that's a way to look at it. You know, you come in and you have the type of game that you have. Why not? But yeah, it was a little bit premature.
I don't think Tez Johnson is getting MVP chance.
When you scored your touchdown, were the Jets fans chanting MVP?
And I ain't heard nothing but my heart beating in my chest. That's all I heard. Because I was like, Lord have mercy, that was a long way.
Well, there
Go
also
back on defense, rookie.
Probably only 25,000 people there that day, so kind of an empty stadium. Though your Jets might be better than these Jets.
Yeah, hey,
who wins, the 95 Jets or the 25 Jets?
I would say that this team. That'd be the first one. That's my coach. That was my teammate, man.
Justin Fields took 9 sacks yesterday.
No, I'm saying they would have won. The new team would have won.
No faith in your Jets.
Nah, man, AG having a tough one, man. I texted him the other day and I was like, hey, man, coach, keep your head up, man.
He's trying to run him out of town.
I can't imagine. Like yeah.
I'm surprised. No faith in your Jets, man.
I mean, I got
you
more
would
faith
sack
in
Justin Fields like 4 times if you played yesterday. True. He took 9 sacks.
Yeah, he did. I'm looking at one on TV.
They're
right
not
now.
Good. They're not good.
You can't get sacked 9 times.
No,
man. You gotta get rid of the ball.
Yeah, he had a tough day yesterday. Speaking of tough day, Thursday, short week, the Bengals and the Steelers. Here's how Jamar Chase explained what he thinks is happening Thursday.
Well, this next game is always the most important game, just because it's a divisional game, also, but just the rankings that we got going on, the standings where we at right now. We know the Steelers going to try to come in and raw dog us and kill us, but we're going to be ready for that challenge, and we're going to be waiting for it.
Did he say what I thought he said?
Yeah.
And slather Vaseline on me. They let that one go. they let that go on television.
What's the reporter going to do?
He's just trying to get ready for the game.
I ain't got nothing to say.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah, it probably is. All right, one more. Speaking of having less things to say, I think the Tigers radio broadcast has less to say. So their season ended, right? Tigers, Mariners, 15 innings on Friday. Mariners move on. And after the game, the Tigers radio team, obviously they wanted to be out of there and done, but this went over the air.
Dan and I will be back to talk about it after this on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
And fragile.
I don't have to do a game. Oh.
You get tired.
This game recap. Oh,
And
I'm sorry.
sometimes
Was that out
you get
loud?
sick.
3, 2,
But
1.
with Corewell Health, we are also strong.
He said he didn't want to do the game recap.
I want to do the bleeping game recap.
Guess what? You probably won't do another one after that.
No,
probably your last one.
To be fair, right? Like they lost in 15 innings in Game 5 to be eliminated. Similar to the Phillies losing in
yeah.
I kind of feel for the guy. Like, who wants to do a bleeping game recap after your season ends like that?
Yeah, but you can't say that.
No, I know you can't. But like, if LA or Stock said that on Thursday, like,
oh, they probably won't be here the next season.
I would defend him.
That's good.
You would?
I get it.
You know, you're lucky because you have me here to dump you.
Yeah, with me.
Mm-hmm.
Why has Cy Reddick been on 4 other freaking football teams?
They didn't have that.
Yeah.
And Joe almost slipped the other day, too.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to find out what their plan is for next year as soon as this October's over. If they keep Topper, then we're just running this. I
remember that.
You know what? They're running this bleep back. We found out.
Best tweet of the night.
Right? Say it, James.
Elliott said Josh Harris should buy up all the freaking tickets and give them to Sixers fans. Like, you're damn right he should. The freaking, $7 billion this guy's worth? Yeah, dude. Like, own your... Oh, my goodness. Own your franchise, okay?
Yeah.
The oh, my goodness kills me every time.
Speaking of the Sixers.
No.
Don't.
What?
Don't do
it. You didn't see? You didn't see the big fella?
I have taken enough of a beating these last 2 weeks, man.
No, listen. You ain't see the big fella looking in rare form?
Why do you do this?
He come back, he's slim and trim. He making moves.
Why do you do it?
What you talking about? Hope springs eternal. Hope springs eternal.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Joel Embiid's lost some weight. The experimental knee surgery like it worked.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go win a championship.
What? A what?
That was a little over the top.
With Paul George?
Did you say the C word? I should have dumped that.
I thought you were about to run in the studio and slap me across the lips like,
what? I will take a playoff trip, a championship.
Hey.
The bar has been lowered so much. A championship.
How many games he played last year? Like 6, something like that.
I don't even know. 20?
It was like 20. Yeah, it was like 20.
Yeah, how many's he
He
play
looked
this
good
year?
though. The whole season.
He didn't really. I mean, he didn't
What are you talking about, man?
The whole season.
You contributed as much as he did.
Yeah.
The whole season.
How many games did he play this season?
All of them.
Why you just like this? People listening and you're lying to them. You know that's not true.
All right, dude. We got 82 games?
That's
way too many.
Yeah.
I gave him 75.
We're really going to suspend you for the week.
What are you talking about? Okay, 60. Oh, that's my final number, 60 games.
About 30 too high.
Will you stop?
Yeah, that's enough. Okay?
He looked good, though.
In a scrimmage.
It was controlled scrimmage. I give you that.
Controlled scrimmage.
I mean, it's optimistic.
Okay.
He looked good.
Okay, that's enough. All right, let's go to Damon and Delco. Damon!
Yo.
Damon, what's up?
man?
Hey, good afternoon to y'all, man.
What's up, baby?
Hey, Hugh, man, I missed you, man, over the weekend, man. I missed y'all, man.
Hey, we appreciate you,
I've been dying
brother.
to get in. Yeah, man, I've been dying to get in, man. I wanted to talk about your boy, man, Kevin, Hugh. Your boy Kevin.
Your boy Patullo.
Yeah. Why is he my boy?
He's your boy. We decided that. Yeah, he's your boy.
He Hugh boy, man.
Why is he my boy, though? Why is he my boy, Demar? What did I do to deserve Kevin?
Well, when I called a couple of weeks ago, you was taking up for him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, I
forget.
The whole city was talking about it, Damon. The whole city.
First of all, I try to be fair and balanced in my assessments.
Stop that.
Yeah,
Stop being that.
I can do it.
That's
Hey,
your
Hugh,
problem.
Fair balance. Hey, Hugh, check this out. This is being fair, Hugh. We got the same exact players we had last year, all except for one, Mekhi Becton on offense.
And we don't have big play.
No, he said offense.
Oh, you said offense. My bad. I thought you meant okay.
Offense.
Gotcha.
I'm talking about offense.
Yeah, okay.
The defense, I'm gonna get to them because I believe with people coming back, we're gonna work out some kinks, and they still, you know what I mean, trying to gel. So they're a different story.
Yeah.
But the offense, we brought back everybody in the same positions and everything. And the only thing different is Kevin, man. He the only difference, Hugh. He listen, from last year to this year, he the only difference. And as I'm looking at it, right, I said, we in trouble. I don't know what you think about that, Kyle and Hugh, but I believe we in trouble because last time we had a situation like this, the head coach, we know he can't handle it. He can't give us offensive plays. He can't draw up nothing.
Yep.
So now I'm thinking, unless we bring in somebody from the outside of the visor, nobody's inside can take care of it. And this is why Jalen, he's a guy who can be quiet, but Brown, he's more vocal. He's been telling us for a while, hey, listen, y'all, I can't tell y'all everything, but these plays ain't no good, man. This ain't no good. We ain't going to make it like this. What y'all think, man? We ain't going to make it.
Well, we got trouble on the offense. Yeah, Damon, appreciate it. The offense looks like it's got trouble.
I know there has been a precedent that has been set as far as firing coordinators during the course of the season here. But
well, like the soft firing of Desai a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Soft firing.
I don't think that's going to happen to Patullo because Patullo's in-house. And I'm not saying he's the problem.
Well, he's a problem. Well, if he's not, then who is?
I don't think, to be honest, and I've had a chance to workshop this, I don't think that anything is going to change as far as he's concerned. I think they're going to ride this out because he was handpicked by the coach. I mean, that's what I keep coming back to. He was handpicked. He was presented to us last season, and they workshopped this whole thing to put him in a position to make him the offensive coordinator when they knew Coach Gruber was leaving. So I don't think, with all of that being said, I don't think too much is going to change.
I kind of agree. Like, consider this. They demote, fire, whatever, supplement Kevin Patullo with somebody else. That looks so bad on Nick Sirianni.
Of course it does. Of course it does. So
and
bad.
they just gave him all that bread.
They can't. We would have gone from Brian Johnson, failure. Sean Desai, Matt Patricia thing, failure. Kevin Patullo thing, failure. Like, the resume's adding up in a bad, bad way for Nick Sirianni. I understand he just won the Super Bowl, but like they might not do it just for the optics of it.
Yeah.
I agree, but optics or not, if the season ends and they move off him, it's still the same thing, right? Yeah.
I agree, but it looks really bad if you do it midseason.
I know. I agree. I mean, we're barreling towards the point where he's not allowed to pick coordinators anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and look,
and if that's the one thing. Doug pushed back when they started doing that to him. Now Sirianni went along for it last year, right? He was cool with Fangio and Kellen Moore. But it seemed like this year, after he won the Super Bowl, it was like, oh, we got to let him pick his coordinator. He won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's going to be, if we get to the end of the season and everyone decides, including the Eagles, Patullo's got to be out of here, and they say, Nick, you don't get to pick the coordinators anymore. He might have some pride and say, that's not, I'm the head coach. And that's how the Doug thing started to end. Like, it's a weird thing if the coach has no say over his coordinators year after year after year. But we're going towards that because Hugh Patullo looks like a dud.
I can't argue that, Joe. It doesn't look good. And you're looking at Jalen and the fact that the last two times that you did throw the ball multiple times, that it didn't work out in your favor, and the offense looks anemic at best.
17 points is not good enough.
Part of that, I think, is because of the injuries that you have on the offensive line. But it looks anemic. It really, really does.
So I agree with you. I agree with you. But watching the NFL a lot yesterday, like the Bucs on all their backups. The Lions have a third-string left tackle.
It shouldn't be as hard as it is.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying we have no injuries. We do. I mean, Landon's out. We still have Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, Lane Johnson played. We should be able to move the football and score more points than we have. All right, let's check in with you people today, see what they're up to.
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Really, Hugh?
Really what?
Just in general. Just in general. Evergreen.
I like them better when they're out of context.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know.
Sure, could fit any point of the show.
Sure, he said something wild. Could have been one of your analogies, anything. Yep.
Oh, I had a bad analogy earlier.
Yeah, it's true. Clickbait, guys, come on.
What was clickbait?
I guess the Topper thing.
Topper.
They did actually make a decision today, by the way.
They did. So at least we pushed them to do something.
Clickbait.
The fact that the fact that they had to put out a statement about it tells you that it was a story. We realize this, right? Like,
yes, of course.
Teams that don't have to put the story out, that means it's not a story. They decided to tell John Heyman today, hey, we're going to keep the manager. That's because it was a question if they're going to keep the manager.
Yep. That's all clickbait. Excuse makers Joe and Kyle today.
Excuse maker?
For the top 3 guys, I guess.
We live in our truths today.
Yeah.
I like that one. I like that.
Well, you know what? Look, I respect it. If you're making the point that goes against mine,
I'm going to use the other side.
You're making excuses.
Yeah, all right. That's fine.
That's good. Yep. Joe is the Kevin Patullo of sports radio. that stings.
Well, I'll make a prediction right now. I'm going to outlast him if this continues. I'm more likely to be here than he is next year.
Yep. I need Quinn off the show.
Where you going to go?
I don't know.
Off the show.
It's nice knowing you guys.
You people.
It's not cool.
I had fun. Time for Hugh to get his own podcast. Leave these 2 bozos behind.
Nah.
What would Hugh's solo pod be called? That's what I'm workshopping that.
Would I be able to curse?
Well, you do it on the air anyway. Kyle just stumps it.
just you and me.
Just you.
Me and my alter egos.
Yep.
All 64.
Yeah.
It actually would be a riveting podcast because every time you tune in, you don't know which Hugh's going to be
coming
there.
on the show today, we have plant-based Douglas.
Wait, are you going to interview all the other Hughes?
I can, because I know them intimately.
That would actually be scary to listen to.
Yeah. Yep. By the way, not a lot of joking today. This is really all business.
Okay.
Seriously?
Yep.
Yeah.
Suspend Hugh again. This is a joke.
I agree.
Hugh clearly just doesn't want to lose both of his favorite coaches in a week. I guess James Franklin is also your guy.
James Franklin is not my guy.
Wow.
No, listen. From when Oregon came to town and he lost it, was it Oregon he lost to?
in overtime to Oregon. Then they lost to UCLA. And now
did Northwestern?
You can't lose to Northwestern.
No. At Happy Valley, like that was 2 L's that they took at Happy Valley, right? Like bad L's.
Bad ones.
And I remember, like, I have some friends that went to Penn State, and shout out to the judge because that's they went to Penn State, and they were talking about how, like, the ride is a treacherous coming from there anyway, and to come off of an L like that,
tough night.
Yeah, it's tough.
Did you hear what Rhea said this morning? Rhea did the
payout,
the math, right? So he got a
that.
$49 million buyout to leave, and that goes that if you do the math on that,
he made like $55 million a year. He's got $55 million left, right?
It's $20,000 a day for the next 6 years to sit at home. $20,000 a day.
But
jealous.
I'm jealous. We're all jealous.
How bad are you that they tell you, like, listen, dog, we're going to go ahead and buy you out. $55 million.
Pay you to stop coaching this team.
Just listen. Just if you leave today.
$49 million. Just get out.
Just leave.
It's
it's $49 million?
49.
Oh, I thought it was 55.
By the
But
way,
it's still a lot of money.
Yeah, for the
leave today.
For the person who wants me off the show, I will accept a $20,000 a day buyout.
Yeah,
a day.
I would accept that for a short period of time, let alone 6 years. Yeah, I'll leave.
Hugh Douglas once vouched for Rich Kotite. His word means nothing.
That's true. You've undermined yourself.
What you mean? I mean, he drafted me. The dude drafted me.
Do you publicly back him?
Well, the dude drafted me.
Okay.
You also said you think this Jets team would beat yours. That's an indictment on Kotite.
Well, I feel bad for Aaron. Because Aaron, like, he has good intentions.
It just goes to show how easily you can be bought.
Just might not have a quarterback.
Yeah, he also made some weird decisions yesterday. Aaron's swimming upstream right now. And I like Aaron Glenn, but man.
Yeah, not a good day. He needs a better
Maybe, not take the job in New York.
Maybe you should have taken the job, Aaron.
I mean, you got to take the job. But damn, yeah, Coach having a tough.
Yeah.
I think Hugh needs to take a break from predictions for a while. They're probably right. You have been awful lately.
Why was I awful?
You guaranteed a win in Game 4.
You guaranteed multiple wins.
That was Kirkman's fault. That wasn't on me.
You guaranteed both the Eagles and the Phillies would win. And then you ran away on Friday instead of facing the music.
He ducked it.
We have a pretty big signal, too, because I was all the way in, I forgot what it was, a little bit outside of Harrisburg.
Still listening?
Yeah, then it just, because I was flipping back and forth to the games. Mm-hmm. And the baseball game went out first, and then the Eagles game. But, we got a lot of bandwidth.
It's time we have a serious talk about Hugh Douglas.
I agree. That's tomorrow's show.
What did I do? What'd I do?
We just come on the air. All right, guys, forget the Phils, forget the Eagles. It's time for a serious talk about you.
No more playing around.
Yep.
No more fooling around.
Open season, what's your take on
What are we
here?
going to do about this? What are we going to do about
All right, so I'm at a loss here because we got these two. Phillies season is over. Arguing about this is useless. Move on.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to decide on the offseason stuff, like the manager, if he's saying.
Move on.
Move on.
So we can't talk about the Phillies. We can't also talk about the Eagles either. Eagles didn't even play yesterday. Can we talk about something else?
Let's talk about Joel Embiid and the way he looked at practice.
See, this is what happens if we try to talk about something else.
Let's talk about Joel Embiid. He looked pretty good at practice.
Now you guys see?
Yeah. Nobody cares.
Yep.
Not Joel Embiid at practice. Nobody cares.
Hey, guys, why don't you let the GM just do his job?
Dombrowski.
Do people understand how this works?
No one does.
Don't feel like
we do.
Nobody
talk
does.
about these things.
All right.
All right, hold on. A few more quick ones here.
Quick.
The Eagles will get nowhere as long as WIP is still a part of this city.
Yeah, right, because WIP really ruined last season.
They did win the Super Bowl.
22
And then one last quick one.
Yeah.
Sorry, just tuned in. What excuses has Hugh made today?
Oh, a lot. A lot.
I just burped. I don't make excuses. I just burped on the air.
This is the man that says he's a professional every day.
We're going to have to revisit that tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
Thank you very much.
That's more than enough for us. All right, afternoon show next from Chickies. After that, Jordan Mailata show. And the Players Lounge tonight with one Hugh Douglas. Cam Jurgens part of the panel tonight.
Woo!
You sound... Well, I'm excited for it. I'll be listening.
I'm definitely
excited. It'll be a great show. Listen in. Afternoon show next. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who'll win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Do you have an October birthday? Celebrate in style at Cheerleaders Phillies Ultimate Birthday Bash, Wednesday, October 15th. Join us as we gift you and up to 9 of your friends free entry while you enjoy an open bar from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. with light bites. Dance the night away with Philly's most seductive entertainers. There's no better way to celebrate and blow out your candles than the Cheerleaders way. Every birthday turns into the party of the year. Cheerleaders Philly, live, up close, and personal.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We knew the Dallas Cowboys defense was going to be in trouble after they traded Micah Parsons away, but it's worse than we thought. They've let up 30 or more points in 5 straight games. On Sunday, they made Panthers quarterback Bryce Young look like Patrick Mahomes. Owner Jerry Jones says he has a plan. If he does, it's not showing up on the field, especially with one of the NFL's most porous defenses. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We are back on a Chickie's Monday, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz here in our new chairs once again, sitting back and firing takes. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
I feel pretty good, brother Spike. It's good to see you guys again, fresh off of Monday. Listen, the weekend was quiet for everybody around here, unless you are. We are not. Yeah, unless you're one of those. Jackie Baseball, glad to see you covered up those stems of yours.
Yep.
And you're back in. Holla at your boy.
Yep. No package situation this week.
Wow.
Yep.
Some would say there wasn't very much of a package situation last time.
Get the microscope out.
It's magnifying.
Whatever.
Yeah. And you're crossing your legs and everything?
Well, I don't know how to sit.
Okay, yeah, you don't.
I don't.
We are at our new setup at Chickie's and Pete's here in South Philly.
Get used to it.
Yeah, it feels good. I like it. It's a little different for me. I'm a stander, not a sitter, but we'll figure it out. Jordan Mailata show coming up at 6, and then the Players Lounge at 7 with this week's guest, Cam Jurgens.
How about that?
So some big-ish Phillies news this afternoon. We'll get to the Eagles eventually, I promise you, and Zadarius Smith retiring.
Out of nowhere.
But some big-ish Phillies news in that it's official, well, not official, but will be official, that Rob Thompson is returning as Phillies manager. Phillies announced there will be a press conference on Thursday that does have Dave Dombrowski as well as Rob Thompson, and John Heyman reported that Rob Thompson is safe for 2026, which is the final year of his extension. They gave him a 2-year extension before this season. And I think... I thought Rob Thompson did a really good job this year. So what I'm about to say, I don't think is it's not a negative Rob Thompson thing, but I am worried in them bringing back Rob Thompson that the Phillies are going to sort of bring back everybody and run it back and convince themselves that they can do the same thing they did this year. And it makes me think a little bit. And it was a good team this year. And I believed in the team, and I thought we had a bunch of guys have really good years. Kyle Schwarber had a career year. Trey Turner had one of his best seasons in years. I worry when thinking about next year's Phillies team and the next few years of the Phillies that this year is a lot like 2011 for the Phillies. And 2011, you could argue, was the best team the Phillies had in that era, right? Or at least the best regular season team. Won 101 games, I think, that year. And what they did was 102. And it ends with, Ryan Thompson with the Achilles. And they have everybody back. And it was Roy Halladay had a great season that season, but was never really effective again after that. And I look at we said the same thing about this year's team, is that it was the best team out of this run. And we have Zach Wheeler there, and we hope Zach Wheeler's back, but there's certainly no guarantee that Zach Wheeler's back. And then if we bring back Kyle Schwarber and we bring back JT Realmuto, you have all these guys who are on the back nine that we're hoping are going to have the same sort of production that they had last year, which were career years for some of those guys. And what it worries me is that we are locking ourselves into a future that will not be as good as the past. And the Rob Thompson thing is a sign to me that perhaps that's what's going to happen. Now, look, they may prove me wrong, and maybe there will be some changes, but I don't think that you can do the same thing even though this team was good. I think they're going to have to do different things, and them bringing Rob Thompson back is a sign that maybe they don't believe that that's the case.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that since this story broke about an hour or so ago. And I got to be honest with you, I'm good with it. I would have been okay depending on who they brought in to replace Rob Thompson. If you're going to bring in a Bruce Bochy, I would have been okay with that. Who's the Tennessee coach you guys brought up Friday?
Tony Vitello.
That certainly seems like a guy that I would have been on board with.
But you would have loved him.
Don't know much about him, but Bochy, I would have been okay. But Rob Thompson, I certainly don't believe is at the top of the list. I don't even think he's in the top 3 to 4 reasons why this team didn't produce better in the postseason and go further as they should have, based on the talent on this baseball team. And so for that, I believe Rob Thompson, and I also believe Rob Thompson was more of a reason why this team won 96 games and won back-to-back National League East division titles more than he wasn't. We often talk about the manager doesn't do a whole lot. He can't win you games, but he can lose you games. I call BS on that because I saw it this year with my own eyes where Rob Thompson truly managed, the true definition of managing a clubhouse. He managed this clubhouse to 96 wins with major contributors missing a vast majority of time this year, right? Like his closer caught for PEDs. The star of the team, Bryce Harper, goes down. The pitcher late in the season, his ace, goes down. Ranger goes down for a while. Trey goes down for a while. Like, he had to manage just dealing with Castellanos all year long and finally pulling the plug on that nonsense and finally saying, you know what, you will be switched out late in games or we will platoon you because this is what's best for the team. And the team took off because of that. They were better because of the moves Rob Thompson made. Sticking with certain guys that he stuck with, that he believed in, and they came through for him. So, and I understand what happened in the postseason. I understand that. And I understand managerial decisions in the postseasons are magnified, and you can't miss on those. He missed on one or two of those. I agree. But guess what? His guys didn't do him any favors either. His guys at the top of the lineup didn't do him any favors because they didn't produce. So when you're trying to manage your C+ to B- players to beat arguably the most talented team in baseball in a series, that's hard to do when your top guys don't show up. You know what happens when your top guys show up? You put belt to ass to the LA Dodgers, 8-2. That's what happened when your top guys showed up. And Rob Thompson can sit there in the dugout. But it was difficult for him to get past this team, the Dodgers, and that's why everybody wants him gone, because they didn't beat the Dodgers. It was difficult for him to get past this team when his top guys doesn't show up. So I'm good with that. And I push back against any notion that changing the vast majority of this team is a good thing. I'll just tell you, you tinker with success, you had better be right. Because saying we had to try something because what we were doing wasn't working isn't going to matter when we're not making the playoffs next September, when we're sitting at home. Nobody's going to care about that. So when you talk about major contributors on this team, Dave Dombrowski needs to really sit back and think about where do you change dollar versus production. This is a 96-win team, a win or two from having the best record in baseball. We can take a deep breath and reevaluate what we have. This is not a bad baseball team. It's not a bad baseball team. You can make some minor changes. I don't know about major changes. I like this baseball team.
215-592-9494. Are you happy the Phillies are bringing Rob Thompson back?
I'm not.
They were a good baseball team this year.
Yeah.
I think the question is if you keep everything the way that it is, you bring back Schwarber, you bring back JT, are you confident that they will be that team next year and the year after? Because what you're really doing is you sign up for Kyle Schwarber, you're signing up for probably 4 years. If we get lucky, it's 3 years, but it's probably 4 years. You have Bryce Harper here the next 6 years. You have Trey Turner here the next 7 years. And so there's probably not much you can do about Bryce Harper and Trey Turner. There's nothing you can do about the Aaron Nola contract. There's nothing you can do about Zach Wheeler. The ones that you can do something about are the ones that you have the choice on now. And what I would say is maybe you're as good next year, maybe, but I look to that 2011 Phillies team and I look what they did, and it became very, very difficult for them to get out of what they were doing because they committed so much money to players who were heading into the post-prime.
A little different. I think these guys are in better physical condition than those guys were in 2011. Now, you can make the comparison between Zach and Doc, if that's what you want to do, because Zach is coming off this major injury with the blood clot. But when I look at the everyday players, you know, J-Roll and Ryan Howard, the way that season ended, and Chase Utley, I don't know how many of those guys were – what type of years did they have after that individually? And Ryan was injured. Like, I don't see – If Bryce Harper is playing 140 games, 135 games, he's hitting 30 home runs. He's hitting 30 home runs. He's going to bat 280. He's going to bat 280.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, as sure as anybody could be of anything else.
Sure.
Because that's what his track record has said. As long as he can walk and chew gum, he's going to do that. Like that's what he's going to do. He did 27 home runs in this short period of time. Kyle Schwarber, as long as he's a DH and playing in this ballpark, he's going to hit you 40 home runs a year in this lineup. This lineup, he's going to hit you 40 home runs. Trey Turner just won the batting title. I'm not getting rid of Trey Turner. Played great over there at shortstop defensively. And I'll fight this until you show me somebody that they signed that's better. And I'll tip my cap because there are better third basemen out there. But for the dollars that you spend at third base, you're not getting a better third baseman than Alec Bohm. You're not, for the dollars that you spend over there. Now, you may go over there and spend $20 million for a third baseman. Okay. But that's what you're going to spend. You're going to spend money to get better production. You're going to get better. And he hits for average. He drives in runs when he's healthy. He plays a decent third base over there. His only thing is lacking power. Okay. You go over there and find a guy that can hit you 20, 25 home runs, and you'll pay him 10 to 15 extra million. I don't know. Cost cutting says I'd rather have Bohm for $12 million a year at third base. That's a solid price for what he gives you at third base. That's just me.
215-592-9494. Phil's bringing back Rob Thompson. Are you happy? We'll get to next question, also what Jackie Baseball thinks, right after Ike tells you this about Emmons.
Hey, are you looking for the best for your home? Let me keep it real with you. The most expensive roofing job, it's the one you have to do twice. Now, that's why I trust Emmons Roofing and Siding. These guys have been doing it right for over 35 years. The first time, every time. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, they do it all, and they back their work with a lifetime roof warranty as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor. Call Emmons today at 855-4-EMMONS or check them out online at callemmons.com, and don't forget to tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Fritz, what do you think of Rob Thompson being back?
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, because I do think they are going to bring it back with mostly the same core. I think it's going to be re-sign Schwarber, re-sign JT, Ranger walks, you find a Casty trade partner, you bring up Justin Crawford, and that's pretty much it. So it's mostly the same guys coming back. And, Ike mentioned it, but there's a real opportunity to go get a guy that is a 4-time World Series champ in Bruce Bochy. And with Rob Thompson, I think he's a great regular season manager. And I thought that this year he did a great job. But, again, in the postseason, some of his decisions were highlighted. And he might be a guy that can just get you to the dance, but can he put you over the top? And if you're going to run it back with the same core, getting a guy that just put a team over the top in a semi-similar situation with the Rangers a couple of years ago, that's probably something I would have really, really considered and tried to shake up. Like, they might move on from Kevin Long. Is that going to really change that much? I mean, it could. But I would lie if I didn't feel a little disappointed today that there's not some move coming. And they could have shaken this up and gotten a guy that's led the team to a World Series as close as 2 years ago. So a little disappointed.
So we do have a next question today because we have one final pair of tickets to the Allen Iverson Misunderstood Book Tour, which is tomorrow at the TLA on South Street in Philly. Each ticket includes a copy of AI's new book. For tickets and more information, visit Ticketmaster.com. It is a rainy day.
Yes.
So you'll call up with your sports point, and we'll ask you next question, and the best one gets the AI tickets. And the next question is, give us a rainy day movie, your number one rainy day movie. Jack, what is yours?
A Day After Tomorrow with Jake Gyllenhaal and Dennis Quaid. That's such a good flick, man.
Never seen
it's
it.
always on.
Is that the one where everything freezes?
Yeah.
Okay.
A Day After Tomorrow. Yeah. It's a good rainy day. Always on the daytime TV.
Yeah.
When you're home from school or something. Come on, man. It's a good film.
A Day After Tomorrow?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever
seen
it.
that?
No, I've flipped it on and then flipped it off.
Oh, it's a stick and click or click and stick.
All I remember is seeing Jake Gyllenhaal cold. That's what I remember. Everything frozen with Jake Gyllenhaal. Ike, you have a rainy day movie?
Of course I do. I'm going with the number one rainy day movie. It's one of my top 5, top 10 movies of all time.
Okay.
The Titanic.
Oh, yeah. I still haven't seen that.
Come on, Spike.
You're so
I never
weird.
saw it.
Come on, Spike.
All the really
Titanic. You haven't seen it?
I have not
really
seen
popular things you don't like.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be in that middle ground.
Yeah, like everything is too much. Like Godfather won't
Nope.
watch it.
Nah.
Titanic won't watch it.
Nope.
Don't like the Beatles.
No.
Like,
No, that's not true. I like the Beatles.
I don't know if you're a Beatlesman.
I like the Beatles.
You Beatles or Stones?
Jackson 5.
I would take Stones over the Beatles.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I'm not in on either the Beatles or the damn Stones.
Oh, well,
Get outta here.
come on.
Oh,
come on, man.
Here we go.
All right.
The closest thing I got to the Beatles was the Monkees.
Well, yeah.
Remember that show?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I think good tunes.
Wasn't that was like a ripoff of the Beatles, right?
Yeah, it was
Were they
sort
a
of
real group.
Well, I don't think it started as a real group, but that because it was just for the TV show.
Right.
But then I think people ended up liking the Monkees.
Yeah.
So mine is Dark Knight. I think Dark
As
Knight.
in Batman.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah, Dark Knight or Dark Knight Rises. But actually, either one of them. I think they're.
Well,
they're
the Heath
both.
Ledger one's a good one.
Yeah, well, but so is the Bane one.
That's the best one.
Yeah, I like the Bane one.
The Bane was the best one.
Yeah.
Didn't see it.
You didn't see the Bane one?
That's the best one.
That's Dark Knight Rises. That's a good one.
Yeah, I heard good things.
Oh, dude, it's good.
Great scene in the football stadium.
Yeah.
You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, that's the best one.
Oh.
Dark Knight Rises.
I was raised in the darkness.
Raising the dollars.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
All right, 215-592-9494. Rob Thompson returns as Phillies manager. And for next question today, give us your rainy day movie. Winner gets a pair of tickets to the AI Misunderstood book tour tomorrow at the TLA. Chris in Broomall starts us off. Chris, you're on WIP.
Hey, guys, good afternoon.
What's up, Chris?
Guaranteed. Well, it's a great thing that Thompson's back. I know some people are going to complain that some game management skills he's lacking. He's a player's manager. He keeps them all in line. He knows how to work with different personalities. But I guarantee that Schwarber's gone. He's gone. If he wanted to sign, they would have signed him at some point during the season. He is not going to be sticking around. Somebody is going to pay him a boatload of money to go, and that's just the way.
I think 3 years, $35 million gets it done.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to let him go, and I think it is sort of indicative. Not that letting Kyle Schwarber is a good thing to do. Letting go of Kyle Schwarber is necessarily a good thing to do, but like fortune favors the bold, right? And you're going to have to make room at some point, and overpaying a DH is just. I can't get there on it, and I think they're going to do it. And the money that you think is going to be out there for him, I don't think is going to be out there. He's a 32-year-old DH. Who had a career year, and you pay somebody off a career year, you're paying for last year, not the future. This year doesn't line up with his other seasons. I actually don't think the money's going to be out there that you think is going to be out there.
But he's also become a better hitter every year. He's seeing pitches better. He used to strike out a ton more. He is just doing better. I mean, it's just a fact.
I think I could make an argument he was a better hitter. He didn't hit as many home runs, but the thing that you're talking about, I thought he did better in 2024 than he did in 2025.
As far as hit.
Yeah, it's just as far as hitting, as far as taking singles when they're there. I thought I didn't think the second half of this year he was very good, and I think it showed in the playoffs, actually, when he just sort of lost it. It showed at the end of the year. But yeah, I think Kyle Schwarber will be back. I think it would be a very difficult decision for them not to bring Kyle Schwarber back.
I'm going to pose a question that you guys are going to avoid, but what do you think of getting rid of Harper?
Nope.
He is shown that his maybe career he's on the downside of it. He didn't do that well this year. He slid in last year. He was going downhill. What do you think of that? By getting 3 players,
you're not getting.
I agree with Ike as far as keeping Bohm and Trey.
Yeah, but get rid of Bryce. Yeah.
Remember, Chris, he's got a no-trade clause, so he's only going where he wants to go. And then the second thing is everybody – I don't think you're getting a haul for Bryce Harper. I really don't. I think he means more here than he means in a trade because they're trading for the rest of that contract too. They're aware that –
But that's a bargain, that contract. I'm looking at some of these – look at Soto's contract.
And there's only 6 years left of it.
And he's not going to be able to knock
$33 million a year. That's a bargain.
He's at like 27. Yeah,
20. That's even better.
Chris, do you have a rainy day movie for us?
Yeah, I do, but you guys aren't going to like it. Midnight Run with.
Oh, it's a great movie. You kidding me?
Midnight Run. That's De Niro.
De Niro.
Yeah. Midnight Run. Charles Grodin, De Niro.
That's a great flick. That's a great flick. You've seen that, right? I'm sure you've seen it.
Was that a rainy day movie?
I think it might have been at one point.
All right, so.
Yeah.
This is my fault. When we said rainy day movie.
Yeah.
I think of, snugged up with your significant other.
Yeah. A little chilly outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? That we think
that can mean something different to everybody.
Sure.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Some people may come in with Die Hard as a rainy day.
Yeah, look.
That's what you watch.
Yeah, that's what you watch. That's what you watch.
It's what it is.
And Jack,
some would say Hitch.
Jack, you haven't seen you've never seen Midnight Run?
No shot.
You would love it.
No shot.
No, I don't like any of the old De Niro movies.
It's a host. Ooh, what's up?
Like Taxi's a horrible movie.
Oh my
Well, it's
God,
not called
don't
Taxi.
ever
It's
say
called
that's
Taxi Driver.
Again,
yeah.
His career started with Ocean's 11 and Meet the Parents.
All right. Okay. All right. Get out. You don't like
in Ocean's 11.
Right.
You're an idiot.
I like the older version of De Niro rather than the younger version.
Well,
I hated the boxing movie.
But Midnight Run's in the 80s. Midnight Run is late 80s or mid 80s.
Raging Bull.
Raging Bull.
Yeah, I
Horrible
couldn't think
movie.
of the name, yeah.
You've never even seen it.
Raging Bull is a classic.
I had to watch it in college.
It's a classic.
Terrible.
Classic. Classic.
Once he went gray, that's why I was back in with De Niro.
Okay.
The Intern. You ever see The Intern with him?
No. 215-592-9494. Are you happy the Phillies bring Rob Thompson back? We will get to the day in the NFL yesterday and the huge. I would say
disrespect Bobby D, man.
Yeah,
I like Robert De Niro. I don't like the older, the younger De Niro out on that.
Goodfellas.
Yeah, he was pretty good. I liked Goodfellas.
Well,
that's where his career started.
Yeah, but Goodfellas is the same era as Midnight Run.
Exactly. That's all 80s.
It's not 70s.
Yes, it's the 80s.
Again, Taxi Cab, bad movie.
Taxi Driver. You moron.
I may have confused him with Taxi Cab because I said that.
All right. Coming up next, we will talk about the retiring of the Philadelphia Eagles. Who saw this coming? We are at Chickie's and Pizza's in South Philly. The Jordan Mailata Show is at 6, then Players Lounge with IQ, Elliott, and this week's guest, Cam Jurgens. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Join fans of Philly as we charge into LA for a Monday night showdown. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Maybe turn them into paper airplanes headed to See Ya Never AT&T and T-Mobile. Jokes aside, the best 5G network has you covered with the most ways to save on plans, streaming, and phone deals. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and we'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metric True Score report dated 1H2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person looking to make the deal. Additional terms apply.
In Pennsylvania, no one wins bigger in workers' comp than Pond Lee Hockey Giordano. Led by Sam Pond and Jerry Lee Hockey, this powerhouse law firm is built on grit and real-life experience. Sam's not just a lawyer, he's a union kid from Northeast Philly. Sam's known for his grit, his courtroom fire, and fighting like hell to win. This firm has recovered billions for injured workers and people like you. Call Pond Lee Hockey Giordano today for your free consultation. They'll fight like hell to protect your future.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
Fellas, you know, I've been thinking.
Ike, tell us what's on your mind.
Yeah, Ike, you look very serious.
This is serious. We aren't here just to entertain people, fellas. We need to help. We need to provide real value.
I completely agree.
Is this going going to be more work?
Hey, I think we can help people by solving their problems. And, like it or not, a lot of people have some problems downstairs.
You mean like in the basement?
Yeah, I had this flooding issue once, and we got all this...
No. I mean, below the belt, in the bedroom.
Oh, we can help them there. You're right. Blue Chew.
You're damn right. Blue Chew. Chewable tablets that will help you downstairs.
Help you downstairs, so she wants to go upstairs. Am I right?
You nailed it. Go to BlueChew.com. Use the code 94 for your first month for free. No doctor's appointments, no long lines at the pharmacy.
And no more issues below the belt.
That's for damn sure, Ike.
Just go to BlueChew.com. Use code 94 at checkout for your first month free, and then...
chew it and do it.
All right, it's the Robin from Robin Ford, Delco's #1 Ford destination for over 6 decades. We're leafing through all the deals and covering all things car. Megan from Springfield, what's your query?
I'm haunted by my old car. Don't have a lot of down money. Is that an issue?
No need to be chicken. Rake in the savings at Robin Ford this month. Drive home your choice of a new 2025 Mach-E, Bronco Sport, or Ford Escape for $399 per month with no money down. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Paul from Media.
Wondering, what's the best truck for both reliability and affordability?
Oh, that one's easy. A brand new Ford F-150. And you won't get pecked with high payments at Robin Ford. Drive one home today with 0% financing for up to 72 months. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Offers subject to credit approval and can change at any time. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end October 31st, 2025. See dealer
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you could get in the action with 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any step. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting part of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier, cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Pause. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Of course, 2:30 Tupac every day. We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. Big parties and big events. Always better with Chickies and Pete's. Have your next event catered by Chickies and Pete's. Online at chickiesandpete's.com.
Is that a good reaction?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I thought it was.
That's deep into the archives.
Come on, man.
That's Thug Mansion.
Never a doubt.
Was that Buzz went deep in the archives, or was that you?
No, I put that in there today.
All right. Okay.
Come on, man.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Visit the area's only jeweler with over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews. Experience the difference online at marks-jewelers.com. Are you glad the Phillies brought back Rob Thompson? Ike, what do you think the poll results are on that?
I don't know. I'll say knee-jerk reaction. Probably most people aren't happy. But I think there's enough people who thought Rob Thompson did a good enough job that they aren't surprised that he's back. So it's going to be close to 50-50. I'll lean, just because it's new, I'll go 58% say he shouldn't be back.
51% yes, that they're glad he's back.
Okay.
Which is more favorable than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
It was
but I knew it'd be close, though.
Yes.
I knew it'd be close.
It was a weird ending to the Phillies season in that I think we all just felt kind of bummed.
Yeah.
And there was some, and especially the way that it ended, because there was no one you could. No one wants to pin it on Ryan Kerkering because they only scored one run, and everybody feels kind of bad, and he just screwed up. So it was this sort of incomplete ending, and it almost seems as though if Ohtani had hit a home run or something, we would have just unleashed on the top three guys.
Yeah.
But because it ended the way it ended, I think everybody was just bummed, and there isn't that outrage. Everybody knows that the team that they were playing compared to last year when they lost to the Mets, and they didn't go down sad. They just went down.
Yeah, I agree. I think all that plays a part into it. And you look at that last game, there are multiple facets of that game that you could pin on somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So,
yeah.
like you just said, it's not one person coming out of that game, even though Orion Kerkering's last play is the image that we'll always have with that game. But the top of the lineup coming up short, particularly Harper, Schwarber, and even Bohm in a couple situations in that 6th, 7th, and 8th inning where they had chances to drive in a run, and maybe it doesn't even go into extra inning. I mean, Duran coming in and walking in.
Yeah, how about
game time run?
How about Duran walking in a run and nobody saying a word about it?
Nobody said a word about it. Nobody said a word about it. Yeah.
Although the one clip that was going around Twitter over the weekend, speaking of Bohm, that ball he hit to the wall. The night before, that's a home run, and I feel like that way. So it's just like there's so many little things from that game that you're going to be thinking about for a long time.
Yeah, it's a disappointing loss in the series. This is a weird team, man, because I think there are a lot of fans that truly like this team. Like me, I like this team, and there are a lot of the players that I'm excited about. I'm hoping Bader comes back next year. I don't want to change the entire team. Now, if Dave Dombrowski somehow pulls a rabbit out of his hat and starts making trades that we don't foresee, and you're bringing in some new blood and some new excitement, we'll obviously get behind that. But, I mean, it's a good baseball team, and I wouldn't want to see this team stripped from either letting guys leave and not paying them or trading off guys and bringing in some possiblies. That's my only thing.
I just don't
like postseason baseball, even though it's been heartbreaking 2 straight postseasons.
I just think if they bring the guys back, they have to be very confident that the team's going to be as good next year, even with those guys, because that is the worry that you're signing yourself up for. Again, Trey's contract here for a while, Bryce's contract here for a while. You sign a Schwarber, that's a lot of money with 3 guys that are 33 years old, moving forward. So speaking of older guys, Zadarius Smith retired today.
Out of nowhere.
Damn, dog.
No notice anywhere. Now, maybe it was one of those things where he skipped camp, he came back and he said to himself, "Man, I can't do this anymore. This is harder than I remember." Yeah. Maybe he had a good first game. We didn't hear his name very much after the first game. Maybe he wasn't as effective as he thought he would be. But I think the trade deadline is 3 weeks away. Mm-hmm. I think it's the first week of November. Trey Hendrickson is sitting there. Joe Flacco is not saving that team. I
don't know, man. You see Joe yesterday, man, just got there 2 days ago.
That team's not going to be anything. I mean, they're not going to make the playoffs. They should go trade for Trey Hendrickson. You think the Bengals could make the playoffs?
Oh, yeah.
What are they, 2-4?
2-4.
Yeah.
Dude, this league is so wide open right now. I'm telling you, it wouldn't be surprised if somebody who's sitting under 500 right now, that they're better the second half of the season. Some of these teams that have gotten off to a hot start, they sort of peter out a little bit, and we got a bump. It wouldn't surprise me if there are 20 teams that are legitimately in the playoff hunt in mid-December. Would not surprise me.
I just think that there's a lot of things that are not working on the Eagles right now. Now, there are some of them that are not a personnel issue. Or at least not a personnel issue that you're solving. The offensive ones, maybe you could think about a guard or something, but it's not really a personnel issue. The pass rush is a personnel issue. It just is.
Yeah.
They depended on Nolan Smith, and Nolan Smith played well when he was in, He wasn't game wrecker, and he's been hurt a lot of times throughout his career.
Yeah.
Relying on Jalix Hunt to be there, and then we have Josh Uche and Azeez Ojulari, all that.
Yeah.
Trey Hendrickson could make a real difference on this football team. You get a real pass rush in there, all of a sudden your secondary issues maybe aren't as vast as they are now.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it costs. It costs you a third-round pick, costs you a third and a fourth or something like that to bring in a true elite level, like all-pro level football player that you're not committed to past this year. If that's a possibility, they have to really, really consider getting Trey Hendrickson because they're going to have to do something, I think, at the edge.
Man, I'll listen. For the right price, I could go for it. Third is too high for me. That's too high for me for Trey Hendrickson. Here's why it's too high for me. I'm not sure how much more I want to invest in this team. I don't know how much, from a draft capital standpoint, I don't know how much more I want to put into this team. This team seemingly can't get out of their way. I mean, Howie has made more trades in a month than I don't know if I ever seen him made. He traded for John Mechie. He traded for Sam Howell.
Tank Bigsby.
He traded for Tank Bigsby.
Jacorian Bennett.
We traded for Jacorian Bennett. Like, how many trades are we going to make giving up draft picks? Now, I know we haven't given up high draft picks, but we've used some draft capital with lower draft picks that really all we have left is high draft picks and maybe a few mid-round picks. So if you told me I could get Trey Hendrickson for one of those fourth-round picks, okay, I guess I wouldn't. Because it's a fourth-round pick and we got two of them, I wouldn't go crazy over it, but I'm not giving up anything higher than that. And here's the thing with this team. Part of the problem with this team, I think right now, that there are too many personalities in there. Bringing someone else in, trying to get them to fit into what they're doing, I don't know how beneficial that's going to be. You got players in here right now who can't get out of their own way, and they need to get out of their own way. Right? If I know we say this tongue-in-cheek, but if you want to bring in a BG, I don't know what he's going to give you production-wise, but if you want to bring him in as far as having somebody that gives you depth, how about Azeez Ojulari get his ass out there? Didn't he get $4 million this year?
Yeah, and he had one okay game, and then he was invisible against the Giants.
And I keep thinking he's Aguilar, too, at 13.
Well, let's get him out there. What I'm saying is, look at all the moves Howie has made, and it hasn't paid off.
But you know what my problem?
I'm going to keep giving away money and picks for players who. Why do we get Tank Bigsby?
Well, that my problem is if you're going to trade, if you're going to
even field kicks.
How about this? If you trade for a player, how about we trade for good players instead of trading for a guy who couldn't get on the field for the Jaguars, for who the Raiders didn't want in Jacorian Bennett, who John Mechie, I mean, who knows? Yeah, how about a guy who is good? I don't know. How about investing draft picks? And I hear what you're saying with investing in this team. Dude, I hear it. I understand what you're saying. But then I start thinking about after this year. And do we know how many more years are we going to have the talent that we have on this team? I don't know if AJ is going to be here next year. I don't know if Lane Johnson's going to be here next year. I don't know. I would double down on the year where you have those guys. I hear what you're saying.
You know what it reminds me of, Spike?
What's that?
Reminds me of 18 or 19. What year did we get Golden Tate and some of those guys?
Yeah, that was 18.
Year
after the season.
It reminds me of that. You're doubling down on something that isn't right on the inside. Something isn't right on the inside.
Yeah.
And bringing in someone else isn't going to make that right. All you're doing is adding to what's not right. That person comes in. Is he fully committed to being here when he sees whatever is going on, if there's a bunch of stuff going on? If this team was, and we didn't have this noise around the team right now, and they were, even if they were just 4-2, but they were fighting to sort of get things fixed, and we didn't hear about all the other stuff with AJ and Jalen, right? If we didn't have all that stuff, then maybe I'd be okay with it. But this has too much of 18 and 19 feel to me, where we're just putting Band-Aids over stuff, even though we know something isn't right there.
Well, 23, they traded for Byard, too.
23.
Kevin Byard, yeah.
We brought in Byard. Is that the year we brought in
Shaq Leonard was last year, right?
I was going to say, no, Shaq Leonard was that year.
Was it that year?
Yeah, that was
I think
not
it was
last
that
year.
year, 2020.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, it was that year. And it reminds me of that.
Yeah.
Like just bringing those guys in, and they didn't really add to the team, nor could they still play. They couldn't play anymore. And for whatever reason, the eye seems to be off this year when it comes to picking talent.
Yeah, I would say so.
Some years you got a hot eye, man. Like everything you see is good.
Well,
that was 2024 when we got Coop, we got
Quinyon,
like
Zach Bond.
Yeah, Zach Bond, like everything hit.
They got a little cute this year. They got a little cute.
This year we're not really hitting with the people that we're bringing in.
That's why they need to re-sign BG. Save the locker room.
Listen, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Spike, Udonis Haslem was on the Heat until he was 45.
Yeah,
like,
it's basketball, and he never played.
Yeah.
You want BG to come in and play.
Well, no, I
love
BG. Actually, I want him to come in and just bring good vibes.
Like, that's what we need. The only thing that can save the season.
That's actually what I want him to come in and bring good vibes.
215-592-9494. Do you think the Eagles should make a move for Trey Hendrickson? We'll get to your calls right after I tell you about Colonial Hyundai. Right now at Colonial, all through October, the sales event that's going on at Colonial right now, ooh, I wouldn't wait. Through October 31st, every car on the lot has this red tag on it. What does it mean? It means you're getting a deal. Drive home with your choice of a brand new Hyundai Palisade, Hyundai Santa Fe, the award-winning Tucson, $199 a month, only at Colonial. And the thing that you're driving in, the trade, they're going to give you more than anybody else. They're guaranteeing you, at the very least, $6,500, no matter what condition it's in. And any of those new Hyundais that you leave Colonial with come with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Get in there right now. Colonial Hyundai in Downingtown or online at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Lease Tier 1 credit through HMF. 10,000 miles a year. 10% down plus first payment, tax, tags, and fees. See dealer for full details.
They really lucked out in 22 when they got Joseph and Sue. That was the last time I felt like this worked.
Turned out okay for us, yeah.
Like, Sue was great.
Yep.
215-592.
We needed him that year. We needed D tackles, remember?
Yeah. 215, just like we need an edge. Get Trey Hendrickson. Corey in Columbus, you're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
Hey, yo, that was a good one. We are not. Boy, I like that.
My Penn State people, they're not happy.
Yeah, we're all Penn State haters up here, right? The entire show?
Of course.
No, I'm not a Penn State hater.
A
little bit. Yeah.
Hey, y'all got to come to the O in a couple of weeks. Ooh, might get worse.
Do you think all the old people are going to take a trip up to Penn State this year? Or do you think they canceled the trips?
Yeah, they canceled all those trips.
They sold the tickets.
Go hang out at the student bars, all dressed up, all reclaiming the glory years. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right, are you good? But look, man. This is my thing with this team. How we all these trades and stuff he makes, it always be on the offense. Listen, one thing I will say. Like you giving Vic Fangio imitation cheese and all that. Give him some real cheese. Like I know you give Vic Fangio some real ingredients. He can cook. These other dudes, you going out paying all these guys, giving all these Tank Big T, all these every trade, every move offense. Like you giving Vic Fangio 99-cent pepper and all that. Like you know what I'm saying? Like give him some real ingredients. That's my thing. I'm with Ike. Like, listen, the vibes, I don't know, Sirianni, I went on the rant Friday, you know what I'm saying? Like, Sirianni, you was tough, detailed together. This team don't look tough, don't look detailed or together. I don't know what you're coaching, but it's like, I need y'all to get it figured out. Jalen Hurts, I don't need to go through the spiel again. You my guy, but, dog, I need you to hit the open guy. I need you to know what you're doing. And the receivers, AJ. When have y'all ever heard AJ say, I got to be better? Always somebody else, right? Y'all ask you who I say needs to take accountability on Friday. That guy. I ain't never heard AJ say I got to be better. It's always this not good, that ain't good, it ain't good. I need something from him. You know what I'm saying? Can you be better? I need you to run your routes to the full potential, even if you're not getting the ball. But look, how we gonna make a trade? This gonna be the first inter sports trade. Listen, Cincinnati, I give y'all Kyle Schwarber for Trey Hendrickson. And some Skyline chili right now. You know what I'm saying?
You can keep the Skyline chili, I think.
Man.
Would you rather trade for Trey Hendrickson or Denzel Ward?
Well, you know what that is. Oh, State, baby.
Oh, I forgot. Get off the phone. Get off the phone.
You forgot.
Well, that's a good question, though.
Corey, for next question day, you got a rainy day movie?
Yeah, I do. But look, I can't see Nicki Minaj and Cardi B out there no more. So we got to do something. If we got to make a trade, go all in, or just roll what we got. You know what I'm saying? But I go with Jurassic Park.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a
which
rainy
one?
day
The first
movie.
one?
Yeah, I
The
think.
OG?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's been too many of those.
Yeah, I'm like in on the first 4.
Really?
That's a long way for me.
Yeah,
There's like 7 of them though, right?
Yeah. Well, the most recent one was one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
I haven't seen
Well,
that.
the one before that with Chris Pratt wasn't great either.
Well, I didn't see that.
That's what I'm saying. See, I think
The one in the 90s are great.
But my wife and I went to see the one that just came out. 20 minutes into it, we're looking at each other going, is this real?
Well, you said Scarlett Jo mailed it in on that one.
She did mail it in, and I love her, but she mailed it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cashing that check.
So what is the Cardi B, Nicki Minaj thing that he was trying to say there?
Yeah.
Well, he's calling. I'm assuming he's calling our defensive ends Cardi B and Nicki Minaj.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Why?
Or he's. I don't know.
Oh.
They're beefing.
Oh.
So
okay.
maybe he's talking about.
Maybe he's talking about Jalen and AJ.
Yeah. Well, I thought about that, but then he wouldn't do that to Jalen.
I don't know, man. He's got a little sharp tongue towards Jalen.
He does. He does.
Yeah,
And-
Cardi B and Nicki Minaj are beefing.
Ah.
Yeah.
And
okay.
I'd rather have an edge than a cornerback. If you gave me, you said Denzel
Oh,
Ward.
yeah?
I'd rather have an edge than a cornerback. Yeah. You can't win not getting pressure on the quarterback. And I know we
Yeah,
weren't
but good
great at it
coverage
last
can help
year.
you.
It can help, but we're not nearly as good. It helped last year, but we were better up front than we are last year. We were better up front last year than we are this year. We just were.
My leading sack guy still only had like 8 sacks, 9 sacks.
But he was there, and BG was good for that first half of the year. And I don't know,
yeah,
it
we
was
were better
there.
than this. Yeah, this is the low bar.
And I think you can't Jalen Carter being
But
limited
you would
all
agree
year.
our secondary was better than our defensive.
Much better.
Yeah.
That's to say we got cute on everything. We got cute and cheap on everything. And Isaiah Rodgers was right there as a cornerback who's looked pretty good so far this year. So
Is he a starter?
For them, yeah, I believe so.
Is he? Okay.
Well,
I don't know. I see his name on it. Played pretty
Well,
good
I mean,
for
he
us
played,
last year.
you can play 3 corners.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's a starter or not. I don't know.
Ward, Quinion, Coop. Not a bad 3.
I love it.
Not a bad 3.
And hopefully we will air Nick Sirianni's press conference at 3:15. Hopefully we get an update on Quinion Mitchell, who left the game with a hamstring on Thursday. So hopefully we get an update there. We get an update on Jalen Carter, who didn't play in the game because of the heel. So.
I forgot all about that.
And Coach Sirianni can't use the excuse that he doesn't know yet because the game was Thursday. So he should know.
I can't wait for his answer on why does Zadarius Smith retire.
Oh, that'll be a good one. That'll be a good one.
Yeah. Did he say? I read the post. Did he say it was something personal?
No, he just said that when it's time, it's time. This is my next season.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it.
Now, Rossini reported that it was a personal decision.
That's why I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know what that means, though.
Yeah, I think that just might mean that nothing forced it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like, the Eagles didn't force him to
Yeah.
retire. It was just, yeah.
215-592-9494. Dave in Lansdale, you're on WIP. What's up, Dave?
Hey, really cool to talk to you guys. Good afternoon.
Oh, thanks, Dave. Really cool to talk to you.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, just want to talk some Phils. I think as far as like JT's contract, I think they should re-sign him to a 2-year deal, but I think they should find another catcher. Like if I were to give you a player comp, obviously he's retired, but like a Victor Martinez who could hit lefties and righties. Or like go to other organizations, look in their farm system and see what catchers are thriving and up and coming for this year. Find a starting catcher and have JT as a backup. Also, I don't know what the budget.
Well, hold on, Dave.
No,
JT's going to want $20 million a year. You can't.
Yeah. I'm not shying away from the fact that he still wants to be paid like a starting catcher. And
Well, but
he's
you
got a lot
can't
of juice.
you can't
And I
pay him.
like JT a
But
lot.
Dave, you can't pay him that to be a backup.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they're probably not going to do that.
They need to find a developmental catcher. Like they need to, draft or.
But he's not going to start this year. Yeah,
And
JT.
JT's value. Yeah, but JT's value is what he does with the pitching staff more so than what he does at the plate. The plate is like an added bonus.
Except he doesn't frame pitches.
Well, I try to tell
we
everyone
learned that.
No, I know you told us.
Well, he's a bit lazy when it comes to framing pitches, but calling the game, he's fine.
Yes.
Well, maybe that cost us in that game 4.
Well, I did watch Alejandro Kirk correctly defend the plate last night in a throw.
Oh, yeah.
That was infuriating to think about again.
Is the rule? Thank you for the call, Dave. Is the rule? Does the infield have to be in for you to block the plate?
Yes.
Okay. Was the infield in when that happened with JT? Because I don't think it was.
Yeah, I don't. But it was in because they went full infield in. Yeah. Because Trey was playing,
Yeah,
Okay.
he was playing
All
short.
right.
He was playing
That's
in.
how he got to it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because that was a little dribbler.
Yeah, it was.
That wasn't
okay.
a hard hit.
All right. Coming up next, more A.J. Brown
I thought he
rumors.
missed that tag last night, too.
Oh, they should have reviewed it. He was out. He was safe.
Right, yeah.
But he still dropped the knee and protected the play.
I love playoff baseball. I go watch any two teams play playoff baseball.
great.
Any two teams. Doesn't matter to me. The way that most people can watch football, I can watch the playoff baseball.
I had to watch myself lose money on Lions Chiefs.
That was a great
There
game.
you go. Well, what are you not losing money on?
Dude, we're in a rut. We're in a rut. And I cannot stop betting on the freaking London game, even though I've never won.
You can't bet on the London game.
It's impossible not
It's a tough one.
Yeah. Spike, it's something to gamble on at 9:30 in the morning.
It's a good $10.
All right. 215-592-9494.
I agree.
Are you happy the Phillies have brought Rob Thompson back, and would you consider trading a third-round pick for Trey Hendrickson? Coming up next, more A.J. Brown rumors from a legitimate source about the idea of trading him in season. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Have you experienced the Marks difference yet? When Jim and his wife created Marks Jewelers, they built it with you in mind from the moment you walked through the door. Yes, the jewelry is stunning, but it's the experience that truly sets Marks apart. Step into the Diamond Diner, a private, relaxed space where you can explore your jewelry options with zero pressure and total confidence. Visit Marks Jewelers in Montgomeryville, PA, or Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Check them out online at marks-jewelers.com and see for yourself why Marks is different.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L Certified Fall Collection sales event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For every car sold during October, a donation will be made to Virtua's breast cancer patient and early detection programs. Stop in, see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Viant, innovating digital advertising. Didn't think you could advertise on the largest sport platforms? Think again. Viant helps brands show up where it counts, on live sports, where audiences are the most engaged. It's simple, smart, and built for results you can actually measure. No wasted time, no wasted spend. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com and get your message in front of the right audience today.
You think we can get one more winter out of that old furnace?
No way we're taking that chance again this winter. Carrier has up to $2,100 instant rebates and 60-month 0% financing right now. Go to nopaycarrier.com.
And their Energy Star certified products qualify for a tax credit in 2025.
Make the call.
There's never been a better time to upgrade your home heating system. For a limited time, Carrier has up to $2,100 in instant rebates, 0% 60-month financing, and Energy Star certified products that qualify for 2025 tax credits. Visit nopaycarrier.com to find
find a local expert.
Benefits, HR, hiring, payroll, it's also complicated, but it doesn't have to be. Hi, I'm Joe Carfagno from Clear Employer Services, and we can expertly handle benefits, HR, hiring, and payroll for your small business. You don't have to wing it. Let me take the headache out of HR. No time for payroll? HRuncomplicated.com. New medical plans, new talent? HRuncomplicated.com. Let Clear Employer Services show you how to make HR uncomplicated so you can go back to running your business.
Preferred vendor of Independence Blue Cross. Visit HRuncomplicated.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HoldTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. James Franklin lost his job for a lot of reasons. The 3 consecutive losses, the unlikability that he exuded even through his success. But maybe the biggest thing that Franklin didn't understand is that in college football, the world moves quickly now. And the minute you make a program like he had successful, you have to live up to those expectations. And for a guy that could never win the big game, when it turned out every game with those expectations was big, this was inevitable. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickie's in South Philly, 6 o'clock tonight at Chickie's. The Jordan Mailata show with myself, Elliot Shore Parks, and Jordan. And then 7 o'clock is Players Lounge with Ike, Reese, Hugh Douglas, Elliot, and this week's guest,
Cam Jurgens. This segment sponsored by NJM Insurance. So Diana Rossini, Ike, has been on the A.J. Brown trade story for a while. She writes about it pretty often. Diana Rossini of The Athletic. Good reporter, Diana Rossini is. She writes in yesterday's update, I believe, either yesterday or Saturday's update. The Eagles will continue to insist they have no plans to trade Brown, their star receiver. But every week that passes with problems piling up makes decision makers around the league wonder. One source told me, quote, Brown doesn't look frustrated or mad, he looks indifferent, and that's not a good place to be. A GM in the AFC said, I think Howie moves him. It would have to be for the right player or pick, but a trade wouldn't surprise me. Howie likes deals, especially if a player's value overrides how Brown is being used. Most teams anticipate the asking price to be steep, expect more calls as we near November. Did not think we'd be here, that the reality of an A.J. Brown in-season trade, which off-season, like if you ask me to bet, will A.J. Brown be on the Eagles in 2026? I would bet no. That would be my bet. But in-season would be pretty chaotic. Is there a point where the A.J. Brown thing for the Eagles is hurting, as great a player as he is, and we all agree he's a great player, is hurting them more than he's helping them? And is there a point at which you would consider, if that is the case, if you had the right offer, moving him in the season?
Well, I mean, if you're telling me he's hurting the team more than he's helping it, of course you got to consider it. Why wouldn't you?
Well, but I'm asking you that. I'm saying it, not you.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying if that's the case. So, in other words, that's what the situation would have to be. If I'm the Eagles, if A.J. is you're asking me what scenario would I trade A.J. under in the regular season? He would have to be openly disgruntled, disrespectful, and seeking a trade, or at least showing that he doesn't want to be a part of this team. Like, that's what it would take for me to trade a talent like A.J. Brown. If A.J. Brown is saying he wants to be an Eagle and he wants to be here, and the noise dies down around him, then I'm not looking to trade A.J. Brown during the season. Because here's the thing. There's nothing you can sell to the rest of your fan base that says we're trying to win a championship when you trade A.J. Brown in the middle of a season. So now you have to deal with the idea of what are you playing for this year? Like, what are you doing? And that's the questions they're going to have to deal with every week, because you're not getting proper trade value back for A.J. Brown. As a matter of fact, a team that trades for A.J. Brown is probably going to give you draft picks back. You're not getting a player back.
Yeah, most likely it would be draft picks.
So I don't know how you get better with this team in 2025. Again, they know better than us behind the scenes. If him being here is they can't take it anymore, and they feel like it's best for them to move on, then sure. Like, here's the thing. I mean, they released T.O. in the middle of the season.
Yes, yeah.
So now they didn't release T.O. when they were in first place.
Right. It was past the point of no return.
Well, and their record was different.
Right,
so now it becomes
and
less.
Donovan was hurt when
I think
when
Donovan was hurt when it happened.
Yep.
So that makes it less tolerable for a guy who seemingly doesn't want to be a part of the team. And when I say you want to be a part of the team, I don't mean verbally saying I want to be here. I mean your actions showing that you want to be a part of the team. That means you're pulling in the same direction that all these guys are pulling in, trying to get this thing fixed, being supportive of one another, not pointing fingers at anybody, keeping quiet and doing the work that needs to be done to get things fixed on this football team. If you're a part of that and you want to be a part of that, then I wouldn't even think about trading A.J. Brown. But if you're telling me it's somebody who doesn't seemingly want to be a part of this moving forward, then yeah, you got to consider that. There's no doubt you have to consider that, because you can't let one person tank your season.
Yeah, I think the argument would be overall that, and you've mentioned this a few times, is that this has gotten to the point, and when you talk about Jalen, that it's so present that you wonder if it is, how could it not be going through his head when he's on the field? It would be very difficult to say that this is so there all the time, but when you're playing, all of a sudden it goes away. It's not there anymore. Well, and the argument I guess you could make is the argument that you make with Stephon Diggs and Josh Allen. And I know that Jalen's not Josh Allen. He isn't. But the argument you could make is, hey, look, if he doesn't have to think about anything other than where should the ball go, where should the ball go. That, they have A.J. Brown now, and the pass offense isn't very good. They had A.J. Brown last year. The pass offense wasn't very good. So I guess you could make the argument that at this point, it's not helping in the way that a talent of his stature should help, and that maybe if he's not there, it opens up everybody else to play more freely if they're not worried about whether A.J. is going to be happy after the game or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my whole thing is that to me would be dictated by A.J. His actions, his words. In other words, he would have to be trying to force his way out of here. But if you're the Eagles, there's no benefit other than that to get rid of talent that good. Like, you're not going to be a better team because of that.
Unless he's preventing, unless as you said, unless the.
Yeah, but to me, that would mean, here's my thing. It would have to be him verbally saying it, coming out being disruptive. Yeah. Like him being unhappy, he's not getting the ball. Unless he's throwing tantrums on the sideline or anything. Like, he didn't do anything this last game. He didn't do anything out of character. There was no body language. There was no visual issues on the sideline with them. He just decided not to answer questions about a meetup. And to his point, he's saying it was painted as if there was some grand sit down for 3 hours or 2 hours, that he didn't like the picture that was being painted. So he wanted to make sure he clarified it, like, that's not what happened. I saw them in the parking lot. Now, if he's telling the truth, then they can't be upset that he told the truth about what actually happened.
Yeah. Especially when,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. I agree with you.
If he's telling the truth, like that's actually what happened, then you can't be mad because he didn't decide to put a pretty bow on it the way it was presented to whomever broke the story about it.
Yeah. And I guess you could say Saquon also, he didn't frame it exactly the way AJ did, but he did say this wasn't some sit down, that it was a conversation between teammates. It wasn't that we were all locked in a room, and said we're going to sit in here until we're all friends again.
Yeah.
The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Engagement season is here. It all starts with a world-class diamond. Go where the pros go. Mark's Jewelers, online at marks-jewelers.com. Would you rather the Eagles trade a third-round pick for Trey Hendrickson or just re-sign BG? That's
the question you asked.
Yeah. It's a hotly contested day on the old Twitter question.
Yeah.
If I'm answering that question, I would just say re-sign BG.
What do you think the poll is at?
Well, they probably want Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, it's pretty decisive. 87.9% say. And
how's Trey Hendrickson doing?
I haven't looked.
He's day-to-day, by the way.
Oh, is
Back
he?
injured.
I mean, I think we should look before everybody wants him.
Wow.
Well, I mean, but we're willing to give up a third-round pick for a name. He may be checked out at 34 years old.
Let's see.
How old is Trey Hendrickson?
I think he's 32.
32. Yeah. Let's see. Trey Hendrickson, so far.
Got 4 sacks.
There you go. Well, there you go. That's half as many as the Eagles have this year. So.
That's true.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I would say that's pretty good. All right. 215-592-9494. Two big pieces of news today that we are discussing. One, Zadarius Smith retires out of nowhere for the Eagles, and the Phillies are bringing Rob Thompson back. There will be a press conference on Thursday with Dave Dombrowski and Rob Thompson to discuss the season. Of course, we will carry that on WIP. Speaking of press conferences, Nick Sirianni speaks at 3:15. We're all very interested to hear what he has to say about Zadarius Smith retiring and I think
you know what he's going to say?
It was his decision.
It was his decision.
Yeah. And
like that's what he's going to say.
And this is the first time we've heard from Nick since the Eagles got thrashed by the Giants on Thursday night.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he spoke after the game, but that was it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. 215-592-9494.
Did he do the morning show?
I don't think so. No.
And do they shut Elliott out again?
Oh, that is a big story as well. Elliott shut out at the press conference last time. There's a lot to listen for. 215-592.
I actually do want to listen for that.
9494. As I mentioned, that segment brought to you by NJM Insurance. While some insurance companies use gimmicks to get your attention, NJM Insurance companies use gimmicks to get your attention. NJM would rather
been there.
Yeah, would rather focus on putting their policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com to learn more. We're at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. This fall, enjoy Chickie's season favorites, A.J. Brown Sweet Heat Wings, Chickie Sliders, Savory Buffalo Shrimp, and more. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown!
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters. So whether it's a tank or tankless model, choose Bradford White.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 25 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shields Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Or in Mississippi.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah, and they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
Lock in amazing fall deals for your new roof with Home Genius Exteriors. Get 50% off roofing materials, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. And for a limited time, get free attic insulation. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
When our pro football team wins, you win. When the Birds win, the next day you'll receive one free drink at any Club Risque location. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Club Risque. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club brings you free lunch weekdays. Happy hour special 6 days a week. The hottest entertainers on the planet 7 days a week. And this week, a special appearance by adult film star Kenzie Taylor. Don't miss Kenzie Taylor this Thursday through Saturday at all Club Risque locations. ClubRisque.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Warm up this fall with an incredible seafood boil. Try the Uncle George with succulent snow crabs, tasty mussels, and shrimp. There's the Pete's Feast with 2 pounds of sweet succulent crab legs, a dozen shrimp, clams, and a pound of mussels. Or create your own boil. Add a lobster tail or a delicious Dungeness cluster. Include smoked sausage, corn, and potatoes, served in our tasty broth, made with white wine and our signature seasonings. A shellfish lover's dream at Chickie's and Pete's.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep The Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, Spike, listen.
Yeah.
There's not many winning teams around here right now.
Right this second, all I can think of is National Appliance Warehouse, Jack.
The winningest team.
Always winning.
And there's always, like, you know, we talk about with the teams and what sets them apart. Well, the things that set National Appliance Warehouse apart are a couple things. One, the appliance.
Yeah.
Arguably the most important. You're going to go to the National Appliance Warehouse in tax-free Wilmington and Middletown, Delaware, and you're going to get a great appliance. Sub-Zero, Cove, Wolf, over 100 brands, and they're 15,000 square foot.
Whatever you want, it's there, Jack. Yeah. I don't think you understand that.
And I know it's getting colder.
Yep.
You got to be inside of the kitchen. You can't have a lane kitchen appliances. You might as well upgrade now.
No, your friends, they'll crush you for it.
Yeah, you don't want to get made fun of by your friends.
Nope.
So you have the right appliance. You're going to get the right price. We talked about tax-free Delaware, Wilmington, Middletown. They always have great savings events going on, but they also have a thing called Price Assure, which is a piece of technology specific for National Appliance Warehouse that instantly updates price tags all throughout the store.
Jack, I don't think you understand. It updates them live while you're in there shopping, so you know you're getting the best price. I don't know if you understand that.
Go out there and try it.
Yep.
But on top of that, you're going to get a great experience. Mark Stamakina has built a great culture at National Appliance Warehouse. And Spike, it's one of the fastest growing retailers in the Delaware Valley. Why wouldn't you want to join their sales team?
You could do it, Jack. I don't think you understand how good they are there, how good that sales staff is.
And all you got to do is email Scott at nawde.com. That's Scott at nawde.com. Get your foot in the door and work at National Appliance Warehouse.
That'd be great.
Sounds like a dream come true.
Sounds like a good plan.
Visit nationalappliancewarehouse.com or stop by their showrooms in Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today. And as always, tell them Fred sent you.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Chickie's in South Philly is where we are. Jordan Mailata Show coming up at 6, live from Chickie's. Then the Players Lounge with Ike and Hugh and Elliot. And the player this week is Cam Jurgens will join them from 7 to 8.
All the offensive linemen.
Yes. We are a trenches show.
Yes, get in the trenches. But what are the chances Sirianni shows up with a shaved head at the press conference?
Oh, you think that's where it is? You think it's shaved head time? I don't think it's shaved head time.
Run it back, yet. Nick.
The Nick Sirianni, the coach's press conference, we will bring you in moments. is sponsored by PDQ Signature Systems. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit PDQPOS.com. Ike, let me ask you this about Nick Sirianni and the Jalen AJ thing.
Yeah.
What is the right amount of involvement that he has to have in that situation? You don't want to be like a teacher, right? These are grown men.
Yeah.
But also the culture of the team is your responsibility, and this is an issue. So how much does he involve himself in that situation?
Listen, I think he's probably all he's done is all he can do. If he sense there's tension there or something that needs to be, the air needs to be cleaned or cleared, then he can facilitate that.
Yeah.
And say, hey, you get you guys in here together. Can this be talked out, or what's the issue if there is an issue? See, here's the problem. It makes it difficult for Nick Sirianni. I don't know if there is something tangible there other than they're just not vibing. Like, it could be two people not getting along, right?
Yep.
And it's been going on long enough that you're like, what the hell? What initiated this? What started this? And how did I first get irritated by this or something? And because it wasn't resolved, and now there's been other things, the way the person looks, the way the person talks,
And now it's pride,
it could be anything. Yeah, and then pride gets in there. So I'm saying all this to say I don't know what else Nick Sirianni could do.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if there's something there that you could sit guys down and they hash it out. If Saquon was just sort of involved with this and trying to get things worked out, I don't know if it did or didn't work. I think it's unfair for us to say, well, there's still issues there with AJ, other than the fact that AJ downplayed, I guess, the significance of the meeting and how the logistics of it worked. Other than that, who's to say if when they talked last week, things aren't different?
It's funny.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
It's funny you said you don't know what you're mad at anymore. Everybody who has been married has had that fight.
You kidding me?
Yeah, you don't even know what you're fighting about anymore. I remember my buddy Jeff. I can't even remember what it was. I don't think we talked for a month.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, I don't think we could identify.
We can remember what the hell it started over.
What you were mad about.
Yeah.
We weren't even in the same state. You're at the same team. All of a sudden, that thing starts to fester.
Yeah.
And nobody even knows what the real problem is. To your point, maybe it's just maybe their personalities are different, and the fact that one is so dependent on the other for success, that can grind on you, and they're just at a spot where maybe it's.
Well, and here's the other thing as it pertains to Jalen. He's the quarterback.
Yeah.
So a large part of his job as the quarterback is everybody on the offense. So how much time and energy does he devote to this?
When he's got to keep Devontae happy.
Well, you got to run an offense.
Yeah.
You got to he's the quarterback of the team.
You got to call out the protections. Yeah. It's you. Everything comes back to you.
He has to handle the media every day. He doesn't get to skip media sessions or what have you.
Yeah.
So he has to speak on the matters that's going on with the team and be supportive of the coach, which is why I give him a lot of credit, because through all of this, Jalen hasn't made any, in my opinion, unless I missed something, he hasn't come out and undermined Nick Sirianni or Kevin Patullo.
No passive-aggressive.
Not one time. No passive-aggressive answers or any of that. So that lets me know he's on the same page with the coaches.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And then you got AJ, who's in support of the coaches. So the coaches look there and they're like, well, hell, I'm glad it ain't us that y'all mad at.
We're clear.
Yeah, we're good. Now, can y'all work this out and figure this thing out?
We will bring you Nick Sirianni speaking in moments. 215-592-9494. Big Aaron in West Philly. Been a while.
Wow.
What's up, Big A?
Been a while, man, and I'm coming in with some smoke. I'm tired of this, man.
Yep.
What exactly are you
Things are going bad. Here's Big A.
Didn't I say I was a disgruntled fan when I first called this radio station?
You are.
I'm tired of the pantsy stuff for the Phillies. They irritate me. You give them a break. Ike, I'm mad at you, Ike. I like this team. I don't like this team.
I do.
Win.
Good baseball team.
Good baseball
you like
team.
a team that don't win. They
No,
don't win.
no, I don't like that part of it.
They're trying their best.
They ain't trying their damn best. Topper should go.
I don't need
Why
you
the
to
hell
add
they
to
keep
this.
a Topper, I don't know. Why
He's
you
a good
keep
manager.
stopping?
He's a good manager.
Highest winning percentage in the history of the franchise.
Okay, you can say all this, but can he strategize? Can he
No.
know when to take a picture and take a picture out? Do what he got to do. No, see, we give Phillies a pass. If this was the Eagles, we'd be going crazy. If this was the Sixers, we'd definitely be going crazy. But the Phillies seem like they get a nice little pass. Oh, look at them. They're a sweet team. Look at this.
No, this is what happens with the Phillies.
Get mad at this team.
Big
I
A.
can't stand this team.
We do get mad at the team.
I'm gonna tell you who you're gonna keep. Let me just tell you.
Go ahead.
Who?
You're gonna keep. You gotta keep the big back. You gotta keep him.
Schwarber.
You gotta keep Turner. No,
Yep.
no Schwarber. No.
Well, that's the big bat.
That's the big bat. Who you talking
No, I like Harper.
Okay.
Keep Harper because of the contract. You keep
Okay.
Turner. You keep Sosa. Everybody else can go.
Sosa.
Everybody can go. You gotta get some brothers on this squad. Let me just say it now. Get some brothers on the squad that can run, get still bases. We need some switch hitters. We need somebody that can. I could just bet against right-handers.
Hold on, Big
all
A.
the time.
How many brothers do we got in baseball?
Well, hold on, Justin
I
Crawford's
don't know.
coming.
You gotta find them. You gotta find the Cuban players.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go.
There
Yep,
it is.
there it is.
I'm mad, bro. I'm mad. And it's not enough madness against this team. It's just puffy.
They're the little
be
engine
like,
that could, Phils. It's all right.
Yeah, little engine that could. $300 million.
No, listen.
payroll.
The Phil's,
I
Big
don't care
A,
about
Big
the
A.
damn payroll.
The Phil's benefit because their season usually ends in the middle of the Eagles season.
Yes.
So what?
Well, my point is that we usually are.
Sorry,
Never
Big A.
mind.
We are going to Nick Sirianni right
I
here.
cut off again.
Yep.
Hey, Nick. I know physicality and toughness are two things you've really preached since you've been here. When you watch the tape against the Giants, did you feel like those two things were up to your standard?
You know, toughness entails a lot of different things, right? When we speak of toughness, we're talking about our effort, our physicality, and our mental toughness. I think that at the end of the day, they obviously had more yards than us rushing, and so they did a good job. You got to give credit to them. I know how physical our guys are. At the line of scrimmage, and we need to continue to make that what's been successful for us there. I know how tough our guys are physically, mentally, and effort-wise. But again, when a team has more rushing yards than you, it's not just hey, it's on that. It's on all of us, right? Anytime we're in a streak where we are right now, having lost 2 games in a row. We're not ever here to assign blame. We're here to find solutions, and that's what this whole weekend's about. How do we play? How do we put the guys in positions to be more physical? How do the guys, how is their rest or whatever it is, from their body, how their bodies are feeling to put them in position. So always look inward first, but we know a strength of our team has been. Winning at the line of scrimmage. And I know I have so much confidence in these guys that, offensive line, defensive line, that we'll get back to that.
We'll go to Martin and then Rube.
Hey, Nick. You guys, obviously last year you had the early bye. You spent that week kind of like figuring out certain things with the offense and everything. And I was just kind of wondering, obviously you probably used this past weekend the same way. Like what kind of things stood out most of all about like the inconsistencies you've been seeing on offense so far through the first 6 games?
Yeah, I think obviously this weekend was good for us to be able to, really dive into a lot of those things. Obviously you don't have the same amount of time that you have in a bye week, but you treat it as a mini bye week, and it's also important that there's everyone gets a chance to rest and recover, because when you're on a short week, coaches, players, everybody, you put yourself behind a little bit in all departments. So there was a little bit of rest, relaxation, and then there was a lot of trying to figure things out. And, obviously not going to dive too deep into that of what, we have a lot of thoughts, a lot of things that we want to put into action. I know Kevin kind of talked about some of those things with our offense today. But, I think just when you look at it, being more efficient on first and second down. So, because right now we're not near our standard on third down. Well, why is that? Well, third and 7+, 8+, it's going to be harder to convert than third and shorters. So, a lot of that is the efficiency. We looked at that. That's in the run game and in the pass game. And coming up with solutions there. Again, you never, not in this sport, do you ever want to get into a situation where it's a blame. So it's always about finding solutions. We feel like we did some of that. Now we got to go put it to work. And I'm excited about that opportunity. This isn't like, you lose this one and then you got to, wait again to play for a year. No, we get an opportunity to go out, get better from this, continue to come together as a football team and get back to work.
We'll go to Rube and then Dave.
Hey, Nick, wondering how surprised you were that Zadarius walked away from football and what your reaction was. And, what's your confidence level in the other guys you have with Nolan still out for a couple more weeks?
Yeah, obviously, I found out this morning a little bit, obviously, before you guys did. I wish him the best, and I really enjoyed having him on this football team while he was on this football team. As far as my confidence in the guys there on that defensive line, a lot of confidence in them. A lot of guys that have played, young guy in Jalix who's continuing to get better each and every week. My confidence in him is so high. And then you got guys that have played a lot of football and want them to, I'm excited about those guys and continuing to help them get better and within our schemes. So, I feel I like that position. I like the depth that we have at that position. Just the numbers of how they play now it'd be distributed a little bit differently. So, but I have confidence in those guys and that group that we have, and going into this next game.
If I could just follow up real quick, did you have a chance to talk to Z? And if so, did he give you any sense of why he did this now?
I'll let him answer any of those questions like that. Obviously, always keep any conversations private, but wish him the best and really enjoyed being around him for this past month or so.
We'll go to Dave and then Jeff McClain.
Nick, I know it's not obviously all on Kevin Patullo, but where's your confidence level in him to come up with some of the answers to get the offense turned around? Yeah, like I said earlier, it's not in this sport is it ever on one person. And we're not in the business of assigning blame. We're in the business of finding solutions. And so that's what, as we watched the tape today, it was a little on everything, right? And that's this game of team football. I know that, we live in a world that it wants to assign blame, point the finger, but that's not reality of what good teams do. That's not reality of this sport. And got a lot of confidence in Kevin and the offensive staff. And love some of the thoughts that we have. I know you'll ask them, hey, what were some of the things you found on the bye week? They're not going to probably tell you those things either. Just, obviously it's not good for us to share that with our opponents. But a lot of confidence in there. And again, we're all about finding solutions. And that's, I saw that quote of Bill Parcells a long time ago, of finding solutions. And that's what we're in the business of.
We'll go to Jeff McClain and then Ed Kratz.
Does finding solutions during this mini bye, did that result in the decision to change offensive play calling in any way?
No.
We'll go to Ed and then Brooks.
Hi, Nick. Just ask you,
Jalen Hurts is typically a very good deep ball thrower. We've seen him overthrow two passes in back-to-back games. His first interception of the season. I know everybody needs to get better, but how would you assess just Jalen's play these past couple of weeks?
Yeah, again, and when the ball goes further and further down the field, you're not going to be 100% on those. And there's different reasons, again, for why a ball is missed. And again, it's never just on one person. It's just not this game. But Jalen's throwing the deep ball. We chart everything, right? Where he is in his intermediate accuracy, where he is on his deep ball accuracy. Like that's I don't know if that's a fair question, and seeing that how all these balls that he's putting in great spots that have resulted, the throw to AJ on the vertical ball early in the game, down their sideline, whether it's the deep ball to Smitty last week, or the deep ball to Jahan that didn't go our way with the review. Like, he's made so many good throws like that. And then, okay, so then there's two that you perceive that, are not where they're supposed to be. Like, that's football. Like, he's made a ton of throws. And again, there's always different reasons within it. And again, I'm not going to sit up here and say it's this or it's that of, what happened on the play. You're always going to come out of a football game wanting a playback as coaches, as players, everybody. But I think his deep ball accuracy is one of the better deep ball accuracies in the league, which is why I kind of push back on that question there, Ed.
We'll go to Brooks and then John McMullen.
Hey, Nick, you've talked about having conversations with players at all times throughout a week, just this weekend, and players like, Lane Johnson and Jalen Hurts, others that have talked about this offense and getting it back in rhythm. What has this weekend been like? How productive are those conversations if you had them?
Yeah, again, this weekend was about, to look through our, everything like we would on a bye week. We feel like we've had a good process to go through on that. So we were able to do some of that, not necessarily all of it. But also it was important that guys got away and had some time away as well. Won't ever get into any conversations that I have with the guys, but I always value those conversations that we have together. And that's what I believe that we have as a team that is looking for solutions and not assigning blame. And that's huge to be able to have that. And so, because when you're worried about blaming someone, then you're not going to get better yourself, because you're right. And so that's the mindset that this team has, and you value that, and you value that because of the leaders that you have, like Lane, like Jalen, that they're constantly working on everything they can do to get better. And that's what we're trying to do as coaches, as players, as a team.
We have time for two more, so we'll go to John McMullen and finish with Bob Brookover.
Hi, Nick. You mentioned Lane. We know how much respect you have for him. When he kind of mentions predictable when it comes to the offense, is that something, not to assign blame, as you said, but is that something you saw, or is that something you're trying to correct, or does that hold more weight when he says it?
Well, I obviously listened to that response too, and I think that he said a lot of things there. He talked about predictability. We talk about predictability when you're behind the sticks. He also talked about execution. Again, I felt when I listened to Lane's explanation on it, I felt a lot like he was thinking about anything he could do to get better, and then and that's how I felt, and that's how I took it. But you never want to be predictable, obviously. And as you look at teams, it's like, how do we make this team one-dimensional so we can make them predictable in the pass game? It's usually how that goes down. And that's what we've been talking about. How are we more efficient? Kind of back to the first question. How do we be more efficient on first and second down so we don't have that predictability? Because that's what defense are trying to do. Is try to make you one-dimensional so they can play and sell out to a certain thing. And so, whether that's predictability in our run game, whether it's predictability in our pass game, whether it's whatever it is, it starts with run pass, stuff like that. But we're constantly working on that. We're constantly thinking about things through that. Obviously, those were big parts of the discussion because our job as coaches, right, is to put them in the best positions they can be to succeed. And then, obviously the player's job is to go execute. And so we all know we need to do that at a higher level, offensively, defensively, coaches, players, everything.
We'll finish with Brooke over here.
Hey, Nick, when you guys drafted Jihad, you kind of left it open-ended. Is he an edge? You don't want to stereotype where he was, an edge or a middle guy, inside guy. Nakobe's back now. I guess he wasn't really ready to go full board last week. Can you see a scenario? I mean, I would think last year Nakobe was one of your best 11 defensive players. Can you see that scenario where he is back in the middle and you can use Jihad in different ways?
Yeah, I think that we have a lot, we have versatility obviously there, and that we have, a really good linebacker room altogether. We look at everything. We look at everything that we can do to help our team be as successful as we possibly can. Again, we'll see. I'm not going to obviously talk through some of those things. Obviously, I think you guys respect that with not giving opponents any information or anything like that. But really excited about the room. Excited to get Nakobe back in there rolling because we know the type of player he is. And Jihad's played really well, and Zach Vaughn's played really well. And Trot's done an unbelievable job on special teams, made an unbelievable tackle in the game the other day at the 20-yard line on kickoff, and Smile's done a nice job as well. So really excited about that group and the things that they bring, both defensively and special teams wise.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate your time.
There he is, Nick Sirianni. It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I'm trying to put myself in a headspace where I can be optimistic about the rest of the season. And I'm looking at the point we are in the season right now. And we're at a similar point where they were last year, where they sort of turned it around. Everybody talks about the bye week and 2-2, but it was really not the first game after the bye. Because the first game after the bye was the Cleveland game that they won 2016, that Nick ended up yelling at the fans during. We had that all that controversy. Mm-hmm. And it was all this controversy. It was really the next week and the next game is when I really started to believe in Sirianni, because there was the controversy around Nick. The team was 3-2, but ultimately nobody felt that good about the team. And they went in and they played the Giants, and they won 28-3. And not only did they win 28-3, but Saquon Barkley rushed for 170 yards. And from that point on, right, they lost only one game. It was the Washington game where Jalen got hurt. Mm-hmm. And that was sort of the moment that they turned it on. And we've said a lot of, or our guests at least, have said a lot of, it's early and you have time and at least they've won. And they're 4-2, and there's nobody in the NFC aside from Tampa that only has one loss. I think it's just Tampa. So from a record standpoint, they're in a totally fine position. But I think we are at the point now where from a play standpoint, the way the team plays is going to have to start improving, not just a little bit. From an offensive perspective, it has to improve a lot or else it's not going to be, we're going to be at the midpoint of the season very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. This Minnesota game on Sunday reminds me a little bit of the Giants game last year, in that if they don't do something here, I'm going to start to lose faith that they're ever going to do something. In that the way they've played up to this point is not a 13-win football team. I don't think it's a 12-win football team.
They didn't look like a 13-win team at this point last year either.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But going into the New York, that's when the recipe started. Was the New York game.
Yeah, and people still complain 4 or 5 weeks, 6 weeks later.
Sure.
About the passing offense wasn't where it needed to be.
But in retrospect, we had something we could put our faith in, and that was the performance of Saquon.
Sure.
The problem I'm having at this point is I look around, And I don't know what the thing that is going to lead us is.
Well, no, the problem you have is that you don't have patience.
No. They play.
That's
They're
the
4-2.
That's
Nope.
the problem. You don't have patience.
No, I don't think that's the problem.
Well, that is because you're not giving it time.
Well, but what? Why do they need time? What time do they need?
Well, they need time to get their offense. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is the offense needs to look like for you to be okay with it.
How about not?
Hold on. You just went for a minute there. Let me cook for a second. First of all, the passing game has improved the last 2 weeks. We can talk about the deep ball to AJ. We can talk about the deep ball to Devontae, the pick. I get that. 280 yards passing in 2 straight games versus what I saw the first 4 weeks of the season. That's light years improvement. Light years improvement. Right? We agree? 280 yards passing? Back-to-back weeks?
The numbers are improved, but when you watch it, it certainly...
It looks better.
Okay.
The passing game doesn't look... I mean, how do you go from throwing 90 yards a game to 280 and then we don't like any of it?
I mean, in the last 3 games, they've scored 1 touchdown in the second half.
Okay.
1.
Okay.
1 touchdown in 3 games.
I said the passing game.
There have been moments.
We said improvement.
No.
So... Hold on. We said improvement. The passing game has improved since the beginning of the season. That's factual. Like, that's a fact. It may not be to your liking, but it has improved. The running game needs to improve. And then the offense will complement itself. And we need to quit getting players injured. Players getting injured, not being in, I don't know how the offense is ever going to get to a point where they are just clicking on all cylinders. And I think sometimes we look back at last year and we think, okay, after that Giants game, everything was smooth sailing from that point on with the offense. It wasn't. It just was not. The passing game still was up and down at times. That's why they finished 29th in the league throwing the ball. Only difference is that Saquon isn't the same Saquon, or put it this way, the running game isn't the same running game as it was a year ago. So it puts more pressure on your passing game to be better. And if we're going to become predictable where we're throwing the ball 70% of the time, it's going to be difficult at times. I tell you, Brian Flores is the defensive coordinator in Minnesota. It ain't going to get much easier Sunday in the Dome on the road. Just telling you. That's not an offense that you look to get your comeuppance on and get your get back on. Like, that's going to be difficult on the road. That's another one of those games where you say to yourself, you win it by any means necessary, and you keep chugging away. And I can't ignore what everybody else is doing around the league because the Eagles, sure, they aren't playing to the Super Bowl standard that's been set out there, but when I look at the rest of the conference, I don't see another team out there that's a juggernaut. Detroit just lost on the road to a team everybody thought was dead in the Kansas City Chiefs. They just lost. Tampa Bay. Here's what I'll tell you about Tampa Bay. When you live on the tightrope like Tampa Bay does, that all comes to an end in January. I've seen that. I've seen teams start off hot and fizzle out. Minnesota last year. I've seen it. It's usually the teams that get cooking around week 7, week 8, and they start rolling then. Those are the teams that are the strongest ones the second half of the season going into the playoffs. So the Eagles do have time on their hands. Now, I don't know if they're going to do it, but they have the time and history on their side, meaning that they got 11 games left plus a bye week, and they've done this before. Now, if they can't get out of their own way, then that'll be their own detriment. But they got the pieces there that this season is far from over. I'm not afraid of Green Bay. I'm not afraid of Detroit. I'm not afraid of the Rams. We already beat Tampa. Who else in the NFC should I be looking at?
Do you think any of those teams are afraid of the Eagles?
No.
Okay. Well,
I agree. My only point is that they can lose just like we can lose, and we can win just like they can win.
Of course, but again,
we have the experience,
and I don't think this has anything to do with patience. You being six games into the season, which is a third of the season, you should at least have one part of your game that says this part of our game is performing at a good level, a top 10 level. That their running game is not. They're not even. They're not even top
Sure,
15.
sure.
Their defense is not. The secondary is not. The defensive line is not. And the pass game is not. Has it been better the last couple of weeks? Sure, it's been better, but it's also not been something that can carry you. I don't think anyone would say that our pass game is something that can carry.
Well, if our defense showed up the other night, maybe we win that game. The defense didn't even show up.
We
the
scored
other night.
17 points against the Giants.
Yeah, I know, and we gave up 34 against the Giants.
And we didn't score in the second half.
I know.
We should not.
I know, but we're
think
giving
that-
up points every drive is the point I'm making.
And we're not scoring any. So, yes, if the defense was better, sure. But we don't have, like, from a personnel standpoint, I don't know how much better the defense is going to be.
They can play better than they did Thursday
Sure,
night.
and the offense can play better than they did on Thursday. They can
Yes,
both play better than they did
yes.
on Thursday night. Which brings me to my original point, is that if it does not start soon, given the point of where we are in the season, because this is, I'm not saying that we were a finished product after the Giants game. I'm saying
Nowhere near.
No, but there was a path, right? There was a path. The defense was coming together.
We didn't know that at the time, though.
But we can look in retrospect.
Yeah,
and
it's
see
easy
it.
to do that now in retrospect. In the heat of the moment, you weren't telling me how great the team was and they were getting ready to go win the Super Bowl.
No,
we
but
were still complaining about the passing game.
But I can tell you after the Giants. No,
we were still complaining about the passing
yes,
game.
but I
so
can
then
tell,
the offense was not complete.
But I can tell you after that game, I believe that they came together. You can go look at the tape. I gave Sirianni credit. We had Saquon Barkley run for 170 yards.
Yeah.
We don't have
Against
any
a weak
of that.
Giant team.
Yes, and against a weak Giant team, we just get our asses kicked on
I'm
Thursday.
talking about last year.
And I'm talking about this year.
I know. No, your point is that you're trying to tell me after that Giants game you had all this faith.
No,
and that's what I'm challenging. I'm telling you, even after that Giant game, there were still complaints about the offense, and they got better. That's the point that I'm making, is that they got better after that.
But
and they
there
went on to
were
win the Super
signs.
Bowl.
There were signs at that point that there was already significant improvement on the defense and significant improvement in the running game. And by the way, the running game was there the first 4 weeks of the season. We weren't.
Was where?
What Saquon Barkley looked great the first four weeks
Of last
the season.
year?
Yes.
He didn't look great against Tampa.
He looked.
He had one big run against Tampa. He didn't look great against Cleveland.
He looked great against Green Bay. He had he probably had 4 or 5 big plays up until that point. At this point, we have 0.
Sure, we already know he was better last year.
Yes, so that's what.
But if the offensive line is injured, what are we going to do about that? What do you want them to do?
The
offensive line can't block.
One player on the offensive line is injured. One. Cam Jurgens, big money player, still
Lane was
there.
in and out of the lineup.
Yep, he's still there.
Was he not dealing with an injury?
This year you're talking about?
Didn't he come out in 2 games?
Yes, and he was there the full game on Thursday night.
Yeah.
My point is, you want to talk about injuries. Tampa had plenty of injuries yesterday.
I don't give a damn
and
about
it's-
Tampa.
You're the one that brought up Tampa.
I don't care about Tampa.
Mike Evans injured. Godwin
I brought up
injured.
Tampa to say I'm not afraid of Tampa because they're 4-1.
I know,
5-1, and we
but
beat
if
Tampa.
we want to talk
I didn't
about
break down Tampa,
if we want to talk about the reasons why we are not succeeding,
That's
and we
why
want to
the
put that on
running game
injuries,
isn't working.
Well, I could say Tampa's pass game shouldn't work without Godwin
I'm not
and
talking
Mike
about
Evans.
Tampa. So what do you want to tell me? Saquon's done?
No, I'm not saying.
So why is the running game not working?
It is both Saquon and the offensive line. They're not performing well.
Okay.
And I'm saying after 6 weeks, they were performing well last year.
Okay.
All right?
I didn't argue that.
Okay.
I
215-592.
didn't argue that. I just said the team they still were getting better from that point is all I said. They weren't a finished product just because they beat up the lowly Giants last year.
But again.
And nobody was even buying them after that Giants game.
We got our asses kicked by the lowly Giants.
I know, but I'm
this
talking
year.
about last year and where you are from a patient standpoint, where you've already decided if this thing doesn't turn around Sunday is going to be a tough game in Minnesota against another tough defense on the road. I don't know how great they're going to look Sunday. I don't know.
Oh, well,
but if they win,
which week should they look good in? 10, 12?
My point is that if they win and they're 5-2, we'll pick apart what didn't look good, but they'll be 5-2.
At what point this season should the offense look good?
By the bye week.
Okay, so 2 more weeks.
If that's when the bye week is.
That is. We have 2 more games, Minnesota and the Giants.
Yes.
All right.
Now, looking good is subjective. We do realize that, right? So that's opinions. What?
Okay.
Well, I mean, unless you set a bar.
We've been on the same page so far about whether they've
I
looked
just
good or
said the
not.
passing game has improved the last 2
Has
weeks,
improved.
and you didn't like that because it's subjective.
Okay.
I've said it the last 2 weeks. I like what the passing game has been. I like the fact they've added explosive plays. I've been saying that for 2 weeks, right? Yeah, for 2 weeks, because it's been happening for 2 weeks.
Okay, I don't think the pass game has looked that
I
good.
know
the
that,
last
but I'm
2
saying
weeks.
that's why I said it's subjective.
Okay. 215-592-9494. Donovan McNabb joins us next, as he does every Monday at 4 o'clock. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Is that me?
I think it is. Verizon? Your friends at Verizon?
No.
You know.
Nope, don't have my, that was not on.
There you go.
Good?
What? Yes, I'm just trying to get you to the spot where you can do it.
All right. Hey, Philly, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and one line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with auto pay plus taxes and fees when you bring in your phone. And you can add Fios 300 Mbps for $19.99 a month with auto pay, mobile plus home discount, and bonus discount. Visit your greater Philly area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to their reliable 100% fiber optic network.
For eligible new Fios Internet and mobile customers, both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and bring your own phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Whether your dream vacation is about doing it all or nothing at all, you'll find what you love with Norwegian Cruise Line. Be charmed by historic European cities, wowed by the wild sights of Alaska, or calmed by serene beaches in the Caribbean. Wherever you go next, feel free to experience more with Norwegian. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Norwegian Cruise Line. Ships registry the Bahamas and USA.
Be the VIP at your football tailgate with Wild Fork Foods. Hey, John Ritchie here. Serve all your game day favorites without breaking the bank. Pick up Wild Fork's mouthwatering 75% lean beef burgers, 10 burgers, only $11. And you gotta have wings. Pick up Wild Fork's chicken wings, only $2.80 a pound. Skip the grocery store scramble. Visit one of their greater Philadelphia locations or shop online at wildforkfoods.com for same-day delivery.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Still spending on search ads, hoping to capture new customers? The truth is, search reaches people who already know your brand and is rapidly being replaced by AI. If you want real growth, you need to get in front of new customers on streaming TV, where attention is high on their favorite programming. Viant has proven technology to reach the right customers on the best programming, delivering real outcomes. Want better results? Visit ViantCTV.com today.
Hey, Joe DeCamry here. Fall into savings right now at United Tire and Service. When you buy any 4 tires, they'll help you winterize your vehicle. Bring your car in today and save an extra $25 on any winterization, oil change, or alignment. The team at United Tire cares just as much about your car as you do. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Find your locally owned United Tire and Service location at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. For the best tire prices and the best service, don't drive alone. Drive United.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, and I've got bad news for all of you fans who hate the Kansas City Chiefs. While you might want to do what Brian Branch did to that entire team, the fact they found a way to beat Detroit means they're back, and they're almost certainly going to be what they've always been, a dominant force in the AFC. This is what the Chiefs always do, play with their food, and then figure it out as the season moves along. The NFL should have put them down while they could, and they haven't.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hello. I can't hear myself. Can't hear myself.
That's unplugged.
There. No.
We can hear you. I can hear you.
Right. Nah.
You can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, I can
hear you.
Yeah,
Hey,
me.
Buzz,
I think
can
me
you
and
hear
Ike are
me?
fine. Can you hear Spike back there, Buzz?
Not really.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm sitting close to him.
Yeah, I think that might be what it is.
Maybe that's the reason. Are we on though?
Well, me and you are on.
Oh, okay. Well, we're on then.
Yeah.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Let's go, Fritz.
Well, no, I don't got nothing. The Eagles are done. Just
Can you say whether Donovan is brought to us by his
Me?
Yeah.
Donovan's brought to you by United Tire. Now's the time to make the right choice about who services your car. United Tire and Service. Go to UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Well, hell, we got to bring 5 on. Hold on. Coming up, we call him the greatest quarterback in franchise history. Most handsome quarterback in
greatest,
franchise history.
strongest arm.
You know what I mean? I call him my QB. That's my QB.
yes.
Big 5. Donovan McNabb joins us.
Never
here.
lost to the Giants.
Will you shut up, please? What's up, 5?
What's going on, fellas?
We got all type of technical difficulties going on back
say,
here.
Man, y'all sound disoriented over there, but I'm here, baby. I got you.
We hear you loud and clear, brother. Somehow
All
Spike's
right, man.
Spike's
y'all
mic
cut
is not
Spike
working.
Out? What's happening? Y'all
Yeah.
cut Spike out?
His mic's not working. That may be by design, too. Who knows? Who knows?
Oh, my goodness.
Well, listen, brother, coming off a tough game against the Giants, man. That's 2 straight losses. Now, Thursday night loss, I don't even know if they showed up in this game, quite frankly. The defense giving up 34 points. The offense, again, playing only one half of football, not scoring in the second half. Just your thoughts on Thursday's night game versus the Giants.
Well, we can start with the defense first. Obviously, losing Jalen Carter and then losing your number one corner, and then still trying to figure out who your number two corner is going to be. It's a revolving door at this particular point. And then, obviously, when you can't stop the run, you can't stop the run either from the called run games or possibly the quarterback getting outside the pocket, which we know Jackson Dart was going to do. And it works in the favor of the Giants. And moving to the offense, I mean, when you have no identity, you're not running the football, you come out in the beginning of the game and try to establish the run, but there's no play action off of it. We just get right back to the drop back game. And really, when you're out of rhythm in your passing game, then you got to go to the screen game. You got to go to the quick game. And that's what we've seen a little bit with Dallas Goedert catching a lot of the flat routes or stick routes and not establishing the intermediate to deep passing game. And then when we tried to do that, we were just so out of sync that nothing on offense seemed to work when it came to the timing of it all. And so we can look at, obviously, the coordinator's taking some heat right now, but it really is about the players, to be honest with you. It starts with the players and ends with the players. We're not getting what we need up front. And then when we do decide to now drop back and throw the ball, we're not creating separation outside. And then our quarterback's out of rhythm, just like our run game is out of rhythm. So right now, everything is a collection of what happened from the very beginning of the season, and now it's starting to fall on the other side. Instead of us trying to find ways to win at the end, now we're losing the game.
Donovan, let me ask you this. It was we started seeing some of this from, guys that analyze tape and post things on. Emmanuel Acho said something about it. And then Lane Johnson, even after the game, said the same thing. Talked about predictability.
Being predictable?
The predictability thing. So what do you there was some disagreement, I guess, from among players. Saquon said after the game, everybody knew what we were doing last year and nobody could stop it. So from your perspective, from your perspective, how much of that feeds into the troubles they're having on offense is the predictability angle?
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, yes, we were very effective running the football. There were a lot of times where Saquon was making cuts to go backside of the called run. And that was just great eyes on his part by being able to find a hole and being able to explode through the hole. That's what an elite running back's supposed to do. From a called side run, and you look backside if the nose or a linebacker oversteps into another gap, then you cut backside. We were dynamic with that. But a lot of our passing flaws were something that happened during the regular season last year. And so I look at it in a sense for where we are right now. It's just a collection of what happens from the expectation aspect of coming off of a Super Bowl win. Everyone is expecting things to stay high. And really, we really got things going when? In the playoffs. I mean, people were questioning early on when Jalen was coming back off of the concussion, we're not the same, and, is this offense going to be able to hold on? Well, remember, he's coming off his very first game off of the concussion was the first round of the playoffs. And so he got better as it went along, but during the regular season, our passing game wasn't as explosive as it should have been. And then we didn't utilize the play-action game like we should have been. And remember, I talked about it last year. We need to establish the middle of the field, and that being our tight ends and running backs, in the passing game. We don't really run screens. When screens was a staple in our offense when Andy was there, that's what Brian Westbrook, LaShawn McCoy, Deuce Staley, because what that does now, that keeps the safeties and linebackers intact, that they still have to read run before they drop back in the passing zone. And right now, we're just going straight drop back where it seems like we're 5 to 7 steps in the gun, and things take time for routes to be able to establish at the yardage they're supposed to be, and our quarterback to be able to deliver it on time.
So from the run game perspective, is that the offensive line is just not getting the same push, or you mentioned Saquon? Is Saquon not performing at the same level, or is it a little bit of both?
Everybody's a part of the run game, that being the quarterback, the running back, and the offensive line. Now, we're running a lot of read option stuff where it's either a give or a pull. And so sometimes those called runs that everyone expects Saquon to get the ball, Jalen to pull it. or vice versa. But our offensive line hasn't been establishing the line of scrimmage like they were last year, and there's a lot of injuries up there. There's a lot of injuries in the offensive line. I mean, guys have been in and out of the lineup, so it's not the same offensive line that we had last year. So there's a lot of key factors that go into that. And then I think the only thing that we can really hang our hat on is the tush push. When you go to tush push in 4 straight plays or so, that's really showing that, you know, we're going to do whatever we can to pick up as many yards as we can, because we haven't been able to do it in our base run.
And that was 4 tush pushes in a row for 4 yards. It wasn't like it went much further. Yeah.
That's what
Holy
I'm saying.
cow.
Like, I understand you try to be the bully of it all, but that ain't being a bully. That's just really, that's not having confidence in your call runs to be able to just line up and hand the ball off, or just throw your quick game.
So here's the thing I'm concerned with. I'm looking at both our lines, right? I don't know what the hell we can do defensively to improve. Right. If we can't get a new player in here. But offensively, this seems like this is going to be our 5 guys. And I'm wondering, is this good enough? Like, if they are truly banged up, and we know it's hard to get healthy during the season, now I'm wondering, is this what the running game is going to look like this year? And I don't know if we can survive if the running game is going to get 60 yards a game, like 60, 65 yards. That's going to be tough.
Well, it's going to be tough right now, but remember, I talked about, week 7, week 8, when we finally start to figure out who we are. And now I'm starting to really question that if it's going to be week 6 or 7. I'm looking more of like 9, 10, 11. Because at this particular point, to be honest,
that's a long. That's Thanksgiving now. Like, we still gonna be establishing ourselves by Thanksgiving.
Well, hold on. I'm getting an Amber Alert. Okay. Yeah, my bad.
Wow.
But
it's not your fault.
Define Eagles offense.
Yeah, they're looking for the offense.
No, don't say that. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be
It was
fine.
right there.
We're gonna be fine. I just think, to be honest with you, we're where we are right now, trying to figure out this offense. It's about going back to the basics of where we need to be, and that being, establish the run game. 2, go to play action game. 3, utilize the screen game. And then we have to be consistent in our intermediate passing game. Everybody focused so much on the downfield throwing. It has to be more of a consistent intermediate and screen game with this offense, because when you have guys going in and out up front, you have to find a way to get some rhythm going. And the only way that this rhythm will happen with this offensive line being interchangeable at this particular point. And then also, too, I mean, we kind of getting bit pass rush upfield from our outside as well. And so we can look at it from the interior part, but they're getting pass rush outside as well. And so what do? You establish that screen game in the quick game to be able to hold them off a little bit.
So one thing that seemed pretty evident is that the Giants, specifically in the second half, it just seemed like they were beating us up. I mean, it seemed like they were competing at a different. Yes,
up front,
and it seemed like they were almost competing at a different level than we were. Is there a point at which the team becomes so frustrated with their inability to perform on either side that you just sort of let go? It's not something that we've seen from this Eagles team very often over the last year and a half, is them just like being outcompeted by another team. Well, yeah, quitting. And I don't want to say.
I won't use that term. I won't use that term because I don't think that they're quitting. I think what happens a lot of times is there's confusion, and when things aren't happening on a consistent basis like they were when things were going great last year and everybody looked like they were the number one at their position and everyone was riding that wave, they got to understand, it's what have you done for me lately? And now you have to be able to do that again. And so Becton's gone. Dickerson's been out. Lane has been banged up a little bit, and both tackles really have had some struggles, but yet still, it's the players coming together and figuring it out. Anytime that you hear, and I'm going to be honest, as a former player, I can kind of add to this. Anytime that you hear of a so-called players-only meeting, and then all of a sudden things get leaked out instantly, you know something ain't right. And whoever leaked out that they had the conversation in the parking lot or whatever it was, and it was the individuals and whatever it may be, and that get leaked out, that's a problem. And it's going to continue to be a problem in that locker room.
Yeah. Forgetting about the specific machinations of why they're not playing well, I think one thing we all feel this year, and it's headlined by the AJ thing, something just doesn't feel right. Overall, something just doesn't feel right with the Eagles. And I think we're all, after the season we had last year, look, there's a reason why it's hard to win 2 Super Bowls in a row. It's hard to play all those games. And it's
hard to even get back to a Super Bowl. I don't care if you
right.
win it. It's hard to get back. And that's the thing that people don't realize is there was a little gap in between, and there was some turmoil in between.
There was.
Remember
yes.
And we started out, I think we started out, 10-1, and all of a sudden we lose the next 7, like 6 out of 7 games or something. Something crazy and lose first round. And that's what happens because everybody starts feeling themselves a little bit. When you do win or you don't win, everybody starts feeling themselves and kind of getting new websites and doing media tours or whatever it may be. And it's just, the energy just isn't there. And all of a sudden it takes things like this now where it's not on rhythm, the teams just aren't playing together as a unit. Now, all of a sudden, people start looking around at everybody else instead of looking at themselves. And then, to be honest with you, it becomes where it's toxic in the locker room because if your name isn't a part of the problem, then you think you're in the clear. But when your name becomes involved in the problem, now you're looking like, it's not me, instead of trying to figure it out.
All right, Donovan. Well, thanks as always. I can't believe Ike didn't talk about how good you were right at the top.
I never really looked at him that way.
Look, man to man,
Ike telling me how good I'm looking. I'm good.
Look, I could tell when somebody's handsome, Donovan. I can tell. All right, man. We will talk to you next week at the same time.
All right, big dog.
All right, guys.
All right, Donovan. There he is, Donovan McNabb.
I'm always hesitant to joke with him about his former teams. See, I wanted to throw in there, former team, Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, that is a former team.
Sure he remembers it well.
Yeah. I'm not forgetting it. It was Washington, Minnesota, the Eagles, right? There's nothing else in there.
No, those 3, yeah. So, I never know what he really feels about that. So I don't really joke with him about Minnesota.
Nah.
Yeah.
I think that's a good call.
Washington.
Definitely not Washington.
Well, he did win the return game with Washington when he came back.
Yeah.
He got the standing O. Got the standing O.
Got the game ball.
Yep.
Listen, Carson on Sunday, another, Donovan, Carson.
Revenge game.
On Monday, we're already starting?
Yeah, I was going to push that off to Thursday for you guys.
Wednesday.
Can't stop thinking about it. And it seems like he's going to play, according to what Kevin O'Connell said today. So,
really?
Yeah. Come on.
Maybe we started on. We do have to have maybe a Carson show on Wednesday.
Well, what's the Carson show?
Wednesday. I don't know. You guys just bloviating about how good Carson was.
I'm gonna let Fritz handle that.
Yeah, you guys.
I'll disagree with. I'll agree with him on everything.
That was the last time we had a great quarterback.
Okay. I'm not agreeing with you.
2-5.
All right. We haven't in their struggles. We haven't talked about Super Bowl hangover all that much, but there's a reason the phrase is out there, and they played. It's just one game, but they did play one more game than if they had a bye. So, and it took all of it. So,
what do you mean from a physical standpoint?
So it's both. It's physical and mental. And they had the same thing. We can blame Brian Johnson and blame this, that, the other on 23. But part of it was getting to the Super Bowl and then having to start at the beginning and get there again. And it's hard. There's a reason why it's not. Why it's only the great teams that get back there over and over and over again. And they were the offensive line specifically were so dominant last year. I can understand even the players that are still in there when it's not working like it was last year, being almost lost on how to find it.
See, the thing for me I hesitate to say this because I don't want to put everything on AJ. Right? Because I don't think it's fair. Because I think the frustrations he had with the offense, a lot of us shared those same frustrations that AJ had with the offense early. My only thing is to keep it going is the thing that bothers me. In other words, it's not unheard of for a team, whether they won the Super Bowl or lost it, just a team that played in the Super Bowl, it's not unheard of for them to get off to a little bit of a slow start.
Yep.
But if everybody is still pulling in the same direction, you can find your way out of that slow start and be playing better late in the season. Like, I think Kansas City, their last two runs, like, they haven't gotten off the hot starts after playing in the Super Bowl, but they figure it out by the end of the season. Obviously, having Patrick Mahomes helps out a lot, and along with Andy Reid, who can sometimes redesign an offense and figure out ways to move the ball. That's sort of where I believe we're sort of stuck right now, is that, A, there's a vibe around the team that needs to change. I don't care. They try to tell us that everything's good. It just doesn't feel that way just right now. Maybe these 10 days will help that, but that needs to change. And then B, the creativity on offense also needs to continue to evolve. I'm not saying I don't like some of the things I've seen the last couple of weeks, but that needs to continue to evolve. And Jalen, to me, needs to continue to raise his level at the quarterback position. There's nothing wrong with saying that. He needs to continue to raise his level of play at the quarterback position, because that's how you erase a lot of this stuff, is his spectacular play. And that's the level he's going to have to play at in order to get this thing at least on the right tracks where there's more positive vibes around the team. Guys are happy while they're winning, and we're not talking about touches and all this other stuff on offense. Like, AJ got his targets and touches Thursday night.
Yeah, had the most yards he's had in a game all year.
All year.
Yeah.
So that part was there, and like Jalen needs to continue to evolve there and get better there. And I think they'll be okay, because I've seen Josh Allen do it after a slow start. I've seen Lamar do it. They started off 0-2 last year, I believe. Baltimore did. And so I've seen Lamar correct things. I mentioned Patrick Mahomes. Like, those are the guys that when things aren't going great around them, their play has to rise. Well, and that's what Jalen has to do.
The other thing, you mentioned Andy Reid being able to figure out things from a schematic
and that's
standpoint.
huge.
But he's also got more experience in how to manage the mental part of it and how to keep everybody pulling in the same direction. We all think Nick's a good coach. Nick hasn't been a head coach in the NFL for 25 years like Andy Reid has. Right. So he just hasn't seen as much. He doesn't have as much experience doing it, too.
No, I agree.
All right, 215-592-9494. The return of the High Hopes Jackie baseball report, Nick?
Yeah, it took what, 2 days off? 2 shows off?
No, I mean, during the playoffs, I thought
it was here Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the report wasn't here. We talked about it.
No.
Yeah.
But we're back.
We're back.
Yeah.
We are at Chickie's and Pete's in South Philly. I'm in a different chair.
It's hot in here.
You couldn't keep
it
me
is
out of
a little warmer in here.
Is
I
it?
agree.
Oh, that's why I got the T-shirt going.
Yeah, no, T-shirt will be on after the break.
Chickie's and Pete's coming up at 6.
I got a beater on. Can I wear that?
Yeah, sure. Fine with me. I don't care. Coming up at 6 at Chickies and Pete's, the Jordan Mailata Show at 7, the Players Lounge. This week's guest is Cam Jurgens. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Wow, I didn't realize this. Ready to rake in the savings? Yep. Get fresh picked fall offers now through November 3rd at Elite Acura. Chase the crisp autumn air in the 2025 Acura ADX, available to lease for just $375 a month for 42 months. You'll make more fun-filled fall memories in this premium compact SUV thanks to its refined handling on every drive, from city streets to open highways. The sleek and spacious interior is meticulously crafted to elevate your driving experience, while premium exterior styling takes Acura's precision-crafted performance design to heart, turning heads everywhere you go. Add in a suite of standard safety and driver assistive technology features, and you're ready to take the scenic route when you hit the open road this season. For this incredible offer on the Acura driver-focused experience, you need to visit the Maple Shade showroom or hit them up online at eliteacura.com.
42-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for details.
Hi, it's Pete from Chickie and Pete's. Warm up this fall with an incredible seafood boil. Try the Uncle George with succulent snow crabs, tasty mussels, and shrimp. There's the Pete's Feast with 2 pounds of sweet succulent crab legs, a dozen shrimp, clams, and a pound of mussels. Or create your own boil. Add a lobster tail or a delicious Dungeness cluster. Include smoked sausage, corn, and potatoes, served in our tasty broth, made with white wine and our signature seasonings. a shellfish lover's dream at Chickie's and Pete's.
First Trust Bank is the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. We give your businesses an edge. Literally.
Woo, this Brandon Graham, baby. Just started working with businesses. I know y'all out here grinding and need that edge.
We help Philadelphia companies overcome challenges. So contact First Trust Bank.
You know I like that contact.
Right. And we help them reach their potential.
Baby, that's an edge right there. You know it. First Trust Bank, the official bank of the Philadelphia Eagles. Go Birds!
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using bonus code CODE150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code CODE150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz at our Monday home, Chickie's in South Philly on Packer Ave. Big night at Chickie's, Jordan Mailata. The Jordan Mailata show at 6 o'clock with myself, Elliot, and Jordan. Then the Players Lounge, as always, at 7 o'clock with Ike, Hugh Douglas, Elliot, and this week's guest, Cam Jurgens.
Why don't we just do a 2-hour show?
1 2-hour show?
With both O-linemen.
Oh, yeah. The trenches. The trenches here at 6 o'clock at Chickie's. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Visit the area's only jeweler with over 5,000 Google 5-star reviews. Experience the difference online at marks-jewelers.com. Are you glad the Phillies brought back Rob Thompson? 51.4% say no. That swung a little bit. It was 51% that said yes. To talk about the Phils, the return of the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report.
It's time for the High Hopes Jackie Baseball Report. Here's Jackie Baseball.
So Rob Thompson's back.
Yay!
Yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, I see that clip is not getting very many good mentions.
No.
Appreciate that, Justin.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So.
Oh, you're running back,
yes,
Cliff?
Yeah, I'm
wow.
running back.
Yeah.
Not many people were happy with that.
No. And by the way, they can run it back, win a lot of games next year. And hey, maybe next year's their year. Everything's fine. Hopefully no Castellanos. I really I can't get a feel for what they're going to do. Usually I have a pretty good feel.
Yeah.
But because I could easily see them just running it back and saying, we were this close to being the Dodgers. Why would we blow it up?
Yep.
And then I could see we've been banging our head against the wall for 3 years. And it's time to change something. I don't have a good read for what they're going to do.
Well, because there is something in baseball where your team can be good enough and you just don't win. Because it's a sport that is built for 162 games and a 5-game series. You know, we got swept by the Pirates this year.
Yep.
It wasn't the playoffs, but it still happened.
Yep.
You know, so there is some of that. I think, to me, the bigger question is not because I think if they could sign up for the team being as good as they were this year with the same players, they should do it. I think the question is the team as good next year? You know, if
are you
they
getting
have
a
the same
batting
players.
title champ? Are you getting 56 home runs?
Right.
Probably not happening.
Right. That's the big even Bader. We were treated to the best of Harrison Bader. Harrison Bader, in the time that we had him, was better than Harrison Bader normally performs. So all these things are.
How much of the lineup do you think that had to do with it? Like him being around good players, is he getting better pitches to hit? Is it?
Well, he hit pretty well in Minnesota this year.
Okay.
I mean, because he hit, I think, 13 or 14 home runs with Minnesota, and he ended with 17.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there were some signs before just getting here.
Yeah, but he had 300 when he was here.
He did.
You know,
that's definitely a change.
He's a 250, 260 hitter, even if he. So there's just a lot of it that goes into it. I think, to me, I know a lot of people are saying that the reason they shouldn't bring everybody back is because this didn't work. That wouldn't be the reason I didn't bring everybody back.
Right.
I thought this team was good enough to win the World Series.
Yeah.
And if you end up having Duran for an entire season, and if Zach Wheeler comes back, look, that team's good enough to win the World Series. I don't care that it didn't happen this year. My bigger question is, are they going to make the mistake that the Phillies of 15 years ago made, where saying that it's good enough with those players, there's a reason that most teams don't bring back so many players, is that most guys aren't as good as they get into their mid-30s.
And I think John Middleton is very conscious of not wanting to go through what happened 15 years ago.
He said it time.
With the farm system.
And I agree with him.
Yeah. But also, I don't know how I think John Middleton is more disappointed in how the series ended than mad. So, I don't think he's mad about
to where because if you're mad, you're like,
that's where the wholesale change.
Yeah, that's where you get rid of everybody.
The reality is, they are making a lot of money. I'm talking about the team with the fans that are coming down there every single night. Can you afford to maybe take a perceived step back by letting Crawford come up and play, I know, but like letting Aiden Miller come up and play and letting I just don't think they're in that position right now.
See, if you were to tell me those young players are good enough to come up and contribute, then I'd be like, okay, then you can move on from certain guys. But I don't know with Justin Crawford. Is next year a year that he's just getting his feet wet up here in the majors? So realistically, how much can we expect from him?
Well, as far as missing guys, baseball is one sport where if you're not doing it at several positions, you can get away with it. Or we wouldn't have been able to get away with as many injuries as we had this year.
Right.
We lost Aaron Nola basically for the whole year.
Yep.
We lost Zach Wheeler for 2 months.
A third of it, yeah.
Yeah. We lost Bryce for a month or 5 weeks.
Yep.
We lost Bohm for 2 or 3 months of the year,
Yep.
and the team still won 96 games. So, and Nick Castellanos, as much as I back him as a clutch guy or whatever, did not have a good year, had a poor year in the field. So if you're telling me that Justin Crawford just goes in there for Nick Castellanos, I'm not worried. You know,
Right.
I'm not worried about that.
You're not asking him to do.
Yeah.
He's not replacing a whole lot. Well, I mean, to try to replace Nick Castellanos' production would be difficult from a home run and
but from
RBI
a
standpoint.
total holistic standpoint,
Yeah.
you're. I think the
Makes your defense better.
Yeah, and
Faster.
for a step back. If they were to go from 96 wins to 90 wins or 89 wins, I don't think that's a huge step back, especially when what could be staring at you in the face is if you make the wrong decisions on long-term deals, years of 81 wins could be staring you in the face.
Right.
And that's the real
what you
fear.
don't want.
Not
yeah.
a step back to become a 90-win team. Maybe you're a wild card team instead of winning the division. Is the step back by not trying to take a step forward with other players? Is that small step back worth it because you're staring a huge step back in the? It's a very that's why being Dave Dombrowski and Preston Matting. That's why it's such a hard job. Is you're betting on things that I wouldn't have bet that Trey Turner would have won a batting title this year.
But at least he's under contract. Like the tough part is you have no idea what Schwarber's going to be, and you have no idea what JT's going to be. They're older.
Yeah, and the JT thing. Sometimes there's a slow decline, and sometimes it's just over.
Dude, he caught the most innings in baseball this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to prove that.
Again.
I don't know what that's all about.
Well, it's about it.
Yeah.
Contract year.
Yeah. And I would think he's probably more likely to come back than Schwarber.
I would agree.
Yeah, I would agree.
Because it's less money and fewer years, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So Schwarber is the one I'm concerned about losing.
Yeah.
Ranger, I was already mentally prepared, because we got young, good pitchers there. Who else was it? Schwarber
Bader.
and JT. Bader. Not prepared to lose him.
Yeah. I don't think
They're
he's
not
coming
prepared
back.
to lose. You don't think he's coming back?
I hope I'm wrong. I really do because I love him, but I just think he's going to be able to get more money elsewhere, and the Phillies are probably going to prioritize Schwarber over him.
What if they kept him at $10 million a year, just gave him 2 more years?
But I think he could
It's
be
a 3-year, $30 million deal.
I think some of the early projections I've seen is like 340 and 345 for him.
So about almost $15 million a year.
12 to 15.
12 to 15.
I mean, I would sign up for 330 right now.
Right.
But
336. Come on, man. Get it done.
Come on, make it happen. It's not our money.
you saw the at bat where he struck out, but put up a good fight.
I loved it.
That's the best. That's another productive strikeout for Spike.
Yep.
Plus, I need somebody else in the lineup that is color coordinated and aware.
Yeah.
So that Bryce doesn't stick out as much as he does as being the only one who does it in the lineup.
So when he does it, you can throw Bader in my
No,
face?
no, I'm just saying at least they're together. Like
Yeah.
they're together.
Dude, wait till they're the rivalry pack bros next year. They're both going to be on it, man.
All right, let me ask you guys this about Bryce Harper. I don't mean to take over your high hopes.
Nah.
But I need to ask this about Bryce. Could we get 275 to 280, 30 home runs, 90 RBIs, 135 games?
That's basically what he did 2 years ago.
Like, can we get that? I'd take that.
I would take. I have no idea. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us do. Right? I mean, he had a good year, but there was never a time this year. Most of the time, when a player has the stats that Bryce had, is that there's a month where he's struggling, and there's a month where he's hot as hell.
Yeah.
We never had the hot as hell
No.
month from
Yeah,
Bryce.
no,
He
you're
was,
right.
just, he was just overall pretty good.
Yeah, and if that's what he is, that's fine.
Yeah, it might be the new reality of
At
the Bryce Harper.
$27 million a year?
Yeah, that's
a bargain.
Yeah, listen, one of the best bargains in baseball.
I'm telling you,
Been
man.
saying it for years. T's and P's.
$27 million over there.
He has become a good first baseman. He doesn't have great first baseman instincts.
Instincts,
yet.
yeah.
That also translates to the base paths and
Yeah,
Well, those
well,
are baseball instincts. Yeah.
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 He's just out there running around.
He's just vibing. He's just vibing. So a couple other things. So Rob Thompson's coming back. We know that. But both Bob Nightingale and Matt Gelb hinted at coaching staff changes. It's obviously not going to be Caleb Cotham, who should be under contract for life. But it could be Kevin Long. Praying it's Kevin Long. I don't know if it's Dusty Wafton. That feels like
Come on, man. Dusty's chilling over there at
fine.
third, man.
Yeah, he sent Bryce in Game 3.
Well, Buzz is a big Dusty Wafton hater because of the third base decisions. But like that, the one to watch there is Kevin Long. I mean, they have repeatedly said he's the best hitting coach in baseball. Yada yada yada, and that would be a real change because these stars I think do like Kevin Long and especially Kyle Schwarber.
I know you have a war on Kevin Long, but Kyle Schwarber had a career year. Trey Turner won the batting title. What's his name? Brandon Marsh hit 300 after he came back from his injury.
Yeah.
I mean, what player in this lineup from a hitting standpoint?
He fixed Stott.
Well, I mean, Stott was good again this year. Yeah,
Dropped his hands mid-season.
Yeah.
Come on.
What player? I guess my question would be, what player?
You say so.
What player in the lineup this year, from a hitting standpoint, did not perform the way that
you expect?
You would expect. I mean, a lot of them outperformed it. I know you're an anti. I'm not. This isn't an argument for Kevin Long. My question is like, where is the argument?
Yeah. His argument would be, hold on, this guy improved, this guy improved, this guy improved.
Turned into a pumpkin in October yet again.
Well,
but is that him or them?
Well, I know. But there's been like the Kevin Pillar quote about how they all go up there and they look like individuals rather than team hitting.
Yeah.
It's really stuck out to me. So we'll see. I don't know. I've never been a huge Kevin. Well, I was at one point a big Kevin Long guy, and I'm no longer.
So before you get to your next thing, you want to talk about a big guy?
Oh.
You want to be a big guy in the bedroom.
Yeah, not me.
God is back.
Yep. Oh, sure it is.
Yep, I'm not even wearing shorts today.
Whoa. The folks
That was a simple joke.
The folks at Blue
I thought
Chew.
you meant undershorts.
Yeah, well,
no, I got those on.
Look, the folks at Blue Chew want Jack to show everybody how it works.
Yeah, they do. Just sitting here all day with one.
Yep. All right. Well, past 4 hours is a problem. We know that. And the show is only 4 hours.
Perfect.
So, we're here. We're people helping people.
Yes.
And we want to help you because, you're keeping it to yourself. You don't perform the way that you used to in the bedroom. It's okay. It happens that you get older. Blue Chew's here to help it.
Bang.
They're going to send you chewables.
Yep.
That are chewable better than a pill. You don't have to worry about grabbing a glass of water with a Blue Chew chewable.
Just chew
Absolutely
it.
not. No, you just chew it. You don't have to worry about going to a doctor's appointment, making a doctor's appointment, waiting 3 months, and then having that weirdo conversation with your doctor.
No, you don't want that at all.
You want to have that convo with us, and you want to go to BlueChew.com.
Just text us.
Yeah. You don't text Jack. Everybody has his phone number.
Yes.
You don't want to wait in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew, you don't have to do that either. You just go to BlueChew.com. Everything happens at BlueChew.com, including your first month free. At checkout, I want you to use the code 94. Your first month is free. We like to say the show is paying for it, but really it's Jack.
Fritzy.
Yeah. It's Jack. Your first month is free. You code 94. The whole process when you go to BlueChew.com only happens, it takes about 10 minutes, then arrives in your mail a discreet and
hard
package
full of chewables from Blue Chew that are going to solve your bedroom issue. Again, go to BlueChew.com, use code 94 at checkout, and then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it. Chew it, do it.
All right, so Ruben Amaro Jr. was on the station over the weekend.
Of WIP.
Uh-huh. And he was on with Devin Saturday mornings, 8 to 10. And threw out this little nugget from what he thinks could happen this offseason.
I mean, is there a move that you think Dombrowski, this Phillies front office, has up their sleeve that will shock Phillies fans? Not necessarily in a bad way, but good, bad. Maybe it's a move that no one's expecting.
you may see one of the big contracts moved. You may see one of their big contracts moved. I'm not saying who, and I know there's a lot of no trade clauses, but you may see one of those big contracts get moved somehow, some way.
Okay, that would be scandalous.
That would be scandalous. And I think
like a Trey Turner type contract.
I'm just telling you the big contracts. That's all I'll say. I have a feeling that they may be exploring that.
Okay.
If you want to make like a paradigm shift in your organization, do some different things. You never know. Bold prediction, but and I don't know that it'll happen, but I think it's something that will be explored.
Yeah.
Wow. So big contracts. He's not talking about $20 million for Castellanos.
No, and he said earlier in the cut that Castellanos, he doesn't think he's going to be here next year. So that has nothing. That doesn't count for that.
So the big contracts are Trey Turner,
Aaron Nola,
Bryce Harper, Zach Wheeler.
Technically, Zach, yes. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Zach's at $41 million. I'm just trying to think of the guys.
Yeah.
So Aaron Nola has 10.5, so he can decline any trade, right?
He can.
So
Trey has a no trade.
Trey has a no trade. Bryce has a no trade, and they're not going to trade Zach Wheeler given the circumstances. So that comes down to
who else is it?
Well, it's Trey and Nola. I mean, those are the only two I could think of. They're not going to trade Bryce. They're not going to trade Wheeler.
Yeah, I don't think it's Nola either. I think they're, and I wouldn't trade Trey. I'm trying to think if they did, right? Like, what would be their reasoning for it?
Frees up money to make other
money, and they think last year was an outlier, and it might be the only time to get out from under it as they try to build for the next couple of years. Now it's a sign that you're not. I don't think you're competing next year. I mean, I think it'd be hard.
Why?
Well, because you do have to replace Trey with someone, and I mean,
that's not going to be. Who are you replacing him with?
I don't know.
Sosa?
No, I mean, obviously they'll go out and sign someone, but they're not signing someone. I don't believe to the caliber
What if they
of Trey
put
Turner.
What if they put Cody Bellinger or Kyle Tucker in right field?
Just one of them?
Yeah, one of them. Well, you can't put both of them in right
No,
field.
no. I mean, if you sign both of them,
sign one of them.
Yeah, I do think Kyle Tucker keeps it close. I'm more on Kyle Tucker than you are.
Yeah, I'm more on Bellinger.
I know. I can tell.
Yeah,
I can tell.
Well, because he can field the position. Kyle Tucker's not as good as he used to be.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the field.
So we'll see. I would be really surprised. I mean, given.
Well, if you're gonna trade Trey, this is the offseason to do it
Yeah.
because he just had the best season you could hope that he's gonna have, and they get out from under that. Ikey Stats. He's on Baseball Reference.
Ikey Billy Bean.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You're telling me Trey's year was an outlier. Doesn't look like an outlier. I mean, maybe for him being here, it's an outlier, but I mean, he's hit 195 hits before 194 hits. He's had that 180 hits. He's damn near a lifetime 300 hitter, 297 hitter.
The Hall of Fame. Defensively, I guess would be the outlier.
I guess defense is the outlier, but offensively, isn't this why we gave him the contract in the first place?
Well, and maybe they're
this is what he does.
But
stolen bases.
At the same time, there's a lot of infield hits. So
yeah, I hear you
as
there.
he gets a little bit older, those probably go away.
Well, also the power went away, and
it did.
And then, so I guess my argument against Trey, because I thought he had a great year, is if you have a guy who's not going to have power, he was not the grind out at bat kind of leadoff hitter. Now he
was better this year than years past.
He was better, but he's not what you want.
Well, you feel like you can do better, right?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I do think the position has changed as a leadoff hitter.
5.5 WAR.
Yeah, well, 6 WAR in Fangraphs. You want to go to Fangraphs? But yeah, I'd be surprised. But if there was an offseason to do it, this might be. They could view it as their last chance to get out from under if they felt like last year was his big year, and they think that he's going to trend downward going forward.
And you don't think there's any way Nola can be traded?
If a team would take him, that's
what I mean.
You would have to pay for it, and at that point, what are you even doing it for? You would have to pay part of his salary. I don't think anybody is taking him on after last year. He's got 5 years left? 6 years left?
5.
Yeah, nah. There's no chance.
Got at least 3 more years of Nola.
Man, he's going to be top 3 in every single
every category. Put the number up in the rafters.
Yeah, retire it. No one can wear 27.
Dude, this team in 4 years is going to be brutal.
I know.
Bryce is going to be playing 85 games a year.
Trey's going to be in left.
Yeah, if we're lucky. Nola? What, is Nola even going to play?
Dude, he's going to be throwing 85 miles an hour. It's going to be a spectacle. And I guess last thing before we get out of here on this note, I hope the Dodgers win the World Series.
No.
I hope they run through everyone.
No.
Just so we can do the loser coping thing of we were the closest. That's
No.
what I want.
No, that's what losers do.
Well, sign me up.
Anybody but the Dodgers. The Dodgers are fourth. I want the Blue Jays. My ranking is Blue Jays 1, Brewers 2, Mariners 3, Dodgers 4. Anybody but the Dodgers.
No.
Anybody but the Dodgers. It's enough.
I want
It's
to play.
enough.
I want to play that we were the closest games all offseason and run this team back.
He's setting up.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Set it up with the video yesterday. Morning struts. What's up?
Yeah, seriously.
Dude,
that was a little much.
My dad thought I was going to cry. I'm fine.
I don't skip those videos fast enough.
Right.
I don't get them off my timeline fast enough.
I was wondering what the hell he was talking
I
about
gotta-
today.
That's premium content.
Nah, I got this guy 4 hours a day, plus a call at 11, plus the show meeting. I don't need 3 minutes. Of
Oh,
you
it was
in
a
the
minute
morning.
and a half. It was a minute and a half. You saw Suddy's face. He's despondent as well.
Yep, that's for sure.
Not a great camera angle. I kept looking at the sky. So there's just a lot of beard. It's a lot of not the highest quality camera work, but listen, morning stress with Sud.
Yep, morning struts with
I
Sud.
can't believe you're using your child as a shield on
Always.
those videos. You are.
Oh, what does that mean?
Because
you know
bad feedback.
Yes.
You're avoiding bad feedback.
Yes.
With having your little baby in
Smart
there.
move.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know how I know what you're talking about? I do the same thing with my dog. That's how I know. That's how I know.
I would never bring kids to the press conference.
Yes, you would,
That's
especially
Phillies.
if you lost.
Oh, 100%. You kidding
This
me?
is close to bringing kids to the press
Oh,
conference.
my
what you
God.
just
Are you
did.
kidding me?
I think I speak for a lot of people.
I think this will be an interesting offseason for the Phillies.
I hope so.
There's a lot. Castellanos will be
I just want
gone.
something cool, Ike. I just want something cool.
Yeah, do something cool.
Yeah. We can talk about it. Get people fired up.
Well, we need a player to sort of
to lust out.
Yeah, to hone in on.
Don't forget they almost traded for Stephen Kwan.
Yeah.
So that's out there as well.
And they almost traded for Kyle Tucker.
Yeah. So both. Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Ah.
Quan or Tucker?
Kwan.
Tucker. I'm just.
Jack doesn't care about defense.
Well,
he doesn't care
He'd
about
be the
defense.
first one complaining about the defense.
Oh, now it's all on me. No, Bellinger, Bregman, Tucker. One of those, two of those three.
Well, I saw Bregman wants $40 million a year.
Well, listen, maybe next year.
Okay. Bellinger was just playing for 25.
I know.
Yeah. All right.
I was looking through all the spot track.
Yeah. I'm going to
free
swing you
agents.
to Bellinger over Tucker. He's a better baseball player.
I don't think you will, but I would like Cody Bellinger.
All right. 215-592-9494. Jack, what is coming up in the top 5 at 5?
Oh, things that are back.
Things that are back?
Things that are back.
Yeah, things that are back.
Besides all the Phillies?
Yeah.
Yeah. Besides Rob Thompson? All right. Things that are back.
Donovan did not like our Amber joke or
No.
Amber Alert joke,
No.
by the way.
No, he didn't. It's a very serious thing, Amber Alerts.
Yeah,
You're making
seriously,
jokes
you're
out of
making
it.
jokes out of it.
Unbelievable. I can't believe you did that.
Right on brand.
We're at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. You can catch all the Eagles action at the official sports bar of the Philadelphia Eagles, Chickies and Pete's. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey you, stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Dell Chevrolet. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Dell discounts and incentives. Only at Dell Chevrolet. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. Dell Chevy is close. Located on Route 30 in Paoli. Online at DellChevrolet.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español. Together, let's drive.
Jack, sell them for less.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Enjoy even more before you spend with Caesars Palace Online Casino. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. $10 no deposit casino bonus on select slot games. One-time wagering requirement. Plus 100% deposit match up to $1,000 on select slot games. 15 times wagering requirement plus 2,500 bonus reward credits. Must be 21 and physically present in Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at Caesars Palace Online/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. The Kansas City Chiefs, looked like the Kansas City Chiefs last night as they defeated the Detroit Lions by a score of 30-17. And so much for all those overreactions to that Chiefs slow start in September, because now in the middle of October, I could say at 3-3 that the Chiefs are back. And they'll also beat the Raiders next week to move to 4-3. Is Kansas City perfect? No. But until someone knocks them out in the AFC come playoff time, they'll always be a factor and a team that no one want to play. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Back to Ike, Spike, and Fritz. The Afternoon Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. We're at Chickie's in South Philly. Jordan Mailata Show coming up at 6. Jordan will be here with Elliot Shore Parks and myself. And then the Players Lounge, as always, with Ike, Reese, Hugh Douglas, and Elliot. This week's guest is Cam Jurgens. Before we get to the top 5 at 5, the Twitter question brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. Engagement season is here. It all starts with a world-class diamond. Go where the pros go. Mark's Jewelers, online at marks-jewelers.com. The new question, man, Jack is on fire with the questions today. Do you think A.J. Brown will be on the Eagles to start the 2026 season is the question. Ike, what do you think the responses are on this one?
Yes. I'd go 60%.
It is yes, 53%.
Wow. That's still 50-50.
Yeah. Pretty wild that we're in this position now.
Not super meltdowny in the replies, which is good.
Oh, that's good.
Unlike the last time.
Well, the last time last year, you mean?
No,
2 years ago.
Surtain won.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
Defensive Player of the Year, Patrick Surtain.
yeah. Well, and we do need a cornerback.
Listen.
Hey, look.
Playing chess, man.
Look.
That's what I do.
The top 5 and 5 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
It's the 5. Number 5 at 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
Beautiful 5.
So as always, there are a lot of things that are back. And I got the 5 that are the most back right now. Starting at number 5. Remember growing up in like middle school, high school, some kid would get sick with mono?
Yeah.
Justin Morgenstein.
He has mono?
He has mono. Like a 15-year-old.
What?
What are we doing?
Wait a minute.
I know.
Hold on.
We're not locked in on the show enough.
He has a steady girlfriend.
That's the question.
Can I throw something at you here, Ike?
Oh, God.
Well, he did take a trip to Los Angeles recently.
That's true.
Big party guy.
You know
true.
Morgenstein.
Go to the Penn State, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, I'm certainly not saying anything happened. Oh, poor Justin. You know he's listening somewhere.
He's at home.
He's
furious.
somewhere dying.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're just kidding. We love you, kid. But mono,
Yeah.
as someone in their mid-20s, late 30, or close to 30, can't happen.
Morgenstein's not close to 30.
Nah, but for these,
like 23.
For this topic, he's close to 30.
Yeah.
He's close
For
to
this
30.
topic.
Wow, what the hell is going on with Morgenstein?
I know. Mono. Unbelievable. The fourth thing that is back is, Spike and his little people getting excited about the Sixers off of some little videos showing them down at the blue and white scrimmage. Oh, and B dunked. He shot a 3.
Look pretty good.
I don't know.
Look pretty nimble.
I don't know, Jim.
Look pretty nimble. Jim.
Jim Nance.
Yeah.
Oh.
Tony Romo.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, Jim. Sixers back, Spike.
Well, no.
But
given how last year went and how bad he looked last year, the fact that the fact that he's playing 5-on-5, which at this point last year he was not. We were ramping at this point last year. And every time we saw him last year, he looked
It's not like he was a speed demon beforehand, but he looked twice as slow as he ever looked. And the fact that he looks nimble, he looks thin. He dunked without even thinking about it. Dunked with ease. I'm not saying they're back, but what I am saying is the opportunity for a season that isn't dreadful seems like it could be on the horizon. And as somebody who has to watch every minute of every game, and we can ignore the Sixers on WIP if they suck.
You can.
I can't ignore the Sixers. I got to do that stupid podcast. So if we could get a Joel Embiid that is playing 45 games, 50 games, looks nimble, you can't blame a guy for getting a little excited that you see him dunking in the blue and white scrimmage.
No, I know.
I agree.
know. I just hope it goes well for you.
I hope it goes well for all of us.
It would be great.
Are you kidding me? A comeback Embiid here?
Yeah.
Would be amazing.
With Jared McCain.
Yes, eventually.
With VJ.
Who's also eventually? Who's also hurt?
Awesome.
I think he played in the blue and white scrimmage,
Good.
so I think he's okay.
Good. But a tradition unlike any other.
Yeah.
Getting excited about
Videos.
Videos. in the
Rightfully so.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, you must be excited.
Yes,
Ike?
I am.
Yeah, you saw him
I
dunking.
am excited. Yes, I'm telling you. But Spike, I've been telling you, you got to monitor this thing, man.
Yeah, I'm
got to monitor it.
I'm keeping cool.
I saw the highlights.
Yeah.
And I resisted retweeting
No, I did.
or putting the GIF out there. I resisted.
Oh, the Apple GIF?
Yeah, GIF.
GIF, whatever.
Yes,
GIF. I think it's GIF.
I resisted doing that. But, sorry about that.
That was a loud butt. Holy
yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's because we had all the mics turned up now.
Yeah, I just wanted my mic turned up.
The first time I see,
I'm being honest.
he's active.
Yeah.
And he's playing, it's coming out. I'm just letting you know.
That's what's coming?
What's
We're getting
coming out?
The Apple gift?
Yes.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
That's how you know when we're back. When we see the Apple gift on Ike's Twitter, I'm setting alerts, buddy. I'm setting alerts on your tweet.
Telling you, man.
Oh.
Hey, listen, man. The East is wide open.
It is.
Wide open.
Did you see
Uh-oh.
Tatum dunking the other day?
Yeah, I did see that.
3 months after an Achilles
did see that.
injury?
Yeah, that's pretty fast.
That's a little scary. I don't want any part of that.
Yes.
Big guy, you might want to take the year off. You want to make sure it's completely healed.
Make sure you're completely healed. Yeah.
Look,
Give us a chance.
All I want to worry about in the East are the Knicks and the Cavs.
Right.
As long as all I have to worry about is the Knicks and the Cavs, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And, of course, worry about the Sixers, but as long as that's it. Oh, I mean, what if he's okay?
What if he's fine?
What if he's playing?
What if he's fine?
I might be back. Okay, all right.
The third thing that is back is OG Wade ducking when the pressure's up on Jalen.
Yep.
Where is he?
This is when he was supposed to be at his best.
I
right?
know.
To blame everybody else.
Yes.
You know?
Yes, but he's nowhere to be found. Nowhere. And why? This is when you're, again, like you said, Spike, this is OG Wade season.
Yeah.
The quarterback is proving once again that he's a pretty good player. Everyone's on him, and his biggest defender is MIA. Maybe that's who the Amber Alert was for.
For OG Wade.
You stop with the Amber Alert.
Well, maybe he got comfortable. Maybe he got too comfortable with everybody agreeing that he was good.
Is it a Super Bowl hangover?
For OG as well.
Yeah.
It could be.
I thought he was back a couple weeks ago, but he is.
Well, he did the AJ thing.
Yeah.
Where he's been waiting to trade AJ for 2 years now.
He has. People forget he was the first one to say it, not me.
The last time he called, he was basically saying it was for AJ.
Right.
He wants AJ to be happy, to get his targets. Yeah, it is really. I actually saw a carton of milk this morning. The picture on the milk, the lost.
Yep.
OG Wade.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. We've only seen Justin once.
That screw like a power. Oh, that's a little kid.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
that
it's
was
a
a
little
power
kid.
drill.
No. Yeah, it's a child.
That's a loud kid.
Yep.
I know, man.
And I'm pretty used to screaming.
That kid's been on every flight I've ever been on. That one kid.
But just remember, Spike, the parents on those flights are trying their best.
I know. Except for the ones that aren't. The only
You
time.
haven't traveled with the kids yet, have you?
We have.
Oh, yeah, you have?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. We did. We did our best.
The only
Felt
time.
like everyone's looking at us.
Yes, we are.
Felt the fire of 1,000 suns.
Shut that kid up.
Yeah.
When they can't get the kid to shut up, I don't have a problem with it. It's when something works and the parent stops it. That's when on the last flight the kid was going crazy. As soon as the dad grabbed him and was bouncing him up and down, the kid stopped.
Yeah.
Then the dad stopped. And I'm sorry, brother.
Now you got to keep that going.
This is on you. It's okay if there's nothing you can do. I get it. I am sympathetic to that. However, if bouncing the kid up and down on your knee makes him shut up, I don't care if the flight is 5 hours. Brother, you have a Diet Coke, get your caffeine in there, you're going to have to bounce that knee.
See, I can't say over the airways how we kept our kids quiet.
Sure, different methods than now.
Yeah.
The second thing that is back is I saw the people out there this weekend. Apple picking season.
Oh my God!
Come on, the flannels are back,
dude. How
Pants
many times are you
back.
going to pick apples?
Yeah, well, there's apples to be picked.
Oh, wait,
there's photo ops to be had.
Are you saying fall itself is back,
Yeah,
or
well, fall-
apple picking specifically?
Well, apple picking season /fall /pumpkin spice season.
Yeah.
Seeing all the Halloween stuff's out. We're dipping our toe in the Christmas water, but we're not ready to get there yet.
Man.
Yeah. No, it's here, baby.
Yeah, it's here. That's for sure. I look around the neighborhood. It's here.
Well, you know the wives. We're looking at this weekend being like, Phil's lost, no Eagles.
Yeah.
Oh.
Guess what we're doing Sunday morning?
You're apple picking.
You're apple picking.
Escaped. I wasn't here.
Val loves Halloween decorations.
Yeah.
So, I think it was Saturday. We got 2 little pumpkin lights by the TV. We got pumpkin lights
There
by
you
the
go.
front door.
Yeah.
'Tis the season.
We got
spirit.
we got a skeleton sitting in the chair by the front door
There you
outside.
go.
Oh,
There
yeah.
you go.
I thought that was just you.
All right. You need to lose a couple.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Sell 5. Sell 5. All right, but the number one thing that is back is Negadelphia. I mean, seriously.
Yeah. Yep.
The Eagles' pets' heads are falling off. Phillies blow it up. Flyers lost in overtime over the weekend. And Michkov apparently is fat. That's the reports out to start the season.
Oh, really?
Is that he's out of shape. That's going on.
Really?
Temple lost by 1 to Navy over the weekend. I know people pretended like that was some heartbreaking loss to the city of Philadelphia, but it's added to the mix.
Yeah.
And then, I mean,
Hold on. Does that mean the Army-Navy game is not here this year?
I have no idea.
It's always here or Baltimore, right?
Well, they switch it 3 places, I believe.
Okay.
They go D.C. too, right?
Okay, yeah.
Annapolis.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Navy played here already.
Well, maybe it's just here in Annapolis.
Or was the game here?
It was here, I believe.
I don't.
They played at the Link?
Yeah.
I don't.
31-30.
You guys really did tune out all weekend.
I watch football on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
I watch baseball. Yeah. Saturday I tuned out. A little bit because I don't watch college football. I can tune out
Got a little reset.
This hour sponsored by Guida Door and Window. Buy a window or door, get the second and half off with 18 months of interest-free financing. Call Guida Door and Window at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Can I tell you about a little awkward thing that happened to me a moment ago here at Chickie's?
Sure, yeah.
The gentleman came over. He said he's from Tampa, listens to us all the time, was very, very vociferous in his support of the show. And I put my fist out for a fist pump. Do you know what he did?
What?
Turkey.
He grabbed the hand.
Wow.
Yeah.
Grabbed the fist.
There's no turning back
That's
from
a
that.
tough move there.
He didn't seem to have an issue with it.
Yeah.
He almost did it as if this is what you're supposed to do.
Well, he is from Tampa.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah. Does he not know the fist bump? Does
Fist
he not
bump.
know to do that?
I have no problem with the handshake. I just don't know that he wanted the handshake, so I went the fist bump. He didn't. The place is packed here at Chickie's.
I miss the COVID days of just the elbow.
Oh, yeah.
Forearm.
Yeah, forearm was good times.
Yeah.
Yep, but no, it doesn't exist anymore. Germs are gone.
Exactly.
People have no problem with germs.
No.
It is packed here in Chickie's. Today is the first Flyers home game, right?
Yeah,
Right,
the home
yeah.
opener.
Yeah. See a lot of Flyers sweaters in here.
Yeah.
I don't see Broads.
I don't see Broads either.
Will Rhodes be at the game tonight?
I don't know.
Sometimes he goes, I think.
Well, wouldn't he? He probably has to do his YouTube thing right afterwards.
Oh.
So I would imagine he's probably home because he's got to do the YouTube right afterwards.
And I don't know if he's going to wear the full outfit in the press box.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
With the helmet on?
Oh, dude, it would be so good if he did. 215-592-9494. Bruce in D.C., you're on WIP. What's up, Bruce?
Furry Bruce?
Yeah, Furry Bruce.
Been a minute, man.
What's up, Furry Bruce?
What you calling us?
Hey, nothing much. Hey, man. Hey, look, it's getting colder, so the fur's in effect.
Oh, I like it.
Are you talking about your furry?
Are you a fox? What is the animal you dress up as?
No, wolf, man. Fox is too small.
Oh,
wolf
right.
more
Wolf.
treacherous.
Wolf, right.
Yeah, we eat stuff, man.
Got that wolf hair.
But look, I wanted to talk about this baseball thing, but man, I got to switch back to the Eagles. I'm gonna tell you, man. Look, just listen to Sirianni. Let me just say this. Okay, I agree with you about the passing. Jalen's got some timing issues. I know he needs to work on that. But the one answer, when he was asked, do you plan to change the offense, and he said no. That is a problem. That is a problem. And
No. He said, Bruce. He said if they were going to change play callers. They're not changing. There's no one to change a play caller to.
Oh, okay. Maybe I misunderstood that.
I wanted to let you cook, but you can't. That's definitely not what he said. He was asked if they considered changing play callers, and he said no.
Okay. Got that.
Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
but I'm gonna still stay on. Still stay on this this about the Eagles because my biggest concern is again I'm big on this leadership thing. You know that I called you all in an off-season rant about this hire. And here's where this is it's bled over into the entire team. And the one thing about Sirianni, this like shades of 23. Sirianni is an excellent leader when things are going right, but when things persistently go wrong like they did in 23, he stays stubborn. And in this last game, here's the problem with the OC. With the offense. It's not only just the injuries, but when you have a plan, they don't have the ability. They have yet to show the ability in these two losses where you can adjust on the fly to change your wide receiver, your passing, your offense. Period. The reason why Jalen got intercepted is because they knew exactly where they were going to go with that, and he stepped right in front of the pass. And it's going to get worse unless they come up with some different offensive plays, like Donovan said. You got to change this thing up, and unless they really decide to do that, we're going to see more of the same, and they're going to struggle with this thing, and we're going to be in trouble. So we'll just see what happens.
We will, Bruce. Hey, Bruce, next question today. I know you're in D.C., but we do have this pair of tickets to the Allen Iverson book tour, which is tomorrow at the TLA. Okay. Misunderstood. You can buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Every ticket comes with a copy of his book. The question today is, give us a good rainy day movie.
All right. Well, since Jack doesn't appreciate old movies, because my first thought was Platoon.
Cocoon's a good one.
1 and 2 is good.
Yeah. So Jack, I don't know how you feel about
Never
that.
heard
but
of
that's what I'm rolling with.
Yeah.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Damn millennials, man.
Nothing wrong with us.
You never heard of a Cocoon?
Nah. I thought you said Platoon.
No.
Platoon's with Charlie Sheen, right?
Yes. Yeah, Cocoon.
Yeah.
So Cocoon was this movie where these alien sort of eggs came down, and they made the old people feel young again. Steve Guttenberg in Cocoon, right? Police Academy, Steve Guttenberg. Yeah. That was a good flick.
What did I say?
Wilford Brimley was in it, I believe, as well.
Mustache.
Yeah. It's a good flick. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually a good movie.
Is that a good rainy day flick?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's a, warms your heart kind of thing.
I mean, who's old who doesn't want to be young again?
Yeah, of course. I want to be young. Well,
so it was at a retirement home, right?
Yeah,
it was at a retirement home,
and the Cocoons were in a pool.
They were in a pool.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen it in a while, but I forgot how they discovered the damn things.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Were they just in there?
I don't remember.
Yeah,
wasn't Daryl Hannah in it too? She was famous at that moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say who's the love
Mermaid?
interest?
I think it was Daryl Hannah.
Yeah,
I think it was her. It was a good flick.
It's a good '80s movie, man. Is that '80s, late '80s?
Yeah, it was probably 89, something like that, 87, 89.
I have no confidence in any of this being right.
No.
We're right on most of it.
Here's the deal, Jack. Yeah. I bet Cocoon came out somewhere between 86 and 89, had Steve Guttenberg, had Wilford Brimley, also had Daryl Hannah. I am super confident.
All those are right. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, so why don't you shut up, Jack, and look it up.
1985.
Okay, I was close. Did it have all those people in it?
Yeah. So, hold on. I don't see a Daryl in there.
Daryl is the female lead, I believe. No.
Yeah, he's not. He's lost interest.
Yeah.
I see Don Amici. Wilford Brimley.
Yep.
Hume Cronin.
Okay.
I don't know who that is.
Brian Dennehy.
Yeah, Brian Dennehy was in it as well.
Jack Guilford.
Okay.
Steve Gutenberg.
Yep.
Maureen Stapleton.
Maybe Daryl Hannah was in it.
Jessica Tandy.
She was an older lady.
Gwen Vernon.
Yeah.
Heard Aware.
I was pretty close.
Taney Welch.
Okay, enough. But I was
Linda
pretty
Harris.
close. Okay, enough. I was pretty close. You son of a bitch. I was pretty close.
Names, guys.
You only missed Daryl Hannah. That's it.
I was pretty close. I was pretty close.
Hold on. I'm pulling up the full cast.
So, all right, shut up. Get out of here. So I wasn't here in 23. Watched the games. Was not here for the conversation. I seem to remember you guys referencing this whole, the offense needs more motion, needs more complicated plays, was exactly what everybody said in 23.
Yep.
Right?
Pre-snap motion, yeah.
So was that right? And are what people are saying right? Or is it, because I do think there are some limitations, and I know this is going to come as anti-Jalen guy. There are some limitations when people are talking about play action from under center. He doesn't like doing that. You have to turn your back to the defense. He's just he doesn't like doing that.
Yep.
So aside from that, he also doesn't like throwing in the middle of the field.
Yes, some of that stuff hinders the offense. I don't know how it
limits
can.
what you can do.
I don't know how it can. It also would limit what the coaches can call.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, then he wouldn't be the first quarterback in history to have limitations on what he could do. Everybody has limitations on what they can do. But I do think there has to be. It can't just be that the coordinators need to draw up more complicated plays. It can't just be that.
Well, and remember we tried that last year at the beginning, and then we stopped.
Right, because we were turning the ball over.
Because there was
all
a
over
whole
the
thing
place.
about pre-snap motion and all this stuff, and then the Eagles hear that, and now they're adding pre-snap motion to the offense, and I don't know if we benefited from that. Matter of fact, I would say we did not benefit from that.
No, that's why we changed it.
Yes.
That's why we changed it. I would love to. We will never get the opportunity. I would love to be in a room with Sirianni and Patullo and hear what because if we're seeing things, Elliott says this sometimes, and it doesn't mean always, but if we're seeing things that they're seeing the same things.
Yes.
So
now they may have a better understanding.
Yes.
Of why.
Why? That's the question.
Yeah,
is the why? Why are we doing the things that we're doing? Because when Emmanuel Acho could say we're always doing this out of this formation and this out of that formation. I don't know. We did do some of the RPO stuff last time, but I don't think that can be a solution to do every time. And if Jalen is the one that is deciding to pass out of those formations, he must be seeing something that leads him to believe that that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, man. I really want them to get it figured. The offensive line isn't going to be as good from a running perspective as they were last year. It's just not going to happen. But I would like them to get it figured out a little bit better with more consistency than they have it now. Because it's just the swings that they have from looking highly competent to incompetent in the same game. I don't know that I've ever seen a team like this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I agree. They have to start showing signs of being consistent. Really, can you play for two halves?
Yeah.
Let's start with that.
Yeah. Two halves of looking like the same team.
Yeah, give us two halves
Not
of
the bad
football.
version.
Yeah, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Give us two halves of at least looking like you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And then build off of that. But I still wonder how much the vibe of things impedes that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder if the vibe were better, would it relax the tension in the building on that side of the football? Like, I don't feel any tension on the defense.
No.
I don't feel any tension over there.
You know where the vibes would help too is those honest conversations after plays and in practice about what's happening. Is that if everyone feels like they're walking on eggshells around everyone, the honest conversation of, oh, you should have hit me when I was doing this, without sounding like it is a personal affront to I'm not being critical when they're saying that, just saying, hey, if I do this, you do that.
Right.
If you can't have free and open conversations about what each other are doing, that can impede your ability to fix whatever's wrong.
Yeah, don't remember Thursday night because we was into baseball so much.
Yeah.
But the communication after series, on the sideline, like this stuff has to be rectified, man, to where everybody feels like we're all on the same page. I keep going back to that because I honestly do believe until that gets fixed, that part of it gets fixed, I don't think you can fix the other things. In other words, I don't think we're going to get the offense that we all are hoping for, looking for, if you got disgruntled players on that side of the football. You know, part of the reason I believe the Saquon stuff worked last year is because AJ and Devontae did buy into it. They bought into it, right? Like, I think that's a big part of the reason why it could
because
work.
they got a block too.
Yes, because they are a part of the running game.
Yeah.
And they saw the success they were having running the football, so they rode with it. And I think that kept the vibes good until the Carolina Panthers game, where AJ felt like he couldn't put up with it anymore, and he had to let everybody know the passing game needs to be better. But even with that, after that, they seemingly got back on the same page because we never heard anything else about that stuff.
But we did have BG.
Right, that's what I mean.
We had the BG thing.
After that, that's what I'm saying. It was after that.
Yep.
Because that was the same week.
Yep.
The Panther thing.
Yeah.
They played the Pittsburgh game, and then we didn't hear anything else the rest of the season into the postseason.
No.
Now, they didn't look great every week, but at least you didn't have that noise around the team, which allowed them, through their times of not looking great, still be able to overcome the adversity and win football games. I think it's very hard to win games when two of your key players, especially on the offensive side of the ball that rely on each other, aren't on the same page. It's like you're trying to win in spite of that stuff going on. That's hard to do.
215-592-9494. Coming up at 6 o'clock, the Jordan Mailata Show. We will talk about all this stuff with Jordan. Elliott Shore Parks, Jordan and I. And then the Players Lounge is at 7 here at Chickie's. Ike Reese, Hugh Douglas, Elliott Shore Parks. This week's guest here in person, Cam Jurgens.
The Jerky Man.
This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Fall is upon us, and that means tailgating and Eagles football. Fire up your grill with the official hot dog of the Philadelphia Eagles from Dietz & Watson. Be the hit of your barbecue or tailgate with game day essentials like hot dogs, sausages, meats, and, of course, artisan cheeses from Dietz & Watson. Can't forget about those high-protein Dietz nuts. Meat snacks, perfect for snacking on the go. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939. Check them out online at DietzandWatson.com for a retailer near you. And remember, go Birds!
This fall, the last thing you want is a faulty HVAC system that can't keep your family cozy as the weather cools. Call Horizon Services today and cross one worry off your list before winter hits. Right now, you can get up to $1,150 off a new HVAC system replacement plus 0% financing. Horizon Services offers same-day emergency repairs, money-saving warranties, and flexible payment options. Horizon is available 24/7, so go to horizonservices.com and book today, knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When our pro football team wins, you win. When the Birds win, the next day you receive one free drink at any Club Risque location. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Club Risque. The Delaware Valley's premier gentlemen's club brings you free lunch weekdays. Happy hour special 6 days a week. The hottest entertainers on the planet 7 days a week. And this week, a special appearance by adult film star Kenzie Taylor. Don't miss Kenzie Taylor this Thursday through Saturday at all Club Risque locations. ClubRisque.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Low APR financing on select 2025 models. See store for full details. Psst. Hey you, stop twisting your pretzel and get to Jacktoberfest at Del Toyota. Not your run-of-the-mill beer garden or boring sausage fest, but 31 days of unprecedented savings. Over 300 vehicles to choose from, all with big Del discounts and incentives, only at Del Toyota. And now, the real fun begins with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program. Slide out of your old tired ride, like last night's Lederhosen, and slip into something way more satisfying. You can drive home a new vehicle with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Quit dipping your schnitzel and take advantage of 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook and the FanDuel app. In partnership with Valley Forge Casino, you're home for all of your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win, FanDuel's got it all there for you every single game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. When you get in on the action, you're going to get a 30% PBT profit boost token for this Monday night. So find the better bets that works for you and lock them in at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Get that profit boost token with FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8182. 800-390-8182. That's 800-390-8182. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guess what?
What is it? What?
Now you can listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the iHeartRadio app.
What?
Yeah, we're here at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly, Packer Ave, 6 o'clock. We have to get Jordan here one time for 5:30, Creed.
Seriously?
That means you have to convince him to come in early.
Yeah, well, I'll get Rod to pay him extra.
Yeah, just pay him extra.
Pay him extra.
Yeah, come on, hang out a half hour early.
Just a half hour early.
Not asking for the moon.
The Jordan Mailata Show coming up at 6, and then the Players Lounge coming up at 7 here at Chickies in South Philly. James Franklin did get fired.
Damn.
This past weekend.
Yeah.
Head coach of Penn State, James Franklin, embarrassed the university. They lost 2 games where they were 20-point favorites.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
That is
3 straight.
That is rough.
Hard to do.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you can't go to UCLA and lose. But even had you survived that and just ran the table, gotten to the playoffs, maybe they forgive him and bring him back another year. But you follow a UCLA loss up with losing to Northwestern.
On homecoming?
Homecoming weekend?
You never lose the homecoming game, Mike.
You could kind of see it.
You scheduled the wrong
If
team.
you're bad,
You can't-
yeah.
I wonder if he knew. When you see him on the field saying goodbye to all the players, I guess maybe he does it every game where he shakes every player's hand while they're leaving the field. I don't know. I was looking at him.
He had to
know.
He had a feeling.
He had to know. And now, unfortunately for James Franklin, he gets $49 million to not coach Penn State. So he doesn't have to be around those insufferable alumni that drive up there every week.
Come on, man.
Trying to recapture their
They're having a
youth.
tough weekend.
They're hurting right now, man.
Oh.
This is supposed to be it. This is supposed to be the team.
It was supposed to be the team. Drew Aller breaks his ankle, and James Franklin's done.
Drew Allen really broke his ankle?
Yeah, he did.
Done for the year?
Yeah, done for the year.
Easy over there.
Not good.
Matt Rule?
I didn't even realize that.
Matt Rule making his return?
I would go Matt Rule first.
Urban Meyer?
I certainly would have Urban Meyer on my list.
There you go.
John Gruden?
Oh. Gruden. Listen, I would love having Gruden coaching anywhere just for some of his press conferences. I don't know if Gruden.
Gruden wants the SEC, apparently.
Oh,
he
really?
seems more like an SEC coach.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
We have
215.
to get Lane Kiffin. Leave Ole Miss. Go up there. Come on, man.
Well, he would fit right in. He does. He whines too much for me.
It sounds like a classic Penn State.
Yeah, sounds perfect. 215-592-9494. Chuck in Mount Airy. You're on WIP. What's up, Chuck?
Yo, Spike. What up, Spike, Ike, and Jack? What's going on?
Chuck, what's up, brother?
Hey, let me say this, right? Yeah, Rob Thompson should go. You know what I mean? And I'm going to tell you why. The guy's he's a wonderful human being, right? That's not going to win your championship. Bruce Bochy's out there. We got to go get him. And I'm going to tell you why I sided with Rob Thompson, right? It had nothing to do with the bunt. He picked Kirkland in, that's number one. And he skipped Otani. He skipped Otani to go to Mookie Betts, and I think that was a huge mistake. In a high-pressure situation like that, you got a man on second and third, and you're making a more high-pressure situation against a guy that didn't prove nothing to you in this series. And I know his name's Otani. He got spooked because his name's Otani. If his name was Jimmy Johnson and he was 1 for 13 in this series, he would have never skipped him. You know what I mean? You skip this guy to go to a borderline Hall of Fame, Mookie Betts, who's great at the plate. I think that was a huge mistake. I would have forced his ass to hit off pitching. And if you don't hit off pitching, God bless you. You're only one of the best baseball players in baseball. But he didn't show me nothing in this series.
Chuck.
But it is skip Otani.
Well, first of all, borderline Hall of Famer in Mookie versus a surefire Hall of Famer in Otani.
Both are surefire.
I know. He's saying borderline, and I'm saying lefty versus righty, righty versus righty. Listen, Duran has to get him out right there.
He can't walk back.
Yeah, you can't walk him. You got to throw him a pitch. You got to challenge him.
Yeah, but listen, I'm not saying that. Listen, Mookie has always been good at the plate, okay? Otani has not done nothing this series, man. I just wouldn't have walked him in that situation. The base hit, it was already a high-pressure situation, like I said. And he made it more high-pressure by doing that, man. You know what I mean? And look what happened. He walked the guy, and we walked a runner in. We might, if you picked Otani, you might get the out. And now it's still 1-0. You know what I mean? So I don't.
Or you might get a single up. You might get a single up the middle or to right field, and now it's 3-1.
And then you're killing Rob Thompson.
Or 2-1.
That's the chance. I'm sorry, that's the chance I would have to take because he has not shown me anything to walk.
Dude, I think you just have to put it on Duran. Duran can't walk back.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it. Yeah.
He's our best reliever. You got to be able to trust him to come in against a righty and not walk the guy. I don't know. I hear what you're saying, Chuck, and I know Otani was 1 for 13 or 1 for 14. He's homered off of Duran before. He's a lefty. I was terrified of Otani in that situation.
And I can't go back because it didn't work out for the Phillies, and it's not saying how I felt in the moment.
Yeah,
like in the
moment I was okay with it.
Yeah, but they even picked Kirkland in. I mean, the Schramm did his job. Duran gave up 1 run in a high-pressure situation. I can't be mad at him. And to pick Kirkland in that situation, yeah, I know he didn't have really nobody else to go to, but I wouldn't have took Luzardo out.
He had Robertson to go to. I was surprised he didn't go Robertson. I mean, Robertson's high pressure, 40-year-old. I
think he wanted strikeouts because there was only 1 out at that moment. Right?
I get it.
Yeah. Get strikeouts. This guy Kirkland, when
yes, he does. Yes, he
This
does.
guy he's a contact hitter. You know that. Like,
Not Kirkering.
I mean, Kirkering, yeah.
No.
Kirkering. No, he's
No.
not a strikeout guy, man. No,
Yes,
he's
he
not.
is. Yes.
Okay.
He is. I don't know what to tell you. I understand. I can appreciate your point with Ohtani. Kirkering, you have a much better chance of Kirkering getting a strikeout than David Robertson.
Well, yeah, but you see what I'm just saying. Like, he just, I'll never forgive the guy because you have one thing to do. Even with a crossing guard out there telling you to throw to first base. Throw to first base.
Hold on, Chuck. Hold up. I just thought about something. Hold up.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Uh-oh.
Bryce Harper had 2 opportunities for big hits. You know I love Bryce just like you do, but come on now. You calling, and you ain't ripping Bryce Harper for him not showing up in a big moment twice to get us big hits.
Oh, he walked him in.
Shut up,
Bryce came through in game 3, didn't he?
No.
Come on,
Stop,
Chuck.
Chuck.
Come on,
Chuck.
Chuck. Listen,
Chuck.
I love Bryce too, man, but he can't escape blame when it's one thing when he didn't get a chance to have an at bat in the moment. He had 2 of them. He had 2 of them.
2 big at bats that he didn't come through in, and in game 2 as well.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, there's no point of ripping those 3 guys.
I agree. I agree, Chuck.
Oh, Chuck, come on.
Totally agree, Chuck.
Can you imagine if Joel Embiid missed free throws or wide open three? Do you think Chuck would call up and blame Nick Nurse?
Well, they're not going anywhere. Right? I mean, where are they going?
Well, Kyle Schwarber is a free agent.
Yeah, but if it's his fault, it's his fault.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Whose fault it is with the Eagles then? Let me say this, right? We're about to lose A.J. Brown. I think he's going to get traded. We're going to lose A.J. Brown for this quarterback. I don't think that's a good even exchange, if you ask me. This guy has proven, he's a winner. He's a winner, but he's not winning so much now. And I'm just saying, now the measurables and everything else is starting to stick out.
Here's what I would ask, though, Chuck. Here's what I would ask.
Chuck. Welcome back.
Yes.
Making a lot more sense
he's
now.
He's fully back now, yes.
Yeah,
I'm going to ask this, though, Chuck. How are you going to get a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts?
Listen, we might have one sitting on the bench. We don't
There
know
we
it
go.
We don't know it because this guy is playing. I mean, listen, this guy, I just want to.
Listen, I'm a Tanner McKee guy, too, but he hasn't. Until he does it, I can't go to bat for him and say he's going to be better than Jalen Hurts. Haven't seen him do it. It's easy to play backup quarterback when you realize there's another start. The starter is coming back in at some point, and what you do doesn't necessarily matter. But when you're the starter out there and everything you do matters, I don't know how Tanner McKee responds to that.
I'm
don't know.
saying, you got guys that want to leave now because of his quarterback. You know what I mean? I'm just.
Well, no, you have a guy.
Devontae just not boisterous. But I'm sure if you was able to go read his
Why's
mind,
Devontae mad? He's getting more. He get his catches every week.
Nah, he's not like he should, man. This guy's a route runner, man. He don't hit him consistently, man. I just want the guy to play better. He's not playing good
I
right
agree.
now, man.
I agree
the guy's
with you.
not playing good right now, and I'm just saying,
He's playing better than he
that we
was.
have on defense,
Yeah, passing game's on fire.
with the injuries we have on defense, what to do? I mean, with this guy playing the way he's playing right now, I mean, we're going to go downhill. Fast, quick, in a hurry, man. I just don't know about this guy, man. My antennas is up on him. I didn't like his measurables as it is. Now, I always stuck by him because he won. Can't even say that no more.
Yeah, we're making a lot of sense.
They're still 4-2.
Sounds like a front runner to me, Chuck.
Well, no, I'm not a front runner. Listen, here's the thing, Ike. Here's the thing, Ike. Fight. Let me advise you something, right? I'm just a fan. I'm a fan.
I'm saying when everything was going well, you stuck with him, you was with him, and things aren't looking good right now. You ready to throw him away?
Yeah, who was doubting the entire time?
Who said I gotta be on the shit like I'm Bruce Willis in a burning building? You know what I mean? I'm jumping off that joint. I mean, come on, man.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
Chuck,
now we're getting worked up.
I agree with you. I'm just messing with you. Chuck, I'm just messing with you, brother.
Chuck,
I'm just messing with you.
All right.
Chuck, what's your rainy day movie?
Hey, listen, there's 2 guys that they're dear to my heart when it comes to acting, okay? One of them is De Niro, and the other one is Denzel. So I'm going to pick a De Niro movie, okay?
Okay.
And that is Heat. Heat is one of my favorites that I'm
Heat?
watching.
Yeah.
Heat, yeah.
It's a good rain. And you know why Heat is good?
Thank you for the call,
and
Chuck.
Heat's a great movie. It's the reason why I picked Titanic. So when we say rain movie, both those movies are 3 hours long.
Yes.
So that's a nice long movie.
Yeah. Yep. Take a nap in the middle of the movie.
Oh, man, spoon. You
Yeah.
want me the big spoon or the little spoon?
Oh, with you, buddy? I'll be the little spoon.
Wow.
I wasn't talking about us.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. Hey.
Hey.
Guy that can help you with your windows.
That's a good transition.
Yep. Guy will be the big spoon. You'll be the little spoon. You'll be the little spoon with old drafty windows. What a shame. Your family in the winter with that cool air, cold air coming through the windows in the bedroom. What a shame that is. Guy that can help you with that shame. And right now, the guy to buy one, get one half off sale for your doors, for your windows. For every qualifying window or door, you get another one, 50% off. Mix and match as you see fit, depending on what your needs are. So you don't have to buy a window to get 50% off a window. No. Mix and match, window to door to window, window to window, door to door. Come on. The more you get, the more you save. You replace everything in your house. I mean, meaning the doors and windows. Half of them are going to be 50% off. Unbelievable. You know what else is unbelievable? You start your project with no money down. Another one, interest-free financing for up to 18 months. There are some exclusions. It's a limited time. What you got to do is call 877-GO-GUIDA. Get all the details. Get yourself a free no-obligation in-home estimate or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com. Chris in Overbrook. You're on WIP. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Chris?
You guys know who has the highest completion percentage in Super Bowl history?
Jalen Hurts, baby.
Jalen Hurts. For the first 4 games, he's the only quarterback in NFL history with 5 passing touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns, and 0 interceptions.
Wow.
Wait, this year?
Do you hang a banner for that?
Yeah, this year.
Oh, wow. We're watching history this year?
Chris, do you think
Oh, my
He
God.
hasn't been running.
You Jalen
For the last 2
people.
games, he hasn't been running. So,
Why is that?
Because he had a concussion against the Rams.
The undiagnosed concussion.
Right. Do you think it's possible? Has there ever been a game where he didn't play well?
Oh, yeah, of course. Every quarterback's going to have those games here and there, but not everybody's going to get crushed like he does for it. You know what I mean?
I think you should go to the cities where their team plays. You know, I lived in Chicago when they went to the Super Bowl, and they were arguing about whether Kyle Orton or Rex Grossman should start. Arguing the whole year. You don't think Peyton Manning got... Wait, hold up. Chris. Peyton Manning, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, right?
Overrated, but yeah.
Right. Jack, shut up. Okay, you know Peyton Manning got killed for how he performed in the playoffs.
He
got killed. John Elway.
And deservingly so, by the way.
Yeah. He got killed. This happens to every quarterback. Every quarterback gets too much credit when they win and too much blame when they lose. But the fact is, whether he's the only quarterback to have 5 touchdowns and 4 interceptions and or 4 running touchdowns, and
4 rushing,
it doesn't
0.
matter.
That's history.
He's just not playing that well this year, and it might not only be his fault, but it's okay to say that he's not playing.
Well, the
that
passing
well this
game's
year.
on fire.
And shut up, Jack.
That's twice.
And also, Chris, Kevin Petrillo is getting killed too, and Nick Sirianni's getting killed too. What do you want? Do you want, if the passing game's not good, do you want people to never mention the quarterback?
Nah, you can do it, but at the same time, Jalen Hurts is not the reason that this team is struggling. It's not even
He's
close
one
to
of them.
him.
It's one of them.
It's not though.
No, but it
anybody that
is.
knows football can see that. It's very simple. He's not the problem.
Why?
He's one of them.
First off, they
He's
should have
one
never
of them.
let Kellen Moore walk. They should have offered him head coach money. They only had 1 year with him. Could you imagine 3 years with him?
Chris, I hate to do it, but Baker Mayfield's had 3 OCs in 3 years. He threw for 41 touchdowns last year. He's got a new OC this year. He's got 12 touchdowns and 1 interception, and he's second in MVP in MVP odds.
But does he have 5 passing touchdowns, 4 rushing touchdowns, and no interceptions?
New offensive coordinator. And do you think Kellen Moore wants to stick around here and call 75% run plays and not be able to use half of his offense because the quarterback can't execute it? You're making me do this.
Never made it to the Super Bowl.
You're making me do
Made it
this.
to the Super Bowl twice.
I don't care.
4 years.
I don't care. We're not talking about the Super Bowl. We're talking about the regular season right now, which you need to play well in to get to the Super Bowl. Right now, we're talking about the regular season. You just gave me his regular season record. So let's not talk about the Super Bowl. Let's talk about the games right now. And I don't want to hear about the offense. He's been the pass game coordinator for 4 years. Kevin Petullo. How familiar do you want him to be with the guy? And Kellen Moore wanted to get a head coaching job. He left. That's what happened. Do you think Kellen Moore wanted to come here and run the ball 70% of the time? Do you think he wanted to get rid of half of his offense because the quarterback couldn't do it? Do you think?
Under Kellen Moore, Saquon had his year with 2,000 yards. A.J. Brown missed 3 games. He had over 1,000 yards reception.
Can't do the excuses. You can't do it. Thank God Jalen derangement syndrome is there's a vaccine for it, and that is losing. And the Eagles are losing, and Jalen derangement syndrome is less. The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com. Hang on, Buzz. Don't hit the button. Kevin Petullo's getting killed. Jalen Hurts is definitely not the only one.
Yeah, everybody's catching it.
Yeah, Sirianni's getting killed. The offensive line, everybody's catching it. It's not just Jalen.
Well, the Jalen people will look to the other people to blame.
And then the anti-Jalen people.
Yes,
we'll look at you.
Him, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Welcome
Buzz.
to the city.
Go ahead, Buzz.
Text line, text line, text line.
A big thank you to Spike Eskin for talking about my client literally every day. Trey Hendrickson's agent.
I don't know.
Hendrickson, Baker, and Josh Allen and the Aaron Donald almost sack. The Spike Eskin Mount Rushmore.
Always bring up. I don't bring up Josh Allen anymore.
He's on Baker
settled.
now.
That's settled.
Yeah, we already won that.
I did have Baker ahead of Jalen last year too, by the way.
I don't care if he wants to.
And the sack, the Jalen Carter sack.
Oh, the Jalen Carter sack.
Jalen Carter sack.
Yep.
What's next?
Spike on the Phillies. I'd be wary about re-signing Kyle Schwarber. Too old. Spike on the Sixers. Love the Embiid extension. 10 out of 10. Mark in Modco.
You do that one once a week, and it's also not true.
I don't know, man.
Once a week you do that.
Yeah, I do.
Once a week. I'm writing the text line. I am sending them to battle. I am monitoring the text. I'm getting the login.
He's finally done it.
Yep. You pushed me too far, buddy.
I love how upset you get the text line.
Trey Hendrickson would help this team. What's next?
I used to really hate rainy days in the late 90s. I got played over and over. Elliot's worn-out DVD copy of Back to the Future.
Oh, God.
That's a throwback.
Yep.
Do people remember the Back to the Future moment?
Probably not, but it was one of my favorite moments of the show.
Yeah.
Because we were doing it in front of people in media.
Yeah. Hey, he thought that was an appropriate time to roll that take out
Yep.
there.
I should tell you, the trilogy wouldn't be a bad rainy day.
No.
If you looked at all 3 of them.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't be bad.
Jack, have you at least seen Back to the Future?
I have not.
Oh.
Wow, you haven't seen Back to the Future?
Nope.
Embarrassing.
You got the box set.
Nice.
What's next?
You guys done bitching now or what? The Eagles after they gave Elliott the first question.
Yes.
Did we bully him into giving Elliott the first question?
Yes.
We had his back.
Yeah.
Well, they certainly knew. We noticed it because we certainly talked about it.
Monitoring
everyone. We got our eyes on everyone.
Yeah. Don't let anyone slip.
This thing is for everybody. It's for everybody. What's next?
Fresh update to the list of most repeated phrases on the afternoon show. Moving into the number 2 spot is Donovan McNabb's, "Why don't we run screens?" Knocking down Ike and Jack's, "I had that in a parlay," but still well behind the clear frontrunner, Spike Eskin's, "He's 30th in sack rate." Alex in Lancaster.
Well, maybe he should stop being 30th in sack rate. I don't know. 2 years of
He's
this.
not going to stop saying it until he is.
2 years of this.
What was Elliott's?
He wasn't in that tag.
Oh, yeah. Donovan's was
the
screen pass.
Yeah. Quarterback can't throw it, John.
He loves the screen pass.
Yep. What's next?
Man, when did it get so hot in here? Weird. Ike and Spike after yelling at each other for 15 minutes straight.
Text line.
It was like 9 minutes.
9 minutes.
Yeah.
Felt like 15 though.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure did.
We don't like yelling at each other.
No. We get in the host battle where You got to get the last thing in.
You locked horns.
But then you also got to get to commercial.
Yeah, we did.
And I got to get to the commercial.
But you're not losing either.
Yeah.
He's still used to me doing that.
Yeah.
I did that to Michael B for 5 years.
Yeah. Dude, it's so good. It's so good because he's got to go to break. So you can get it in there. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. Oh, my God. All right. Big night here at Chickie's, as it always is on Mondays.
Herb is here.
If you're heading over to the Flyers, stop by here first.
Come see Herb.
Yeah, come see Herb. Line up right next to the Jordan line afterwards. Jordan Mailata show is coming up at 6 with Elliott Shore Parks, Jordan Mailata, and myself. And then the Players Lounge happens at 7. That is Ike Reese, Hugh Douglas, Elliott Shore Parks. This week's guest will be here. That is Cam Jurgens. Our show, the WIP Afternoon Show, we'll talk to you tomorrow. Remember, deodorant is the thief of joy. You know what else is the thief of joy? When you go to get hot water out of your faucet, out of your shower, and there's no hot water. That'll take your joy. That's why you need a Bradford White water heater. I know maybe you don't need it now, but I want to plant it in your head that when your water heater stops working, you want Bradford White. Several reasons. Superior performance. Professional grade, right? What does that mean? It means reliability. And that's what you want out of your water heater. That's what Bradford White provides. When you go to get hot water, whether it's to wash your hands in the kitchen, whether it's to get in the shower on a cold morning, you want it to be reliable. That's what that is. You know what else it means? It means lasting a long time. Bradford White water heater, once you replace your water heater with a Bradford White, man, you're not going to have to worry about it for a decade. They have the tankless water heaters, the regular tank water heaters, going to give you the performance you expect and you deserve. Built to be the best, Bradford White. So when it's time, when you finally need a water heater, maybe it's today, maybe it's 6 months from now, whenever it is, ask your plumbing professional about Bradford White. If they don't have the right answer for you, we'll go to bradfordwhite.com to find a pro near you and learn more.
The timeless Thanksgiving tradition returns. Sports Radio 94 WIP's Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie call your high school classic. Pick the high school football rivalry you want to hear broadcast live on Thanksgiving Day.
It is a touchdown.
Vote now at 94WIP.com. Turkey Bowl 7. Presented by Cheney University. Empowering minds, cultivating leaders, shaping futures. And sponsored by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter. And away go troubles down the drain.
Autolender's inventory of one-owner, low-mileage vehicles is so huge, it would take about 10 links to hold them all. That's right. We're talking probably the world's largest inventory, all priced thousands less. It's in a league all its own. So it's only fitting Autolenders is the proud sponsor of the coin toss before every Birds game. See for yourself at any of our 10 locations or Autolenders.com. Go Birds and fly, Autolenders fly.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
In St. Pete, Clearwater, you can chill by the crystal clear Gulf.
And stroll downtown St. Pete's galleries and murals.
And hang with the locals at a fishing pier.
And escape to secluded white sand beaches.
Secluded, huh?
Yeah. And they're spectacular.
And then grab a sandwich at the Grouper capital of the world.
And maybe a nightcap at a rooftop bar with sunset views.
Okay. In St. Pete, Clearwater, you'll find just what you're looking for.
And then some.
Your Florida escape begins at visitspc.com.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token That's right, you could get in the action with 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any step. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Viant. Data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening, because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now, here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. I don't think it gets talked enough about how the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost the greatest quarterback of all time in Tom Brady to retirement, and they've still been one heck of an organization. Tampa won a playoff game in the 2023 season, then made the playoffs last year, and are now off to a 5-1 start in 2025. And the biggest reason for all this post-Brady success is Baker Mayfield, who's been balling out ever since arriving in Tampa, and right now looks to be the MVP of the NFL. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the Jordan Mailata Show with Spike Eskin and Elliott Shore Parks on your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the Jordan Mailata Show. Brought to you by Miller Lite. It's Miller Time. Eagles fans, celebrate responsibly. I'm Spike Eskin, along with Elliott Shore Parks and the man of the hour.
Please hold the applause.
Jordan Mailata. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm excited to talk about the Phillies.
Yeah. How do you feel? They brought Rob Thompson back. What do you think, man?
Oh, man.
Got a lot of Flyers fans in the house tonight. We
Yeah.
can talk a little hockey.
Yeah.
Talk a little hockey.
Yeah.
I like
You ever
that.
played hockey?
Nope.
Yeah, I can't picture you playing hockey, to be honest.
I wish I did.
Yeah.
I'd probably have more athleticism and probably play better.
Do you want to
Getting checked by you would be no fun.
Yeah. Do you want to start off with a 60-second funny Spike story about hockey?
Let's do it.
Just to loosen the
Oh, this
vibe
is a
little
good
bit here?
one, yeah.
So I was in high school, and I switched from public school to the Episcopal Academy in 8th grade. And they didn't have gym class. You had to play a sport. So I decided to play ice hockey, having never ice skated before in my life.
Nice.
So I rollerbladed. I figured it must be similar. It was similar, except stopping is completely different. So I couldn't stop. So I would just cross-check people when I needed to stop. Eventually, my coach grabbed me by my face and pushed it in. Now, I did get, I believe, a concussion the first game because I went to check a guy and my head went right into the boards. But the next game, Coach Stone grabbed me by the face, slammed it into the back of the glass because I was cross-checking people all the time.
Wow.
So, little lesson, you shouldn't play hockey without learning how to stop first.
And the thing you should know about Spike, too, is he was probably 100 pounds heavier.
I was probably 2 1/4 at
Yeah.
that point. So I was a big fat guy. Looked like Stay Puft Marshmallow.
Wait, how old were you?
I don't know, 16?
Fire up. Decent size, yeah.
Yeah, big boy. I was a big boy.
Could have played rugby.
Yep. So we normally talk to you day after a game.
Yeah.
We are 4 days after.
Yeah.
We'll get into the Giants game, of course, but how has obviously your views of the game evolve as time goes on? So can you, I guess, explain where you were on Tuesday compared to where you are today, if it's any different?
On Thursday.
On Thursday.
Thursday,
yeah. Yeah, sorry.
You talking about post-game? What are my thoughts from
Yeah.
post-game?
I mean, looking back on the game, we normally get the instant reaction, and
Yeah.
it's different a few days advanced, I would imagine.
From looking at it now that we've been 4 days.
Yeah.
Personally, I just wanted to flush that game out as fast as I could because I don't think I played my best game at all. Played pretty bad, and that's from my perspective. That's just me and how I deal with things. Trying to fix and correct as fast as I can, and it was hard because I watched the film right after the game, and then watched it again on Saturday, and there's only so much you can do until you come in on the Monday because we didn't go in on Friday.
Yeah.
And so we come in today and we finally watched the film to get the corrections, and I kind of wish we kind of got those corrections right away on the Friday, but can't control that, and I think the rest was needed. I think that sort of the same issues, the issues out of the huddle, breaking the huddle, so we can have more time on the back end to make our calls and snap the ball. I thought the communication was pretty decent. Just execution once again, killing plays, big momentum killers. Putting us behind the sticks early on, putting us in pretty obvious pass downs. So yeah, just one of those games again where once we got things going, I thought we started the game real good. On the ball, just had the right pace.
Had a couple of good Saquon runs very early as well.
Very early. And I think throughout the game we had a few drives there where it was really good collection of plays, and then all it took was one play here and there to put us behind the sticks again, and then we're passing the ball, and so after 4 days, a lot of work to do individually and as a team, but got to look forward to again the opportunity, man. We're very lucky to play this game. Like, we're grown men playing a kid's game, and we get to do it for a living. And so, guys are excited to put the pads on again and go to work.
When you say you think you had a bad game, I'm curious. Does that for you mean like mental mistakes, where you're watching the tape and you're going, "All right, I missed this check," or it was a miscommunication, or do you feel like physically you got beat?
Yeah. Listen, the mental mistakes you can correct, but when you're just getting out physical, like that's just. For me, it's a big no-no, and I cleaned it up towards the end of the game. But man, it just wasn't my best game physically. Again, Sonny, part of a game where you kind of play passive because you're worried about like the way a certain player plays that run or that play that you're trying to execute. So then you don't really beat them to the punch. You're kind of just passive and waiting for them to make a move because they have that edginess where they can go up and under, they can go around the edge, and and then
So I say this as somebody just watching the game on TV, but it seemed like, from watching it on TV, the Giants' energy level, I hate to, it seemed like they were at a different level of sort of intensity than you guys were. And I know that's hard for me to, but when you're watching it, it felt like that. Did it feel like that to you?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
It didn't feel like that. Maybe it was just a home game.
Yep.
Home game for them. Maybe that's why. Like I said, I thought we strung together some drives there during the game to kind of get us back in it, and then execution errors. And then, starting off backed up.
Yeah.
Those certainly don't help. So everything adds up. And you just kind of, you got to keep the energy high on the sideline, which I think we did. I don't know what, I don't watch the TV copy too much.
Well, I think also what could be feeding into that is as they're playing well, they're celebrating and we're not.
Yeah.
So when you're watching it and you see, the Scatterboo and Dart headbutting each other because they're excited, that there's a reason for them to have energy at that point as opposed to you guys.
Nah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Home game for them, Thursday night prime time. I think we're pretty excited too. Energy was there.
Okay.
Kick off all sideline, all day. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what feels different, I guess I can speak for myself, but I also think fans and media is we have seen such high-level offensive line play from you guys for so many years. And it feels like maybe right now you guys aren't clicking on all cylinders. So maybe like when Spike is talking about seemed like they had more energy, it seems like the team really lives off of the offensive line. I've always said I thought you guys are like the heartbeat of the team, your personalities, the offense, all that. And it felt like one of those games where you didn't win at the line of scrimmage, which is so rare to me. Do you agree with that when you rewatch the tape? Is that just my novice eye not knowing what I'm watching, or do you feel like it wasn't?
No, I think there is some credit to that, or there is some merit to that. But I also think execution fuels emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And I've talked about it week in and week out here that, we're just not executing right now, and that's probably, a big reason to it. But for this particular game, I honestly thought the rest of the line did great and I did terrible this week. So, but we all have our plays in the game where we just wish we could have that back, especially in the run game. But I think that's just the tale of the tape is execution fuels emotion. It's one of the sayings that we have at work, and right now we're one block away. As tiring as that sounds, it's the damn truth when you watch the tape. We're one block away, and we just need to execute at a high rate.
How do you
got to focus? You got to focus, man. You got to really want to.
Do you feel
there's 4 seconds of want to. Like I want to execute my job.
Do you feel like that's there from the players, the focus and the want to?
I do, 100%.
Yeah,
100%. But I'm only talking about mine.
Oh yeah.
For me, especially from the game that we just played. What I'm going in this week and what I'm telling myself, what I'm going to practice, how I'm going to go about my business. Be physical. 4 seconds. Have the want to.
Mm-hmm.
Focus. Do your damn job. Simple.
I think it's understandable for fans to think, okay, well, the last time we went to the Super Bowl in the 22 season, didn't have a great year the next year. And then to look at this and to sort of draw the comparison to say that, well, last time we did it, and, it's hard to play at the same level 2 consecutive years. That's why there's not a lot of repeat champions. Do you see any similarities to some of the struggles that the team had in 23 to some of the struggles that you're having this year being similar in that they're the year after going to the Super Bowl?
Honestly, I don't see similarities.
Okay.
I think the detail on the coaching has been like coach at a high level this year. I just think we're doing a bad job of executing. That's just, again, I'm always gonna go to the players. You know, that's just me. Because that it's a great run against a great look and execution errors.
Yeah, so
they all catch up to you.
I agree with you on the coaching versus